Great Xia Kingdom, Luyun City. Luyun number 1 high school sports field. Thousands of students gathered here, all staring uniformly at the Awakening Stone Monument on the high platform. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Please, let it be a C level or higher ability. I'm begging you. Above Class C? You're dreaming too big. I'd be satisfied just awakening a Class D ability. Ah, a bunch of people without ambition. Can't you set your goals higher? I'm aiming for Class A. The playground was bustling with noise. Almost all the students were enthusiastically discussing the upcoming awakening ceremony. Amid the crowd, Gufan silently observed everything, letting out a soft sigh. He is a transmigrator who recently traveled to this world called Blue Star. The civilization and technology of Blue Star are similar to those of Earth, but there is one difference. 500 years ago, spiritual energy was revived, and spiritual energy appeared between heaven and earth, giving rise to ferocious beasts and supernatural abilities. Ferocious beasts, as the name suggests, are extremely savage monsters that particularly enjoy preying on humans. Supernatural abilities, on the other hand, are powers unique to humans and serve as the strongest weapon against the invasion of ferocious beasts. In this world, supernatural abilities can only be obtained through an awakening ceremony, and each person has only one chance in their lifetime. There are many types of supernatural abilities, but most are element-based, accounting for 80%, while the remaining 20% include weapon-based, mental, restorative, and special types. Different supernatural abilities have different levels, divided into 8 grades: SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, and E. Traveling to another world just by sleeping at home? Yesterday, I just passed the civil service exam. I got so excited that I had a few drinks. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and whoa, I time traveled. Who am I supposed to reason with about this? Gufan was utterly speechless in his heart. Based on the memories he had just acquired, his past life was also named Gufan. He was only 18 years old, a senior at Luyun High School. His parents had passed away, and he lived alone. Gufan, are you also thinking about superpowers? A voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Gufan turned his head and saw it was his friend Zhang Yuanhao. Yeah, who on the field wouldn't want that? Gufan replied. Exactly, who wouldn't want to awaken a good ability? If you fail, or awaken some useless ability, you'll probably have to go work in a factory screwing bolts as soon as you graduate. Zhang Yuanhao said with a sigh. Not necessarily, I remember that besides martial arts, there are also liberal arts and sciences, and you can apply to regular universities too. Gufan said. Can you get in? Zhang Yuanhao asked. Did you do well on the exam? Well, I didn't pass. Gufan almost forgot that in this world, universities focused on supernatural abilities were mainstream, while ordinary universities were extremely rare, with fewer than 10 nationwide. With his current academic performance, there was absolutely no chance of getting in. Next, Zhang Yuanhao. A voice came from the high platform. Zhang Yuanhao waved at Gufan and walked onto the stage without hesitation. He stood in front of the awakening steel, took a deep breath, and reached out to touch the steel. Buzz! The awakening steel emitted a purple light. The color of the awakening steel represents different levels of abilities. Gray is E level, white is D level, green is C level, blue is B level, purple is A level, orange is S level, red is SS level, and multicolor is SSS level. Most people can only awaken D level or E level abilities, and those who awaken C level or B level abilities are already a minority. As for A level, it is even rarer, with only a few emerging from an entire school. S level is even less common, with only a few appearing in an entire city or province in a year. As for SS level and SSS level, the entire Great Xia nation might not even produce 1 or 2 in a year. Zhang Yuanhao, great as superpower, Xianhuang Flame, the teacher excitedly announced loudly. Ha, I did it, it's actually grade A. Zhang Yuanhao shouted excitedly, as if he had won the lottery. Not long ago, he was still planning to spend his whole life screwing bolts in the factory. Who would have thought he'd directly awaken an A-level ability, get immediately recommended to a prestigious school, and bring glory to his family? In stark contrast to Zhang Yuanhao's excitement, the other students on the playground were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Especially those who had failed to awaken or had awakened useless abilities, they clenched their fists tightly, gritted their teeth, and wished they could rush up and give Zhang Yuanhao a good beating. Even Gufan was deeply surprised. He hadn't expected Zhang Yuanhao, who usually ranked at the bottom in academics, to awaken an extremely rare A-level ability, and one focused on violent fire-based output. This year's students are really impressive. We haven't even finished testing one class, and there are already 2 A grades. You can't say it like that. It was the same last year. Not long after the start, there were 3 A grades, and what happened? In the end, there were still only 3 A grades. On the podium of the playground, the school leaders watched the awakening ceremony, chatting leisurely. To be honest, their expectations for this awakening weren't high. After all, Luyun City was just a remote small town, and Luyun High School hadn't produced an S-grade ability user in over a decade. Next, Mu Feishuei. As soon as Mu Feishuei's name was mentioned, the students immediately perked up, their gazes instinctively excitedly focusing on her. Mu Feishue was the school beauty of Luyun High School, known for her outstanding looks and excellent grades. Everyone was curious about what kind of special ability she would awaken. Mu Feishue ignored the attention of the crowd, her expression calm as she stepped out from the group. Her features were refined, and she had long, jet black hair. Although she wore the same school uniform as the other girls in the class, she stood out remarkably. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mu Feishue stood before the awakening monument. After a brief pause, her gaze became resolute, and she extended her snow-white hand to gently touch the surface of the monument. The originally dim awakening stone suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and an orange beam shot straight into the sky. The teacher was so shocked that he stuttered while speaking. He had been hosting awakening ceremonies for over a decade, but this was the first time he had seen orange light. Mu Feishue, S-level ability, sleeve white snow. The teacher's voice almost cracked, and the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. The homeroom teacher, school leaders, and the principal all rushed forward, excitedly pulling Mu Feishue away from the playground, saying it was too noisy there and that they would take her to the principal's office for a private discussion. Next, Gu Fan. The awakening ceremony continued, but everyone's attention had already been drawn to Mu Feishue. Gu Fan walked to the awakening stone tablet, glanced at the crowd below, and noticed that only Zhang Yuanhao was still paying attention to him, while everyone else was fixated on Mu Feishue's side. He smiled faintly, touched the stone tablet with his hand, and silently thought to himself, since Zhang Yuanhao and Mu Feishue ahead are one A-level and one S-level, as a transmigrator, he can't fall behind either. Forget about SS level and SSS level, but at least give him an A-level or S-level, right? Ha! No reaction? No way. Did the awakening fail? Come on, I went through so much trouble to transmigrate. Don't make me go back to screwing bolts again. Didn't they say that transmigrators have cheats? Where's the system? Hurry up and save him. Seeing the awakening steel remain unresponsive for so long, Gu Fan grew anxious and couldn't help but roar inwardly. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Cursed technique system activating. System activated successfully. The novice gift pack is being sent. The gift pack will be automatically claimed. There really is a system? Gu Fan listened to the system voice in his mind, first stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. As a fan of novels, he naturally understood what a system meant. Systems are the ultimate cheat for travelers. With it, one becomes invincible. However, this sorcery, could it be the sorcery from Jujutsu Kaisen? Just as Gu Fan was feeling puzzled, the system prompt sounded again. Beginner's gift pack claimed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 eyes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Limitless technique. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 points. Faced with this series of rewards, Gu Fan couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Judging from the rewards of the novice gift pack, it was indeed as he had expected. The cursed techniques in this cursed technique system were exactly the ones from Jujutsu Kaisen. The 6 eyes and Limitless technique are Gojo Satoru's signature abilities, almost invincible according to the setting. The 6 eyes are a pair of heavenly eyes with extremely strong vision, offering a 360-degree view without blind spots. They can see through techniques, detect cursed energy trajectories, and allow the user to precisely control cursed energy, serving as the prerequisite for using the Limitless technique. The Limitless technique is a method that brings infinity into reality, capable of interfering with atomic-level matter and manipulating space. In 2 words, invincible. By the way, what are these points used for? I remember the newbie gift pack gave 500 points. Gu Fan asked the system. Buzz. Points can be obtained by recycling items and killing ferocious beasts. Consuming points allows you to unlock and upgrade data. Relevant information can be viewed on the system panel. Gu Fan nodded and then opened his system panel. Host, Gu Fan. What's going on? Level, Tier 1 lower. Ability, 6 eyes, not awakened. Spiritual power, 108. Skills, cursed energy conversion, Limitless technique, fist mastery, beginner. Points, 500. The system panel information is concise and clear. To view details, you need to click separately. Gu Fan just glanced at it and quickly closed the system panel. The reason was that the awakening steel in the real world suddenly reacted, emitting an extremely faint orange light, which immediately turned into a gray light. This scene left the teacher stunned. A light that was both orange and gray. Was it S-level or E-level? It turned gray in the end, so it should be E-level, right? Thus, the teacher announced the result. Gu Fan, E-level ability. The gray light, combined with the teacher's words, left Gu Fan frozen in place. This was a 6 eyes that only appeared once in hundreds of years, and you're saying it's an E-level ability? Classmate, don't lose heart. As long as it's a superpower, it's useful, even if it's an E-level superpower. The teacher saw that Gu Fan was unresponsive for a long time and mistakenly thought he was upset, so he stepped forward to comfort him. Thank you for your concern, teacher. After saying this, Gu Fan stepped down from the podium, pondering in his heart what exactly was going on as he walked. He opened the system panel again and noticed the words, not awakened, marked behind 6 eyes. Goodness, it was still in an unawakened state. The panel had closed too quickly earlier, and he hadn't seen seen it clearly. System, why are my 6 eyes still not awakened? Gu Fan asked. Awakening 6 eyes requires consuming 500 points. Does the host wish to consume 500 points to awaken? System response. Don't rush, let me think. Gu Fan did not agree immediately. The system panel had closed too hastily just now, and he hadn't carefully reviewed much of the information. He wanted to understand the various details before making a decision. Ability users are divided into 9 major levels, from level 1 to level 9. Each major level is further divided into 3 sublevels, lower, intermediate, and upper. I am now a level 1 subordinate, the lowest rank of an Esper. Wait, can this level up? Gu Fan was surprised to find that there was actually an upgrade button next to the level bar. This meant that the level was very important for Espers, and he could directly spend points to level up without having to spend time training hard. But isn't this price way too high? Gu Fan inwardly complained. The consumption of 300 points made him somewhat hesitant. Forget it, let's look at the next one. The next one is spiritual power. 108 points, slightly above average, not bad. Spiritual power is the fundamental attribute of ability users. Only by consuming spiritual power can abilities be used, and the more spiritual power consumed, the stronger the ability's power. Spiritual power can also be upgraded. 5 points for 1 point of spiritual power, still ridiculously expensive. Gu Fan muttered to himself. Next, let's take a look at the skills. Spell power conversion, converts spiritual power into spell power. Divine skill, no need to say more. This skill is undoubtedly the core of the core. After all, his limitless curse technique is sustained by cursed energy, which can also be used for body enhancement and various other ingenious applications. Limitless curse technique, power of stopping, unusable, technique reversal, azure, unusable, technique reversal, crimson, unusable, hollow technique, purple, unusable. Faced with the result before him, Gu Fan was not surprised at all. After all, the prerequisite for the limitless technique is the 6 eyes, and although he has the 6 eyes, they haven't awakened at all, it's just for show. Proficient in martial arts but only at the beginner level? That makes sense, considering I only started practicing martial arts in high school and have been training for 2.5 years, Gu Fan muttered to himself. Apart from supernatural abilities, people usually choose a weapon as their means of attack, and this weapon is not an ordinary item but a spiritual weapon crafted from special materials. The price of spiritual weapons is extremely high. Even the lowest grade first-tier spiritual weapon costs over 100,000 Great Xia currency, which is clearly beyond Gu Fan's means. Unable to afford weapons, Gu Fan had no choice but to choose a martial art that didn't require them. The mastery of skills such as swordsmanship and martial arts is also divided into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, special, master, and grandmaster. Unsurprisingly, martial arts mastery can also be upgraded, requiring 200 points to advance from beginner to intermediate. By this point, Gu Fan had basically figured out the contents of the system panel. After a brief thought, he realized that awakening the 6 eyes would bring him the greatest improvement. System, help me awaken the 6 eyes. He spent all his points in one go, and an incredibly terrifying power burst forth from his eyes. A cerulean light emerged, and his gray pupils instantly transcended, transforming into the eyes of the heavens. Everything had changed, as if time had slowed down, and an unprecedentedly clear vision flooded into his eyes. Ding! 6 eyes initial awakening successful. Hearing the system prompt, Gu Fan looked at his system panel again. Ability, 6 eyes, initial awakening. Ability level, S-class. Limitless technique, stopping force, technique forward rotation blue, technique reverse rotation red, unavailable, hollow technique purple, unavailable. It seems my 6 eyes have only just begun to awaken, and the abilities of the limitless technique haven't been fully unlocked yet. But for now, it's enough. The stopping force makes me invulnerable to blades and bullets, impervious to water and fire. Technique, forward rotation blue not only delivers powerful output but can also be used for high-speed movement, even instant teleportation. Of course, these are just theoretical. The actual performance still needs to be tested thoroughly when there's time. By the way, the preliminary awakening of the 6 eyes has already reached S level. If fully awakened, could it possibly reach SSS level? Next, Long Yusio. The awakening ceremony continued in an orderly manner. Gu Fan familiarized himself with the system panel while silently returning to his class. Just as he sat back in his seat, Zhang Yuanhao hurriedly ran up to him, his expression full of anxiety. Gu Fan, you... Zhang Yuanhao hesitated, wanting to comfort his friend but not knowing where to start. Got it. Don't worry, I'm fine, Gu Fan said calmly. Aren't you just an E-level ability user? How could you be fine? Doesn't that mean you'll have to go work in a factory screwing bolts in the future? Gu Fan's calm response made Zhang Yuanhao misunderstand. He thought his friend was just forcing himself to stay composed, which made him even more anxious. I'm not even worried, so why are you so worked up? The test was inaccurate, that's all. In reality, my ability is quite strong. There's no way I'd end up screwing bolts. Gu Fan spread his hands helplessly and shook his head. Really? Zhang Yuanhao was immediately full of doubt. It was the first time he had heard of an error in the awakening passing Steele's test. Absolutely genuine, Gu Fan said. Gu Fan, you say your ability is strong. Can you prove it? Zhang Yuanhao still felt uneasy. Feeling a bit annoyed by the question, Gu Fan retorted, prove it? Aren't my eyes the best proof? Can't you see how amazing they are? Why did your eyes turn blue? Zhang Yuanhao exclaimed in surprise. My ability is called Six Eyes. It's not just about turning blue. I can now observe my surroundings with a 360-degree view, and even if my eyes are covered, I can still see. Not only has my field of vision greatly improved, but my eyesight has also been enhanced, granting me dynamic vision far superior to that of ordinary people. Gu Fan roughly explained it to Zhang Yuanhao. Whether he believed it or not was up to him. Your ability counts as a support type, right? There's a way. I remember that support type abilities can form teams for the martial arts college entrance exam. When the time comes, you can team up with me, and I'll carry you, Zhang Yuanhao said. We'll talk about it later. Gu Fan waved his hand and turned to leave. Forming a team wasn't out of the question, but it was hard to say who would lead whom when the time came. Zhang Yuanhao stared blankly at Gu Fan's gradually receding figure. Suddenly, he seemed to see Gu Fan disappear for a moment and then reappear, moving farther and farther away. Is this spatial teleportation? No, Gu Fan's ability is clearly E-level 6 Eyes. How could it possibly be related to the spatial system, which starts at S-level? I must have seen it wrong. Zhang Yuanhao rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself. After the awakening ceremony ended, the homeroom teachers of each class led the students back to their classrooms to explain the precautions for using their abilities. The college entrance exam is in 7 days. Please make sure to use your time wisely and practice your abilities as much as possible. For the next 7 days, the school will not assign any study tasks. The martial arts hall will be open all day, so please train on your own. Mastery of skills such as knife techniques and sword techniques is also particularly important, especially at your current low-level stage. The homeroom teacher, Lu Fengwen, spoke eloquently, with the striking words college entrance exam written on the blackboard. Gu Fan sat in the back row by the window, quietly listening to the homeroom teacher's explanation. Unlike the college entrance exams for liberal arts and sciences, the martial arts college entrance exam requires candidates to wear battlesuits, wield weapons, and enter designated arenas to fight ferocious beasts. The exam results are comprehensively evaluated based on the types and number of beasts killed. The homeroom teacher's words were correct. At their current first-tier stage, the role of supernatural abilities is not yet that critical. Spiritual power and skills can compensate for the lack of supernatural abilities, so even if one's abilities are not strong, they can still rely on high spiritual power and strong skills to deliver output. Of course, true experts emphasize strong alliances, combining rare abilities with high spiritual power and strong skills. This is the standard for top-tier university admissions. Those who fail to awaken, or awaken with useless abilities, don't worry too much. Choosing to take the liberal arts or science college entrance exams is also a way out. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, Gu Fan revealed a slight smile. He understood that it was merely the teacher's way of offering comfort. After all, the existence of ferocious beasts had elevated the status of ability users to unprecedented heights, especially those with powerful abilities, who not only received universal admiration but also enjoyed various privileges. It can be said that in this world, powerful ability users are the true protagonists. Whether attending a liberal arts university or a science university, after graduation, one is still just an ordinary person. Essentially, there's no difference from those tightening screws in a factory. Everyone serves the superpowered, only with a slightly more dignified appearance. This college entrance exam subject selection form will be distributed by the class monitor. I will collect it in 3 days, so please take it seriously. That's basically all the content. If there are no questions, today's lesson ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, the homeroom teacher, Lu Fengwen, turned and left the classroom decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Gu Fan was walking slowly along the road. The sun had just set, and the sky was still fairly bright. The street was bustling with people, and the traffic was noticeably heavier than usual. Just as expected, as soon as the homeroom teacher left, he also immediately left the classroom, but not to go home. Instead, he planned to make a trip to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. The Extreme Martial Arts Gym is a professional institution established by the Great Xiao Nation, present in every city, even in remote places like Luyun City in Jiangbei Province. It offers various functions such as training grounds and combat power testing. As a national institution, apart from customized services, other programs are free for students. Gu Fan was preparing to go to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym to test his strength, including the actual power of his boxing techniques, no-limit techniques, and various other skills. Although the martial arts arena at school could also be used for testing, there were too many students there, the waiting time was long, and Gu Fan didn't want to cause any commotion. Therefore, he felt it was more appropriate to quietly go to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym for testing. After all, it was completely free and didn't cost a penny. Buzz, buzz. The phone in the pocket vibrated twice. Gu Fan reached out and took out the phone, and a text message immediately caught his eye. Attention all residents, A serial killer escape incident has occurred at Luyun City Prison. The fugitive is now on the run in the urban area. Residents are advised to remain vigilant. The fugitive's information is as follows. If spotted, please call the City Protection Bureau's official hotline. Name, Yu Wonson. Age, 28. Ability, Shadow Dagger, Class C. Level, Tier 2 lower. Gufan quickly skimmed through the information and finally saw the photo of the serial killer. The criminal had an ordinary appearance, normal height and weight, dressed in plain clothes, and didn't look like a prisoner at all, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Gufan arrived in front of a massive building, which was none other than the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Compared to their Luyun High School, this building was much larger, a true giant. No wonder it's the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. He murmured softly, then stepped inside. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall was divided into 6 areas, A, B, C, D, E, and F, each serving a different function. The D zone is specifically designated for combat power testing and is open to students free of charge. Gufan followed the signs and headed in the direction of the D zone. It was currently the peak time for school dismissal and work hours, so there weren't many people in the D zone. In the tens of thousands of square meters of space, there were only a little over 100 people. As soon as he entered the testing area lobby, Gufan encountered the renowned school beauty of Luyun High School, Mufeishua. She awakened the S-level ability Shirayuki, making her aura even colder, exuding a strong signal to keep strangers away. It seems she and I are classmates, but we've never interacted and are completely unfamiliar with each other. She probably doesn't even know who I am. Gufan thought silently to himself, with no intention of going up to greet her. After all, he didn't want to be the warm face met with a cold shoulder. So, he directly ignored Mufeishua and quietly headed toward test room number 7. When he reached the door of test room 7, he noticed Mufeishua glancing at him. What's going on? Mufeishua actually looked at me? Could it be that she really knows me? Although puzzled, Gufan did not turn around, nor did he need to. His 6-eye full-view vision had already allowed him to see clearly that Mufeishua had turned and was heading toward test room 6. The test rooms at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall place great emphasis on privacy, single person, single room, data confidentiality, and testers can freely choose whether to disclose their results. Since it is a single-person room, the testing rooms at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall often require queuing for use. It's only because there are fewer people now that Gufan can go in directly. Let me first test the power of my punches. Gufan walked toward the combat power testing machine, in the center of the testing room. This machine is standard equipment in every testing room. The combat power testing machine has multiple functions. Whether using a knife, a sword, or fists, it can accurately measure the power of the user's skills. Inhale, exhale. Gufan assumed a combat stance, took a deep breath, and relaxed his entire body. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and his body tightened like a drawn bowstring. Power surged from his feet to his waist, then traveled along his spine to his arms. His right fist exploded instantly, tracing an arc. Bang! Gufan punched the circular target of the combat power testing machine. The target immediately shook, and a number appeared on the display above. 151 points. Only 151 points. That's indeed a bit low. I remember those first-level lower-tier superhumans who used swords and knives. Even without relying on weapons, their pure physical attacks could reach around 100 points. Gufan shook his head. Combat power points are the standard unit recognized by the International Superhuman Organization to measure attack strength. Generally speaking, the physical combat power of a first-level lower-tier superhuman is about 100 points. If weapons are used, combat power can directly double, reaching around 200 points. This is the difference that weapons bring. When it comes to purely physical combat, Gufan is indeed stronger than other ability users of the same level due to his martial arts. However, if the opponent wields a weapon, Gufan would be at a disadvantage. As the old saying goes, no matter how skilled you are, you still fear a kitchen knife. But this only applied to the past Gufan. Things are different now. Now he possesses the cursed energy conversion skill, which allows him to convert spiritual energy into cursed energy. With the enhancement of cursed energy, the physical strength will achieve a qualitative leap and the power of punches will undoubtedly rise to a higher level. Cursed energy conversion, activate. With a single thought, blue cursed energy ignited from Gufan's body, resembling burning flames. Is this cursed energy? Gufan felt extremely amazed, and when the cursed energy surged, a slight wave of negative emotions arose in his heart. However, thanks to the presence of the 6 eyes, his control over the cursed energy was effortless, completely devoid of the clumsiness of a beginner. He no longer hesitated and struck the circular target again with his fist enveloped in cursed energy. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the bullseye slightly caved in, and a number popped up on the display above. 315 points. Combat power doubled instantly. This curse power enhancement effect is truly extraordinary. Seeing this result, Gufan was very satisfied. It should be noted that even with weapons, the normal attack strength strength of a first-level lower-tier ability user is only about 200 points. Yet now, with bare hands, he could deliver 1.5 times the output of other ability users wielding weapons. This is not even the limit. My curse energy is too dispersed. If I focus it all on my fists, the punching power will increase even further. Do it immediately. A trace of blue light flashed in Gufan's eyes, and the curse energy in his body began to dissipate, all converging in his fist. He adjusted his breathing. Whoosh! Like a cannonball, Gufan threw a punch. This time, the circular bullseye of the combat power testing machine was significantly dented, and an astonishing number appeared. 623 points. The power actually doubled again. With the curse energy amplification, my punching power is 4 times the original. Gufan gasped in shock. You should know that the normal attack strength of a first-level intermediate ability user is only 400 points. Although he is just a lower-level rank, when his cursed energy is fully concentrated, his combat power far surpasses that of a first-level intermediate. Alright, let's test this one last. Technique reversal, Azure. Gufan raised 2 fingers, and the azure blue sphere Azure suddenly appeared at the circular target center of the testing machine. The technique Shunturn, Song is a form of traction, categorized as a technique enhanced by Limitless. Song can be set at any position within the line of sight, releasing a powerful traction force centered on it. Theoretically, the maximum traction force can reach negative infinity, comparable to a black hole. Boom! The terrifying traction force erupts instantly, causing a violent explosion at the target point. A deafening sonic boom reverberates, and the air in the entire testing room vibrates intensely. After Song dissipated, the circular target on the testing machine also cracked. Not only did the circular target crack, but the entire combat power testing machine started emitting white smoke, and the display was filled with all kinds of garbled text. This is way too fragile, isn't it? Gufan's heart stirred as he recalled that the number 7 testing room he was in was actually a first-tier testing room. The combat power testing machine in a first-tier testing room simply couldn't withstand the attack of a second-tier ability user. In other words, the technique he used, Shunturn, Azure, already possesses the damage intensity of a second-tier ability user. By the way, I haven't even used my full strength yet. If this had been a full-power Shunturn, Azure, the entire testing room might have been blown apart. Gufan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sodi no Shirayuki, Mufeishua softly called out, and a white katana immediately appeared in her hand. This katana was exceptionally exquisite, with the blade, guard, and hilt all pure white. The front end of the hilt was adorned with patterns, and a white satin ribbon was tied to its end. From the moment the blade of sleeve white snow was summoned, a bone-chilling cold spread outward from the edge. Almost instantly, the temperature in the testing room dropped to 0 degrees. Mufeishua gently exhaled, assumed a drawing stance, and locked her gaze on the circular bullseye of the combat power testing machine. Just as she was about to strike, a violent tremor hit, causing her body to sway and forcing her to stop her action. Fortunately, the tremor came quickly and went just as fast. As Mufeishua steadied herself, the tremor had already disappeared. It came from the room next door. This puzzled her, as she knew the person in the next room. It was her classmate, Gufan. Although they didn't interact much and weren't very familiar, Gufan's tall figure and handsome appearance left a deep impression on her. She also clearly remembered that Gufan's awakened ability was E-level, named 6 Eyes. Because Gufan was her successor in awakening abilities, at that time, she was surrounded by school leaders and the principal, and happened to witness this scene on the playground. To be honest, Mufeishua was quite curious about Gufan, not understanding why an E-level ability user like him would come to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for testing. After all, E-level is the lowest tier of abilities, essentially unrelated to ability universities. The vast majority of students who awaken E-level abilities choose to take the liberal arts or science college entrance exams. Could it be that Gufan plans to take the martial arts college entrance exam? This question was precisely why she sneaked a glance at Gufan before entering the testing room. Could this vibration have been caused by Gufan? A sudden thought emerged in Mufeishua's mind. No, impossible. Even if I go all out, I couldn't cause such a massive tremor. An S-level ability user like me can't achieve this level, so how could Gufan, an E-level ability user, possibly manage it? The more she thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. She simply couldn't imagine that Gufan, who usually performed mediocrely, was secretly hiding a super talent. Maybe it came from 2 doors down? Forget it, I won't think about it. Testing is the real priority. Mufeishua set aside her stray thoughts, stepped forward, and slashed out with a whistling blade. Whoosh, whoosh, the blade hit the bullseye. A number popped up on the display. 306 points. 306 points? As expected of Sodi no Shirayuki, as expected of an S-class ability, truly incredible. Mufeishua was as excited as a little girl, completely shedding her usual ice-cold beauty demeanor in front of others. It should be noted that what she had just used was merely a normal attack. If even a normal attack had such power, the strength of her exclusive skills would be immeasurable. Her sleeve white snow possessed exclusive skills with extremely high multipliers, far surpassing possessing ordinary skills. Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Test Room Number 7. I remember that the minimum power of reversed curse technique, red, is twice that of curse technique, blue. If even a non-full power curse technique, blue, is this strong, how terrifying would a full power reversed curse technique, red, be? Gu Fan was in an excellent mood at the moment. Gojo Satoru was his favorite character, and being able to personally perform the techniques of his admired character, how could he not be thrilled? By the way, system, how do I unlock reversed cursed technique, red? Gu Fan inquired of the system. When the 6 eyes advance from initial awakening to partial awakening, the cursed technique reversal, red, will also be unlocked. It is worth mentioning that the system did not provide additional explanations, as Gu Fan only asked how the cursed technique reversal, red, could be unlocked, and the system answered solely on this matter. However, unlocking does not guarantee successful usage. Gojo Satoru in the Hidden Inventory arc is an example. Without mastering the reversal technique, using the cursed technique reversal, red, often results in failure. How many points are needed to upgrade this? Gu Fan continued to ask. Upgrading requires 3,000 points. The system replied, 3,000 points? Why don't you just go and rob someone? Hearing this, Gu Fan's mood instantly turned chaotic. The initial awakening cost of 500 points was already expensive enough, but this partial awakening had directly multiplied sixfold, soaring to an astonishing 3,000 points. At the moment, he had no way to earn points, and who knows when he would be able to save up that amount. Forget it, my level is still low right now, so there's no need to rush unlocking high output skills like technique reversal, red. The damage from technique forward, blue, was already explosive enough. He took a deep breath and rationally told himself, the most important thing right now is to level up. That's the top priority. Thinking carefully, there's really no need to unlock reversed cursed technique so early. 3,000 points is simply too expensive. In contrast, spending 300 points to upgrade him from first rank lower level to first rank middle level is clearly much more cost effective. The same logic applies to spiritual power. The lower the spiritual power in the early stages, the more significant the benefits of increasing it. For example, when increasing spiritual power by 1 point, the improvement rate for 100 spiritual power versus 1000 spiritual power is definitely different. This is the so-called dilution effect. By the way, this combat testing machine is already broken. What should I do? Do I really have to pay for it? Gu Fan stared at the damaged machine in front of him, his heart tightening as the excitement from earlier instantly dissipated. Right now, he was completely broke. Aside from that old house, the inheritance left by his parents had already been spent, leaving him with less than 60,000 yuan. He had heard that a combat power testing machine costs around 2 million yuan, and even selling everything he had wouldn't cover it. I'd better slip away quickly. As the old saying goes, as long as you're not caught, it never happened. Thinking of this, Gu Fan left the Extreme Martial Arts Hall without looking back. On the city streets, 3 figures moved swiftly. In the front was a serial killer, Yuansen, and closely pursuing him were 2 city guards, Gao Jin and Zhang Difu. Audacious scoundrel, stop right there. Zhang Difu shouted loudly. You think I'll stop just because you told me to? Do you take me for a fool? I was already sentenced to death. Now that I've escaped, if you catch me, I'll only die. Yuansen responded with a cold sneer. Wind blade. Gao Jin waved his hand and summoned a sharp wind blade, which shot straight toward Yuansen. As a second-tier lower-level wind ability user, Gao Jin's attack power far exceeded his defense. This wind blade was enough to easily break through Yuansen's defenses. That was close. Yuansen dodged in panic, secretly feeling fortunate. If the wind blade had hit him, his lower leg would have been severed on the spot. The 2 city guards pursuing him were second-tier lower-level ability users of wind and fire elements, leaving him completely powerless to escape. Don't even think about running. An angry shout came from behind again, and cold sweat seeped from Vincent's forehead. If this continued, he would eventually be caught, a dead end. What should I do? I must think of a way. As he fled, he searched around for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, he caught sight of a young man not far ahead wearing a school uniform, clearly a high school student. Ha! Got it. As long as I take a hostage, these 2 city guards won't dare act recklessly. If I escape Cloud City with the hostage, won't that solve everything? As long as I can escape this time, I will join the assassin organization Shadow Hall. My abilities and experiences completely meet their standards. My life isn't over yet, and the future holds great potential. Thinking of this, Yuansen revealed a sinister smile, activated his ability, and summoned a shadow dagger. Under the shadow's enhancement, Yuansen's speed suddenly increased, aiming directly at Gu Fan's back, ready to hold the dagger against Gu Fan's neck. After leaving the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Gu Fan headed straight toward his home. When he reached an intersection, he was forced to stop as the red light turned on. Faced with a 60-second red light, Gu Fan took out his phone and casually browsed through messages. Just as he was looking down at his phone, 3 figures on the street behind him were rushing toward him, but he remained completely unaware. Suddenly, he vaguely sensed a dark shadow rapidly approaching him. Not daring to be careless, he quickly shifted his gaze from the phone and used his sharp eyes to survey the situation behind him. This This was unbelievable. With the extraordinary vision of the six eyes, Gufan clearly saw the face shrouded in shadows. He immediately recognized it as the serial killer he had recently seen on his phone, Yu Wunsen. Gufan instinctively wanted to run, but found himself completely unable to move. Vincent is a second-tier lower-level ability user, 3 full sub-levels higher than himself, equivalent to an entire major level. Moreover, Vincent specializes in speed as a shadow-type ability user. Although his six eyes can perceive Vincent's movements, his body simply cannot react in time. Gufan quickly calmed down, finding his earlier thoughts laughable. Escape? Why would he need to escape? This so-called serial killer is merely a second-tier lower-level ability user, and he is no match for him at all. My stopping force has never had a chance to be tested. Since you've come to me voluntarily, I might as well use you to test the defensive power of the stopping force. Without hesitation, Gufan immediately activated the neutral limitless technique, stopping force. That's right, because the six eyes had only just awakened, the stopping force was not yet a passive skill and had to be actively initiated and continuously maintained. After activating the power of stopping, Gufan simply remained motionless, wanting to see what Yu Wunsen could do to him. Since the output of the Shun rotation Sun technique could reach the level of a second-tier ability user, the defensive power of the power of stopping was certainly not weak. Staying completely still, are you scared stiff? Or maybe you didn't even have time to react. After all, the speed of my shadow form isn't something a high schooler can keep up with. Yu Wunsen's lips curled into a sinister smile as he quietly moved behind Gufan, placed a dagger against his neck, and shouted loudly, "Nobody move. The hostage is in my hands. If anyone dares to act recklessly, I'll kill him." After shouting, he stared coldly at Gufan, his eyes full of menace. "You better behave yourself too. Don't move around, my blade doesn't have eyes." Gufan remained silent and completely still, appearing to outsiders as if he had been scared senseless. Seeing this, Yu Wunsen was extremely satisfied. He loved hostages who cooperated like this. If the hostage struggled wildly, he really wouldn't know what to do. Killing wasn't an option, but not killing wasn't either. It was truly a headache. This sudden scene made the already noisy intersection even more chaotic. Panicked citizens scattered in all directions, while many curious onlookers gathered intentionally, taking photos and checking in, with some even live-streaming the event on social media. Gufan? On the other side of the intersection, Mufeshua happened to pass by and, upon seeing the situation, widened her eyes in shock. A classmate being held hostage by a criminal in the middle of the street, how could she not be stunned? After the initial shock, Mufeshua quietly approached, preparing to find an opportunity to rescue Gufan. She had just looked up information on this criminal on her phone, Vincent Yu, a second-tier lower-level ability user, possessing the C-level Shadow Dagger ability. Although he was one rank higher than her, as long as she used the inherent skill of her sleeve Snow First Dance, Moonlight, she was confident she could freeze Vincent Yu within 3 seconds, rendering him immobile. Not good. Vincent Yu is taken a hostage, and it's a student from Luyun High School. Jiang Defu, sweating profusely, secretly reported the situation at the scene to the captain through his communication device. What should we do? Yu Wunsen has a hostage. Gao Yingjin anxiously looked at Jiang Defu, his eyes full of urgency, hoping he could come up with a solution. I just sent the location to the captain. Before the captain arrives, we must stall Yu Wunsen and absolutely cannot let him escape with the hostage, Jiang Defu said in a low voice. Understood. Gao Yingjin nodded. What are you two whispering about? Didn't you hear what I said? If you dare to mutter again, my knife won't show any mercy. Yu Wunsen threatened viciously. Go ahead. As soon as the words fell, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the hostage in his hands speaking. What did you say? Vincent stared wide-eyed like a fool. I said hurry up and do it. Gufan's voice rang out again. You brat, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Vincent instantly flew into a rage, pressing the dagger closer to Gufan's neck. Calm down. Stop. Gao Yingjin and Jiang Defu exclaimed in alarm. This sudden turn of events completely disrupted their plan. No one could understand why the hostage deliberately provoked the criminal. Sigh, why is Gufan so reckless? Mufeshua, not far away, couldn't help but sigh and rub her forehead. If he had just stayed obedient, they would have eventually rescued him. But now, provoking the criminal, he's really treating his life like a joke. Mufeshua's innate skill, First Dance, Moonlight, had a range limitation. She was anxious, fearing that before she could release her skill, the criminal might kill Gufan. Yu Wunsen, calm down. If you kill the hostage, there's no way you'll escape. Gao Yingjin shouted loudly. If I don't kill the hostage, I still can't escape. Either way, I'm dead. I might as well take someone down with me before I go. Yu Wunsen shouted excitedly. How about this, Yu Wunsen? As long as you release the hostages, we guarantee to let you leave. Jiang Defu began to persuade. You say you'll let me leave, and I'll actually be able to leave? If I listened to you, I'd have died at your hands long ago. Yu Wunsen responded coldly. What exactly do you want? Gao Yingjin asked anxiously. You are not allowed to make a move, use abilities, or contact anyone else. I want to take this hostage and leave Luyun City together. As long as you agree, I'll release him once we're outside the city gates, Vincent said firmly, chirping endlessly. You're so slow. Is it really that hard to make a move? These people kept chattering nonstop, and Gufan's patience was almost exhausted. If Vincent didn't act soon, he would. If Vincent could still hold back after being provoked like this, then he wouldn't be a serial killer. Vincent swung his arm fiercely, mercilessly slashing toward Gufan's neck. This brat dared to underestimate him, and he was determined to make him lose his head. Die! Vincent's sudden outburst shocked everyone at the crossroads. The onlookers screamed, covering their eyes with their hands, already envisioning a gruesome scene of bloodshed. Stop, villain! Spare him under the knife! Gao Jin and Zhang Difu rushed forward anxiously, trying to stop Yuwinson's dagger from stabbing Gufan. Gufan! Sigh! Mu Feishui also rushed forward, holding Sodi no Shirayuki in her hand, ready to unleash its first dance. White Moon! Ha! Vincent was surprised to find that the closer the dagger got to Gufan, the slower it became, as if an invisible force was blocking his advance. Boom! What is going on? Vincent asked instinctively. Infinity is the story of Achilles chasing the tortoise. Gufan said calmly. What do you mean? Vincent became even more confused. That means you need to study hard. Gufan's hands surged with spell power. Clenching his fist tightly, he punched Vincent hard in the face. Vincent was knocked to the ground by the heavy punch, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and several teeth knocked out, leaving him in a pitiful state. What's going on? Gao Jin and Zhang Difu were utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning, their expressions blank. Clang! The knife in Mu Feishue's hand fell to the ground. The onlookers secretly peeked through their fingers at the scene before them, as if their throats were being choked, unable to utter a word for a long time. You little brat, you're dead for sure. Vincent Yu was shrouded in shadows, holding a pitch-black, terrifying dagger. Struggling to stand, he unleashed a surge of dense spiritual energy. Shadow kill. Yuwonsen reversed his grip on the dagger, a streak of black light stabbing straight at Gufan's heart. Boom! A massive shockwave exploded. Yuwonsen regained his stance, the dagger pressed tightly against Gufan's school uniform. The heart was clearly right in front of him, yet he couldn't pierce through. Very strange. Vincent's eyes were filled with horror. Shadow kill was his ultimate skill, capable of easily piercing through the body of a second-tier ability user. Yet this brat in front of him was only first-tier. How could he block his ultimate move? What kind of ability is this? Zhang Difu was once again shocked. The power of shadow kill was astonishing. If he were the one to take the hit, he wouldn't die but would lose half his skin. Yet Gufan was completely unharmed. Not even his clothes were torn. Still haven't learned your lesson? Suddenly, Gufan's voice came through, plain and unremarkable, yet in Yuwensen's ears, it sounded like a haunting melody from hell. Yuwensen was so frightened that the dagger slipped from his hand, and he turned around and ran. His strongest skill couldn't even tear the opponent's clothes. How could he possibly fight? The high school student in a school uniform before him was monstrously powerful. Even when facing a second-tier advanced ability user, he had never felt so powerless. Trying to escape? Gufan chuckled lightly, waved his hand, and the technique activated instantly. Azure Shift. A cerulean sphere appeared in Gufan's palm, unleashing a powerful gravitational pull. Whoosh! Just as Yuwonsen took 2 steps forward, he was abruptly yanked back. Before he could react, Gufan's curse-powered fist smashed into his face. Yuwonsen let out a miserable scream and was once again slammed to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. You wanted to kill me, and you still expect me to let you run? Gufan pressed his foot against Yuwonsen's face, pinning it firmly to the road and grinding it forcefully, his tone full of mockery. Woo-woo! A strange sound came from Vincent's mouth. He could feel that, although it appeared to be Gufan's foot stepping on his head, there seemed to be some kind of invisible barrier between Gufan's foot and his face. Ah, can't move anymore, can you? Gufan laughed loudly. His stomping was far from ordinary. His foot was continuously operating an unlimited technique, making it impossible for Vincent to break free. As Gufan's foot pressed down further, Vincent's head was already embedded in the pavement like it was part of the road. If this continues, let alone being trampled to death, he might also suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Vincent began to struggle frantically as the shadow of death loomed closer and closer. His heart was filled with regret. If given the chance to do it over, he would never have taken Gufan as a hostage. He had clearly captured a high school student, but ended up encountering a living king of hell. I'm really not dreaming, am I? Mu Feishue looked at everything happening before her heart filled with a dreamlike illusion. A normally unremarkable classmate was able to completely overpower a second-tier lower-level ability user without giving them any chance to fight back. Such a scenario could probably only appear in a dream, right? In your next life, be a better person. Gufan noticed the regret in Yuwensen's eyes and pressed down even harder with his foot. Not regretting when killing, but starting to regret when being counter-killed. How utterly ridiculous. Faced with Gufan's ruthlessness, the regret in Yuwensen's heart turned into intense hatred. Even though he could no longer speak and his swollen eyes were almost shut, Yuwensen still mustered all his strength to curse, glaring at Gufan with a burning desire to tear him apart alive. The spiritual energy within his body began to spiral spiral out of control. He decided to sacrifice his life, detonating his own spiritual energy to launch a final counterattack against Gu Fan. A massive explosion erupted on the street, with flames and smoke engulfing Gu Fan like a ferocious beast. Not good. It's over. Cao Yingjin and Zhang Defu were filled with regret. They had been so stunned earlier that they failed to step forward in time to help. If they had acted sooner, Yu Wensun would never have had the chance to self-destruct. Self-detonation is the highest-level attack method for superhumans, with astonishing power. The self-detonation of a second-tier lower-level superhuman can even severely injure a second-tier upper-level superhuman, something absolutely unbearable for a first-tier lower-level individual like Gu Fan. Gradually, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Gu Fan reappeared in everyone's sight. Not only was he completely unharmed, but even his hairstyle remained perfectly intact. How are you completely fine? Cao Yingjin hurriedly rushed forward, too shocked to speak. The scene before him was completely different from the severe injury or even death he had imagined. Gu Fan was standing there unharmed. Are you hoping something happens to me? Gu Fan retorted. No, Cao Yingjin stammered. The words were on the tip of his tongue but he couldn't say them. I am Zhang Defu, a member of the city guard. Thank you for stepping in to help. You must be a student from Luyun No. 1 High School, truly a hero in your youth. Zhang Defu also walked over, respectfully praising. No need to be polite. I was merely exercising my right to self-defense. It doesn't count as helping. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Gu Fan disliked trouble and was unwilling to get too entangled with the city guard. If he were invited to the police station to give a statement, it would hardly be worth the trouble. Since you have other matters, we won't disturb you. Take care on your way. Zhang Defu, seeing this, was also tactful and waved goodbye to Gu Fan. Gu Fan turned around, waved his hand, and walked away without looking back, quickly disappearing from sight. What an incredible student. Zhang Defu sighed sincerely. Yeah, if I had half his ability in high school, I wouldn't have been stuck in this small Luyun city my whole life. Cao Yingjin was equally filled with emotion. Xiao Jiang, where is the thug you mentioned? At this moment, the squad leader of the city guard, Xiao Bo, arrived panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. Report, Captain, the thug has been shot dead. Zhang Defu reports. The thug is dead? Did you kill him? Why isn't there a body around? Xiao Bo asked repeatedly. Captain, my law enforcement recorder has a complete video. You'll understand once you watch it. Zhang Defu said. Xiao Bo took the law enforcement recorder and grew more and more shocked as he watched. At this age, with such strength, he is definitely on par with the geniuses of the provincial capital. After more than 10 years, Luyun City has finally produced a truly remarkable figure. This year's martial arts college entrance exam is really worth watching. Turn off the law enforcement recorder. Xiao Bo looked up and sighed. Luyun No. 1 High School, Class 3, Grade 3. Have you heard? That escaped serial killer was shot dead in the street, and I heard it was done by a student from our school. I didn't just hear about it, I even watched the video online. That expert looks strikingly similar to a certain student in our class. Really? Tell me, who does he resemble? I don't recall anyone that impressive in our class. You guys would never guess. It's like Gu Fan. Gu Fan? No way. Gu Fan only awakened an E-level ability and barely had any presence in class. If it's really him, I'll swallow my phone on the spot. That's true, ha ha ha. Several students in the back row stood by their desks, chatting and laughing. Today is June 3rd, 3 days after the awakening ceremony, and also the day to officially submit the college entrance exam subject selection form. Mu Feishuan in the front row was being pulled into a conversation by her best friend. Xiuxue, I remember you were at the crime scene back then, right? Was that mysterious high school student really Gu Fan? Yu Haiying asked curiously. Mu Feishuan did not answer immediately, still feeling dazed. She had been completely stunned by the scene in front of her, and by the time she came to her senses, Gu Fan had already left. At this moment, Gu Fan and Zhang Yuanhao walked into the classroom together, chatting as they entered. Gu Fan, be honest, is that mysterious high school student everyone is talking about online really you? Mysterious high school student? What's that? Wasn't there a serial killer who escaped from prison a few days ago? 3 days ago, a high school student shot him dead in the street. Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, that was me. Ha, you dared to keep pretending. Seeing Zhang Yuanhao's disbelief, Gu Fan couldn't be bothered to explain and turned back to his seat. After sitting down, he glanced around and found that his classmates, like Zhang Yuanhao, had taken his truth as a joke. Nowadays, no one believes the truth when it's spoken. Gu Fan shook his head and sighed. Within a few minutes, all the students had arrived, and the homeroom teacher, Lu Fengwen, also entered the classroom. Classmates, today is the day to submit your subject selection forms. Let me remind you of a few things. The martial arts college entrance exam is different from the liberal arts and sciences. It involves fighting ferocious beasts on sight and carries a certain risk of death. If your awakened ability is below D level, or if you've awakened an ability with unclear significance, it is not recommended to choose the martial arts college entrance exam. As soon as Lu Fengwen spoke, several students who had awakened E level or useless abilities hesitated immediately, their expressions seems uncertain. Alright, the reminder has been given. You have 5 minutes to think it over. Within 5 minutes, you can change your choices. When the time is up, I'll have the class monitor collect the forms. Lu Fengwen continued speaking. Some were happy, while others were worried. Those students who awakened powerful abilities appeared confident and composed, while those who awakened weaker abilities frowned. Deeply, unwilling to give up on the martial arts college entrance exam yet worried about dying under the claws of ferocious beasts, Gu Fan quietly observed the scene before him, feeling a deep sense of empathy. If he hadn't bound the system at the critical moment, he too would have faced such a difficult choice. The 5 minutes quickly passed, and Lu Fengwen signaled the class monitor to collect the volunteer forms. The class monitor did not collect them personally but instead had the students pass them along. The volunteer forms were passed from the last row to the first row, where the class monitor gathered them one by one, counted the number of submissions, and handed them over to Lu Fengwen. Lu Fengwen carefully put away the volunteer forms without immediately announcing dismissal, instead reviewing them one by one. When he flipped to Gu Fan's volunteer form, he instinctively frowned and glanced at Gu Fan. Soon, Lu Fengwen finished reviewing all the volunteer forms, took a deep breath, and said, "That's about it for today's content. Those who need to train, train. Those who need to study, study. Dismissed. Gu Fan, come with me to the office." In the corner of the teacher's office at Luyun No. 1 High School, the reception area was separated by a folding screen. In the reception area, there is a black leather sofa and a glass table, with Gu Fan and Lu Fengwen sitting across the table facing each other. "Gu Fan, you're the only one in our class with an E-level ability participating in the martial arts college entrance exam. Some students with D-level abilities have already given up. You should reconsider." Lu Fengwen picked up Gu Fan's application form from the glass table and pushed it in front of him. "Teacher, I've already made up my mind," Gu Fan answered firmly. "Every year, students die in the martial arts college entrance exam, and 80% of them have E-level abilities. Gu Fan, learning to let go is also a form of growth. Some things can't be solved just by persistence and effort." Lu Fengwen lit a cigarette, gazing out the window, his words full of meaning. Gu Fan understood that the homeroom teacher was worried about him and didn't want him to risk his life in vain. He also understood the teacher's concerns. Without being bound to the system, relying solely on an ordinary E-level ability, he would never have so resolutely chosen the martial arts college entrance exam. He was just an ordinary person and was also afraid of death. "Teacher, I've already made up my mind." Gu Fan repeated his decision once again. "All right." Lu Fengwen took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, "Since you're so determined, I can't persuade you. You're already an adult and have the right to take responsibility for yourself. All right, you can leave now." Lu Fengwen flicked the ash off his cigarette and said no more. Strolling along the corridor, Gu Fan fell into deep thought. Since arriving in this world called Blue Star, he had always harbored a sense of crisis. This place was different from Earth. Here, there were man-eating ferocious beasts. To prevent beast invasions, every city in the Great Xia Kingdom had built high walls, equipped with squads of ability users for tight defense. Yet even so, every year, there were still cities breached by beast tides, walls destroyed, cities fallen, and citizens slaughtered. If there is no hope and no opportunity, one can only use helplessness to console oneself. But now that the system has been activated, with opportunities and hope right in front of him, he naturally has to do his best to improve himself. Gu Fan doesn't want to stand helplessly in place when the beast tide strikes. Having crossed over this time, he is determined to clear all obstacles and reach the pinnacle of the world. The best way to become stronger is undoubtedly to earn points, enhance abilities through system upgrades, and these points are closely tied to recovering items and slaying ferocious beasts. This martial arts college entrance exam is the perfect opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts and earn a large number of points. Hunting ferocious beasts can also improve rankings, leading to admission into top academies. After entering a top academy, one can gain abundant resources for system recovery and earn points again. This is undoubtedly a win-win situation. I've decided I will achieve the top score in the martial arts college entrance exam, not just the first in Luyun City, but also the first in Jiangbei Province. Gu Fan collected his thoughts and made a firm resolution. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was June 7th, the National College Entrance Exam Day. During this period, Gu Fan was either resting at home or training at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, not stepping into school for several days. Is the meeting time at 7:30 in the morning? Gu Fan, who had just woken up, glanced at the message posted in the class group and stretched lazily. After washing up, he put on the combat uniform and combat shoes designated for the exam. To ensure the safety of examinees, the Martial Arts College Entrance Exam provides combat uniforms and combat shoes free of charge. These first-tier spiritual power armors can withstand some attacks from first-tier ferocious beasts, greatly improving the survival rate of examinees. Ready, let's go. The refreshed Gu Fan picked up the admission ticket on the table and walked out of the house with composure. The Martial Arts College Entrance Exam in Luyun City is held in an abandoned town on the outskirts. Candidates need to first gather at their respective schools, after which the schools will arrange special buses to take them to the exam venue. Stepping onto the campus campus, the first sight was a crowd of candidates and parents seeing them off. Gu Fan looked around and found the coach labeled Class 3, Grade 3. Gu Fan, over here. Just as he got on the bus, Gu Fan saw Zhang Yuanhao waving at him. He walked straight over, sat down beside him, and said, Yuanhao, you came quite early. Can't help it, I'm too excited. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Zhang Yuanhao replied with a smile. Gu Fan looked around. Only a small number of students seemed as excited as Zhang Yuanhao, while most of them wore gloomy expressions. Is this the unevenness of the world? Gu Fan sighed with emotion. What are you talking about? Zhang Yuanhao asked in confusion. Gu Fan shook his head. As time passed, the bus gradually filled up with students. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Lu Fengwen, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, stood up and began checking the names on the roster one by one. After confirming everything was correct, he announced, everyone is here, let's go. Due to traffic control measures on the road, the bus traveled smoothly and soon arrived at the destination. After the bus came to a stop, the students got off one after another, each stunned by the scene before them. This was a very spacious square, and at the far end stood a towering wall, with a large gate perfectly aligned with the center of the square. The roar of that beast is terrifying. Is it still possible to quit the exam now? Count me in. Just hearing the sound makes me tremble. If I actually see them, I might wet my pants on the spot. Terrifying screams occasionally echoed from within the high walls, scaring many students into retreating. Inside the high walls lies an abandoned town, which was occupied by ferocious beasts more than 20 years ago. Although the army later arrived to provide support, the area had already been completely destroyed by the beasts, losing its value for recovery and reconstruction. As a result, the army eliminated all threatening beasts, leaving only first-tier beasts and a few second-tier beasts, and transformed the area into a military training ground. Later, every June 7th, this place was also used as a test site for the martial arts college entrance examination. Ha, so scared? As expected of a country bumpkin, you completely match my impression of you. An arrogant voice came from the crowd, and the owner of the voice had a face full of smugness. Hearing this, many students angrily turned around, wanting to retort, but upon seeing Yi Weijie, they immediately held back their anger, clenching their fists tightly to suppress their fury. Ha, no one is speaking? Silence means admission, right? Country folks should act like country folks. Since you're all so useless, I'll reluctantly take the first place in Luyun City. Yi Weijie burst into loud laughter, utterly arrogant. Who is this guy, and why is he so cocky? Gu Fan was somewhat surprised and inquired with Zhang Yuanhao. Yi Weijie just transferred here a few days ago, reportedly from the capital. Zhang Yuanhao replied. Gu Fan immediately understood the meaning of country folk in Yi Weijie's words and couldn't help but say helplessly, he's from the capital. What's he doing in our Luyun City? Who knows, maybe he couldn't make it in Kyoto and came here specifically to seek a sense of presence. When you weren't at school, you had no idea how annoying Yi Weijie was. He relied on his strength to dominate the entire martial arts arena. Zhang Yuanhao's eyes were full of disgust. How strong is he exactly? Gu Fan asked. You little brat, you're courting death. Yi Weijie is a mid-level first-rank ability user, possessing the A-level ability Purple Spirit Thunder. His marksmanship has even reached an advanced level, and even Mu Fei Shue was defeated by him. Zhang Yuanhao said. Even Mu Fei Shue can't beat him? This surprised Gu Fan a little. It seems that the suppression between levels among ability users is still very evident. Even an S-level ability user may not easily defeat a high-level A-level ability user. Of course, the difference between swordsmanship and marksmanship is also crucial. Mu Fei Shue's swordsmanship is intermediate, while Yi Weijie's marksmanship has already reached an advanced level. This Yi Weijie, he's really bullying us from Luyun City as if we have no one. Zhang Yuanhao said angrily. Don't worry, he won't be jumping around for long. Someone will deal with him soon. Gu Fan said confidently. Who? Zhang Yuanhao asked in surprise. Me. Gu Fan pointed at himself. Ha, you're joking again. Zhang Yuanhao laughed. After hearing Gu Fan's words, his mood lightened considerably. Good morning, candidates. I am Chang Shoji, the chief examiner for this year's martial arts college entrance examination in Luyun City. As soon as the words were spoken, the square instantly fell silent, and the students all turned their gaze toward the central podium. On the podium stood a military officer dressed in uniform, exuding an imposing aura. He was none other than Chang Shoji, the chief examiner for this year's martial arts college entrance examination in Luyun City. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. Definitely not a second-tier ability user. Could it be third tier? Or even fourth tier? Gu Fan was shocked internally. With his extremely strong perception through his 6 eyes, he could deeply sense the terrifying strength of this chief examiner. The martial arts college entrance exam is about to begin. Before the exam, I will go over some important points. Please listen carefully, candidates. This martial arts college entrance exam will start promptly at 9 a.m. and end at 5 p.m., lasting a total of 8 hours. The examination site is located in the abandoned town behind the square. As in previous years, the abandoned town is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Area D is situated on the outskirts of the abandoned abandoned town, where only lower-level Tier 1 beasts appear. Area C is in the central part of the abandoned town, where most of the beasts are mid-level Tier 1. Area B is located deep within the abandoned town, where more than half of the beasts are upper-level Tier 1. Area A is located in the heart of the abandoned town, where the ferocious beasts are at least first-tier upper-level, and occasionally, a very small number of second-tier beasts lurk within. Different areas correspond to different levels of difficulty. Examinees, please choose the appropriate area based on your own strength. Chief Examiner Chung Shoji solemnly announced. Smart wristband. Very futuristic. Gufan raised his arm, his gaze falling on the smart wristband on his hand. This smart wristband, specifically designed for the martial arts college entrance exam, not only automatically identifies ferocious beasts but also calculates scores based on the type and level of the beasts. The higher the level and the stronger the species of the beast, the more points are naturally awarded upon its defeat. In addition to the scoring function, the smart wristband is equipped with positioning and distress call features. In case of danger or injury, this function can be used to call examiners for rescue. However, during the martial arts college entrance exam, very few candidates actually activate the distress call function, as those with strong abilities simply don't need it, while those who do often don't have time to receive assistance. At the city wall's main gate, candidates were densely packed, forming lines according to their schools and classes. Gufan and Zhang Yuanhao happened to be positioned one after the other. Gufan, are you really not teaming up with me? Zhang Yuanhao asked. There's no need for that. I'm at my strongest when I'm alone. Or are you unsure and need me to carry you? Gufan countered. Cut the nonsense. Do I need you to carry me? Zhang Yuanhao rolled his eyes. Soon, the time reached 9 o'clock sharp. The city wall began to tremble, the gate slowly rose, and Chief Examiner Chung Shoji loudly announced, the 2023 Martial Arts College entrance examination of Luyun City officially begins. One step ahead, every step ahead. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd scattered, and the candidates, like untamed wild horses, rushed toward the abandoned town in a frenzy. Many candidates began using their abilities. Some rode the wind, gliding through the air, others enhanced their bodies, running as fast as the wind. Hiweijia was even more dramatic, his entire body crackling with electricity as he shot forward like a cannonball. Gufan, however, did not join the commotion. He calmly activated his limitless technique and proceeded at a leisurely pace. Once the surrounding crowd had gradually dispersed, Gufan stopped in his tracks and raised his eyes to look at the smart wristband in his hand. A line of text popped up on the screen. Candidates, please verify your identity information. After confirming it is correct, click the confirm button. Name, Gufan. School, Luyun No. 1 High School. Class, Grade 3, Class 3. Examination number, 314701730459. Are you sure? Gufan gently clicked confirm. Confirmation successful. Verifying location information. Positioning successful. Information verification completed. Wish you success in your exam. After the verification was completed, the smart wristband interface immediately changed, starting to display scores and rankings. First, Hiweijia, 9 points, Luyun No. 1 High School. Second, Mu Feishue, 8 points, Luyun No. 1 High School. Third, Mengzhan, 5 points, Luyun No. 2 High School. 939th, Gufan, 0 points, Luyun No. 1 High School. Everyone so fast? Gufan was secretly surprised. In less than 3 minutes, many students had already killed fierce beasts on the leaderboard. Buzz 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 buzz. He looked up and saw countless drones flying in the sky, creating a rather spectacular scene. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the annual martial arts college entrance examination is broadcast live for lower grade students in various middle schools to watch. The Education Bureau, principals, school leaders, and class teachers also follow it simultaneously. Head straight to the core area. The higher the level of the ferocious beasts, the more points you get, and the system naturally awards more points. The exam is only 8 hours long. There's no time to waste on the outskirts. Gufan opened the map on his smart wristband and began planning a route, striving to chart the most efficient path. This abandoned town covered a considerable area, and achieving maximum efficiency required some strategic thinking. Just as he was about to set off, there was a disturbance in the nearby bushes, and a gray ferocious beast suddenly leapt out. The beast resembled both a wolf and a dog, its fur disheveled and unkempt, with red pupils radiating a fierce and menacing glow. Boom! First tier lower level ferocious beast, Grey Demon Wolf. Gufan immediately recognized the name of this ferocious beast. It had been a key topic in the ferocious beast knowledge class taught by the teacher earlier. The Grey Demon Wolf is a common first tier lower level ferocious beast in the wilderness, known for its agility and ferocity. Although it is only a first tier lower level beast, its speed and attack power rival those of many first tier mid level ferocious beasts. However, the Grey Demon Wolf has extremely weak defense, making it the most fragile existence even among first tier lower level ferocious beasts, a typical glass cannon. The Grey Demon Wolf let out a furious roar, opened its bloodthirsty maw, and lunged at Gufan's neck. It instinctively knew that was a human's weak spot. result. Gu Fan chose not to activate the Limitless technique to block the attack directly. There was no need for that. Instead, he decided to take the opportunity to train his body's reaction speed. After all, his mastery of the Limitless technique was not yet complete. It required active activation and had limited duration. Moreover, the technique couldn't block all attacks, and if he became careless, he might end up with the same fate as Satoru Gojo. Therefore, training his body's reaction speed was particularly important. At all times, survival methods must be prioritized. This was a principle Gu Fan had always adhered to. With the Six Eyes' exceptional vision, the Grey Demon Wolf's movements appeared slow. Gu Fan sidestepped swiftly, brushing past the lunging Grey Demon Wolf. Howl! The Grey Demon Wolf was still unwilling to give up. It roared again and charged at Gu Fan, its sharp claws aiming straight for his face. The wolf's claws were as hard as iron, carrying terrifying momentum. If they hit, half of Gu Fan's head might be sent flying. Classmate, are you okay? Still not learning your lesson? Gu Fan moved his body and easily dodged the claws. At that moment, the Grey Demon Wolf's side abdomen was exposed. Gu Fan's gaze sharpened, cursed energy surged, and he swung a punch, striking the Grey Demon Wolf's side abdomen fiercely. Bang! A sound like a thunderclap exploded, and the body of the Grey Demon Wolf instantly burst apart. Blood and entrails rained down like a storm, filling the air with a pungent stench of blood. That was close. Really close. Gu Fan stood unscathed amidst the bloody downpour, thankful that he had activated the Limitless technique at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have been drenched head to toe in wolf blood. Ding! Successfully killed the Grey Demon Wolf. Points +3. The system notification sounded. Only 3 points? That's really low. Gu Fan frowned. This was even less than he had expected. A single ferocious beast was worth just 3 points. Killing 10 would only yield 30 points. To advance from Tier 1 lower to Tier 1 middle required 300 points, meaning he would have to kill 100 ferocious beasts to level up. I need to pick up the pace. Farming monsters here is way too inefficient. I originally planned to hunt while traveling, but now it seems more worthwhile to head straight to the next area first, Gu Fan thought to himself. Technique forward rotation, Azure. Without hesitation, Gu Fan immediately activated technique forward rotation, Azure. Since he needed to hurry, he naturally had to use the fastest speed. Boom! With the boost of technique forward rotation, Azure, Gu Fan sped through the abandoned town like a racing truck. A Tier 1 intermediate fierce beast, the Crimson Fire Ant. Seeing the red ant in front of him, which was even larger than the Grey Demon Wolf, Gu Fan silently recited its name. The Crimson Fire Ant had a ferocious appearance, with long red antennae on its head, white spikes covering its body, and a sharp crimson stinger at its tail. Squeak, squeak! The Crimson Fire Ant screeched, twisting its body as it crawled ominously across the ground. So terrifying. Gu Fan didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated the Limitless technique, his fist igniting with cursed energy, and threw a powerful punch at the head of the Red Fire Ant. Boom! The Red Fire Ant's head instantly split open, foul-smelling fluid splattering everywhere, and the headless insect corpse fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Successfully killed Red Fire Ant. Points +6. The system notification sounded. One punch to kill, effortless. Gu Fan withdrew his fist and smiled faintly. Since arriving in the center of the abandoned town, the frequency of ferocious beasts appearing has greatly increased. Including this Red Fire Ant, he has already killed more than 20 ferocious beasts. He opened the system panel. Host, Gu Fan. Level, Tier 1 lower. Ability, Six Eyes, Initial Awakening. Spiritual Power, 108. Skills, Cursed Energy Conversion, Power of Stopping, Technique Forward Rotation Azure, Technique Reverse Rotation Crimson, unavailable. Hollow Technique Purple, unavailable. Martial Arts Mastery, Beginner. Points, 113. The points are still too few. Upgrading to Level 1 Intermediate requires 300 points, and advancing Fist Mastery to Intermediate also needs 200 points. Gu Fan muttered to himself. Forget it, I'm too lazy to save up. System, consume 100 points and add them to Spiritual Power. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable force erupted within Gu Fan's body, instantly boosting his spiritual power. Spiritual Power, 108128. What is this cheat-like feeling? Could this be the power of the system? After the spiritual power increased, Gu Fan felt a wave of clarity and refreshment. His mobility, reaction, speed, attack power, and defense were all significantly enhanced. Spiritual power is the foundation of all things, and improving it is equivalent to enhancing all-round attributes. The amplification of cursed energy is the same. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the more cursed energy I can convert. Right now, I definitely have the output capability of a first-tier superior. Gu Fan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He was eager to immediately find a first-tier superior ferocious beast to test his skills. There's no point in staying in this area. First-tier intermediate ferocious beasts are instant kills in my hands, completely boring. With this thought, Gu Fan opened his smart wristband, glanced at the map, and had already planned his route, preparing to venture deeper into the abandoned town. At this moment, a student walked out from beside a dilapidated house ahead it was Gu Fan's friend, Zhang Yuanhao. Gu Fan, what are you doing here? Zhang Yuanhao asked in surprise. Yuanhao, you're really quick. You've already made it to Area C so early. Gu Fan responded with a smile. Isn't that what I should be saying? Zhang Yuanhao retorted loudly. Yuanhao, I'm heading to Area B next. If you want to come along, you can follow me. I guarantee I'll take you to the top. Gu Fan said. What? You want to go to Area B? Are you tired of living? That place is full of Tier 1 advanced beasts, and students like us, who are Tier 1 lower level, can't possibly handle them. Zhang Yuanhao's expression immediately turned serious. What's a mere Tier 1 advanced beast? Even if it's a Tier 2 beast, I can kill it without hesitation. Gu Fan said confidently. You're just bragging. Zhang Yuanhao said helplessly. Everything I said is true, but you just don't believe me. Gu Fan sighed helplessly. At this moment, a black bull, as large as a small car, came stumbling and charging down the abandoned street not far away. Trouble. It's the ferocious beast, the evil horned bull. Zhang Yuanhao's expression immediately turned serious. The evil horned bull is an extremely ferocious beast. Although it is only a mid-level Tier 1 creature, its thick hide, coarse flesh, and astonishing strength make it even harder to deal with than most high-level Tier 1 beasts. The evil horned bull is not something we can handle. Gu Fan, hurry and leave. I can't hold it off for long. Zhang Yuanhao took a deep breath, stood in front of Gu Fan, and ignited the Xianhuang flame in his hand, shouting loudly, Go! Seeing that Gu Fan remained unresponsive, Zhang Yuanhao shouted again, Are you scared stiff? Damn it! Gu Fan remained motionless, while Zhang Yuanhao gritted his teeth, holding his sword in one hand and fire in the other, charging resolutely toward the evil horned bull. Flaming demon sword. Zhang Yuanhao smeared the Xianhuang flame onto the blade, stepping forward with determination, and slashed at the horn of the evil horned bull. Clang! The blade struck the horn, producing a crisp metallic sound, reminiscent of the echo of a clock. The ferocious horned bull was forcibly pushed back a step, while Zhang Yuanhao staggered back several steps due to the recoil. His palms split open, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Moo! 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 The ferocious horned bull roared, stomping the ground fiercely with its hooves, kicking up clouds of dust. Suddenly, the ferocious horned bull moved, its steps heavy and powerful, as if each step could shake the earth. Zhang Yuanhao was drenched in cold sweat, his hand holding the sword trembling uncontrollably. He knew he couldn't possibly withstand the charge of the ferocious horned bull. It's coming! Staring at the approaching horns, Zhang Yuanhao helplessly closed his eyes. He wanted to run, but he couldn't, because Gu Fan was right behind him. Gu Fan was merely an E-level ability user with limited combat power. If he ran away, Gu Fan wouldn't be able to survive at all. If you can't win, why act tough? Didn't I say it before? I'll make sure to take you flying. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanhao heard Gu Fan's voice and reflexively opened his eyes, only to see Gu Fan suddenly appear in front of him, turning sideways and blocking the charging evil horned bull with one hand. Boom! The powerful shockwave from the evil horned bull's charge scattered in all directions. The violent gust made Zhang Yuanhao unable to open his eyes for a moment. When he finally did, his head buzzed as if struck by lightning. Gu Fan lazily yawned, casually resting one hand on the evil horned bull's horn. The evil horned bull roared, its muscles taut. Though its hooves stomped in place, it struck a comically desperate charging pose. Gu Fan, what kind of superpower is this? You're way too strong. Zhang Yuanhao shouted excitedly. Stop making a fuss. I told you on the day of my awakening ceremony that my superpower is very strong. Gu Fan said calmly. So, that mysterious high school student who killed the serial killer is also you? Zhang Yuanhao continued to press. I've answered this before. You're the one who never believed me and treated my words as a joke. Gu Fan replied nonchalantly. Zhang Yuanhao was so shocked that he could only repeat this sentence. It felt like having a friend who rode a shabby bicycle to school every day, and then one day, he suddenly showed up at the school gate driving a Ferrari with one hand. The ferocious horned bull roared incessantly, stomping the ground fiercely with its hooves, displaying a stance of unyielding determination. Aren't you tired of going crazy like this all the time? Gu Fan sighed, then leapt up and kicked directly at the horn of the ferocious bull. The horn instantly broke into several pieces, and the evil horned bull was sent flying like a launched missile, crashing into the ruins. This power is just too overwhelming. Zhang Yuanhao was stunned. His strongest skill, the blazing demon sword, could only manage a draw with the evil horned bull, yet Gu Fan casually sent it flying dozens of meters with a single kick. The same people, the same students, and both being first-level lower-tier ability users, how can the gap be so vast? It still hasn't been taken down in one hit. This evil horned bull really has some skills. Using the instant teleportation of the technique Shun Rotation, Azure, Gu Fan jumped directly into the ruins. Watching the struggling evil horned bull, his heart was filled with curiosity. If all first-level upper-tier ferocious beasts are this hard to deal with, my hunting efficiency will definitely take a big hit. I need to think of a solution. Gu Fan was last hitting while thinking. Ding! Successfully killed the evil horned bull. Points +8. The system notification sounded. That's quite a lot of points. Gu Fan walked out of the ruins after slaying the evil horned bull and returned to Zhang Yuanhao's side. Yuanhao, as you can see, the beasts in Area C can no longer challenge me. Next, I'm heading to Area B. If you want to go, you can follow me, and I'll take you along. Gu Fan said. Gu Fan, I appreciate your kindness, but it's the college entrance exam now, and I want to rely on my own strength to strive for success and get into university on my own. Even if I get into a top university with your help, I still won't be able to keep up. This doesn't belong to me, and it never will. I'm not going to Area B. I'll stay in Area C. I wish you good luck with your exams. Zhang Yuanhao shook his head and said, alright, I won't force you then. Gu Fan opened his smartwatch and saw that Zhang Yuanhao's ranking was actually 15th, much higher than his own. He immediately felt relieved. I was just lucky, ran into quite a few old, weak, and injured beasts, and picked up a lot of scraps. Zhang Yuanhao explained. Luck is also a kind of strength, Gu Fan said with a smile. Yuanhao, I'm leaving now. See you after the exams, and I wish you to maintain your good grades. Gu Fan waved goodbye to Zhang Yuanhao. Goodbye. Zhang Yuanhao also waved, watching Gu Fan gradually walk away. On the giant square outside the city wall, 10 screens of various sizes were broadcasting the live footage of the top 10 candidates in the martial arts entrance exam. The screen for the first place was the largest, the second and third slightly smaller, and the fourth to 10th were smaller screens. In addition to these 10 screens, there was also a real-time updated scoreboard displaying the names and schools of the top 50 candidates. In the audience below the screen, the leaders of the Education Bureau, principals of various schools, and class teachers watched while engaging in lively discussions. Sigh, this Hiweijia has always dominated first place. I never expected the top spot in our Luyun city to be taken by an outsider. Chen Deming, the director of the Education Bureau, sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, Hiweijia is from the capital and has enjoyed top-tier cultivation resources since childhood, far surpassing the students of our Luyun city. Principal Lu Zhu of Luyun No. 1 High School shook his head repeatedly. Sigh, let's not talk about Hiweijia. Talking about him just makes me upset. Let's discuss other students instead. Mu Feishua has performed exceptionally well. Not only did she awaken an S-level ability, but she also maintained a very stable performance in this year's martial arts college entrance exam, consistently holding second place. If it weren't for Hiweijia showing up halfway through, Mu Feishua would definitely have been first. Sigh, I said I wouldn't mention Hiweijia, but I just couldn't help it. Director of the Education Bureau, Chen Deming, said helplessly. Mu Feishua is the best student at Luyun No. 1 High School. With her current grades, getting into the top 50 in Jiangbei province is absolutely no problem. Principal Lu Zhu of Luyun No. 1 High School said proudly. Speaking of which, it's been 5 years since any student from Luyun City has made it into the top 100, let alone the top 50. Director of the Education Bureau, Chen Deming, remarked emotionally. Jiangbei province has a large population, and Luyun City is a remote small city with extremely scarce cultivation resources. If Mu Feishua had been born in the provincial capital instead of Luyun City, her ranking would definitely not be in the top 50 but firmly in the top 10, or even have the strength to challenge the top 3, leaving Hiweijia no chance to act arrogant. The leaders were exchanging ideas, and the teachers were also discussing the students' performances. In the corner of the audience, the homeroom teachers of each class from Luyun No. 1 High School were quietly chatting. Old Lu, the results of your class 3 are truly amazing. Out of the top 50 in Luyun City, your class has 3 students. Don't forget to treat us to a meal when you get your year-end bonus. Fang Dongxing, the homeroom teacher of class 2, said with a smile. Old Fong, you said our class has 3? Why don't I have any impression of that? Class 3's homeroom teacher, Lu Fengwen, was a bit puzzled. He thought to himself that his class only had 2 students worth mentioning. One was the S-ranked Mu Feishua, and the other was the A-ranked Zhang Yuanhao. How could there be another student? Old Lu, just look at the screen. Rank 32, Gu Fan, Luyun First High School, Class 3, Year 3. The information on the rankings can't be wrong. Don't tell me you don't recognize your own student? Class 2's homeroom teacher, Fang Dongxing, said. Gu Fan, rank 32? Class 3's homeroom teacher, Lu Fengwen, was taken aback, his eyes almost bulging out as if they were about to explode. Old Lu, why are you reacting so strongly? Could it be that you really don't recognize your own student? Class 2's homeroom teacher, Fang Dongxing, teased. It's not that my reaction is exaggerated. If it were you, you'd probably react even more strongly. Let me tell you, Gu Fan awakened an E-level ability. Class 3's homeroom teacher Lu Fengwen said. What? Gu Fan only has E-level abilities? Hearing this, Class 2's homeroom teacher Fang Dongxing also widened his eyes. Old Lu, Old Feng, quickly look at the screen. Gu Fan's ranking has risen again. He's now at 31st place. Class 1's homeroom teacher, Yan Huixian, interjected. What? Gu Fan's ranking can still rise? Class 3's homeroom teacher, Lu Fengwen, looked full of doubt. Gu Fan's current performance had already shocked him, and if it continued to rise, he would start to wonder if he was dreaming. It rose again, now it's 27th place, jumping directly from 31st to 27th. This is not the limit yet. 26th 26th place, 25th place, 24th place. Nothing. Oh my god, his ranking is still climbing. Class 1's homeroom teacher, Yen Huixian, trembled with excitement, shouting loudly, "It's actually true! Lao Lu, could you be mistaken? How could an E-level ability be this powerful?" Class 2's homeroom teacher, Fang Dongxing, stood up directly from his chair and shouted at Lu Fengwen, "How could I be mistaken? On the day we collected the applications, I even specifically talked to him, advising him not to take the martial arts college entrance exam." Class 3's homeroom teacher, Lu Fengwen, was utterly baffled. Gu Fan was clearly just an E-level ability user. Surviving the martial arts college entrance exam was already a rare feat, so how could his ranking skyrocket like a rocket? "Have we arrived?" Gu Fan, who had been running quickly all the way, stopped. The smart wristband indicated that the B area was just ahead. While hurrying along, Gu Fan didn't forget to hunt ferocious beasts. None of the beasts within his sight could escape his grasp. This also caused his system points to increase significantly, reaching 307 points, and his ranking rose accordingly to 18th place. 307 points. I can level up now, Gu Fan said excitedly. System, consume 300 points to upgrade. Gu Fan called the system without hesitation. Since he had accumulated 300 points, upgrading his level was naturally his top priority. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge, pouring into Gu Fan's body at a terrifying speed. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is both sparse and chaotic, making it extremely difficult to refine. Wealthy ability users often absorb the pure spiritual energy from spirit stones to cultivate, thereby shortening their upgrade time. Apart from spirit stones, the ability cultivation method can also accelerate cultivation speed, especially high-level ability cultivation methods, which are 10 times faster than cultivating without them. But none of this applies to Gu Fan. His system defies common sense. There's absolutely no need for spirit stones. The system's absorption and refinement make the spiritual energy of heaven and earth even more concentrated and pure than that within spirit stones. There is no need for the ability cultivation method. With the system's automatic operation, Gu Fan's cultivation speed is 100 million times faster than the most advanced ability cultivation method on Blue Star. A sound like the breaking of shackles came from within Gu Fan's body, and his aura suddenly surged. Level, Tier 1 lower level ability user, Tier 1 mid-level ability user. Breaking through in less than a second, so this is what it feels like to cheat? After the upgrade, Gu Fan felt completely refreshed, with strength within his body far surpassing before, as if he had been reborn. A brand new sense of power surged through his heart. Opened the system panel. Host, Gu Fan. Level, Tier 1 intermediate. Ability, 6 eyes, initial awakening. Spiritual power, 178. Skills, cursed energy conversion, power of stopping, technique forward rotation, azure, technique reverse rotation, crimson, unavailable, hollow technique, purple, unavailable, martial arts mastery, beginner. Points, 7. It seems that leveling up not only increases the level but also boosts spiritual power. Suddenly gaining 50 points is more cost-effective than simply adding points. However, why has the upgrade button turned gray? System, explain this to me, Gu Fan asked. Leveling up has conditions. On one hand, it's about points, and on the other, it's about spiritual power. To upgrade to the first tier upper level, the minimum spiritual power required is 200. The system's voice sounded. Gu Fan immediately understood. He had just been pondering, since leveling up could enhance spiritual power, why did the system also include an additional spiritual power allocation function? Wouldn't it be enough to just keep leveling up? Now the question was finally resolved. Additionally, leveling up has a cooldown period, and this duration depends on the host's physical adaptability. The system spoke again. So, my body hasn't fully adapted to the changes brought by the level up yet. I can only continue advancing after my body adjusts. Gu Fan nodded thoughtfully. Alright, let's keep moving. The more fierce beasts I kill, the stronger I'll become. He closed the system panel and continued moving forward. Gradually, a dilapidated street and 2 rows of old houses appeared before Gu Fan's eyes. This was the heart of the abandoned town, once a bustling neighborhood. Compared to the outskirts and the central area, the sense of decay here was even more intense. The broken street was overgrown with weeds, the old houses were covered in vines, and the utility poles along the street leaned at odd angles. Scattered plastic bottles and cans rolled across the road. A ferocious beast darted out from a small alley by the street, resembling a tiger in appearance, but its claws were blood-red and razor-sharp. A Tier 1 advanced beast, the crimson-clawed tiger. Gu Fan muttered to himself. The red-clawed tiger is a standard Tier 1 superior beast, with balanced stats, high attack, thick skin, and fast speed. It has almost no weaknesses and is extremely troublesome to deal with. Not bad, you're just perfect for testing my strength. I've been itching to fight since I leveled up. Gu Fan chuckled softly, rubbing his hands together, and took the initiative to approach the red-clawed tiger. The red-clawed tiger growled more deeply, carrying a sense of threat. Its wild instincts told it that this human was only at the intermediate level of the first tier, but the confidence confidence emanating from Gu Fan made it instinctively feel fear. As a superior-level beast of the first tier, the Red Claw Tiger was well aware that weaker creatures would never approach it easily, yet Gu Fan's unusual behavior made it hesitant to act rashly. "What's wrong? Scared?" Gu Fan walked swaggeringly toward the red-clawed tiger with his hands in his pockets. The red-clawed tiger roared even louder, trembling all over as it kept retreating. "Ah, you're really scared." Gu Fan laughed loudly and instantly appeared in front of the red-clawed tiger, looking down at it as he spoke. "Roar!" The red-clawed tiger was so terrified that it dared not hesitate any longer and bolted immediately. Spell technique forward rotation, Azure. How could Gu Fan let it escape? He stretched out both hands and abruptly yanked the Crimson Claw Tiger back in front of him, simultaneously throwing a punch. His right fist, burning with cursed energy, mercilessly smashed into the terrified face of the Crimson Claw Tiger. Boom! The head of the Crimson Claw Tiger exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Ding! Successfully killed the Red Claw Tiger. Points plus 12. The system notification sounded. Too weak, too weak. One punch kill, no challenge at all. However, the points are quite a lot, 12 points. At this rate, the points will skyrocket soon. Gu Fan withdrew his fist and stepped forward into the distance. Area B, another street. Not good, it's a red-clawed tiger. Staring at the Crimson Claw Tiger that suddenly leaped out in front of him, Hiweijie broke out in a cold sweat. Having received a good education in Kyoto, Hiweijie was well aware of how troublesome the Crimson Claw Tiger could be. Its attributes were balanced, with almost no weaknesses. If it were of the same level, he was confident he could win decisively, but now he was fighting above his level, and whether he could claim victory remained uncertain. The deafening roar of the Crimson Claw Tiger exploded in Hiweijie's ears, making him even more hesitant, and his body involuntarily retreated. Hiweijie's fear response was caught by the Crimson Claw Tiger. It roared even more ferociously, its scarlet eyes gleaming with a vicious light as it closed in step by step. "Damn it, I'll fight to the end." Hiweijie clenched his teeth, electric sparks flickering around him, and gripped his spear tightly as he charged fiercely at the Crimson Claw Tiger. He recalled his teacher's teachings: when facing a ferocious beast, you must never show fear. The more you fear, the more relentlessly the beast will pursue you. The Crimson Claw Tiger was equally unyielding. With a furious roar, it leaped forward, its sharp crimson claws aiming straight for Hiweijie's face. Click! The spear and sharp claws clashed fiercely, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Man and tiger exchanged blows, fighting for 300 rounds, locked in a stalemate. Purple Thunder Spear! Hiweijie roared, and the spear was instantly enveloped in lightning. With a sudden thrust, the spearhead plunged straight into the eye socket of the Crimson Claw Tiger. The red-clawed tiger let out a miserable cry, its body shaking violently before finally collapsing heavily to the ground from exhaustion. Hoo! Hiweijie panted heavily, his combat suit already torn to shreds, with bloodstains all over his chest. But he paid no attention to any of this, spreading his arms in exhilaration, looking up at the sky, and laughing boldly. "Ha, I won! I won! Did you all see that? This is the strength of me, Hiweijie." In the center of the square outside the high wall, within the audience seating below the screen, "Sigh, this Hiweijie truly lives up to being a native of Kyoto. He can even slay a red-clawed tiger." The director of the Education Bureau, Chen Deming, sighed repeatedly. Hiweijie's marksmanship is so exquisite. It's definitely not intermediate-level marksmanship but advanced-level marksmanship. To master advanced-level marksmanship at such a young age, Kyoto truly lives up to its reputation. Lu Zhu, the principal of Luyun No. 1 High School, couldn't help but exclaim. Other senior officials of the Education Bureau and school leaders were the same. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had to admire Hiweijie's outstanding performance. The situation of this martial arts college entrance examination has been decided. Mufeishua's chances of turning the tables are slim, and Hiweijie, as an outsider, is very likely to take first place in Luyun City. After discussing Hiweijie, the leaders began talking about Mufeishua, then moved on to the third place Mangzhan. In this way, the topic extended all the way to the 10th place, and then attention was drawn to Gu Fan, who ranked 11th. The leaderboard information is as follows. First, Hiweijie, 2031 points, No. 1 High School. Second, Mufeishua, 1914 points, No. 1 High School. Third, Mangzhan, 1732 points, No. 2 High School. 11th, Gu Fan, 1487 points, 1st High School. Principal Lu, your school is truly full of hidden talents. Gu Fan's ranking has been steadily rising without any stagnation, and now he's already in 11th place. Oh, Director Chen Deming sincerely praised. Principal Lu, your Luyun First High School is truly formidable. Most of the spots on the rankings are taken by your students. The principal of Luyun No. 2 High School also came to flatter. By the way, what kind of ability did Gu Fan awaken? He's so strong, why haven't I heard of him before? Chen Deming asked in confusion. Director Chen, I only got to know this Gu Fan today myself. Principal Lu Zhu was full of confusion. He usually had a thorough understanding of the students' situations at the school, or at least some knowledge. For someone like Gu Fan, who who ranked among the top 10 in the entire Luyun city. It was impossible for him not to know the name. No matter how you looked at it, this was strange. Oh, Principal Lu doesn't know him either? It seems this Gu Fan has been lying low, deliberately keeping a low profile, just to amaze everyone during the college entrance exams. Hearing this, Chen Deming became even more interested. He really enjoyed this kind of storyline. Director Chen, please wait a moment. I'll go ask Gu Fan's homeroom teacher to find out. Not only was Chen Deming interested, but Lu Zhu was also curious and wanted to know exactly who Gu Fan was. So, Lu Zhu directly shouted toward the corner of the audience, "Teacher Lu, come over here." At this moment, in the corner of the audience, how is this possible? Lu Fengwen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Gu Fan's name kept climbing on the leaderboard, and with each level he ascended, Lu's inner astonishment deepened. Gu Fan was merely an E-level ability student, ranked as a first-tier subordinate, with no weapon in hand and only the most basic beginner-level boxing skills. Yet such a student had fought his way through and reached the 11th place in the entire Luyun city, and it's still rising steadily. Breaking into the top 10 is just a matter of time. How could this not shock him? Old Lu, Principal Lu is calling you. Seeing Lu Fengwen staring blankly at the rankings, Class 3's homeroom teacher Fang Dongxing quickly reminded him. Principal Lu is calling me? Lu Fengwen finally came to his senses. In a daze, Lu Fengwen walked out of the corner of the audience seating and sat down beside Lu Zhu. Mr. Lu, could you tell us a bit about your student Gu Fan? Director Chen and I are very interested in your student, Lu Zhu asked with a smile. Principal Lu, Director Chen, I really don't know how to introduce him. Gu Fan has only awakened an E-level ability, so there's really not much I can say. Lu Fengwen was still in a daze, scratching his head and answering blankly. Did you say Gu Fan has an E-level ability? Teacher Lu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Lu Zhu frowned and pressed further. Principal Lu, I couldn't have remembered it wrong. Lu Fengwen responded excitedly. You might not believe it, but on the day of filling out the subject selection form, I specifically called him to my office to persuade him not to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Is there really such a thing? Lu Zhu looked utterly incredulous. Since none of us understand it, let's wait and see. Gu Fan is currently ranked 11th, and if he rises one more spot, he'll make it into the top 10, and his name will appear on the screen. During the live broadcast, his ability will be directly displayed before us. As for whether he really has E-level abilities, we'll know as soon as the screen lights up, Chen Deming said with a smile. That's true. Lu Zhu nodded. Gu Fan's ranking soared rapidly. In just 3 minutes, his position jumped from 11th to 10th. So fast. Gu Fan's speed of climbing ranks is simply astonishing. It's only been 3 minutes, and he's already moved up one spot. Lu Zhu was so shocked he couldn't speak. The higher the ranking, the harder it is to advance, and he simply couldn't understand how Gu Fan managed to break through so quickly. This student is truly surprising. Chen Deming also nodded repeatedly, his gaze showing more appreciation, and his evaluation of Gu Fan rose once again in his heart. The screen exclusively for the 10th place began to flicker, the original image switched, and a new scene appeared. In the depths of the abandoned town, a tall and handsome young man was leisurely strolling down the street with his hands in his pockets, as if on a casual outing. Unlike other students on the screen who were engaged in bloody battles, Gu Fan's scene appeared particularly unique. What was even more shocking was that Gu Fan was astonishingly clean, with no trace of blood on his clothes, forming a stark contrast with the blood and corpses scattered everywhere. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Chen Deming, Lu Zhu, and Lu Fengwen shouted in unison. They were, respectively, the director of the Education Bureau, the principal of Luyun No. 1 High School, and the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Grade 3. Over the years, they had watched nearly 20 martial arts college entrance exams, but this was the first time they had ever seen such a situation. Gu Fan, a student, walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets, spotless, through an abandoned town full of ferocious beasts. Such a scene would be impossible even in the provincial capital teeming with prodigies. What kind of superpower does Gu Fan actually have? Chen Deming asked blankly. E-level superpower, 6 eyes. Lu Fengwen responded instinctively. 6 eyes, demon eyes? Chen Deming muttered to himself. He had heard of demon eyes, a highly unique supernatural ability with all sorts of strange powers. Some advanced demon eyes could even attack through vision. Could it be that Gu Fan's 6 eyes are also a type of demon eye? He remotely eliminated the ferocious beast through his eyes, which is why there wasn't a drop of blood on him, and it made sense that his hands were in his pockets. Chen Deming was the first to regain his composure and said with a deliberately profound tone, I more or less understand how Gu Fan did it. How did he do it? Lu Zhu and Lu Fengwen asked in unison. At first glance, the scene on the screen seems impossible, but in reality, we were all deceived by Gu Fan. This can be explained. Generally speaking, as long as it's not a first-tier superior beast, their defense won't be too strong, and their speed won't be too fast. If one possesses long-range attack methods, they can end the battle without shedding a drop of blood. Gu Fan is probably like this. His 6 eyes have long-range damage capabilities. Even if he can't kill the beast in one strike, he can create distance and use kite tactics to where wear the beast down to death. In this way, naturally not a trace of blood would stain him. He didn't need to lift a finger, so keeping his hands in his pockets makes perfect sense. Chen Deming analyzed meticulously. Truly worthy of being the director, so knowledgeable. Lu Zhu and Lu Fengwen nodded in agreement and praised. Alright, let's keep watching. When Gu Fan encounters the ferocious beast, the answer will naturally be revealed. Chen Deming continued speaking. Soon, the scene on the screen changed. A dark shadow darted out from the abandoned building. Under the sunlight, the shadow revealed its true form. It was a Tier 1 advanced ferocious beast, the Crimson Claw Tiger. This is bad. It's a Tier 1 advanced ferocious beast, the Crimson Claw Tiger, and it's so close to Gu Fan. This is dangerous. Lu Zhu shouted in panic. Wait, how can there be a Tier 1 advanced fierce beast here? This is Zone B, and Gu Fan is actually wandering around Zone B? Lu Fengwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as the homeroom teacher and the principal exclaimed, the scene on the screen continued. Gu Fan not only chose not to run away but actively approached the red-clawed tiger, even rubbing his fists and looking eager to try. Facing a Tier 1 superior beast like the red-clawed tiger, Gu Fan not only doesn't flee but actively approaches, and he doesn't even use long-range ability attacks. What is going on here? Could my previous judgment have been wrong? Chen Deming fell into deep thought. What is Gu Fan doing? He actually charged forward. This is the red-clawed tiger we're talking about, a beast that even the first-ranked Yue Jie could only narrowly defeat after a grueling 300 rounds. Is Gu Fan throwing his life away? Lu Zhu stood up anxiously. At this moment, the screen suddenly changed. Gu Fan's figure moved, instantly leaping in front of the Crimson Claw Tiger. With a smile on his face, he threw a fierce punch directly at the tiger's forehead. Bang! Blood blossomed like a flower, covering more than half of the screen. Everyone on site was dumbfounded, exclaiming in unison, "What?" This was the Crimson Claw Tiger, a ferocious Tier 1 high-level beast. Even Yue Jie from the capital had to struggle through hundreds of rounds to barely achieve victory, but Gu Fan casually killed it with one punch. Such strength could probably only be achieved by a Tier 2 ability user. One punch to kill a red-clawed tiger? And you still call this an E-level ability? Lu Fengwen was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, unable to recover for a moment. Gu Fan's ability is definitely not E-level. Even through the screen, I can feel the terrifying power in his punch. Lu Zhu shouted anxiously. This is definitely not an ordinary punch. I've practiced boxing myself, and Gu Fan's boxing technique is clearly just basic. Using basic boxing to kill a red claw tiger with one punch, if it's not a body-enhancing ability, even a second-tier ability user couldn't achieve this. Chen Deming's expression was filled with excitement. After watching the live high school entrance exams for over 10 years, today was the first time he felt so shocked. The live broadcast of the martial arts college entrance examination was not only played in the square outside the examination venue but also simultaneously watched in multimedia classrooms of all high schools in Luyun City. Luyun First High School. Inside the multimedia classroom, the large screen was divided into more than 10 small sections, and the seats were packed with first-year and second-year students. From the moment Gu Fan appeared, all eyes were fixed on him. Gu Fan was too unique, too handsome, too powerful, completely out of place among the other top 10 contestants. Others are cautious and meticulous when dealing with fierce beasts, strategizing every step without the slightest carelessness. But Gu Fan strolls leisurely down the street, casually killing any fierce beast he encounters with a single punch. The beasts, upon seeing him, can only flee for their lives. Senior Gu Fan is so cool. The same beast that the so-called number 1, Yue Jie, struggled to defeat after a long fight was instantly killed by Senior Gu Fan with just one punch. Humph, that first place is from Kyoto. So what if they're from Kyoto? Didn't we from Luyun City crush them? Senior Gu Fan's ranking has risen again. He's already climbed to 3rd place, and at this rate he'll soon reach the top. I declare, from today onward, Senior Gu Fan is my one and only idol. Watching Gu Fan dominate the battlefield on the screen, the students were all fired up. Gu Fan wasn't just fighting alone, he was representing their Luyun City. Yue Jie, a native of Kyoto, had dominated the rankings for a long time, causing them to feel disgusted. Gu Fan's sudden emergence undoubtedly made them feel proud and elated. Deep within the abandoned town, the points for a Tier 1 superior beast are still higher. It takes less time, yet yields more points. Gu Fan stood at the center of the crossroads, softly sighing, then opened the system panel. Host, Gu Fan. Level, Tier 1 Intermediate. Ability, 6 Eyes, Initial Awakening. Spiritual Power, 178. Skills, Cursed Energy Conversion, Force of Stopping, Technique Forward Rotation Blue, Technique Reverse Rotation Red, Unavailable, Hollow Technique Purple, Unavailable, Martial Arts Mastery, Beginner. Points, 352. Points have reached 352, I can allocate them again. First, let's increase Spiritual Power to 200 points, as it's the necessary condition to upgrade to Tier 1 lower level. System, help me increase Spiritual Power to 200 points. Gu Fan called upon the system, and as soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable power instantly erupted within him, causing his spiritual energy to soar. Spiritual energy 178200. The increase in spiritual energy brought a sense of comfort throughout his body, and Gu Fan couldn't help but shout out loud. There are still 234 points left. Upgrading the fist technique requires 200 points, so I might as well upgrade it directly. It's just enough. After a brief moment of thought, he called upon the system again. System, help me upgrade the fist technique. The system responded quickly, instantly engraving a vast amount of knowledge and techniques about boxing into Gu Fan's deep memory. Boxing mastery, beginner intermediate. This is intermediate boxing? After the boxing imprint was completed, Gu Fan directly threw punches, swinging continuously, with the whistling of fist winds as if the air itself were wailing. With spiritual power reaching 200 points and boxing upgraded to intermediate, I am confident I can rely solely on boxing to confront a second-tier ferocious beast. A confident smile appeared on his face. The center of the square outside the high walls, beneath the screen, was the audience seating area. Ah, our Luyun city is truly brimming with talent this year. Not only do we have the S-class ability user Mufashua, but this Gu Fan is also a delightful surprise. Already securing third place, winning the championship is just a matter of time. That young master He Wei Jia from Kyoto surely never dreamed of the current situation. Director Chin Deming said excitedly. Yes, I didn't expect Gu Fan to be so powerful. Along the way, no matter what kind of fierce beast he faced, he defeated it with a single punch. His strength is comparable to a second-tier ability user. Principal Lu Zhu was deeply moved. The Awakening Monument on the day of the Awakening ceremony must have had an issue. Gu Fan is definitely not an E-level ability user. To reach this level, he must be at least S-level or higher. Homeroom teacher Lu Fengwen sighed. These are all minor matters. After the martial arts college entrance exam is over, we can ask him directly to find out. The key is that our Luyun city will definitely gain great fame. We have 3 people in the top 50 of the province, and Gu Fan is sure to break into the top 10. One punch to instantly defeat a first-tier advanced ferocious beast. This kind of strength is absolutely on par with the prodigies of the provincial capital, Chen Deming said proudly. At this moment, on the screen, Gu Fan stands in the middle of the crossroads. The road is empty, with only a few severely damaged private cars scattered around. Suddenly, a group of crimson claw tigers rushes in from all directions, more than 10 of them, tightly surrounding Gu Fan. Not good. Gu Fan is in danger. Lu Zhu immediately became tense and stood up abruptly. This situation is by no means a joke. The strength of ferocious beasts increases exponentially with their numbers. Fighting a single ferocious beast is completely different from facing a group of them. The saying 3 dogs rival the king of firewood is not just idle talk. It's over. The rescue won't make it in time. Chen Deming anxiously pounded his chest and stamped his feet, never expecting that Gu Fan, such a rare talent seen only once in decades, would meet his end in such a muddled way. In Chen Deming's eyes, Gu Fan was almost as good as dead at this moment. After all, superhumans inherently have limited defensive capabilities, especially low-level superhumans, who have very few defensive measures. Facing the siege of more than a dozen red-clawed tigers, even a second-level superhuman would struggle to survive. There was no way Gu Fan could make it out alive. Flowing Cloud First High School, Multimedia Classroom. Everyone, look quickly. Something big has happened. Senior Gu Fan is surrounded by a crimson claw tiger. A female student pointed at the screen and shouted loudly. In fact, there was no need for her reminder. The student's eyes were already fixed on the screen. It's fine. Senior Gu Fan is so strong. Can't he take care of these red-clawed tigers with just 2 punches? Someone in the crowd said. It's not that simple. 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. Senior Gu Fan doesn't have a weapon, and the attack range of fists is too small. It's impossible to deal with a group of monsters. Another person retorted. How could this happen? The students shouted in disappointment, and it was clear that the voices of opposition were louder. It's over. The red-clawed tigers are all pouncing over. Senior Gu Fan can't escape. Ah no. As the screen images changed, the students in the audience grew extremely anxious, with some female students even screaming and covering their eyes. However, the scene on the screen completely overturned their expectations, and everyone stared wide-eyed. The crimson-clawed tigers that had pounced were all suspended in mid-air, their scarlet claws halted beside Gu Fan, unable to move forward no matter how hard they tried. ST stopped. What's going on? What kind of ability is this? It's so cool. I've seen this ability before. A few days ago, that mysterious high school student used this power of stopping to prevent the serial killer's assassination. Senior Gu Fan is actually that mysterious high school student who single-handedly defeated a second-tier superhuman? The stopping power displayed by Gu Fan was instantly recognized by the students, and in an instant, everyone fell into a frenzy as if they had encountered an idol. The audience seating below the screen at the center of the square outside the high walls. What? Chen Deming, Lu Zhu, and Lu Fengwen exclaimed in unison. They had assumed that Gu Fan's ability leaned towards attack enhancement, with weak defense. How could there be someone whose ability was both highly offensive and strongly defensive? But the truth was completely different. Gu Fan stood there motionless, and those red-clawed tigers couldn't even leave a single scratch on him, nor could they get close to him. Just as the the homeroom teacher, principal, and education bureau director were stunned. The image on the screen changed again. Gu Fan began to move, his hands slowly dancing as if performing Tai Chi. A pale blue sphere gradually took shape. He lowered his head and circled his body once, then raised his hand and gently grasped it. Boom! The street was torn apart, sending up billowing clouds of dust. The dust wasn't gray but a vivid blood red. When the smoke and dust cleared, all the crimson claw tigers had vanished, along with the entire circle of road around Gu Fan, which had been torn apart and disappeared. Shin Deming, Lu Zhu, and Lu Fengwen were left speechless. Their minds went blank, and they felt utterly numb. Gu Fan's strength far exceeded their shallow understanding. He was a true genius, not someone this group of ordinary people could easily judge. In the depths of the abandoned town, at the crossroads, the maximum power spell, Shun Rotation Azure, is truly impressive. A dozen red claw tigers were wiped out in an instant, and the street was blown away in the process. Gu Fan remarked with emotion. Ding! Successfully killed red claw tiger, points plus 12. Ding! Successfully killed the red claw tiger, points plus 12. Ding! Successfully killed the red claw tiger, points plus 12. The system notification sounds came one after another. Very good, very good. Just as I ran out of points, another wave was delivered to me. Gu Fan nodded with satisfaction. He did not open the system panel but directly checked the smart wristband. Due to killing a large number of red claw tigers in one go, Gu Fan's ranking jumped directly from third to first. First, Gu Fan, 4,396 points, Luyun First High School. Second, He Weijie, 4,087 points, Luyun First High School. Third, Mu Feishue, 3,952 points, Luyun First High School. Finally ranked first, it wasn't easy. That He Weijie must be furious by now. He's a noble Kyoto native, yet he was completely surpassed by me, a countryside kid from Luyun City. Speaking of this, Gu Fan couldn't help but laugh, recalling He Weijie's arrogant demeanor before the college entrance examination. But my score is still relatively low, definitely not enough to secure first place in Jiangbei province. There are 4 hours left now, I need to hurry to Area A. The points given by second-tier beasts are much higher than those of first-tier ones, and there are more points too. Once the exam is over, hunting beasts will become much more difficult. I must take advantage of the time now to kill more. It's not just about the score, I need to accumulate enough points as well. Gu Fan withdrew his gaze, shifted his eyes away from the smart wristband, and looked firmly ahead, striding forward with determination. First dance Moon White. Mu Feishua's figure flickered, and with a wave of sleeve white snow, a mid-level first-tier red fire ant was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, then shattered with a crash. Although sleeve white snow is an S-level ability, its output is not particularly strong, even inferior to the A-level ability Purple Spirit Thunder. Compared to output, Sodi no Shirayuki is better at control, and instantly killing a first-tier intermediate beast is already its limit. Mu Feishua does have the ability to kill first-tier advanced beasts, but her output is insufficient, making her efficiency too low. Overall, hunting first-tier intermediate beasts yields a higher score. She opened her smart bracelet to check if the beast she had just hunted had narrowed the gap with the first place. Third, Mu Feishua at 3952 points, First High School. The ranking actually dropped. Mu Feishua felt a bit frustrated. She had finally awakened an S-level ability, yet she had always been stuck in second place. This time, it was even more outrageous. She couldn't even hold on to second place and had fallen to third. Instinctively, she looked up, wanting to see who had pushed her down. Only then did she realize that it wasn't just her. He Weijie, who had been ranked first, had also dropped to second place. First place, it's actually Gu Fan? Staring at the top of the list, Mu Feishua was initially stunned, then revealed a relieved smile. In her smile, she recalled the scene on the street a few days ago. Gu Fan effortlessly blocked the full-force attack of a second-tier ability user, achieving a crushing victory. Even the self-destructive attack of the second-tier ability user failed to harm him in the slightest. With such strength, Gu Fan taking the first place in this martial arts college entrance exam was completely expected. I need to work harder too. Mu Feishua set aside her stray thoughts, held Shui Baishui in her hand, and gracefully walked deeper into the abandoned town. In Area C of the abandoned town, Zhang Yuanhao rested against a large tree and casually opened his smart wristband to check the rankings. As soon as he opened it, Gu Fan's name was prominently listed in first place. Gu Fan, you're incredible. He Weijie definitely never dreamed of being left so far behind, with such a huge score gap. Zhang Yuanhao shouted excitedly. He Weijie opened his smart wristband, saw his ranking drop to second place, and frowned deeply. Seeing the top spot occupied by an unfamiliar name, He Weijie felt extremely uncomfortable and frowned, saying, "Where on earth did this Gu Fan come from?" If the first place had been Mu Feishue, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly, but now an unknown person had taken his top spot, leaving him utterly frustrated. My ability is Purple Spirit Thunder. In terms of sheer destructive power, it's one of the best among all A-level ability users. What's going on with this Gu Fan? How could his ranking be higher than mine? Could his ability be above S-level? That's not right. If Gu Fan were really an S-level ability user, the news would have spread throughout throughout this small Luyun city long ago. There's no way I wouldn't know about it. Even if he is S-level, he shouldn't be stronger than me. After all, I possess a first-tier intermediate ability and have mastered advanced gun skills. He Wei Jie grew increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it, completely unable to understand why Gu Fan could rank ahead of him. Gu Fan has 4,396 points, and I have 4,087 points. The gap can still be closed. Only half the time has passed, I still have a chance. He gritted his teeth, turned off the smart wristband, and rushed toward the unexplored district, where there should be many ferocious beasts. But when He Wei Jie arrived at the district, he was met with an unusual silence. There wasn't a single ferocious beast in sight. Before long, he discovered a headless corpse of a ferocious beast on the ground. It was a first-tier superior red claw tiger. How is this possible? He Wei Jie widened his eyes, never expecting a student could kill a red claw tiger. Who was it? Could it be Gu Fan? No, he had to believe more firmly. Who else could have done it besides Gu Fan? Continuing forward, the road was littered with the corpses of red claw tigers, all sharing one common feature: they were headless. He Wei Jie grew increasingly alarmed as he walked, and when he reached a crossroads, he completely broke down, shouting, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." The reason was a massive crater over 30 meters in diameter appeared before him, filled with bloodstains and shredded flesh. The crimson claw fragments indicated that the flesh came from several crimson claw tigers. I understand now, Gu Fan must have cheated. He violated the exam rules and used a spirit weapon above the second tier. He Wei Jie instantly figured out the truth of the matter. The reasoning is simple: even the top geniuses in Kyoto couldn't achieve such destruction, so how could Gu Fan, a mere countryman from Luyun City, accomplish it? Therefore, Gu Fan must have cheated. These bloodstains haven't dried yet, which means Gu Fan is nearby. Gu Fan, I will find you soon and expose your true face of cheating and breaking the rules. He Wei Jie's gaze was cold and sinister, with a devilish smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Gu Fan opened his smart wristband and carefully studied the map ahead. Cross this broken bridge, and ahead is Area A, the core zone of the abandoned town. Gu Fan calculated in his mind. In the martial arts college entrance examination, Area A is the final test, where even the weakest ferocious beasts are at the first-tier upper level, and second-tier beasts are hidden, making it far more dangerous than other areas, especially the second-tier beasts, which can be considered the ultimate challenge set by the examiners. They offer extremely high scores but are also incredibly difficult, only conquerable by exceptionally gifted candidates. Killing a second-tier lower-level beast directly earns 2,000 points, while killing a second-tier mid-level beast can yield a whopping 10,000 points, far surpassing the scores for killing first-tier beasts. To become the top scorer in Jiangbei province and achieve the highest score, Gu Fan has a clear goal: to eliminate all second-tier beasts within the remaining time. Just as Gu Fan was about to move forward, there was a commotion in the woods not far behind him, and a young man holding a long spear emerged. Gu Fan recognized him. It was He Wei Jie, the transfer student from the capital. He Wei Jie's combat uniform was in tatters, covered in bloodstains, mostly the fresh blood of fierce beasts, with a small portion being his own. Not only his combat uniform, but his face was also smeared with dark red blood marks, and his hair was a disheveled mess. Compared to the spotless Gu Fan, He Wei Jie looked like a savage who had walked out of a primitive tribe. "Are you Gu Fan?" He Wei Jie asked. "That's right, I am Gu Fan. You must be He Wei Jie, right? I heard you're from the capital and think of our Luyun city as the countryside. But in the end, who is the real country bumpkin?" Gu Fan couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. "What is going on?" He Wei Jie frowned. Gu Fan's body was clean and spotless, showing no signs of having fought with a ferocious beast. "You asked what's going on. Oh, so this is what you're asking about." Gu Fan originally wanted to move his neck, but it didn't work well, so he turned to look directly at He Wei Jie. Infinity, Achilles chasing the tortoise. "What do you mean?" He Wei Jie's brows furrowed even tighter. "You, a young master from the capital, don't even know? That's unacceptable. You should study harder." "So that's how it is." Gu Fan shook his head and sighed. "Stop putting on an act here." He Wei Jie stared at Gu Fan intently, his tone icy. "Gu Fan, you cheating scoundrel, do you really think I can't see through you?" "Cheating? How did I cheat?" Gu Fan retorted. "Well, he did cheat, and he even used a modifier for it." "Heh, cheating and still dare to deny it. You only got first place because you illegally used a second-tier spiritual weapon. You're so clean, without a trace of blood on you, which means you also illegally wore second-tier spiritual armor." He Wei Jie said disdainfully. "Ah, you're really funny." Gu Fan burst into laughter, his gaze changing to one filled with care. "He Wei Jie, I'm just the countryside guy you mentioned. How could I afford to buy second-tier spiritual power weapons and armor? Besides, the martial arts college entrance exam is broadcast live. Even if I had second-tier spiritual power weapons and armor, the examiners would notice the moment I used them. Do you think the drones overhead are just for show?" This, He Wei Jie stammered, unable to respond for a moment, faintly feeling that Gu Fan's words made a lot of sense. Roar! Second-tier spiritual power weapons and armor are expensive, and ordinary families simply cannot afford them. The drone overhead buzzed, monitoring them at all times. times. If Gu Fan had really cheated, the examiners would have already discovered it and revoked his results. Since that's not the case, it proves that Gu Fan didn't cheat. So if he didn't cheat, how exactly did Gu Fan achieve it? Could it be through his own special abilities? Wei Jia was utterly puzzled. Gu Fan ignored him, turned around, and walked toward the broken bridge. Saying one more word to him would simply lower his own IQ. Hey, are you heading to the core area? Wei Jia asked. Gu Fan did not answer, walked straight to the edge of the broken bridge, and leaped down, saying as he jumped, "Young master of Kyoto, can you keep up? What? How dare you look down on me? Roar!" Wei Jia gritted his teeth in anger and quickly rushed to the edge of the broken bridge. Below the broken bridge was a river, and on the opposite side was a swamp overgrown with trees, which was the core area of the abandoned town. Wei Jia originally thought Gu Fan would dive underwater to avoid being discovered, but unexpectedly, an unusual scene played out again. Gu Fan was actually walking on the turbulent water surface, as if walking on solid ground. Hey, what's going on with you? How can you walk on water? Wei Jia's brain froze on the spot. Ever since he met Gu Fan, the concept of common sense had completely collapsed for him. I don't want to explain it a second time, Gu Fan said indifferently. Damn it! Roar! Seeing Gu Fan walking farther and farther away, Wei Jia gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and jumped into the river. As soon as he jumped in, Wei Jia regretted it. There are also ferocious beasts in the river, mainly some aggressive fish species, which become extremely savage with the support of the water environment. Apart from water element ability users, everyone else's combat effectiveness in the water will be greatly reduced. Wei Jia is no exception. His spear weighs 50 pounds, and it is already difficult enough for it not to sink in the rushing river. If he encounters a ferocious beast, not to mention a first-tier upper-level one, even a first-tier mid-level beast would be enough to give him a hard time. Splash! Suddenly, a massive splash erupted on the river ahead, and a terrifying carp several meters long leapt out of the water, lunging fiercely at Gu Fan, who was walking on the water's surface. Oh no, it's a tier 1 superior beast, the violent carp. Gu Fan is going to be eaten, Wei Jia shouted anxiously. It wasn't because he was worried about Gu Fan, but because he understood that after the violent carp devoured Gu Fan, its next target would definitely be him. If it were on land, it would be easier to handle, but at this moment, they were in the water. With his movements restricted, he was in no position to face the Garridos. Within just a few moves, he would be mercilessly devoured by it. Did it stop? Wei Jia widened his eyes as a shocking scene unfolded before him. Gu Fan stood upright on the water's surface, while a Garridos larger than a small car opened its massive, blood-red maw, attempting to swallow Gu Fan whole from the side. However, Garridos failed. No matter how it struggled, its mouth simply couldn't close. Those horrifyingly sharp fangs were clearly pressed against Gu Fan's combat suit, yet they couldn't move forward even a bit. No, it hasn't stopped. This isn't stopping. Although the speed is extremely slow, Garrido's mouth is still closing bit by bit. Very slow, extremely slow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, but it just hasn't stopped. Wei Jia stared blankly at the scene before him, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he remembered what Gu Fan had once said, infinity, Achilles chasing the tortoise. Back in math class, the teacher had told this story. Achilles' speed was 10 times that of the tortoise, yet he could never catch up to it because the distance between them was infinite. Is this infinity? Wei Jia seemed to understand something. The mouth of the Garridos kept moving, but the distance between it and Gu Fan was infinite. It seemed to be within reach, yet no matter what, it could not get closer. Gu Fan's ability to walk on water was also reasonably explained. In reality, he was constantly sinking, but this sinking process was infinitely prolonged, making it appear as though he hadn't sunk. This is Gu Fan's superpower, infinity. Goo goo. The Garridos became even more furious, thrashing violently and biting with greater force. However, all of this was in vain. No matter how it bit, it could never swallow Gu Fan. Aren't you tired of biting all the time? Gu Fan looked up at the terrifying fisheye of the Garridos, which was larger than a basketball, and suddenly swung a punch. Bang! The Garridos exploded into several pieces starting from its head, with fish scales and blood raining down like droplets. The water surface was dyed red with blood, and the stench lingered for a long time. Ding! Successfully killed Garridos, points plus 12. The system notification sound rang out. Roar! One punch instantly killed a tier 1 advanced Garridos? Wei Jia was utterly speechless with shock. Killing a ferocious beast barehanded, what kind of strength is this? Wait, used a fist? At this moment, Wei Jia finally realized that Gu Fan was actually fighting barehanded, without carrying any weapons, let alone the second-tier spiritual weapon he had imagined. Gu Fan, huff huff, wait. Wei Jia, who had just climbed ashore, panted heavily as he shouted at Gu Fan. The terrain on this side of the river was completely different from the other side. Far from the town, this was an undeveloped wetland, abandoned for over a decade and now a paradise for amphibious ferocious beasts. Roar! Oh, you're still here? Gu Fan pretended to be surprised. But I don't have time to wait for you. It's the martial arts college entrance exam, and every second is precious. He walked forward without looking back. Wait. Wei Jia Jia wanted to keep calling out, but Gu Fan had already vanished without a trace, leaving him no choice but to give up helplessly. Ahead lay a swampy forest fraught with danger, while behind him, the turbulent river concealed ferocious Garridos. Jia was caught in a dilemma. He deeply regretted it. He should never have let Gu Fan's provocation lure him into following. The A zone of the martial arts college entrance exam is a place only the top 10 in the province can set foot in, far beyond what Jia could aspire to. As for the B zone, he couldn't return there either. The river was infested with Garridos, and he had only managed to swim across earlier. Thanks to Gu Fan's help, if he jumped into the river again, he would likely be devoured alive by the Garridos before making it halfway. Damn it, I have no choice but to move forward. Jia cursed under his breath. Jia held a long spear, walking slowly through the mud while cautiously scanning his surroundings, fearing he might encounter a second-tier ferocious beast. Damn it, I can't even move forward. The people who designed the martial arts entrance exam are really twisted. With this kind of harsh terrain and second-tier ferocious beasts, are they just afraid someone might pass? Jia couldn't help but complain. He is considered quite lucky now, as he hasn't encountered a second-tier ferocious beast. If he really did, in this swamp full of mud, even though he excels in speed as a lightning element user, there would be absolutely no chance of escape. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles emerged from the mud not far ahead. Jia realized that something was wrong and instinctively wanted to run, but his reaction was still a step too slow, as the thing in the mud had already emerged. It was an extremely gigantic crab, larger than a small car. The crab was gray, covered with faint white fuzz, and its claws were bigger than human hands, making it look incredibly horrifying. Second-tier ferocious beast, giant claw crab. Jia was so frightened that he turned and ran. A ferocious beast of this level was absolutely not something a mid-level first-tier ability user like him could easily handle. Clack 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 clack. The giant claw crab raised its massive claws high, moving its enormous body sideways as it furiously chased after Jia. Snap, snap. Electric currents erupted from Jia's body, and his speed suddenly increased by a notch. Thus, one man and one crab staged a thrilling chase in the mud-filled swamp. He could no longer remember how much time had passed, perhaps only a few minutes, or maybe more than half an hour. Today's Jia was already exhausted, the current on his body so weak it was almost invisible. His perseverance had reached its limit. The giant claw crab, however, seemed tireless, relentlessly pursuing him, and the distance between man and crab grew ever closer. There's someone ahead. It's Gu Fan. Great, I'm saved. Seeing a figure by the big tree ahead, the nearly despairing Jia felt a surge of joy and hurriedly shouted, Gu Fan, help me. Help you? Why should I help you? Gu Fan responded indifferently. What? Jia was speechless on the spot. He had never imagined that Gu Fan would refuse to save him. After a brief silence, he chuckled awkwardly. Gu Fan, aren't we classmates? How could you bear to watch a classmate get killed by a ferocious beast? Classmate? Sorry, I don't consider you a classmate. Besides, why should I save you just because you're a classmate? Gu Fan said coldly. Hearing this, Jia's awkward smile turned into a bitter one. He looked at Gu Fan with pleading eyes. Gu Fan, didn't you say you wanted to kill a second-tier fierce beast? There's one right behind me. Glug, glug. Suddenly, the giant claw crab let out a strange sound from its mouth, spraying a stream of high-speed bubbles that hit the fleeing Jia directly. The violent impact caused Jia to lose his balance and fall into the swamp with a splash, covered in mud. Ka 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 ka. Accompanied by the loud noise of the giant claw crab's movement, Jia struggled frantically on the ground but couldn't get up. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. After being hit by that high-speed foam, he had suffered significant internal injuries, leaving him temporarily unable to stand. Sigh, I've hinted this much, and you still don't get it? Gu Fan sighed and continued. Listen carefully, if you want me to save you, you need to show some sincerity. I'm not a saint who helps for free. Only if what you offer satisfies me will I lend a hand. Gu Fan's words reignited hope in the despairing Jia. He struggled to lift his right hand, revealing the silver ring on his finger, and pleaded earnestly. Gu Fan, the ring on my hand is an unopened spatial ring, extremely valuable. If you save me, I'll give this spatial ring to you. When you say extremely valuable, exactly how much is it worth? Gu Fan asked. Really extremely valuable, at least worth 10 million. Gu Fan, hurry up, the giant claw crab is catching up. Jia shouted anxiously. 10 million? That's indeed quite valuable. I've never seen so much money in my life. Gu Fan thought to himself while glancing up at the drone flying in the air. Although he could extort a bit more, considering this is a live broadcast, it's better to restrain himself and not go overboard. Deal. As soon as the words were spoken, the technique Shun Rotation Azure instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fan appeared in front of the giant claw crab, his fist burning with cursed energy, and punched the crab's head. The giant claw crab was sent flying by the punch, crashing into several large trees before landing heavily in the swamp. Can't kill it with one punch? As expected of a second-tier ferocious beast, its defense is truly extraordinary. Gu Fan sighed emotionally. Gurgle, gurgle. The giant claw crab struggled to stand stand up, its 8 legs scrambling frantically, producing a series of strange cracking sounds. The enraged giant claw crab suddenly raised its massive claw high, opening its pincers, and lunged at Gufan, vowing to tear this damned human in front of it to shreds. Gufan did not dodge at all, letting the giant claw crab's pincers grab at him. With the support of the Limitless technique, the giant claw crab couldn't harm him in the slightest. The massive pincers rested on the surface of Gufan's school uniform. No matter how hard the giant claw crab tried, its pincers simply couldn't close. Seeing that its pincers were ineffective, the giant claw crab raised its other enormous pincer and furiously smashed at Gufan 5 times in a row before stopping. This move was equally ineffective. Gufan disdainfully placed 2 fingers in front of him and taunted, "Put some more effort into it. Didn't you eat?" Technique, forward rotation azure. A cerulean sphere suddenly appeared with a roar in front of the giant claw crab. Boom! A terrifying gravitational force erupted instantly. The sphere exploded in front of the giant claw crab. The sound of the air being torn was deafening, and the giant claw crab was shredded into countless pieces, completely and utterly dead. Even the attack of a second-tier ferocious beast can be defended against? Infinite abilities are just too unreasonable. What is this azure sphere? Instantly killing a second-tier ferocious beast in one strike. How is this even possible? Not far away, Iwajia stared in shock, completely forgetting to climb out of the swamp, his gaze fixed intently on the scene before him. Ding! Successfully killed giant claw crab. Points plus 24. The system notification sound rang out. 24 points, doubled? This number wasn't unexpected to Gufan, it was just within his anticipated range. Killing a first-tier high-level ferocious beast yields 12 points, while a second-tier low-level ferocious beast gives 24 points. Doubling is quite reasonable, considering the difference of an entire tier. I just don't know how many points killing a mid-level tier 2 ferocious beast will give. 36 points or 48 points, or maybe not at all. I remember when I upgraded my fist technique from beginner to intermediate, I only had 34 points left. I've killed quite a few ferocious beasts during this time. Let's see how many points I have now. Gufan opened the system panel. Host, Gufan. Level, 1st rank intermediate. Ability, 6 eyes, initial awakening. Spiritual power, 200. Skills, cursed energy conversion, power of stopping, technique forward rotation blue, technique reverse rotation red, unavailable, hollow technique purple, unavailable, martial arts mastery, intermediate. Points, 541. Unexpectedly, I've already accumulated over 500 points. I've been killing ferocious beasts all along and didn't really pay attention. The upgrade button on the level interface is gray and can't be used for now. The ability interface also can't be upgraded. It takes 3,000 points to upgrade 6 eyes from initial awakening to partial awakening, and I'm still far from that number. Martial arts can indeed continue to be upgraded. It costs 400 points to go from intermediate to advanced, but upgrading only raises the lower limit, not the upper limit. For now, I won't upgrade it. Intermediate martial arts are already sufficient. I won't consider spiritual power for now. Unless I have so many points that I can't use them all, I won't actively upgrade it. Gufan thought for a moment and decided not to upgrade for now. After all, the points wouldn't decrease, so he could save them for later. Next, after settling down, Gufan closed the system panel and began to look around. Suddenly, with a glance, he saw Iwajia just crawling out of the mud. He instinctively smiled and said, "Oh right, there's this big fool too. Feels great, earning 10 million in less than a minute. If it were based on a screw-tightening wage, it would take 200 years without eating or drinking." Gufan, without any hesitation, walked straight up to Iwajia, stretched out his hand, and said, "Hand it over." Iwajia showed a pained expression, took off the spatial ring from his finger, and handed it to Gufan. Gufan pinched the ring with his fingertips, curiously examining it for a while, and asked, "How do you use a spatial ring? I remember you said this ring hasn't been activated yet." Crack. It's very simple. Just inject spiritual energy into the spatial ring, and it will activate automatically. Iwajia replied, "Is that so? Then why don't you activate it?" Gufan looked at him in confusion. The martial arts college entrance exam doesn't allow wearing space rings in an activated state. An unactivated ring is just like an ordinary ring, so I can bring it into the exam hall. Iwajia explained. Does that mean I can't activate it now either? Gufan raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't worry, I'm not lying to you. This space ring has a capacity of about 3 cubic meters. Once you leave the examination hall, activate it and you'll see. Iwajia said. The capacity is so small, yet the price is so high. I may be inexperienced, but don't try to fool me. Gufan said with a smile. Awakened space ability users are extremely rare, and those who can attach space abilities to rings are even rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Things are valued for their rarity. This price is recognized across the industry. If you don't believe me, go ask others after you leave the exam hall. Iwajia explained somewhat hastily. Alright, I'll trust you this time. Gufan nodded. Rare and expensive, these traits had almost become synonymous with spatial rings. Having read many online novels, Gufan naturally understood their significance. He had merely asked the question in passing. He put the spatial ring on his finger, waved at Wei Jie, and said, "I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Gu Fan, take me with you." Seeing that Gu Fan was about to leave, Wei Jie panicked. This place was absolutely not somewhere he could stay alone. At this moment, he was not only seriously injured but also nearly depleted of spiritual energy. Without Gu Fan's protection, he would sooner or later be devoured by ferocious beasts. Wei Jie, this is the critical time for my martial arts entrance exam. Do you think I would kindly bring along a burden? Gu Fan responded coldly. I'll pay. As long as you're willing to take me, you can name your price. Wei Jie, desperate and grasping at straws, rushed forward trying to grab Gu Fan's sleeve to stop him from leaving. But, under the protection of the Limitless technique, Wei Jie's hand could never touch Gu Fan's sleeve, only hovering powerlessly in midair. This isn't something money can solve at all. My goal is to be first in the province, even the entire country. Can you afford something like that? Gu Fan spoke bluntly. This, Wei Jie stammered for a long time, but swallowed his words before they came out. This is not a real ferocious beast's lair, it's just the examination site for the martial arts college entrance exam. You don't need to follow me, someone will come to protect you. Don't you have a smart wristband on your hand? Turn it on, select the call function, and the exam staff will come to rescue you. It's that simple. Gu Fan shook his hand, and his figure instantly disappeared, leaving Wei Jie standing alone in the wind, bewildered. Damn it. After dialing the emergency number, Wei Jie furiously shouted and yelled in the swampy forest. With his performance, if he had played it safe in Zone B, he would have had a good chance of reaching the admission score for one of the nation's top universities, Kyoto Academy. But he was provoked by Gu Fan and followed him into Zone A, where the ferocious beasts were far beyond his ability to handle. To save his life, he had no choice but to call for help. Calling for help meant submitting the test early. Once he left the examination site, he could not return, and his final score would be settled based on his current points. It was just halfway through, the critical moment when examinees were giving their all. Once the exam ended, his ranking would inevitably drop out of the top 100 in the province, forever losing his chance at Kyoto Academy. Failing to get into Kyoto Academy would mean losing the spatial ring in his possession as well, losing both the lady and the army. Regret. Wei Jie was now feeling extremely heavy-hearted. If he could do it all over again, he would never have gone to Area A. I see. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. 3 minutes after the emergency call was made, 2 second-tier military ability examiners arrived at the scene, supporting Wei Jie as he left the examination venue with his head down, looking dejected. In the center of the square outside the high wall, in front of the large screen below the audience stands. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Lu Zhu, the principal of Luyun First High School, watched Wei Jie leave in dismay and couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, Wei Jie from Kyoto not only failed to maintain his first-place position but also completely lost his chance at Kyoto Academy. Based on the scores from previous years, his current score of 4,087 clearly cannot secure a spot in the nation's top 10 academies. However, Wei Jie once successfully solo-killed a first-tier superior beast, the Red Claw Tiger, and enjoys priority admission with equal scores, so he still has a chance at schools ranked in the top 50. But these schools are nowhere near comparable to Kyoto Academy, with a significant gap between them. Kyoto Academy is one of the top 3 prestigious academies in the country, receiving significant support from the Dacia government, with substantial funding allocated every year. The other two are the Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic Capital Academy, which also enjoy key national support. These 3 academies are worlds apart from other schools. This can be considered an early lesson for him. A lack of self-awareness is a major taboo. If he doesn't suffer the setback today, he might be the first to die when facing real beasts tomorrow. Director of the Education Bureau, Chen Deming, sternly warned. Indeed, Lu Zhu deeply agreed with the director's words. He had been following the live broadcast and knew it was all Wei Jie's own doing. If this really was a ferocious beast's lair, Wei Jie wouldn't survive at all. However, Gu Fan's performance once again exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect that he could not only easily kill a first-tier superior beast but also instantly slay a second-tier inferior beast. Lu Zhu sighed and said, indeed, ever since the abandoned town was transformed into an examination site, no candidate has ever set foot in Area A again. Gu Fan is truly the first in the history of Luyun City. Chen Deming repeatedly praised him. At this moment, the screen's image quickly shifted. Gu Fan sped through the swamp forest, completely unaffected by the mud. Any first-tier superior beast would be instantly killed with a single punch from him. Even second-tier inferior beasts would be torn apart in an instant. By his technique, reverse flow, azure. Under his frenzied slaughter, the entire swamp forest became restless and uneasy. The beasts, upon seeing Gu Fan, seemed to have seen a ghost, panicking and fleeing in all directions. I've lived so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a scene. I never thought that the usually ferocious beasts could be scared out of their wits by humans. Chen Deming said in a daze. What exactly is Gu Fan's ability? High attack power, strong defense, incredible speed, and astonishing endurance endurance, he's practically a hexagonal warrior. Lu Xu watched in utter confusion, feeling dazed. Gu Fan could really be my teacher. Unlike the stun director and principal, homeroom teacher Lu Fengwen was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. Although he was a second-tier ability user, in terms of attack, defense, speed, or endurance, he was far inferior to Gu Fan. Gu Fan wasn't really his student. It felt more like he was the one learning from Gu Fan. Abandoned town core area, swamp forest. Under the rapid movement brought by the technique Shun Turn, Azure, Gu Fan went on a frenzied slaughter of all the ferocious beasts within his line of sight. With the Six Eyes' extraordinary vision, not a single beast could escape from under his watch. Ding, successfully killed Mudworm, points plus 12. Ding, successfully killed Giant Claw Crab, points plus 24. Ding, successfully killed a Mudworm, points plus 12. The system notification kept ringing, and the points climbed steadily. In an instant, Gu Fan smashed the fleeing Mudworm into pieces with a punch and cheered loudly. The swamp forest wasn't very large, and within 3 hours, Gu Fan had almost cleared out all the ferocious beasts. He had killed 9 second-tier lower-level beasts and nearly 100 first-tier upper-level beasts. The only regret was not encountering a second-tier mid-level beast, but that regret was soon shattered. Gu Fan noticed some commotion coming from a cave in the final area, and a giant rat emerged. This giant rat stood 3 meters tall, with an intimidating body length. Its fur was filthy and matted, its entire body covered in festering wounds. Its teeth were sharp, its claws razor-like, and its eyes gleamed with a ferocious light. Its long tail churned the swamp, and its mouthful of fangs emitted a foul, toxic stench. Second-tier intermediate ferocious beast, corrupt poison frenzy rat. Gu Fan calmly called out its name. In the center of the square outside the high wall, beneath the screen, in the audience seating, the final boss is actually the corrupt poison frenzy rat? Has the person setting the martial arts college entrance exam gone mad? Chen Deming was greatly shocked. Although the corrupt poison frenzy rat is a second-tier intermediate ferocious beast, it is actually more troublesome than a second-tier advanced ferocious beast. Its massive body is surprisingly agile, its sharp claws easily tear through steel plates, and its tail swings like a steel whip. These are not the most terrifying. The most horrifying thing is its extremely sharp fangs, which are venomous. If bitten, a second-tier ability user might be able to hold on for a while, but a first-tier ability user wouldn't last a minute before succumbing to the poison. Not to mention, with the fragile defense of a first-tier ability user, they wouldn't even need to be poisoned to be torn to shreds. The corrupt venomous rat can also spray poisonous mist. Although the toxicity isn't as strong as a direct bite, it's enough to deal with a first-tier ability user. Gu Fan is in danger, Lu Xu said with a face full of worry. Gu Fan can indeed stop attacks, but poisonous mist isn't an attack. Can he stop the mist? Even if the poisonous mist could truly be stopped, it would mean halting the flow of air. Without air intake, one would eventually suffocate and die. Principal Lu, don't worry too much. You've seen Gu Fan's speed. The poisonous mist sprayed by the corrosive toxic rat can't catch up to him. He'll have no problem escaping, Chen Deming reassured. But Gu Fan has no intention of running away. Director Chen, look, he's already charged forward. Lu Xu pointed at the screen nervously. What? Chen Deming shouted. So disgusting. If it weren't for the limitless technique, I wouldn't dare walk straight over. Gu Fan muttered to himself. He was now a mid-level tier 1 ability user, and the carrying capacity of the limitless technique had improved significantly. Under normal circumstances, the attacks of mid-level tier 2 ferocious beasts could no longer interrupt his technique. The venomous frenzy rat let out a piercing squeal, its tail swiftly whipping through the air, roaring as it lashed toward Gu Fan like a steel whip. So fast! Gu Fan exclaimed in awe. The attack speed of the venomous frenzy rat's tail was astonishingly quick. Without the Six Eyes' extremely sharp vision, he would never have been able to react in time, although it wouldn't matter even if he couldn't react, as he had already activated the limitless technique, rendering the tail attack harmless to him. Gu Fan still didn't want to rely entirely on the limitless technique. After all, in the manga Jujutsu Kaisen, Satoru Gojo, due to his overconfidence, stood still without dodging and was ultimately sliced in half by Sukuna. That was a fate he definitely didn't want to repeat. No problem. Facing the rapidly incoming tail attack, Gu Fan clearly saw the trajectory of the strike. Technique reversal, Azure. Using the instant movement of technique reversal, Azure, he dodged the attack from the venomous rat's tail while instantly appearing at its flank. Serious punch. Gu Fan took a deep breath, pulled his arm back sharply, and unleashed a curse-powered punch that slammed fiercely into the venomous rat's body. Boom! Like a cannonball firing, the venomous rat was sent flying, crashing through trees, churning up mud, and carving out an impressive trajectory. However, the venomous rat was, after all, a mid-tier second-level ferocious beast, not to be underestimated. While being flung back, it adjusted its posture, its sharp claws stabbing into the mud to forcibly halt its momentum. Struck by Gu Fan's full-force punch, the venomous rat was in excruciating pain, its fur torn apart, and a bloody gaping wound appeared on its body. Squeak squeak! The injured venomous rat's gaze grew even more ferocious ferocious, its blood-red pupils almost oozing blood. It opened its mouth wide and spewed a dense cloud of poisonous mist forward. Not good. Gu Fan's heart tightened. Just as he was about to step forward, he immediately pulled back a considerable distance. His limitless technique is based on the strength of spiritual energy, defined by factors such as mass, speed, and shape to determine the level of danger, and it can only act on objects visible to the naked eye. Now that his six eyes had just awakened, the precision of the limitless technique in selecting targets was still far from sufficient. It was extremely difficult to discern subtle toxins, and whether he could stop the spread of the poisonous mist remained uncertain. However, even if the power of stopping was ineffective against the poisonous mist, Gu Fan was not without options. It was simple. Before the poisonous mist could spread, he just needed to deal with the source of the mist, the corrupt poison rat. Technique reversal, azure, maximum power. Gu Fan pointed forward with two fingers, and with a whoosh, a cerulean sphere appeared above the corrupt poison rat's head. Then azure spun continuously, generating an extremely strong pulling force. The poisonous mist, which should have been drifting toward Gu Fan, was entirely drawn toward it. Not only the poisonous mist but also the sludge on the ground, the surrounding trees, and even the corrupt poison rat itself were all pulled in by azure. Azure was like a miniature black hole, and no target within a 50-meter radius could escape its gravitational pull. Squeak squeak! The corrupt venom rat let out a painful screech, unable to hold on any longer, as Tsang grabbed it from the ground and suspended it mid-air. Its massive body was twisted and deformed under the pull. Boom! The spinning song reached its speed limit, and the pulling force erupted. Most of the corrupt venom rat's body was blown apart, and it fell from mid-air, crashing heavily into the mud. It tried to stand but could no longer get up. Its struggling movements gradually weakened until it became completely still. In the center of the square outside the high wall, in the audience seats below the screen, one-hit kill? Chen Deming was once again shocked by Gu Fan's strength. A single move to kill a tier 2 lower-level giant claw crab had already made him question reality, and now Gu Fan had one-shot a tier 2 mid-level corrupt venom rat. At this age, with this level of skill and talent, there are probably fewer than 10 people like this in the entire country. As long as I kill fast enough, the toxic mist can't catch me? Lu Zhu was completely stunned, gulping nervously. He was still pondering how Gu Fan managed to evade the toxic mist of the corrosive poison rat, but it never occurred to him that Gu Fan didn't need to evade at all. He simply killed the corrosive poison rat before the toxic mist could spread. It seemed his thinking was too shallow, unable to comprehend the extraordinary perspective of a genius. Abandoned town core area, swamp forest. Seeing the corrosive poison rat finally close its eyes, Gu Fan let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the skin of this corrosive poison rat to be so tough. His maximum powered technique, sequential rotation, azure capital, had almost failed to kill it in one strike. To think that against a tier 2 lower level beast like the giant claw crab, he didn't even need maximum power to tear it to shreds. Ding! Successfully killed the corrupted poison rat. Points plus 36. At this moment, the system's notification sound finally echoed in his mind, which meant that the corrupted poison rat was only now completely dead. It seems that starting from tier 2, even a small level difference is a world apart in strength. If I encounter a tier 2 upper level beast with my current strength, I might stand no chance at all. Since his transmigration, Gu Fan had been unable to shake off the unease in his heart. After all, this was Blue Star, a place overrun by ferocious beasts, and there was no guarantee that the city he lived in wouldn't be overrun by beasts one day. Although his strength was already among the top students, he had no means to resist in the face of a true beast tide. So, he must become stronger than anyone else, until he becomes truly invincible. Take it slow. Becoming stronger isn't something that can be rushed. Anyway, with the system in hand, isn't getting stronger as easy as drinking water? But you did guess the points correctly. It is indeed 36 points, unsurprisingly at the lowest tier. Speaking of points, I've been so busy hunting fierce beasts that I haven't had time to open the system panel. Now's a good time to see how many points I've accumulated. After speaking, Gu Fan opened the system panel. Host, Gu Fan. Awesome. Level, Tier 1 Intermediate. Ability, 6 Eyes, Initial Awakening. Spiritual Power, 200. Skills, Curse Energy Conversion, Power of Stopping, Technique Forward Rotation Blue, Technique Reverse Rotation Red, Unavailable, Hollow Technique Purple, Unavailable, Mastery of Martial Arts, Intermediate. Points, 1993. Seeing the 1993 points in front of him, Gu Fan's eyes lit up. He had accumulated so many points, he couldn't even use them all. It was no problem at all. He was just about to say this, but when he saw that partially awakening the 6 eyes required 3,000 points, he was instantly stuck. Alright, it's completely not enough. Since there are so many points, my score shouldn't be low, right? I remember killing a second-tier lower-level beast earns 2,000 points, while killing a second-tier mid-level beast gives 10,000 points. Gu Fan opened his smart wristband to check his score. First, Gu Fan, 41,267 points, Luyun No. 1 High School. Second, Mu Feishue, 8,082 points, Luyun number 1 high school. Third, he Huijie, 4,087 points, Luyun number 1 high school. Far ahead. Although he already had a rough estimate in his heart, Gu Fan couldn't help but cheer loudly when he saw the score displayed before him, over 40,000 points. This score was undoubtedly the first place in Jiangbei province, and by a wide margin at that. You have to know, last year's top scorer in Jiangbei province only had over 20,000 points, and his score was directly double that. Unfortunately, all the fierce beasts in the core area were completely wiped out by me. Otherwise, the score could have gone even higher. The difficulty of the martial arts college entrance exam is really too low. There simply aren't enough beasts for me to kill. Gu Fan shook his head and let out a long sigh. Shifting his gaze away from his own score, Gu Fan looked down the leaderboard and murmured, second place, Mu Feishue, 8,082 points, which is 1/5 of my score. Mu Feishue, 8,082 points. Although it couldn't compare to his own, this score was already quite impressive. Based on historical results, it was at least within the top 50 in Jiangbei province, a rare achievement for Luyun City in decades. Third place, he Huijie? Didn't this guy quit halfway through? How is he still ranked here? Gu Fan looked down again and was somewhat surprised when he saw he Huijie's name. 4,087 points, the score hasn't increased? He carefully checked several times to confirm he wasn't mistaken and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the true level of Luyun City? The audience seating below the screen at the center of the square outside the high wall. Right, the score. Qin Deming, who had been immersed in shock, suddenly snapped back to his senses. Gu Fan had killed a second-tier intermediate-level ferocious beast, the corrosive poison mad rat, earning a full 10,000 points according to the martial arts college entrance exam regulations. First place, Gu Fan, 41,267 points. What, over 40,000 points? Oh my goodness. Qin Deming abruptly stood up from his chair, his whole body trembling violently. Since becoming the director of the Education Bureau, it was the first time he had lost his composure like this. More than 40,000 points, what kind of concept is that? The highest record in Luyun City over the past few hundred years was just over 10,000 points, and last year's top scorer in Jiangbei province only had over 20,000 points. Gu Fan directly broke the century-old history of Luyun City, with a score twice that of last year's top scorer in Jiangbei province. 41,267 points. Heaven blesses Luyun number 1 high school. Heaven blesses Luyun City. Lu Zhu shouted with wild joy. In just these few hours, he had already lost count of how many times he had lost his composure. 41,267 points. This score is not only unprecedented at Luyun number 1 high school but would also break records at the most elite high schools in the provincial capital. Unparalleled. In history, this title is well deserved. Such an astonishing score was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet now, this unbelievable scene has become a reality. From this moment on, the name of Luyun number 1 high school will resound throughout Jiangbei province, and the name Lu Zhu will also forge a legend in the field of education. Gu Fan, 41,267 points? Lu Fengwen was completely dazed, as if he were in a dream. No matter how he looked at it, this number didn't seem real. Even pinching himself or slapping his own face couldn't dispel this incredible feeling. A student who had been utterly unremarkable in class, with the lowest level E-grade ability upon awakening, and whom he had even advised to give up on the martial arts college entrance exam. Yet, he had stunned everyone, securing the top spot with a record-breaking score that surpassed all geniuses of the past. You say this is true? Lu Fengwen simply couldn't tell. He really couldn't tell. The core area of the abandoned town, the swamp forest. Is there only half an hour left? Gu Fan glanced at his smart wristband, and the time had already turned into striking red font. The core area of the examination site had long been swept clean by him, leaving not a single fierce beast behind. He planned to return the way he came, hunting some more fierce beasts in other areas along the way. Every additional kill counted. After all, there was only one chance. Once missed, it was gone. Time flew by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The time reached exactly 5 o'clock. Ding 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 ding. At this moment, the smart wristbands of all the examinees simultaneously rang with the bell signaling the end of the exam. Even the wristband of He Huijie, who had left early, also rang. Following the bell was a notification sound. Attention all examinees, the 2023 Martial Arts College entrance examination in Luyun City has now concluded. Killing ferocious beasts will be considered a violation. Please cease hunting and leave the examination venue immediately. Attention all examinees, the 2023 Martial Arts College entrance examination in Luyun City has now concluded. Killing ferocious beasts will be considered a violation. Please cease hunting and leave the examination venue immediately. Attention all examinees, the 2023 Martial Arts College entrance examination in Luyun City has now concluded. Killing ferocious beasts will be considered a violation. Please cease hunting and leave the examination venue immediately. The prompt sounded 3 times. Points, 2,125. Gu Fan unclenched his fist, dispersed the spell power, opened the system panel, and checked the points module. 3,125 points, quite a bit more than the previous 1993. It's a pity time's up, otherwise, I could have kept farming points. Gufan couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Such easy opportunities to accumulate points would likely be rare in the future. After speaking, he withdrew his fist and walked toward the city wall. At the center of the square outside the high wall, the leaderboard was prominently displayed. First place, Gufan, 42,351 points, Luyun No. 1 High School. Second place, Mu Feishue, 8,507 points, Luyun No. 1 High School. Third place, Hiweijie, 4,087 points, Luyun No. 1 High School. The martial arts college entrance exam has ended, and the leaderboard data is now fixed and will no longer change. Freak, an absolute freak. In the plaza's rest area, Hiweijie stared at the leaderboard, his eyes vacant. Ever since leaving the exam room early, his gaze had repeatedly shifted between the big screen and the leaderboard. Every moment of Gufan's battle with the ferocious beast was etched clearly in Hiweijie's mind. Freak. Apart from this word, Hiweijie couldn't find a more suitable adjective to describe Gufan. Even with his critical eye, even in a place teeming with geniuses like Kyoto, Gufan was still one of a kind. As the martial arts college entrance exam concluded, students gradually walked out from the city walls and gathered in the plaza's rest area. I wasn't mistaken after all, it really is over 40,000 points. I've never seen such a high score in my entire life. Yeah, I thought the smart bracelet was malfunctioning, but it turned out to be real. It's simply magical. This is over 40,000 points, firmly securing the top spot in the province, and by a huge margin too. Damn it, I only have a little over 1,000 points. The gap between people is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Everyone was stunned by Gufan's astonishing 42,351 points, expressing their amazement repeatedly. By the way, who is Gufan? Does anyone know him? How could someone score so high and yet have no reputation at all? Voices of doubt arose from the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone began to stir. That's right, since Gufan could score 42,351 points, why had no one ever heard of his name before? Gufan is from our class 3. I'm his classmate. If I told you he's an E-level ability user, what would you think? A chubby boy stepped forward and said, "Haha, are you trying to make me laugh on purpose? My grade A ability only scores over 2,000 points, and Gufan, with over 40,000 points, is actually a grade E ability?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. The sound spread like a virus, and the students all joined in, filling the square's rest area with a cheerful atmosphere. I just remembered, Gufan admitted in class that day he's the mysterious high school student who killed the criminal in the street. Someone shouted in the crowd. This makes sense now, brothers. As soon as these words were spoken, the square was immediately thrown into an uproar. This student's words quickly gained unanimous approval from everyone. Compared to Gufan being a nobody, people were more willing to believe he was the rumored mysterious high school student. I am Gufan's good brother. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I guarantee you'll be amazed. At this moment, Zhang Yuanhao jumped out, looking smug. He performed well in this year's martial arts college entrance exam, scoring over 3,000 points and securing a spot in one of the nation's top 100 schools. What kind of superpower does Gufan actually possess? Is Gufan's superpower really E-level? Gufan is really that mysterious high school student? Many students gathered around, including some beautiful girls, who stared at Zhang Yuanhao with curious eyes. Zhang Yuanhao gave a crooked smile and said mysteriously, "Don't rush, let me tell you slowly. Look, Gufan is coming out." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd. As soon as the voice rang out, the entire place was in an uproar. The director of education, the principal, the homeroom teacher, the teachers, the students, everyone's gaze instantly focused on the gate beneath the high wall. Unlike the other examinees covered in blood, Gufan was spotless, with his hands in his pockets, walking with an indifferent and detached stride, his face full of ease and joy. This is solid proof. Gufan must be that mysterious high school student. As expected, he's my idol, different from ordinary people in every way. Is this the top student in the province? He's way too dazzling. When will I ever be as outstanding as Gufan? Damn it, the gap is so obvious. We're fighting fiercely against the beasts, while Gufan seems to handle it as effortlessly as a casual outing. The students instantly descended into chaos, filled with admiration, envy, and jealousy. Various voices mixed together, eventually drowned out by deafening applause. Clap, 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 clap. The head of the education bureau, the principal, the homeroom teacher, the teachers, the students, everyone couldn't help but applaud Gufan. Gufan, congratulations. You've made unprecedented history, reaching a peak no one else could achieve. You are the pride of our Luyun city. Amid the rounds of applause and cheers, the director of the education bureau, Chen Deming, walked up excitedly and shook Gufan's hand. At the moment he let go, the over 50-year-old Chen Deming was actually moved to tears. Next came the principal, followed by the homeroom teacher and substitute teachers, who also shook hands with Gufan with excitement. It seemed as if the principal and many teachers were moved to tears by the director's emotions. Gufan, however, had never witnessed such a scene before. Applause from the entire school school, and a group of big figures like the director and principal actually crying for him. Thank you, thank you. Gu Fan's mind went blank on the spot, mechanically shaking hands and repeatedly saying thank you. Looking at the scene before them, the students watching felt a mix of emotions. There was pride in Gu Fan leading Luyun City to victory, but also envy and resentment that it wasn't them. They shed tears as well. Whether it was joy or sadness, no one could say for sure. Never thought there'd be a day when I was overlooked too. Outside the crowd, Mu Feishuo smiled bitterly in self-mockery. She had always been the center of attention, but today, all eyes were on Gu Fan, not lingering on her for even a second. Although Mu Feishuo did not enjoy being the center of attention, when no one paid her any mind, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy, as if something that should have been hers had been taken away by someone else. What on earth is going on here? An old residential area in Luyun City. A minimalist bedroom. Get some rest early today, you're too tired. That day, Gu Fan was either hunting fierce beasts or on his way to hunt them, with his activity level several notches higher than usual, thoroughly exhausting him. So after returning home, he took an early shower and prepared to lie down on the bed to rest. Taking off his slippers, Gu Fan collapsed onto the bed, letting out a long sigh. Staring at the white ceiling above, the conversations with the bureau chief, the principal, and the homeroom teacher on the way home replayed in his mind. Gu Fan, is your ability really the E-level 6 eyes? Homeroom teacher Lu Fengwen asked. My ability is indeed 6 eyes, but it's not E-level. On the day of awakening, my 6 eyes were still in an unawakened state. Now that the 6 eyes have awakened, it should be classified as S-level. Gu Fan made no attempt to hide and said frankly, many times, trying to keep a low profile is actually harder, because others are not fools, and obvious disguises only attract more attention. It's better to admit it openly. S-level? Is that so? Upon hearing Gu Fan's answer, the homeroom teacher Lu Fengwen not only showed no surprise but instead revealed a relieved expression, as if a weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Can abilities be upgraded later in life? Principal Lu Zhu asked curiously. This kind of situation does exist. I've seen records in the Education Bureau's archive. Indeed, there are very few abilities with the potential for postnatal upgrades. Director Chen Deming, who was driving, interjected, then turned to Gu Fan and said, Gu Fan, have you decided which ability university you want to attend? With your current grades, you can choose any school in the country. I haven't decided yet. I don't know much about the universities for superpowers. Director Chen, do you have any recommendations? Gu Fan asked in return. To be honest, he knew very little about the universities for superpowers on Blue Star. All he had in mind was to aim for first place and enter a top-tier institution. But when it came to choosing, he truly didn't know which one to pick, as there were not just one but 3 top-tier institutions in the Great Xia Nation. With your grades, you can only choose among the 3 top-tier institutions. You wouldn't be unaware of the 3 top-tier institutions in the Great Xia Nation, would you? Director Chen Deming said. That's what I was thinking too, but there are 3 top-tier institutions, and I really can't decide which one to choose, Gu Fan admitted. Haha, in the entire Luyun City, only you could say something like that. The director couldn't help but laugh. The 3 top universities are Kyoto University, Imperial Capital University, and Magic Capital University. No matter which one you choose, they are the highest aspirations of Dasha students. People really can't be compared to each other. Upon hearing Gu Fan's unintentional humble brag, Director Chen Deming laughed even harder. Speaking of which, it's been more than 10 years since our Luyun First High School had a student admitted to the 3 top universities, Principal Lu Zhu sighed. Gu Fan shrugged helplessly. He really wasn't trying to show off. Was it wrong to have difficulty making a choice? Gu Fan, don't worry. With your high scores, the recruitment officers from the 3 top academies will definitely come to Luyun City to compete for you. If you don't have a particular school in mind, just choose the one with the best conditions. Ahead was a curve, and Director Chen Deming sharply turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator as he spoke. The recollection ended. Gu Fan lay flat on the bed, muttering to himself, there's really nothing to agonize over. The director is right, whichever of the 3 top academies offers the best conditions, that's the one I'll choose. With the system in hand, these top academies are nothing more than platforms for earning points. I don't need spirit stones or supernatural cultivation methods. The system can directly help me level up skills as well. Rather than spending time learning new skills, it's better to first unlock the skills that come with the Limitless technique. There's no need to consider apprenticing to learn either. It's unnecessary. Even if a martial arts master were to teach me hand in hand, it wouldn't be as fast as the system directly upgrading me. At this point, Gu Fan raised his left hand, the silver spatial ring glinting under the light. Oh right, there's also the spatial ring. I haven't paid much attention to it and almost forgot about it. He Weijie said, it seems like you just need to inject spiritual energy directly. Gu Fan unhesitatingly injected spiritual energy into the spatial ring. The process went smoothly, consuming almost no spiritual energy, and the spatial ring activated. A 3 cubic meter space appeared in his mind. Gu Fan was surprised to find that this perception was very similar to the system. The internal space of the spatial ring was was also directly projected into his mind, which was quite magical. Let's test the storage function. Gufan touched the bed beneath him with his hand, focused his thoughts, but nothing happened. He shifted his target, placing his hand on the pillow. With a thought, the pillow instantly disappeared from reality, transferred into the internal space of the spatial ring. The operation is quite simple. Touch the item with your hand, then focus your thoughts, and the item will automatically be stored in the spatial ring. However, the item stored cannot exceed the ring's capacity. After a simple test, Gufan had already mastered the method of using the spatial ring. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Gufan's mind. Without hesitation, he opened the system panel. Host, Gufan. Level, Tier 1 Intermediate. Ability, 6 Eyes, Initial Awakening. Spiritual Power, 200. Skills, Cursed Energy Conversion, Stopping Power, Technique Forward Rotation Blue, Technique Reverse Rotation Red, Unavailable, Hollow Technique Purple, Unavailable, Martial Arts Mastery, Intermediate. Points, 2,125. He quickly scrolled to the very bottom and clicked on the details next to the points. With a ding sound, the item recovery window popped up. Let's first check the exchange rate for item recovery points. If the rate is high, I'll directly recycle the spatial ring for points. The spatial ring isn't of much use to me right now, Gufan muttered to himself while throwing the spatial ring into the system's recycling window. Spatial ring, 500 points. Recycle? A new window popped up. Only 500 points, so little? Looking at the interface that popped up in front of him, Gufan was instantly disappointed. A spatial ring worth tens of millions of Great Xia currency could only be exchanged for 500 points, with a conversion ratio as high as 20,000 to 1. It was simply not cost-effective at all. Gufan chose no without hesitation. He currently has 2,125 points, so the 500 points for the space ring don't really matter. Besides, the system's recycling window is always available, and he can recycle it anytime. There's no need to do it today. He can wait until he urgently needs points. He took the space ring out of the system's recycling window, put it back on his right finger, and muttered to himself, this feature would be great for a rich guy. A small goal could exchange for 5,000 points. Leveling up several times wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, he isn't a rich guy, just a poor kid. As a poor guy, Gufan would naturally choose the most cost-effective way to allocate points. He currently has 2,125 points, and if he recycles the space ring, he can reach 2,625 points, which is close to the 3,000 points needed to awaken the 6 Eyes. However, Gufan does not plan to save up points to awaken the 6 Eyes. It's not that the 6 Eyes awakening isn't good enough, but leveling up is more cost-effective. Upgrading from first grade intermediate to first grade advanced requires only 500 points, far less than 1/6 of the points needed to awaken the 6 Eyes. Moreover, the enhancement brought by the level upgrade is in no way inferior to the improvement from awakening the 6 Eyes. After the level upgrade, not only does the basic spiritual power increase, but the power of the Limitless technique also rises simultaneously. The defensive power of the Cursed Technique Reversal, Red, increases by 1 level, and the attack power of the Cursed Technique Reversal, Blue, is also enhanced, resulting in higher damage. Although awakening the 6 Eyes can elevate them from initial awakening to partial awakening, unlocking the Technique Reversal, Red, this one-way enhancement still pales in comparison to the overall comprehensive boost after leveling up. It's not that fighting across levels isn't cool, but the overwhelming advantage of level suppression is more reassuring. The upgrade button behind the level is gray, which is normal. After all, I just advanced from Tier 1 lower to Tier 1 middle today, and my body hasn't fully adapted yet. As long as you have points, upgrading is just a matter of time. There's no need to train hard, just lie down and wait for the cooldown time to recover. Alright, that's it for today. Time to sleep. After turning off the lights, Gufan fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. It was now June 14th, the day the results of the martial arts college entrance exam were officially announced. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the bedside table vibrated violently. Who is it? Why are they calling so early? Gufan groggily opened his eyes, reached out to the pillow, picked up the phone, and saw the caller ID showing it was his good buddy Zhang Yuanhao. Gufan's heart tightened. Zhang Yuanhao, this guy, is usually lazier than him. How could he possibly get up earlier than him during summer vacation? What's going on? He silently pressed the answer button. Gufan, the college entrance exam results are out. Have you checked them? Are you the top scorer in the province? Zhang Yuanhao's excited voice came through the phone. The college entrance exam results are out? Gufan was stunned for a moment and glanced down at the date on his phone. Well, no wonder, it was already June 14th, the day the results were announced. No wonder Zhang Yuanhao called him so early in the morning. I haven't checked yet. I'll let you know after I check. Bye. Gufan hung up the phone, opened the browser on his phone, and went to the official website, entering his admission ticket number. Before long, a detailed martial arts college entrance exam score sheet popped up, clearly displaying the various scores. Name, Gufan. School, Luyun No. 1 High School. Class, Grade 3, Class 3. City. Examination number 31470173045529. Exam score 42,351 points. Policy bonus points, none. Final score 42,351 points. Provincial ranking, 1. Gufan paid little attention to most of the information, his gaze sweeping past it and fixing on the striking one. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a slight smile. First in the province, of course, I got it. After checking his college entrance exam results, Gufan put down his phone. Just as the screen was about to go dark, he glanced at the top left corner again. So it's already 10 o'clock? Looks like I misunderstood Zhang Yuanhao earlier. Mistaking 10 a.m. for the crack of dawn is indeed a bit inappropriate. Even a 9-to-5 worker would have already been working for an hour by now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the phone screen dimmed, it lit up again, accompanied by intense vibrations. I just hung up, and now there's another call? Who could it be this time? Gufan picked up the phone again and looked closely. The caller ID showed it was Lu Zhu, the principal of Luyun No. 1 High School. The principal is calling me. Is it about the college entrance exam results again? With some doubt, Gufan answered the phone. Gufan, get ready quickly. As soon as the call connected, a loud voice exploded in his ear, making his eardrums ache faintly. Damn it, I should have known not to use the speakerphone. Gufan muttered to himself, hurriedly turning off the speaker and lowering the volume. Immediately, Principal Lu Zhu's voice came through again. The recruitment teachers from the 3 top academies have already arrived in Luyun City. Director Chen and I will soon bring them to visit your home. What's going on? It's only 10 o'clock, and the recruitment teachers are moving so quickly? Gufan instinctively said. The 3 top academies, one located in the southern part of the Xia Kingdom and 2 in the north, are far away from Luyun City, which is situated in Jiangbei Province in the central region of the Xia Kingdom. Not sure. Anyway, the admissions officer has already arrived at the school and is now in the reception room. I guess these top universities must have internal channels and already knew before the exam results were announced. Principal Lu Zhu said from his phone. Gufan nodded, silently agreeing with the principal's speculation. After all, given the distance between Luyun City and the 3 top academies, it would be impossible to make it here in the morning. Only preparing in advance makes sense. These details aren't important. Just get ready. We're heading over right away. Principal Lu Zhu hung up the phone. Anyway, just get up first. Gufan gently closed his phone, changed his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Knock, knock. In less than half an hour, there was a knock at the door. You're here? Gufan, who was sitting on the living room sofa in a daze, stood up and walked calmly toward the door. Opening the door, he saw Principal Lu Zhu and Education Bureau Director Chen Deming standing at the entrance, with 3 admissions teachers standing behind them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gufan led the principal, the director, and the 3 admissions teachers into the house. The living room in Gufan's home was not spacious, and the sofa and coffee table appeared somewhat old, but it was still roomy enough for the 5 guests to sit down comfortably. Once the principal, the director, and the 3 admissions teachers were seated, Gufan spoke. I apologize for the simplicity of my home. There's not much to offer you all. He knew very well that he was the only one at home, and no one had visited for years, so naturally, there was nothing prepared. If he had been notified a day in advance, he could have made some preparations, but these 3 admissions teachers had come too suddenly. It's okay, no need to be formal. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket spoke first. He was Ji Mingquan, an admissions teacher from the Magic City Academy. We were a bit abrupt in coming. Admissions officer Tang Qing from Kyoto Academy and admissions officer Li Yanglian from Imperial Academy spoke simultaneously. Ji Mingquan, Tang Qing, and Li Yanglian, these 3 admissions officers, 1 man and 2 women, were extremely similar in both age and demeanor. The spiritual energy unintentionally emanating from them was as fierce as a wild beast, far surpassing that of Principal Lu Zhu and Director Chen Deming, and even more terrifying than the aura of the chief examiner of the martial arts entrance exam, Chang Shouji. Since all of you teachers told me not to stand on ceremony, I won't. Let's get straight to your offers. Gufan leisurely leaned against his own sofa, speaking without hesitation. This arrogance secretly shocked the 3 admissions teachers. They had never imagined that a humble student from a small town could be as brazen and audacious as the children of prominent families in the capital. But upon closer thought, Gufan indeed seemed to have the right to be arrogant. Though he grew up in the small town of Luyun City, he managed to achieve the top score in the entire province. Such a genius, even if a bit proud, was understandable. Gufan, I have a question. It concerns the conditions I am about to offer you. Ji Mingquan began to speak. Go ahead, Gufan responded. It's about your superpower. I saw in your file that you're registered as an E-level 6 eyes, but I reviewed your combat records and found that the superpower you displayed clearly doesn't match what's registered in the file. Ji Mingquan asked directly. Oh, you're asking about this. Here's how it is. Gufan patiently explained it once. The 3 admissions teachers were instantly dumbfounded. Still don't understand? Alright, let me show you. Send someone over. Normally, Gufan had no patience to explain his limitless techniques to others. Even if doing so could enhance the power of the techniques, he wouldn't easily demonstrate them. But this time was different. He knew very well that the stronger his abilities appeared, the better the conditions these admissions teachers would offer. So he had to be a bit more patient. I'll do it, since I'm the one who asked. Ji Mingquan volunteered eagerly. What should we do? Ji Mingquan walked toward Gu Fan and asked. It's very simple. You just stretch out your hand, and we'll lightly clap our palms together. Gu Fan replied. Ji Mingquan extended his palm, attempting to high-five Gu Fan. Yet an astonishing scene unfolded. His palm stopped in front of Gu Fan's, unable to make contact, remaining just inches away. This is infinity? Ji Mingquan's eyes widened, his brown pupils trembling uncontrollably in shock. As a fifth-tier ability user with years of teaching experience, it was the first time he had ever encountered such a bizarre ability. Why don't you give it a try too? Since we've tried clapping, let's switch to a handshake. Gu Fan looked at the two female teachers from the Kyoto Academy and the Imperial Academy and extended his hand. What is this? It actually stopped. Tang Chang and Li Yonglian were just as shocked as Ji Mingquan. Although they had clearly shaken hands with Gu Fan, they felt as if they hadn't, a phenomenon so incredible it was hard to believe. Rather than saying it stops, it's more accurate to say the closer you get to me, the slower your speed becomes. Do you understand? Gu Fan explained. The three admissions teachers shouted in unison, absolutely no idea. It seems that for martial arts teachers who haven't studied advanced mathematics, understanding infinity is still too difficult. Seeing everyone still completely confused, Gu Fan helplessly placed his hand on his forehead and let out a long sigh. How about this? I brought a device for testing ability levels. We don't understand the infinity you're talking about, but we can comprehend ability levels. Ability levels can directly reflect the potential and strength of abilities. Tang Qing, the admissions teacher from Kyoto Academy, said. That's right, Gu Fan, your file must be updated, and the ability level test is only a matter of time. Instead of waiting to test it at the academy, it's better to do it now in advance. Ji Mingquan, the admissions teacher from the Magic City Academy, added. Seeing that both admissions teachers had spoken, Gu Fan readily agreed. How do I test? Just like the awakening ceremony, place your hand on this small stone tablet. Admissions officer Tang Qing from Kyoto Academy took out a small stone tablet the size of a kettle from her spatial ring and placed it on the coffee table while speaking to Gu Fan. Gu Fan nodded and, under the watchful eyes of the three admissions officers, placed his hand on the ability level testing device. The dim awakening stone tablet suddenly lit up, with dazzling orange light shooting straight into the sky, instantly filling the entire living room. Orange light, this is S level? Tang Qing murmured in confusion. It was the first time she had seen such a dazzling orange light, and she was somewhat unsure about Gu Fan's ability level. It's not just a simple S level. Ordinary S levels don't have this kind of brilliance. This is the strongest S level, with strength comparable to SS level. Ji Mingquan shouted excitedly. What? The strongest S level? Strength comparable to SS level? Hearing Ji Mingquan's exclamation, Tang Cheng and Li Yonglian were both shaken. They might not understand what infinity signifies, but they were well aware of the meaning of SS level. Nowadays, among nearly 10 million high school graduates in Daxia each year, an SS level individual is as rare as a phoenix feather. Such scarce talent would be fiercely contested by even the three top-tier academies, with priority surpassing even the provincial top scorer. At this moment, the three admissions teachers' gazes toward Gu Fan completely changed, becoming even more fervent and eager. Gu Fan, come to our Kyoto Academy. Kyoto Academy is the leader among the three top-tier academies and the most prestigious supernatural academy in Daxia. As long as you choose our Kyoto Academy, you'll receive 1,000 spirit stones upon enrollment, along with an SS-level ability cultivation method, ensuring your cultivation speed won't lose to any noble family descendant. Tang Qing dropped a bombshell as soon as she spoke, leaving even Principal Lu Zhu beside her stunned. A single spirit stone is worth 10,000 xia coins, so 1,000 spirit stones amount to a full 10 million. Gu Fan would receive such wealth just by enrolling, an amount that Principal Lu Zhu hadn't earned in his entire career. What? Chen Deming, the director of the Education Bureau sitting on the edge of the sofa, was so shocked that he stood up directly. In his view, 1,000 spirit stones were just a small matter. The real heavyweight was that SS-level ability cultivation method. Apart from the only 3 SSS-level ability cultivation methods in the country, the SS-level ability cultivation method was enough to rank 4th nationwide. This level of ability cultivation method simply couldn't be bought with money. Only top-tier academies and elite families could possess it. Tang Qing's words immediately made the admissions teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy, Li Yonglian, anxious. She gritted her teeth and retorted. Gu Fan, don't listen to the nonsense from the Kyoto Academy. Our Imperial Academy is truly the top among the 3 elite academies. You're into martial arts, right? Our Imperial Academy's martial arts are the best in the nation. If you join our Imperial Academy, you'll receive 2,000 spirit stones upon enrollment, along with one-on-one guidance from a martial arts master. Of course, we'll also gift you the SS-level ability cultivation method. Interesting. reading, there are apparently 2 academies claiming to be number 1. Which one is truly the best? Gu Fan secretly chuckled to himself. To be honest, the conditions offered by the Imperial Capital Academy are already quite generous, but they don't provide any substantial help to him. Even though the Imperial Capital Academy's martial arts program ranks first in the nation, arranging a one-on-one coaching session with a martial arts master for him wouldn't be as fast as directly upgrading through the system. Moreover, he doesn't need that SS-level ability cultivation method at all. It would be nice if it could be recycled, but unfortunately, the system cannot recycle such non-material items. Gu Fan, our Magic City Academy doesn't provide SS-level ability cultivation methods, but we will give you the opportunity to choose one SS-level skill. Of course, we will also provide the admission spirit stones, directly giving you 3,000 spirit stones, along with a second-tier spiritual weapon and a set of second-tier spiritual armor, Ji Mingquan said in a calm tone. After hearing the astonishing offers from the first 2 academies, Ji Mingquan had already lost much hope in his heart. Although the Magic City Academy is also one of the 3 top academies, it is undoubtedly ranked last. SS-level skill selection is good, but it can't compare to the SS-level ability cultivation method. It's a very simple principle. One is the icing on the cake, the other is a timely help. It's not that SS-level skills can't be used, but the SS-level ability cultivation method offers better value for money. The 3 admissions teachers introduced their respective conditions one by one, leaving Principal Lu Zhu and Education Director Chen Deming amazed. They originally thought that these top universities would compete to invite Gu Fan to enroll, but they never expected the conditions to be this astonishing. Even the Magic City Academy, which offered the least favorable conditions, was far more generous than they had ever imagined. The true top-tier institutions indeed make grand gestures. Gu Fan will probably choose the Imperial Capital Academy. He mentioned before that he doesn't have a particular preference and would only pick the one with the best conditions. Director of Education Chen Deming silently speculated in his heart. Gu Fan, which one do you plan to choose? Ji Mingquan, Tang Qing, and Li Yanglian, the 3 admissions teachers, asked in unison. In an instant, everyone's gaze simultaneously focused on Gu Fan. I choose the Magic City Academy. Without much thought, Gu Fan decisively and straightforwardly gave his answer. The reason is very simple. On the surface, the conditions offered by the Imperial Capital Academy seem the best, but in reality, the Magic Capital Academy is the most beneficial to him. The SS-level ability cultivation method is completely useless to him, while SS-level skills still hold some value, as they are, after all, SS-level. Not to mention that the Magic Capital Academy offers the most spirit stones, 3,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 1,500 points, which is enough for him to level up twice. Add a second-tier spiritual weapon and a set of second-tier spiritual armor, and these pieces of equipment can also be recycled through the system in exchange for points. How could this happen? Li Yanlian, the admissions teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy, found it hard to accept. Despite offering the best conditions, Gu Fan ended up choosing the Magic Capital Academy, which had the worst conditions. Gu Fan, are you sure you want to choose our Magic Capital Academy? Unlike Li Yanglian, Ji Mingquan was so surprised that he could hardly believe his ears. What, does your Magic Capital Academy not want me? Gu Fan asked back with a hint of mockery. Impossible, impossible. If you were to come to our Magic City Academy, we would have welcomed you with open arms long ago, Ji Mingquan said excitedly. Gu Fan, can you tell me why you chose Magic City Academy? Li Yanlian asked with a tone of unwillingness. Reason? After a brief moment of thought, Gu Fan replied, compared to the north, I prefer the southern climate, and since Modu is a coastal city, I've always wanted to see the sea with my own eyes. Boom! Of course, Gu Fan wouldn't reveal the truth. He casually made up a reason on the spot, as there was no other choice. He couldn't possibly admit that he looked down on the SS-level ability cultivation method, could he? Is this really the reason? Li Yanlian widened her eyes, unable to come to terms with it for a long time. After a great effort, she finally let out a sigh. Alright, I have nothing to say about this reason. Upon hearing Gu Fan's explanation, Tang Qing and Li Yanlian knew they were completely out of the picture. The capital, also known as the Imperial City, is the largest city in the Great Xia Kingdom. Located in the north and deep inland, it was completely contrary to Gu Fan's expectations. Unlike Tang Qing and Li Yanlian, who both looked sullen, Ji Mingquan couldn't stop grinning. Gu Fan, you don't need to fill out your application anymore. Here's the special admission contract for Modu University. Just sign this. Ji Mingquan took out 2 contracts from his spatial ring and handed them to Gu Fan. The contract was 18 pages thick. After quickly flipping through it, Gu Fan signed his name without much hesitation. Gu Fan, aren't you going to take a closer look? Ji Mingquan was somewhat surprised. I've already looked it over. The contract's content is fine, the official seal is genuine, and the high-level spiritual energy contained within it can't be faked. Gu Fan said, you noticed? Ji Mingquan looked at Gu Fan with newfound respect and praised him without reservation, as expected of the top scorer in Jiangbei province. Your insight is truly sharp. Ji Mingquan had been a recruitment teacher for for over 10 years, traveling across major cities nationwide, and rarely had he encountered a student as perceptive as Gu Fan, who could detect the high-level spiritual energy in the contract seal. "I've signed it. Take a look." Gu Fan handed over the contract. "Very good, Gu Fan. From today onwards, you are a student of the Magic City Academy. This is your admission letter. It contains the detailed address and the start date. Magic City Academy welcomes your arrival." Ji Minkwon took the contract and then retrieved a letter from his spatial ring, handing it to Gu Fan. Gu Fan nodded slightly and accepted the admission letter. Seeing Gu Fan accept it, Ji Minkwon did not linger any longer. He stood up and bid him farewell. "Gu Fan, I still have other recruitment tasks, so I won't disturb you further. See you next time at the Modu Academy." Principal Lu Zhu, Education Bureau Director Chen Deming, and the other recruitment teachers also stood up and said their goodbyes to Gu Fan. "Oh, I almost forgot. Here's my business card with my contact information. Feel free to call me anytime if you have any questions." Ji Minkwon suddenly turned back as he reached the door and slipped a small card to Gu Fan. The teachers moved quickly, and before long, the living room of Gu Fan's house was empty again. Gu Fan leaned on the sofa, fiddling with the card in his hand while muttering to himself, "There's still an enrollment task. Could their next target be Mu Feishue?" Outside a small villa in the Luyun City residential area, Principal Lu Zhu, Education Bureau Director Chen Deming, Kyoto Admissions Teacher Tang Qing, Imperial City Admissions Teacher Li Yanglian, and Magic City Admissions Teacher Ji Minkwon all were present. Gu Fan guessed correctly. The next target of these admissions teachers was Mu Feishue. Mu Feishue's final score in the martial arts college entrance exam was 8,507 points, ranking 42nd in Jiangbei province. Although this score and ranking are not considered top tier, they are sufficient to gain admission to the 3 top-tier academies. However, passing the exam is one thing, special recruitment is another. Based solely on Mu Feishue's grades and ranking, the admissions officers of the 3 top academies wouldn't visit her personally. The main reason they came was because Mu Feishue possesses an S-level ability. S-level abilities are extremely rare, with fewer than 10 emerging in a province each year, and only a little over 100 nationwide. Even for these 3 top-tier academies, they would spare no effort to recruit an S-level ability user. Ding dong, ding dong. After the doorbell rang, Mu Feishue walked out of the small villa and led a group of teachers into the house. Mu Feishue comes from a privileged family. Both of her parents work for the government and belong to the upper class of Luyun City. The luxurious living room formed a stark contrast with the old and cramped living room of Gu Fan's home. After sitting down in the living room, the admissions officers from the 3 top universities sampled some snacks while sipping tea, each presenting their respective schools' admission offers. Unlike the tense competition when vying for Gu Fan, this time the admissions officers appeared particularly calm and composed. The conditions offered to Mu Feishue were also completely different from those given to Gu Fan. The Kyoto Academy offered 200 spirit stones along with an S-level ability cultivation method. The Imperial Academy provided an S-level ability cultivation method and a second-tier spirit weapon. The Magic City Academy presented the most generous offer, including an S-level ability cultivation method, 500 spirit stones, and a second-tier spirit weapon. Unlike the rarity of SS-level ability cultivation methods, S-level ability cultivation methods are not uncommon. Almost all of the nation's top 100 schools are equipped with them, and they can even be purchased on the market, falling into the category of items that can be obtained with money. Mu Feishue, which one do you plan to choose? After the 3 admissions teachers, Ji Minkwon, Tang Cheng, and Li Yanglian, took turns presenting their offers, they all looked at her in unison and asked the question in one voice. After some deep thought, Mu Feishue slowly replied, "I choose the Magic City Academy." Her reasons for the choice were multifaceted. First, the Magic City Academy offered the most generous conditions, including an S-level ability cultivation method, 500 spirit stones, and a second-tier spiritual weapon. Second, her own foundation was too weak. Although her family wealth was considered affluent, in Luyun City, it was no match for the true aristocratic families. If she were to attend the capital or Imperial City Academy, she would face immense pressure from the elite families there. Choosing the Magic City Academy meant relatively less competition, making it more suitable for her current situation. So it's the Magic City Academy after all? Tang Chang and Li Yanglian were not surprised by this outcome. After all, the conditions offered by the Magic City Academy were indeed the most enticing. It wasn't that they didn't want to recruit Mu Feishue, but her priority level wasn't high for their schools. After all, there were over 100 candidates nationwide with S-level abilities, and for the prestigious capital and Imperial City Academies, losing one Mu Feishue wasn't a significant loss. Teacher Ji, congratulations. Now both of Luyun City's top talents have been recruited by your Modu Academy. Tang Qing said with a smile. "Ha, it's just a stroke of luck." Ji Minkwon responded with a laugh. The light-hearted conversation of the 3 drifted into Mu Feishue's ears, causing her heart to stir. 2 top talents? What does that mean? Could it be that Gu Fan also chose Modu Academy? The start date is is actually July 1st, it's not even September 1st, and summer vacation isn't even a month long? Gufan exclaimed in surprise as he opened the admission letter from Moto Academy and saw the clearly stated start date. Today is June 17th, just 3 days after the release of the college entrance exam results on June 14th. The period from June 14th to June 20th is the critical time for filling out college applications, lasting 1 week. During this time, students will complete their application submissions. Since Zhang Yuanhao was already admitted early to a prestigious university in the Magic City, he also applied to several other top universities in the city, such as the Flame Academy, which is nationally renowned for its fire element specialization and is also a good choice for Zhang Yuanhao. 10 days have passed since the martial arts college entrance exam. My body should have adapted by now, and the cooldown time for my level. Gufan opened the system panel. Upon closer inspection, the button next to the level, which was originally gray, had turned yellow. Do you want to spend 500 points to level up? The system's pop-up window was clear and straightforward. Since the cooldown time was over, Gufan naturally chose to level up immediately. Yes. As soon as the words were spoken, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly converged, pouring into Gufan's body at an astonishing speed. Crack! A sound like the breaking of shackles came from within his body, and his aura surged dramatically. Level: Tier 1 Intermediate Ability User, Tier 1 Advanced Ability User. Awesome! After the upgrade was complete, Gufan immediately felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Spiritual Power 280. Not only has the level increased, but spiritual power has also grown significantly, rising by 80 points in one go. Gufan looked at the system panel again. Host: Gufan. Level: First Rank Superior. Ability: 6 Eyes, Initial Awakening. Spiritual Power 280. Skills: Cursed Energy Conversion, Power of Stopping, Technique Forward Rotation Blue, Technique Reverse Rotation Red, Unavailable, Hollow Technique Purple, Unavailable, Martial Arts Mastery, Intermediate. Points: 1625. Upgrading to Tier 2 lower level requires 400 spiritual power, and it also consumes 1000 points. Gufan stared at the conditions next to the upgrade button, and the joy in his heart was instantly extinguished. Each point of spiritual power requires 5 points to increase, so 400 spiritual power equals 2000 points, plus the 1000 points needed for the upgrade, totaling 1600 points. At the moment, he only has 1625 points in total. Thinking of this, Gufan couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, upgrading actually costs so many points, might as well just rob someone. After a long silence, Gufan, whose mood had gradually calmed down, stepped out of his house. Since he had just leveled up, it was only natural to head to the Extreme Martial Hall to test his strength. Luyun City, bustling downtown area. A fat man and a thin man, both dressed in prison uniforms, wandered the streets without a care. The skinny one, nicknamed Monkey, was once a core member of the criminal group Qilin Gang and possessed a second-tier lower-level wind ability. Brother Qilin, I really didn't expect us to escape from that damned prison, Monkey said, still shaken. The fat one, nicknamed Brother Qilin, was a second-tier mid-level lightning ability user and the former leader of the Qilin Gang. He committed all sorts of heinous crimes, earning a notorious reputation in Luyun City. Brother Qilin is not actually fat, he just has a face full of flesh and a Qilin tattoo on his arm. The skinny guy next to him is too thin, which makes him look fat. Not just us, hundreds of criminals imprisoned in the jail all took the opportunity to escape. Troublemaker did a great job, directly blowing up the prison in Luyun City. Ha 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 ha. Brother Qilin burst into loud laughter. The two, dressed in prison uniforms, chatted and laughed without any reservations, drawing the attention of passers-by on the street. What are you looking at? Tired of living? Brother Qilin glared angrily, burning with rage. Electric whip. Electric light flickered in his hand, forming into a long whip, which he casually lashed out. Sizzle. A passerby was instantly sliced in half at the waist by the electric whip, with smoke rising from the severed area and a pungent smell filling the air. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the pedestrians finally realized that these two were truly heinous criminals. Ah! Someone's been killed. Run quickly. Screams rose and fell, and the crowd scattered in all directions. Ah, that's how it should be. Brother Qilin laughed maniacally. It seemed he had been in prison for too long, and people in the martial world had forgotten Brother Qilin's name. He had to make them remember it properly. This was just the beginning. Brother Qilin, look ahead. That woman is truly stunning. I've never seen anyone so beautiful in my life. The monkey trembled all over, pointing ahead, his hand shaking like a sieve, a lewd smile on his face, drooling all over the ground. What kind of reaction is that? Haven't you seen a woman before? Brother Qilin sneered disdainfully, casually glanced ahead, and suddenly felt his blood surge, his whole body heating up. What a beautiful chick. I've been pent up in prison for 3 years, and today I must let it all out properly. Brother Qilin's eyes were filled with lewdness, his breathing rapid, his face flushed red. His impatient demeanor was even more exaggerated than that of his underling, Monkey. What they saw was Mu Feishue. She had a tall figure, stunningly beautiful beautiful features, and black hair cascading over her shoulders. The cold expression on her face instantly amplified the wicked thoughts of these two prisoners to their peak. Not good, this woman is trying to run, the monkey exclaimed in shock. Monkey, take me with you, set the wind track to maximum power, we absolutely can't let this woman escape. Brother Qilin shouted anxiously. Why am I so unlucky? Today was supposed to be a happy day, why did it turn out like this? Mu Feishue roared anxiously in her heart. After the martial arts college entrance exam ended, she did not slack off. During the summer vacation, she trained diligently without a moment's rest every day. Finally, this morning, she successfully advanced from level 1 lower to level 1 intermediate. Full of joy, she originally planned to go to the extreme martial arts hall immediately to test her strength, but unexpectedly, she encountered two thugs committing crimes in broad daylight on the way. From the terrifying aura emanating from the tattooed man's electric whip, Mu Feishue clearly felt an extraordinary pressure. This kind of aura was definitely not something a first-level ability user could possess. Ha, you can't escape. A lewd laugh echoed in her ears. Mu Feishue forced herself to suppress the disgust and discomfort in her heart and turned to look back. No one? How is that possible? Could it be up ahead? Mu Feishue turned back in terror to look ahead, suddenly discovering that the monkey and Brother Qilin were standing in front of her with sinister smiles and ferocious expressions. Luyun City. City Guard Headquarters. At this moment, in a small meeting room, the chief commander and 7 captains are gathered together. In Luyun City, the city's security is maintained by the City Guard Brigade, which is composed of 7 City Guard squads, collectively known as the 7 City Guard Squads. Each City Guard squad is led by a captain, and the 7 City Guard squads have a total of 7 captains who report directly to the chief commander of the City Guard Brigade. Due to the destruction of Luyun City's prison, with hundreds of criminals roaming the city, these guardians of urban security are holding an emergency meeting. Team 7, what's the situation in the city now? Chief Commander Ning Haisheng asked. On one side of the long table, a bald middle-aged man looked up, shifting his gaze from his laptop to the end of the table, and said, reporting to the chief commander, according to incomplete statistics, the current number of civilian casualties has reached 162 and is still rising. Damn it, those damn troublemakers. Chief Ning Haisheng angrily pounded the table. The troublemakers are a massive criminal organization, with henchmen spread across the country, lurking in cities big and small. Unlike other criminal organizations, the troublemakers do not commit crimes for money or fame. Their motives are far crazier and more pure. Happiness and fun, simply for the sake of seeking joy. In short, pranksters are a gathering place for pleasure seekers who dare to do anything in pursuit of fun. What's even more terrifying is that these people are not only members of the prankster group but also normal people in society. They can be students or teachers, children or parents, employees or leaders. In short, the situation is extremely terrifying. Damn it, it turns out the recent fugitive incident was just a prelude. Luyun City Prison had already been infiltrated by troublemakers. The captain of the 3rd Squad, Xiao Bo, was also furious. The fugitive incident at that time was under his charge, but by the time he arrived at the scene, the fugitives had already been completely eliminated, leaving only remnants. We are just the city guard. The Luyun City Prison is not under our jurisdiction. You can't blame us for this. The captain of the 5th Squad responded coldly. The 1st Squad is the same, always causing trouble for us. The captain of the 1st Squad echoed. Stop talking. Teams 1, 2, and 3, move out immediately and eliminate the criminals roaming the city at all costs. Teams 4, 5, and 6, your task is to guide the citizens to safety. Make the safety of the citizens your top priority. Chief Commander Ning Haisheng issued the orders sternly. The 6 captains responded in unison. Luyun City, bustling downtown area. Little girl, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The monkey revealed a lewd smile. Yeah, look at your expression, so scared? We're not going to eat you, ha ha ha. Qilin laughed triumphantly. Awesome. Facing the approach of the 2 thugs, Mu Feishue instinctively took 2 steps back, tightly gripping Sodi no Shirayuki, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Oh, little girl, not bad. You actually dare to draw your weapon against us 2 second-tier ability users. But do you really think this broken blade can stop us? Seeing Mu Feishue reveal her weapon, the monkey became even more excited, his eyes full of mockery, as if a hunter toying with his prey. I advise you to behave and give up resisting. We might spare your life, otherwise. Brother Qilin sneered, gesturing at his neck and making a throat-slitting motion. First dance, Moonlight. Mu Feishue took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in her heart, and swung Shuebai's sleeve forward to strike. She knew clearly that if she didn't resist, the only thing awaiting her would be an even crueler fate. Mu Feishue's swordsmanship was unexpectedly swift. Neither the monkey nor Brother Qilin had anticipated her counterattack, and both were simultaneously slashed by Shuebai's sleeve. Since both were second-level ability users, the wounds were not serious, especially for Brother Qilin, whose skin was merely grazed by the blade without any damage to the muscles. The surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted, and monkey and Brother Qilin were astonished to find frost emerging from their wounds, quickly spreading across their bodies and covering them entirely entirely in an instant. Taking advantage of Monkey and Brother Qilin being frozen, Mu Feishue mustered all her strength and dashed forward, a plan already forming in her mind. Not far ahead was a large shopping mall with a complex layout inside. She was a frequent visitor and was very familiar with the building's layout, while the two thugs had just been released from prison and couldn't possibly know the situation here. If she could successfully hide in the mall, she could rely on the advantage of the terrain to buy some time and seize the opportunity to call the city guard for help. Little girl, don't even think about running. Electric sparks flickered on Brother Qilin's body, and in less than 3 seconds, the frost on him was melted by the electricity. Electric whip. Brother Qilin swung the electric whip towards Mu Feishue, but having just thawed out, his body had not yet recovered, and his electric whip missed, striking the street lamp by the roadside. Amidst the sizzling sound, the current climbed up the lamp post, making the originally dim light glaringly bright. Then, with a bang, the street lamp shattered into pieces. This is the result of Kirin's mercy. If he had gone all out, the streetlight pole would have been split in two. Damn it! Kirin secretly cursed. With the freeze and the electric whip missing its mark, Mu Feishue took the opportunity to run far away and had already reached the plaza outside the large shopping mall. If she escapes into the mall, it will be a big problem, and the cook duck might just fly away like that. Wind track. At this moment, the monkey also thawed out. A swift wind gathered around him as he suddenly charged forward. Monkey, take me with you. Seeing the younger brother thaw, Kirin was overjoyed and immediately shouted loudly. Alright. The monkey quickly darted to Kirin's side, grabbed his arm, and charged forward together. With the high-speed movement of the wind track, the distance between Kirin and Mu Feishue instantly shrank to within 10 meters, just within the attack range of the electric whip. Haha, little girl, you can't escape. Electric whip. Brother Qilin sneered as he swung the whip, mercilessly lashing it toward Mu Feishue. Mu Feishue was struck by the electric whip, her body stiffened, and she fell heavily to the ground. This fall was undoubtedly fatal. When she stood up again, the monkey and Brother Qilin were already closing in with lewd smiles. Her whole body was paralyzed, and she could barely stand, let alone run away. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Brother Qilin mocked. Unexpectedly, you're quite capable. You actually dared to hurt me. Next, I'll show you how powerful I am. The monkey drooled as it approached Mu Feishue. Monkey, don't rush. Take care of your wound first. I'll help you get revenge. Brother Qilin stopped the monkey with one hand, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with lewdness, as he slowly moved closer to Mu Feishue. No need, just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. The monkey shook off Brother Qilin's hand, laughing lewdly, with drool flowing like a small river. Help! Mu Feishue's voice gradually weakened, murmuring as if she had lost all strength. Help! The voice was indistinct, gradually becoming even fainter than the sound of insects chirping. Help! Who can hear you with that voice? But even if you scream your lungs out, no one can save you. Ha 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 ha. The monkey and Brother Qilin burst into a lewd laugh in unison. Hey! What are you guys doing? At that moment, a loud voice rang out, and the monkey and Brother Qilin instinctively turned to look behind them. The speaker was none other than Gu Fan. Not long after stepping out, Gu Fan noticed something unusual. The streets were filled with panicked crowds fleeing, shouting words like criminals and murder. But Gu Fan paid no attention. He wouldn't abandon his plan to go to the extreme martial arts gym for testing because of some stranger he had never met. So, he strolled casually down the street. However, when Gu Fan walked past the large shopping mall, he saw Mu Feishue surrounded by two thugs, one fat and one thin, and she was on the verge of tears. So, the sudden voice startled Brother Qilin, and he quickly turned around to look, his heart tightening. If the city guard came, his good fortune would be ruined. But upon seeing the newcomer, it turned out to be a student-like kid. Brother Qilin instantly flew into a rage and shouted loudly, "Kid, how dare you interrupt Brother Qilin's fun? Are you tired of living? Ha, Brother Qilin, what is this?" Gu Fan couldn't help but laugh. How dare you laugh at Brother Qilin? You're courting death. Before Brother Qilin could get angry, Monkey was already furious. Not only was he angry, but he also struck directly. The monkey was surrounded by a fierce wind, rushing toward Gu Fan at high speed, with its right hand raised high. The monkey's target was directly aimed at Gu Fan's head. It planned to press Gu Fan's head into the ground and drag it for 50 meters, making him reflect on his words and actions. You're the one courting death. Gu Fan grabbed the monkey's outstretched right hand, gave it a fierce swing, and immediately activated the technique Shan rotation azure. Under the powerful traction of the technique Shun Zhuan Song, the monkey's head was pressed against the ground, scraping forward all the way until it stopped 50 meters later. Monkey! Brother Qilin shouted anxiously. This scene happened so quickly that, in just a brief moment, the second-tier lower-level monkey monkey was defeated so thoroughly. Stop shouting, the person is already dead. Gu Fan said calmly. Are you kidding? When he was at the intermediate level of the first rank, the normal powered spell Shun Zhuan Song could easily kill a second rank lower level beast in seconds. And now he is at the upper level of the first rank. Human defense can't compare to that of beasts. It would be strange if it wasn't a one-hit kill. The monkey is dead? Hearing Gu Fan's words, Brother Qilin dropped Mu Feishui and turned to run to the monkey's side. He dazedly checked the monkey's breathing, but the monkey's face had already been rubbed pale, its brain matter exposed. How could there be any sign of life? How is that possible? Brother Qilin could hardly believe the reality before him. His brother monkey was a second-tier lower-level ability user. How could he die in just one strike? Gu Fan? At this moment, Mu Feishui finally came to her senses, and her previously dim eyes instantly lit up with brilliance. Earlier, paralyzed and unable to move, as she watched Monkey and Brother Qilin approach with lecherous smiles, her only thought was that it was over. Subconsciously calling for help, she desperately prayed in her heart that someone could come to save her, while also understanding that it was almost impossible for anyone to rescue her. However, her prayers were truly answered. Seeing Gu Fan make a dazzling entrance, Mu Feishui's heart rippled with emotion. You actually know each other? Well, of course, if you didn't know her, you wouldn't have come to save her. Brother Qilin said resentfully. This is not necessarily the case. It has nothing to do with saving people. I just can't stand your utterly disgusting face. Gu Fan responded coldly. You're strong, but you were still careless. Not saving this woman immediately was your mistake. You'll regret it forever. Brat. Electric whip. Brother Qilin erupted on the spot, wielding an electric whip in both hands and lashing madly at Mu Feishui. The obvious gap in strength made him realize that he was no match for this brat in front of him, so he decided to change tactics, to make this brat regret forever. This woman was the perfect target. Although the little devil seems indifferent to her on the surface, as long as she is killed, he will undoubtedly be in unbearable pain. There is no doubt about it. Regret? Do you really think you can kill someone right in front of me? If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have let you live this long. Gu Fan sneered disdainfully. Gu Fan reached out, and a massive pulling force erupted from his palm, directly dragging Brother Qilin over, causing the electric whip to veer off and strike the air. Brother Qilin lost his balance, his body flailing wildly in the air, waving his arms and legs chaotically as if he were drowning. Without hesitation, Gu Fan unleashed a full-force punch, slamming it fiercely into Brother Qilin's chest. Brother Qilin was sent flying, first crashing into a streetlight pole and breaking it, then landing heavily, bouncing up before smashing hard onto a parked car by the roadside, deforming the car on the spot. Boom! Hey, you didn't really die, did you? If you're this weak, it's no fun at all. Gu Fan walked casually toward the deformed sedan with his hands in his pockets. Cough, cough. Brother Qilin's chest was sunken, his body covered in blood. After spitting out a large clot of blood, his entire body erupted with a frenzy of electricity, as if in a final burst of energy. Electric whip, 5 strikes. Brother Qilin swung the electric whip with both hands, lashing at Gu Fan 5 times. The rampaging current shattered the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that almost engulfed Gu Fan. Kid, bet you didn't see that coming. Brother Qilin revealed a cruel smile. Under such intense attacks, the brat in front of him couldn't possibly survive. After all, espers lack defensive power, especially since Gu Fan was completely unguarded at the moment, practically turning him into a live target for the electric whip. Haha, is this supposed to tickle? Gu Fan strode out of the smoke and dust, kicked Brother Qilin to the ground, smashing him onto the deformed car. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Brother Qilin was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. His hands trembled, his eyes were dazed, completely unable to believe what was happening before him. Nothing is impossible. Die. Gu Fan extended his hand, then clenched it tightly. Amidst cracking sounds, Brother Qilin and the sedan were instantly crushed into a spherical shape, followed by a loud boom as they exploded into fragments scattered across the ground. Wrap it up, wrap it up. Gu Fan clapped his hands, turned around, and left. As he was leaving, he caught a glimpse of Mu Feishui still standing there in a daze. Hey, are you okay? Gu Fan greeted with a smile. It's okay. Mu Feishui gently nodded in response. That's good. Technique formula forward rotation, Azure. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly lunged forward. It was Mu Feishui. Her tearful eyes glistened as she grabbed Gu Fan's arm and began sobbing. A sweet aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the sound of hurried sobbing, and what caught more attention was the soft sensation coming from the arm. Alright, there was no sensation at all, not even a bit, and of course, this was due to the Limitless technique. Alright, no, it's not. This is a sad story. After a while, Mu Feishui stopped crying. Ah, sorry. After calming down, Mu Feishui realized her loss of composure, quickly let go of Gu Fan's arm, her face still streaked with tears and flushed with embarrassment. It's okay, it's okay. Gu Fan comforted her. Being hugged like this by the school beauty, just thinking about it felt like a win. This was something countless students dreamed of. Not to mention others, even his good friend Zhang Yuanhao. If he found out, his jaw would probably drop in shock. Gu Fan, thank you for saving me. I will never never forget your kindness. If you have any requests, just let me know, and I will do everything I can to repay you," Mu Feishue said sincerely, her gaze full of earnestness. Looking at her serious expression, Gu Fan swallowed back the words, "Repay me with your hand in marriage," that were on the tip of his tongue. Mu Feishue was serious. She didn't seem like the kind of girl who would joke around, and he wasn't the type to take advantage of the situation. It was better to stay proper. So, Gu Fan said, "I accept your gratitude, but I need to explain something to you. Rather than saving you, it was more about not being able to stand the disgusting faces of those two criminals. Even if it weren't you, I would have saved them. As for repayment, you've already given it to me just now." "Repayment? Given it to you? But I clearly haven't done anything." Wait. Thinking of this, Mu Feishue's face turned red with embarrassment again. At this moment, it was the top floor of a tall building. Interesting. A muscular man with a cardboard box over his head looked down at the scene below, taking in the entire episode. His name was Su Chang, formerly the warden of Luyun City Prison, and now a low-ranking member of the Troublemaker organization. This farce sweeping through Luyun City was entirely orchestrated by him. The Mischief Makers organization has a strict hierarchy, divided into 4 levels: low, intermediate, high, and special. To advance in rank and influence within the organization, solid strength is essential, but the ability to plan pranks is equally indispensable. In order to rise from the low level to the intermediate level, Su Chang went so far as to expose his identity and personally blow up the prison, turning Luyun City into a haven for criminals. Of course, fun is also an important reason for him, and the two are not in conflict. Gu Fan, the top scholar of Jiangbei province, is so capable at such a young age. His future is boundless. If he could join our organization, it would certainly be very interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have time to stay here any longer. Until we meet again, Gu Fan. Su Chang's muscles bulged as he stomped on the floor, his body shooting out like a cannonball, weaving through the high-rises and quickly disappearing into the distance. Finally gone. That was close. Gu Fan let out a long sigh. As soon as he arrived near the mall, he felt a gaze coming from the direction of the tall building. Relying on his 6-eyes 360-degree ultra-long vision, he saw the muscular man with a cardboard box over his head. Since he couldn't discern his cultivation level, this guy was definitely not a second-tier ability user and was most likely a third-tier ability user. In order not to alert the enemy, Gu Fan pretended not to notice and remained vigilant. After all, if he were to fight head-on with a third-tier ability user, he wasn't confident he could win. The Limitless technique is not invincible. If he let his guard down, he might end up like Gojo Satoru, cut in half. Gu Fan, what's wrong with you? Mu Feishuak asked doubtfully. Nothing, I'm going to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall later. What about you? Are you going home? Gu Fan quickly changed the subject. I'm going to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall too. Mu Feishue replied. Is that so? Perfect, we're heading the same way. The road isn't very safe right now, let's go together. Mu Feishue nodded gently. After experiencing that thrilling incident, Mu Feishue dared not act recklessly anymore. She was now too fragile, and without Gu Fan's protection, she could hardly take a step. Thus, Gu Fan and Mu Feishue walked side by side, heading toward the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This street was once the busiest area of Luyun City, but at this moment, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Various debris was scattered across the street, with damaged and twisted vehicles everywhere. Bloodstains and corpses appeared at intervals, shocking anyone who saw them. The entire street was in chaos, a complete mess. The recruitment teachers from the 3 top academies must have visited your home too, right? Which academy did you choose? Gu Fan tried to divert Mu Feishue's attention, speaking softly. Modu Academy, Mu Feishue answered succinctly. What a coincidence, I also chose the Magic City Academy. Looks like we can still be schoolmates in college, Gu Fan said with a smile. You also chose the Magic City Academy? Mu Feishue looked at him in surprise. She had thought Gu Fan would choose the Kyoto Academy or the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, his strength was formidable, and even in Kyoto, he would not lose to the geniuses of the noble families. Gu Fan said, okay, no choice, the Magic City Academy offers the most resources. There really wasn't any other option, Gu Fan said helplessly. Hey, why are you still wandering around on the streets? Criminals are rampant right now, it's too dangerous. Hurry over here, I'll take you to a shelter. A hurried shout came from the distance. Gu Fan turned around and saw that the person shouting looked familiar. It was one of the duo from the city guard team that day. I already called you over, why are you still? Ha, Gu Fan. Gao Jin hurriedly ran over. Upon closer inspection, one of them was indeed Gu Fan, the top scorer of Jiangbei province, famous throughout the city. Gu Fan, what are you doing here? Gao Jin asked in surprise. I'm on my way to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, passing by here. Why? Is there something you need from me? Gu Fan responded calmly. The Luyun City prison was blown up by troublemakers, and criminals are roaming the city. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall has already closed. Hurry and come with me, I'll take you to a safe place. Gao Jin said urgently. It's actually closed. Gu Fan pondered for a moment and said, here's the plan. Fan, this is my classmate Mu Feishue, an outstanding S-level ability candidate who has already been admitted to the Magic City Academy. Gather a few more teammates and escort her to a safe location. Mu Feishue? I've heard of you. You're ranked second in Luyun City and among the top 50 in Jianbei Province. Gao Jin said excitedly. Calm down and take action quickly, Gu Fan urged. You're right, our city guard will definitely ensure Mu Feishue's safety, Gao Jin assured. What about you? Aren't you going to take shelter? He asked with concern. I'm not going. I still feel more comfortable staying in my own home. You know my strength. Ordinary thugs are no match for me, Gu Fan said confidently. Goodbye. After saying this, Gu Fan waved his hand and walked alone into the distance. Again? Gu Fan frowned slightly. On the way home, he once again felt the gaze coming from the rooftop. The owner of that gaze was none other than the muscular man wearing a cardboard box on his head from the top floor of the commercial street building earlier. Oh no, he's getting closer and closer, and his target is me. Gu Fan's heart tightened, knowing he couldn't just sit and wait for death. The muscular man wearing a cardboard box on his head was swiftly leaping between buildings, closing in on him at an incredible speed. Technique Reversal, Azure. Gu Fan decisively activated Technique Reversal, Azure, using its boost for high-speed movement. Thus, two figures raced through the bustling streets of Flowing Cloud City, one sprinting on the road, the other leaping between buildings, with the distance between them constantly shrinking. Still can't match the speed? Gu Fan asked himself. After all, the opponent is a third-tier ability user, 2 levels higher than himself. Even with the support of the technique Shun Zhuan Song, it's still difficult to gain an advantage in speed. Then let's face it head-on. Since escape was impossible, there was no point in running endlessly. Gu Fan simply stopped in the middle of the road. With a loud crash, Su Chang, the muscular man wearing a cardboard box on his head, leapt from the sky and landed heavily on the road, shattering the asphalt and sending dust flying. Su Chang hadn't expected to run into Gu Fan again so soon after they had parted ways. He immediately changed his plan and decided to confront him head-on. Not running anymore? Su Chang emerged from the cloud of dust, his tone carrying a hint of lingering excitement. No need, I can't outrun you anyway. Gu Fan spread his hands and said calmly. I thought you would last a little longer, but your speed truly opened my eyes. You're only a first-tier advanced, yet your speed rivals that of a second-tier advanced. As expected of the top scorer in Jianbei Province, Su Chang remarked with emotion. You know me? Ha, what are you talking about? In this Luyun City, who doesn't know you? Su Chang said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Some people who are out of touch with the news, like those who escaped and live in isolation, I initially thought you were one of them, but it seems you're not. Those scum are not worthy to be associated with me. Their depravity is too vulgar, completely lacking in purity. Su Chang said disdainfully. Oh, so, you're the mastermind behind this incident? Gu Fan asked with great interest. Correct. Su Chang let out a cold laugh. Gu Fan took a deep breath. Just as he had guessed, the muscular man wearing a cardboard box on his head was the mastermind behind this incident. While talking to him, Gu Fan secretly observed him with his 6 eyes. Because of the cardboard box on his head, his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but his overly muscular body and speed that was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person all revealed his supernatural abilities. Just to be safe, it's better to ask clearly. This guy does seem to enjoy chatting. Is your ability enhancement type? That's right, my ability is enhancement type, a B-level ability, body enhancement. Su Chang didn't hold back and directly told Gu Fan. Gu Fan posed the most critical question. You must have a reason for seeking me out, right? Let me formally introduce myself then. I am a junior member of the Troublemakers, named Su Chang, rank tier 3 lower. Soon, I'll be promoted to a mid-level member. Su Chang said. Troublemakers? Gu Fan had vaguely heard of them. They seem to be a notorious criminal gang made up of lunatics, quite famous in the Great Xia Nation. What does the troublemaker lunatic want from me? Gu Fan pulled back his thoughts and asked, so, why exactly are you looking for me? Gu Fan, the reason is simple. I want to invite you to join our troublemakers. It'll definitely be a lot of fun. Su Chang said excitedly. Join your troublemakers? Ha, if you wanna go crazy on your own. I won't be joining. Gu Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What does this mean? After all this time, this troublemaking lunatic actually mistook him for the same kind? And insulted people in this way? This is not up to you. My fists will make you understand that not everything is something you can refuse. Su Chang sneered, rubbing his fists. Really? I doubt you have what it takes. Gu Fan responded fearlessly. As words clashed, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. The first to strike was Su Chang. He was bare-handed, without using any weapons. It seemed that, like Gu Fan, he was also a fist cultivator. Su Chang moved at lightning speed, and just as Gu Fan reacted, the fist was already in front of his eyes. Gu Fan had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms, reinforced with spell power, in front of him while activating the Limitless technique. Under the effect of the Limitless technique, the closer Su Chang's fist got to Gu Fan's arms, the slower it became, gradually coming to an almost complete stop. Just as Gu Fan thought victory was within his grasp, the Limitless technique suddenly made a crack sound and stopped, and Su Chang's fist abruptly accelerated, slamming into Gu Fan's crossed arms. Gu Fan immediately understood the crux of the problem. Back when he dealt with the assassin's self-destructive attack, he had vaguely sensed something was off, and now it was finally confirmed. Spiritual energy is a very peculiar thing, somewhat akin to domain extension, capable of neutralizing the effects of techniques. A powerful spiritual energy attack increases the operational burden of the limitless technique. When it exceeds the limit, the technique will directly cease, and infinity will vanish along with it. Gu Fan staggered back several steps, his arms tingling with numbness. This is truly terrifying. Su Chang, a third-tier lower-level ability user, is even harder to deal with than Gu Fan imagined. A regular punch can actually break his limitless technique. Moreover, even with the limitless technique reducing over 90% of the punch's power, Gu Fan could barely block it with his arm fully infused with cursed energy. If Su Chang's punch had been a skill, or if Gu Fan hadn't used full cursed energy to block it, he would likely already be lying on the ground, unable to get up. You're actually fine? I thought that punch just now would kill you directly. Su Chang felt extremely surprised, his eyes becoming even more fervent as he enthusiastically invited, Gu Fan, your ability is indeed interesting. I want you to join the troublemakers even more. How about it? If you agree to join, I'll spare your life. Gu Fan asked. Keep dreaming. Looks like you have a death wish. Su Chang's attitude also became indifferent as Gu Fan repeatedly refused, gradually extinguishing his enthusiasm. Gu Fan said, a cornered rabbit will bite, and a desperate dog will jump over a wall. Don't think you've got me figured out. Here's a warning for you, be careful not to capsize in a ditch. Gu Fan raised two fingers, and a cerulean sphere, Sung, suddenly appeared in front of Su Chang. Boom! A terrifying gravitational force erupted instantly, attempting to pull Su Chang into it and twist him into the size of a volleyball. However, Su Chang's reaction was terrifyingly fast. Before the gravitational pull of Sung had fully formed, he had already leapt several steps back with remarkable agility. So close, so close. This skill has already reached the attack level of a second-tier advanced ability user. Even I couldn't take this hit unscathed. You're just 18, right? At this age, having such strength, you're truly a monster. Just as expected, Su Chang praised sincerely. Mu Feishui and Gao Jin walked out of the alley by the street, only to see Gu Fan standing in the middle of the road. Both of them froze, not expecting to encounter him here. Mu Feishui felt a surge of joy in her heart and involuntarily stepped forward. Mu, don't act rashly. Something's wrong. The man wearing a cardboard box on his head standing in front of Gu Fan is no ordinary person. I can't discern his cultivation level at all. Gu Fan asked. Gao Jin hurriedly stopped Mu Feishui, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Cardboard box man? It was only then that Mu Feishui noticed a burly, muscular man wearing a cardboard box on his head standing not far in front of Gu Fan. Of course. I remember now. Before we set out, the captain specifically instructed us, if we encounter a man wearing a cardboard box, don't act rashly and contact him immediately. Gao Jin patted his forehead, suddenly remembering the matter. Not daring to be careless, he immediately took out his phone and dialed the number of Captain Xiaobo. At that moment, Gu Fan and the muscular man wearing the cardboard box struck simultaneously. With speeds far beyond ordinary humans, they engaged in a fierce battle on the street. Fists and kicks flew, piercing wails echoed in the air, and even the asphalt road cracked with fissures. Meanwhile, the phone of Xiaobo, the captain of the third team currently carrying out an extermination operation, rang. It's a call from Gao Jin. What's going on? Xiaobo frowned as he answered the phone. Gao Jin reported the situation at the scene to him in detail. After hearing the news, Xiaobo shouted loudly, what? You said you encountered a man wearing a cardboard box on his head and he got into a fight with Gu Fan on the street? This sudden outburst startled several of his subordinates, but Xiaobo paid no attention. He hastily hung up the phone and immediately dialed the number of Chief Ning Haishang. Outsiders are unaware, but as the captain of Team 3, he knows this inside out. The man wearing the cardboard box is none other than the mastermind behind the Luyun City prison explosion case, the former prison warden, now a member of the Troublemakers, and a lower-tier level 3 ability user, Su Chang. However, this is not the most critical point. The key is that the ruthless Su Chang is currently engaged in a fierce battle with Luyun City's greatest prodigy in 1,000 years, Gu Fan. One is an experienced level 3 ability user, while the other is a newly debuted level 1 ability user. The disparity in strength is obvious, and the outcome is clear. Hope I can make it in time. Xiaobo looked at the phone screen and muttered to himself. Su Chang is a third-tier lower-level ability user, and even as a second-tier upper-level ability user, I am no match for him. There's no way Gu Fan can handle him alone. Only the team captain Ning Haisheng, a third-tier ability user, can deal with Su Chang. This is why Xiaobo called him immediately. If support is not provided in time, the once-in-a-millennium genius Gu Fan from Luyun City might fall here. At the headquarters of the City Guard Brigade, inside a small meeting room. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. The familiar ringtone sounded. Chief Commander Ning Haisheng picked up his phone and saw that the caller ID displayed displayed was Team 3's Captain Xiaobo. As soon as the call connected, Ning Haisheng let out a deafening roar, loud enough to echo throughout the entire conference room. Boom! Without a second thought, he dashed out of the conference room, leaving the chair behind him shattered into pieces by the immense force. My goodness, what on earth happened to the chief captain? This sudden scene left the captain of Team 7 exclaiming in shock. Gu Fan, your skills are quite impressive, but after all, you're still too young. Practice for a few more years, and maybe you'll have a chance to win. Su Chang spoke approvingly as he swung his fist to meet Gu Fan's punch. Boom! Gu Fan's limitless technique was forcibly interrupted by a punch, losing its protection, and his entire body was pushed back 5 meters by Su Chang's force. White smoke rose where the two fists collided. If it weren't for the reinforcement of cursed energy, Su Chang's fist would have likely suffered a comminuted fracture. What should we do? Gu Fan is no match for him at all. Gu Fan responded coldly. Seeing Gu Fan being blasted back by a punch, Mu Feishue was extremely anxious. Mu, you know very well that this battle is not something we can interfere with. I just contacted the captain, and the captain contacted the chief captain. We can only pray that Gu Fan can hold on until the chief captain arrives. Technique formula forward rotation, Azure. Gao Jin sighed and said, we can't hesitate any longer. Gu Fan decisively opened the system panel. System, help me level up. Consume 600 points to increase spiritual power. As soon as the words fell, an indescribable force erupted within Gu Fan's body, and his spiritual power instantly surged. Spiritual power, 280-400. It's not over yet. Gu Fan. System, help me upgrade my boxing technique. The system responded swiftly. As soon as Gu Fan spoke, a vast amount of knowledge and techniques about boxing were deeply imprinted into his memory. Boxing mastery, intermediate advanced. Boxing mastery, more accurately described as combat mastery, enhances far more than just boxing techniques. Leg techniques, elbow strikes, various combat skills will be enhanced, and control over the body will reach a higher level, with immediate improvement in strength. The enhancement of this skill is different from simply increasing spiritual power. Using gaming terminology, mastery of boxing techniques is equivalent to an independent multiplier, providing a far greater boost than simple addition. Enhancing spiritual power cost 600 points, upgrading boxing mastery cost 400 points, totaling 1000 points spent. I'll leave the remaining 625 points untouched for now, saving them up in case I really can't win. Gu Fan analyzed in his mind. Spiritual power is the foundation of those with special abilities, and increasing spiritual power leads to an all-around improvement in strength. Now, 400 spiritual power is a significant increase compared to the previous 280. With the aid of curse power conversion, the increase in spiritual power also means enhanced curse power, naturally making the stability of the limitless technique much higher. Previously, he could only rely on the limitless technique to withstand 90% of Su Chang's punches, but now he is confident he can endure all of Su Chang's normal attacks without injury. Spiritual power, 400. Skills, curse power conversion, power of stopping, technique forward rotation azure, technique reverse rotation crimson, unavailable, hollow technique purple, unavailable, advanced mastery of martial arts. Points, 625. The battle has only just begun. Looking at the completely renewed system panel, Gu Fan revealed a confident smile. Seeing Gu Fan stop, Su Chang did not take the opportunity to attack again. Instead, he slightly bent over, clasped his hands tightly, and stretched them backward, beginning to perform standard warm-up exercises. While warming up, Su Chang said, for a first-tier advanced ability user like you to survive this long against me, honestly, it feels a bit wasteful to just kill you like this. After finishing the final warm-up move, Su Chang revealed a sly smile inside the cardboard box and asked leisurely, Gu Fan, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Still the same words, daydreaming. Gu Fan replied indifferently, is that so? Then die. Su Chang clenched his right fist tightly, his body slightly bent, like a lion ready to pounce. Only hearing a crack, his right foot broke through the ground, and his body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Do you really think I've got you cornered? Facing Su Chang's fierce attack, Gu Fan's lips curved into a dangerous smile. Or what? Su Chang once again revealed a cunning smile, swiftly swinging his right fist straight toward Gu Fan's face. What? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Gu Fan casually extended his palm, firmly catching Su Chang's ferocious incoming punch. With a loud boom, the collision between palm and fist stirred up a gust of air, scattering fragments of asphalt in all directions. This time, Gu Fan stood his ground without retreating, remaining completely motionless. Gu Fan smiled calmly. Su Chang's pupils slightly contracted. He was shocked to find that his fist had strangely stopped midair, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it forward even half a step. This kid's strength has skyrocketed so much in such a short time. Could it be that he wasn't using his full power from the very beginning? Ha, not bad, you do have some skills. Looks like I'll have to take you seriously now. Su Chang sneered as his figure moved once again. He quickly withdrew his fist and, relying on his extraordinary speed, attacked simultaneously with both fists and feet from different directions. Su Chang's strategy was clear. Since Gu Gu Fan could block his attacks with his palms, he would use both fists and feet, leveraging the advantage of quantity and speed to make it difficult for Gu Fan to defend. There's some sense in that, but I don't rely on my palms for defense. What truly blocks the attacks is something invisible. Gu Fan stood still, allowing Su Chang to lunge at him from all directions, punching and kicking. However, under the protection of the Limitless technique, these attacks stopped just inches away from him, unable to cause the slightest harm. Now, it's my turn. Gu Fan reached out abruptly, and a powerful pulling force surged forth instantly. Caught off guard, Su Chang was yanked away by the force. Su Chang lost his balance, flipping violently in midair, crashing into several streetlights, shattering glass windows, and finally landing in a roadside cafe. Gao Jin could hardly believe his eyes. Who would believe it? A third-tier ability user like Su Chang was actually being beaten back step by step by a first-tier ability user like Gu Fan. Oh my god. Mu Feishui covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Just a moment ago, Gu Fan had been at a disadvantage. So how did the situation reverse in the blink of an eye? The attacks of the cardboard boxman had no effect on Gu Fan, yet with a simple wave of his hand, Gu Fan sent the cardboard boxman flying dozens of meters. Not bad, quite interesting. That strike of yours just now was already close to the level of a third tier. If my ability weren't body enhancement, I would have been defeated long ago. Su Chang clapped his hands as he walked out of the coffee shop that now resembled a ruin. The cardboard box on his head was nowhere to be seen, revealing an utterly unremarkable face. From the outside, Su Chang showed no visible injuries. His body remained intact, as if made of iron. Not even hurt? This outcome greatly exceeded Gu Fan's expectations. Although this wasn't the full power of the technique reversal, Azure, as the strongest attack requiring neither incantation nor charging, the fact that it failed to injure Su Chang suggested that even the technique's maximum output would struggle to inflict serious damage on him. However, the opportunity still exists. Activating supernatural abilities requires the consumption of spiritual energy, and Su Chang's body strengthening ability is no exception. Without the support of spiritual energy, his defense will inevitably be greatly weakened. Meanwhile, Gu Fan's Limitless technique almost doesn't consume any cursed energy. As long as the battle can be prolonged, victory is still possible. Host, Gu Fan. Level, 1st rank superior. Ability, 6 eyes, initial awakening. Spiritual power, 280. Skills, cursed energy conversion, power of stopping, technique forward rotation blue, technique reverse rotation red, unavailable, hollow technique purple, unavailable, martial arts mastery, intermediate. Points, 1625. Looks like I can only drag this out. Gu Fan took a deep breath and once again activated the technique reversal, Azure, initiating an attack on Su Chang. Compared to passive defense, taking the initiative to attack can deplete the opponent's spiritual energy more effectively. Soon, the two engaged in a direct fight, with fists and kicks intertwining, making it hard to determine the winner. All of this was due to Gu Fan's improvement in spiritual power and refinement. In boxing techniques, the enhancement of his spiritual power made his speed almost equal to Su Chang's, while the advanced boxing techniques allowed him to calmly counter Su Chang's every move. Kid, don't get cocky. I haven't used any skills from the beginning. Do you really think you can gain the upper hand in a direct fight with me? Whirlwind punch. Su Chang roared angrily, his right fist clenched tightly, and colorless spiritual energy rapidly rotated on the surface of his fist, forming a terrifying cyclone visible to the naked eye. The fist howled as it smashed toward Gu Fan, with a massive wind pressure rushing straight at his face. Gu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression growing increasingly serious. This punch clearly exceeded the limit of the infinite technique's capacity. If it hit him, his head would likely be blown off. Technique reversal, Azure. Gu Fan did not dare to be the least bit careless. He immediately performed the technique Shun Zhuan Song, compressing spatial coordinates, and teleporting eerily to Su Chang's back. While dodging the whirlwind fist, he suddenly swung a punch, landing heavily on Su Chang's back. The punch felt as if it had struck a block of iron, producing only a dull thud with no effect. Su Chang was not only unharmed but didn't even budge an inch. Kid, let's not talk about your strange ability for now. Do you really think your ordinary punch can break through my defense? Su Chang spun around abruptly, a cold smirk appearing on his face. Whirlwind fist. He clenched his right fist, wrapped in a swirling cyclone, and struck directly at Gu Fan's chest. Damn it! Gu Fan's face changed drastically. The recoil from his previous attack left him completely unable to dodge. The technique reversal, Azure's teleportation, is not instantaneous. It requires pre-calculation of spatial coordinates and has a brief casting time. With no other choice, Gu Fan could only passively raise his hands in front of his chest, stabilizing the Limitless technique while reinforcing his arms with cursed energy. A deafening sound of something tearing through the air erupted, and Gu Fan's body was violently flung away like a fallen leaf in a raging storm. Gao Jin watched in horror as his figure was sent flying far into the distance. Gu Fan flew backward like a kite with a broken string, tumbling through the air. Even after crashing heavily onto the ground, he didn't stop, sliding over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. At the edge of the alley, Mu Feishue stared at the backward-flying Gufan with her mouth slightly open, her mind a blur. She couldn't comprehend how Gufan, who had just held the upper hand, could suddenly be defeated in an instant. Gufan! After a moment of regaining her senses, Mu Feishue called out anxiously, her face full of worry and concern. Sigh, still not enough? Gao Jin said with a hint of regret. Sure enough, Gufan's strong performance just now was nothing more than a fleeting moment, as Su Chang hadn't been using his full strength. This time, Su Chang was clearly serious. The swirling cyclone on his fist alone was terrifying to behold. If Gufan were hit by such a horrifying punch, it would be hard for him to stand up again. After all, a third-tier ability user is a third-tier ability user, and absolutely not someone a first-tier ability user can easily defeat. Host, Gufan. Level, first rank superior. Ability, 6 eyes, initial awakening. Gufan stood up. He's not dead. Suddenly, Mu Feishue exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her voice, Gao Jin looked closely and saw that Gufan was actually struggling to stand up from the ground. Gao Jin was startled. What on earth did Gufan grow up eating? His body is actually so robust. Clearly just a first-tier ability user, yet he can withstand the attack of a third-tier ability user without falling. However, this surprise quickly faded. Gufan, who stood up again, swayed unsteadily, clearly having suffered significant injuries. Gufan is just not dead yet, that's all. His attacks couldn't harm this muscular man, while the muscular man's skills clearly caused him serious damage. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid. Gao Jin shook his head and didn't continue. Hearing Gao Jin's words, Mu Feishue's excitement instantly dissipated. After a brief silence, she turned to Gao Jin and asked urgently, hasn't your captain arrived yet? The city guard headquarters is too far from here. Even the captain couldn't possibly arrive in a short time. According to my estimation, it will take the captain at least 3 minutes to arrive. But how can Gufan possibly hold on for 3 minutes? Gao Jin revealed a wry smile. How could this happen? Mu Feishue stood there in a daze, as if her soul had left her body. It hurts, it really hurts. If it weren't for the reinforcement of the curse power, my arm would definitely be broken, and my internal organs almost shifted. Gufan wobbled as he got up from the ground, muttering while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. After being hit by Su Chang's whirlwind punch, the school uniform on Gufan's left arm was torn, his arm was covered in bruises and contusions, and his bones were nearly fractured. Moreover, due to the forced interruption of the Limitless technique, his body also suffered varying degrees of external and internal injuries from the collision with the ground. Although it couldn't be considered a major injury, it was by no means a minor issue. If he took a few more hits like that, his frail body would fall apart sooner or later. In short, his war of attrition completely failed. Su Chang's attack power was too strong, while his own output was too weak. If the fight dragged on, it was uncertain whether Su Chang's spiritual energy would be exhausted, but he himself was definitely doomed to be beaten to death. Skills, skills, Gufan muttered to himself. Apart from the technique Shunturn Song, he hardly had any powerful output skills. To tear through Su Chang's terrifying defense, which is comparable to that of a third-tier ferocious beast, ordinary skills alone are far from sufficient. At the very least, a maximum power level technique like Formula Forward, Azure would be required. If only I could unlock Formula Reverse, Crimson, since the minimum power of Formula Reverse is twice that of Formula Forward. As long as I can use Formula Reverse, Crimson, I would definitely be able to easily break through Su Chang's defense. Unfortunately, unlocking Formula Reverse, Crimson requires 3,000 points, which is completely impossible given my current situation. It seems I can only rely on myself to develop new skills. Besides using cursed energy for punching, are there any other uses for it? Doesn't seem like it. Apart from techniques and domains, cursed energy seems to only be used for punching. Punching, that's right, punching can also be innovative, like Yuji Itadori's Divergent Fist. How is it? With this thought, Gufan's mind suddenly became clear, and excitement surged in his heart. In Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuji Itadori's physical constitution far surpasses that of ordinary people, causing his cursed energy to lag behind the instantaneous burst of power. Coupled with the fact that his cursed energy accumulation technique is still immature, this results in an irregular flow of cursed energy. The moment Itadori becomes aware of the concentration in his fist, the cursed energy crashes forward. In other words, a single attack brings a secondary impact. What is going on? After all, I am a grade 1 sorcerer. With spiritual energy enhancement, my physical attributes also surpass those of ordinary people. Plus, with the 6 eyes precise control over cursed energy, theoretically, I can also perform Yuji Itadori's Divergent Fist. However, Divergent Fist is ultimately just a beginner-level skill. Right now, I'm only a grade 1 sorcerer. Even with the support of cursed energy and Divergent Fist, it's still difficult to harm Su Chang, who is a grade 3 sorcerer. I need to think of a new skill. That's right, I remember the explanation in the Jujutsu Kaisen manga about why Satoru Gojo's normal attacks can rival the ultimate moves of other sorcerers. That's because Satoru Gojo uses blue to pull the opponent at the moment of impact. This isn't just a simple power stacking, although Although it's an ordinary punch, it feels as if it delivers counterattack-like damage to the opponent. What if blue were integrated into the divergent fist? Gufan suddenly had this bold idea flash through his mind. The divergent fist is a double strike. If blue could be integrated into it, wouldn't it become a triple strike? There's potential. Gufan's lips were stained with blood, revealing a smile tinged with danger. The upgraded version of the Jingtin fist's triple strike would surely break through Su Chang's defenses. Kid, I didn't expect your seemingly frail little body to be much tougher than I imagined. There was once a third-tier ability user who tried to escape, but I killed him with a single whirlwind punch. But you took my punch and still managed to stand. That must be thanks to your bizarre ability, right? Su Chang walked briskly closer, his words full of praise. Cut the nonsense, keep going. Technique formula forward rotation, Azure. Good, very good. Since you're so eager to court death, I won't hold back. Whirlwind punch. Su Chang used his old move, retracting his fist before suddenly striking out fiercely. The vortex of energy on his fist was terrifying to the extreme, causing even the surrounding air to tremble. Gufan sidestepped to dodge while swiftly moving to Su Chang's side. What? Jingting fist. Facing the punch coming straight at him from Gufan, Su Chang felt a strange sensation welling up in his heart. The fist was too fast, unnaturally fast. Rather than saying Gufan's fist struck him, it would be more accurate to say his body involuntarily flew toward Gufan's fist. Gufan's right fist slammed fiercely into Su Chang's back, triggering a violent blast of air that instantly swept the surrounding streets clean. Su Chang felt intense pain spread across his back, his blood and energy surging, and a mouthful of old blood nearly rushed to his throat. However, he forcibly suppressed his inner shock, activated his spiritual power to steady his body, and swallowed that mouthful of old blood back down. I told you, your ordinary punches can't break through my defense. Su Chang suddenly turned his head, sneering as his right fist gathered a vortex of spiritual energy, preparing to unleash the whirlwind punch. Is that so? Gufan smiled faintly. Bang! At the same time, a dull explosion sounded from Su Chang's back. The smile on his face quickly froze, and his heart was filled with shock. Su Chang's body shook violently, his whirlwind fist was forcibly interrupted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Su Chang's face was full of disbelief. He was a third-tier ability user, and a third-tier enhancement type at that, with physical defenses comparable to beasts of the same level. Gufan was merely a first-tier ability user. Logically, there was no way he could have hurt him. Worked up a sweat, little brother. Jingting fist. Gufan seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. His body suddenly soared into the air, and his right fist, like an explosive cannonball, traced a graceful arc in midair before striking Su Chang's chest with force. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive thunderous explosions echoed. Su Chang's chest caved in as he spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating repeatedly, completely losing the composed demeanor he had earlier. My goodness, what on earth is going on? Gowing couldn't help but exclaim loudly, his gaze at Gufan filled with shock, as if he were looking at a monster. Although he couldn't understand what had happened at all, Gufan's sudden display of dominance was an undeniable fact. Who could believe it? Gufan, a first-tier ability user, actually suppressed Su Chang, a third-tier ability user, forcing him to cough up blood and retreat repeatedly. Mu Feishue was completely confused, her mind in chaos. Not long ago, she was worried sick about Gufan, but in less than a minute, the situation suddenly reversed. Gufan, who should have been defeated, now seemed like a god descending from the heavens, no longer needing her concern. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. The strong taste of iron in his mouth was nauseating. Su Chang propped himself up with his hand, desperately trying to maintain his precarious stance. This kid is not right. This was Su Chang's only thought at the moment. Gufan's punches were extraordinarily strange. Clearly, it was just a light punch, yet the damage it caused far exceeded the effect of 3 consecutive punches hitting the same spot. This was not a simple addition, not 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3, but 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. What was even more outrageous was that Gufan seemed to consume no spiritual energy at all, continuously unleashing the same skill without pause, completely treating the skill as a regular attack. No, if this continues, I will lose. Clang! I can't hold back any longer. I can only use that move, even if it puts a huge strain on my body. I must do it. Su Chang clenched his teeth, his eyes full of resentment, and stared at Gufan, saying in a low voice, Gufan, don't think you've won. This isn't over yet. Explosive mode. A muffled explosion sounded from within Su Chang's body, as if an endless stream of power was surging forth. His aura rapidly escalated, and his height kept increasing. 1.9 meters, 2.1 meters, 2.3 meters, 2.5 meters, until it stopped at 2.5 meters. Su Chang's short sleeves were forcibly torn apart, revealing a body of fearsome muscles. At the same time, air currents surged around his body, and the gravel on the road floated uncontrollably, instantly enveloping the surroundings with a terrifying sense of oppression. The burst mode is an A-level skill, available only to enhancement-type ability users, and Su Chang's most powerful trump card. Activating burst mode ignites the spiritual energy within, releasing energy at a speed that surpasses the the limits of life. This mode lasts for 3 minutes, during which attack, defense, and speed are all doubled. However, great power often comes with a heavy price. The burst mode is akin to anaerobic exercise, greatly depleting the body. Once it ends, spiritual energy will be exhausted, requiring a month to recover. Gu Fan, prepare to die. With a thunderous roar, Su Chang launched a sudden attack, his speed as swift as lightning. The full power of a third-tier ability user? Gu Fan gave a bitter smile, sweat instantly soaking his entire body. The aura emanating from Su Chang was despair-inducing, and his speed was twice that of Gu Fan's even under the enhancement of technique sequence, Azure. His fists were completely different from before. The power of an ordinary punch alone was no less than that of his previous whirlwind punch, utterly terrifying. Su Chang's fist was already closing in, so fast that Gu Fan had no time to think. He could only swing his fist head-on to block it. Gu Fan's direct punch collided fiercely with Su Chang's ordinary punch, and only the simultaneous eruption of three forces barely neutralized the opponent's strike. No, it couldn't be completely neutralized. Although he barely managed to block it, Gu Fan's body lost balance, exposing flaws all over. At this moment, Su Chang struck again, his left foot like a gust of wind, fiercely kicking towards Gu Fan. Gu Fan's bottomless technique shattered instantly like paper, an irresistible immense force striking directly at his chest. The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Despite Gu Fan crossing his arms in defense, it was completely futile. His left arm fractured on the spot, and his entire body was sent flying like being hit by a cannonball, smashing through 3 cars in succession before finally coming to a stop at the edge of the road. Staring at the tragic scene before him, Gao Jin's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock, thinking to himself, this Su Chang is terrifying. The aura emanating from him is no less than that of a mid-tier third-level captain. At this point, Gu Fan was completely doomed. Suffering such a devastating blow, whether he could survive was uncertain. Even if he miraculously lived, Su Chang would continue the pursuit, which was tantamount to a death sentence. Mu Feishua called out anxiously once again, a surge of overwhelming helplessness welling up in her heart. She had never hated her own weakness as much as she did at this moment. She was too weak, utterly powerless, completely unable to help. Even if she rushed forward, it would only add another victim to the disaster. Whirlwind Fist. Su Chang showed no mercy, his right hand gathering a vortex of spiritual energy, while his left foot stomped hard on the ground, propelling his body forward like an arrow released from a bow. Ugh, cough, cough. Gu Fan was covered in blood, barely holding himself up, spitting out large clots of blood. His left arm was completely crippled, several ribs were broken, and his internal organs had undoubtedly suffered severe damage. Is it over? Watching Su Chang's approaching whirlwind punch, despair surged over Gu Fan like a tide. In his current state, even standing steadily was difficult, let alone dodging this superhuman whirlwind punch. A casual kick from Su Chang could seriously injure him, and if he took another punch, even with the limitless defensive technique, his body would shatter like a smashed watermelon. The whirlwind punch was about to strike, and Gu Fan had no chance of evading it. Even if he luckily used the technique Shun Turn Azure to dodge once, how would he evade the next time? At this moment, what he needed was not to dodge, but a powerful strike, a strong attack capable of dispersing Su Chang's whirlwind fist. But where would this attack come from? His 6 eyes had only just begun to awaken, and the strongest move he could currently use was the path-breaking fist infused with Azure, which was no match for Su Chang's whirlwind fist. Are you giving up just like this? Gu Fan murmured softly. At that moment, a sudden inspiration flashed through his mind. He had been overlooking a terrifyingly powerful existence, Black Flash. It's not over yet, it will never be over. Thinking of this, Gu Fan felt an unprecedented desire to survive. Black Flash occurs when the time discrepancy between cursed energy and impact is less than 0.000001 seconds, causing space to distort and cursed energy to emit a black glow. The power of this strike reaches 2.5 times its usual magnitude. 2.5 times its magnitude is far from just 2.5 times. Anyone with a basic understanding of mathematics would grasp the terrifying increase. If he could unleash a Black Flash at this moment, he could absolutely turn the tide of the battle instantly. No sorcerer can actively perform Black Flash. Even with the assistance of the 6 eyes, it is extremely difficult to succeed. But now, with life hanging by a thread, there is no other way to save oneself except for Black Flash. So, bet everything on this punch. Gu Fan revealed a blood-stained smile, throwing a punch to meet the incoming whirlwind fist head-on. Fool, how dare you clash directly with my whirlwind fist? Truly overestimating yourself. Su Chang looked at Gu Fan, who was punching toward him, his face full of disdain, yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity for him. It seems this kid has been driven to a dead end, which is why he would make such a foolish move. If he had any other choice, he would never confront me head-on. Unfortunately, he won't show mercy. For those who repeatedly reject his invitations, he will eliminate them without hesitation. At this moment, at the edge of the alley by the street. My god, what is Gu Fan doing? Why isn't he running away but instead facing Su Chang's fist? There's clearly no chance of winning. Gao Jin shouted anxiously. After shouting, he belatedly guessed the reason why Gu Fan didn't escape. escape. The reason was simple. It wasn't that Gu Fan didn't want to run, but that he simply couldn't. Gravely injured, he could barely stand, let alone flee. And Su Chang's punches were too fast, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Fighting back with his fists was probably the only thing Gu Fan could do. Is that right, Gu Fan? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Rather than dying in fear, you'd rather fight to the last moment with the resolve to face death. Gao Yingjin murmured to himself. No! Mu Feishue let out a piercing scream unique to a young girl, covering her eyes tightly with both hands. She dared not look directly at the scene before her. Even if it meant escaping, she did not want to see Gu Fan die right in front of her. At that moment, Captain Ning Haixing arrived. He descended rapidly from the sky with an aura of fury, landing not far from the battlefield. Stop, you scoundrel! Ning Haixing shouted anxiously. Watching Su Chang's heavy iron fist, as massive as a casserole, collide with Gu Fan's delicate fist, Ning Haixing's heart was filled with unease and anxiety. As a mid-level third-tier ability user, he was well aware of the terrifying power behind Su Chang's punch. That strike fully reached the damage level of a mid-level third-tier ability user, and even he himself wouldn't dare to take it head-on. But Gu Fan was merely a first-tier ability user. There was no way he could withstand such force. His fate was destined to be shattered into pieces. Ning Haixing was filled with regret, a regret deeper than he had ever felt before. If only he had been faster, if only he had arrived earlier, things would never have turned out this way. Gu Fan was no ordinary person. He was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of Luyun City, a dazzling star meant to lead Luyun City onto the world stage. Yet, now, before he even had the chance to shine, he was extinguished halfway like a white dwarf. How could Ning Haixing not be heartbroken and anguished? Bang! The moment the two fists collided, Gu Fan saw a trace of pity flash in Su Chang's eyes, which also softened his own gaze. At the moment their fists met, he experienced something unprecedented, as if he finally understood the flavor of cursed energy. To draw an analogy, his former self was like someone throwing various unfamiliar ingredients into a pot to cook, relying solely on intuition. But now, it was different. He had come to understand the flavor of cursed energy as an ingredient. As a chef, he was no longer on the same level as before. Su Chang probably still had no idea what kind of fate awaited him. Black flash! Gu Fan roared, and black cursed energy suddenly burst forth like lightning. ZZZ crack! The hiss of electricity intertwined with the roar of thunder, and the terrifying sound of black flash twisting space exploded in an instant. Su Chang's body uncontrollably jerked backward, and in his horrified gaze, his right hand, along with most of his arm, was forcibly twisted off, blood splattering and flung far away. I'm not dreaming, am I? Gao Yingjin was completely stunned, his small eyes filled with confusion, unable to believe what had just happened. No wonder, Gao Yingjin had witnessed that scene firsthand. A first-tier ability user, Gu Fan, facing off directly against a third-tier ability user, Su Chang, and unbelievably breaking Su Chang's arm with a single punch. Such an event, who among normal people would believe it? Wah! Mu Feishue widened her eyes through her fingers. The tragedy she had anticipated in her heart did not occur. Not only did Gu Fan not die, but he even broke Su Chang's arm with a single punch. She was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. Monster, truly a monster. Ning Haixing's jaw almost dropped as he stood nearby, his gaze toward Gu Fan resembling that of someone looking at a monster. No one present understood the power of Su Chang's punch better than him, yet Gu Fan had managed to shatter the blow with his own fist. Just how terrifying was this strength? Kid, you're courting death. Su Chang's shock turned to fury as he roared deafeningly, suddenly steadying his stance. His right foot stomped forward forcefully, and his left hand gathered a vortex of spiritual energy, throwing a fierce punch toward Gu Fan's head. It's you who's courting death. Gu Fan's eyes blazed with killing intent as he roared back. After unleashing Black Flash, he seemed to enter the zone state of an athlete. The cursed energy that usually required deliberate control now flowed as naturally as breathing, as if the world revolved around him, filling him with a sense of omnipotence. This meant that his success rate in performing Black Flash again had greatly increased. Black Flash! Gu Fan swung his fist once more, colliding fiercely with Su Chang's punch, as black lightning erupted again. ZZZ crack! The sound of Black Flash twisting space exploded once more. Su Chang's remaining left arm was torn and shattered, with blood gushing out like a fountain. Gu Fan responded coldly. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Facing the merciless destruction of his other arm, Su Chang roared in fury, but his heart was already in utter chaos. This time, Su Chang truly felt fear, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded Gu Fan as a monster. That visible gap in strength instantly extinguished all the anger in his heart. Without hesitation, Su Chang turned and fled. He had lost, completely defeated by Gu Fan, a mere first-tier ability user. Trying to escape? Too late. Under the instant movement of the cursed technique reversal, Azure, Gu Fan's figure eerily appeared mid-air, directly blocking the shocked Su Chang. Black Flash! Gu Fan swiftly twisted his body, delivering a fierce kick to Su Chang's chest. At the same time, black lightning formed by cursed energy burst forth, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Accompanied by the unique explosive sound of the Black Flash, Su Chang's body burst apart apart on the spot, leaving a hole in his chest as large as a casserole. Boom! A mouthful of fresh blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted out. Su Chang, with an expression of disbelief, collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, dying with his eyes wide open. Su Chang is dead? Gao Yingjin froze in shock. He could never have imagined that Su Chang, a third-tier ability user, would die in such a manner. Dying so brutally, not only were his arms severed, but his chest was also blown open with a horrifying hole. The one who killed him was none other than Gu Fan, a mere first-tier ability user. Ning Haisheng was so shocked that he could hardly speak. No one present knew better than him how difficult it was to kill Su Chang. Once Su Chang activated his explosive mode, his defense was even more exaggerated than that of beasts of the same level. Ning Haisheng had thought that Gu Fan cutting off Su Chang's arm would be the limit, but he hadn't expected him to directly kill Su Chang. If he had known earlier how strong Gu Fan was, he wouldn't have rushed over so hastily, nor would he have regretted it so much afterward. Reached the limit, as the curse energy dissipated, Gu Fan's body became weak, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. This was clearly due to the severity of his injuries. Ever since Su Chang's kick landed on him, his body had felt as though it was falling apart. If only I could master the reverse technique. With the reverse technique, these non-lethal injuries could be healed in no time. Gu Fan closed his eyes, his body slowly falling, thinking to himself. Just as he was about to collapse, Mu Feishua rushed forward to support him. Gao Yingjin and Ning Haisheng also regained consciousness at this moment and hurriedly gathered around. At that instant, a sparrow flew past the high-voltage line, and a passerby on the roadside stopped in his tracks, chuckling softly. Interesting. Poof. When Gu Fan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a dimly lit room. He tried to move but realized he couldn't budge at all. Looking down, he saw his body wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy straight out of a movie. This is way too exaggerated, isn't it? Gu Fan spoke, feeling a strange numbness around his lips, perhaps because the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet. Looks like I've been sent to the hospital. He moved his eyes to look around. The room's setup clearly indicated it was a single patient ward, and it seemed to be late at night. This time, I was really lucky. Gu Fan sighed inwardly. The suppression caused by the level difference among ability users was truly terrifying. Su Chang, a third-tier lower-level ability user, had almost beaten him to the point where he couldn't fight back. If he hadn't managed to successfully synchronize his curse energy and strike within a margin of error less than 0.000001 seconds at the critical moment, unleashing a black flash, he would have been the one reduced to a corpse. Still, the gains this time aren't small. I successfully learned two skills, Jingtian Fist and Black Flash, though Black Flash is still not stable. However, my level is still too low. If I were already a second-tier lower-level ability user, I definitely wouldn't have struggled this much. At this point, Gu Fan began to look forward to his future life at the Magic City Academy. After all, enrolling came with 3,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 1,500 points, which would be enough for him to advance to the second tier. Time passed slowly. Gu Fan stayed in the hospital until June 30th, when he was finally discharged. During his hospitalization, many people came to visit him, Mu Feishua, Zhang Yuanhao, Gao Yingjin, as well as the team leader Ning Haisheng, whom he had never met before. Even his homeroom teacher Lu Fengwen, the principal Lu Zhu, and the director of the Education Bureau Chen Deming came upon hearing the news. Tomorrow is the opening day of Modu Academy, and I'm only getting discharged today. Mu Feishua left 2 days ago, Zhang Yuanhao left yesterday, and I'm the last one. Walking out of the hospital doors, Gu Fan was greeted by the long-awaited sunshine, and he couldn't help but complain. After tidying up at home, Gu Fan set off and boarded the high-speed train to Modu. Before getting on the train, he called Ji Mingquan, the admissions teacher at Modu Academy, asking him to come and pick him up. After all, Gu Fan was arriving late and unfamiliar with the area. Without someone to meet him, he might really face delays. Ji Mingquan readily agreed, quickly assuring him that he would drive to the high-speed train station entrance to wait for him. The train roared past, and a doomsday scene unfolded outside the window as ferocious beasts roared and lunged at the train. A piercing scream tore through the air, coming from a girl riding the high-speed train for the first time, so frightened that she couldn't help but cry out, "Stop screaming, the beasts can't get in." A middle-aged man reading a newspaper nearby said indifferently, "Am I okay?" After screaming with her eyes closed for a long time, the girl opened her eyes and found that all the ferocious beasts were blocked by transparent glass. They could only roar helplessly, like caged animals in a zoo. "Didn't I already say? The ferocious beasts can't get in," the man sighed. In fact, this was not ordinary glass but a protective barrier specifically designed for high-speed trains. As long as the ferocious beasts were not overly powerful, they generally couldn't break through the defense of this barrier. Therefore, although the journey was thrilling, it was relatively safe and uneventful. Looking at the scene outside the window, Gu Fan found it incredibly fascinating, far more exciting than playing horror games. Boom! Time flies, and at 3 p.m., the train arrived at Moto Station on time. After getting off the train, Gu Fan followed the crowd out of the high-speed rail station. station. He hadn't walked far before he saw Ji Minkwon waving at him. "Gu Fan, I didn't expect you to contact me only today. I was so worried, I almost thought you had given up on our school." As soon as Gu Fan got into Ji Mingxuan's private car, he heard him sigh with a hint of melancholy. Bang! Gu Fan didn't take it to heart and casually replied, "I was held up by something recently and only got free today." Ji Minkwon didn't ask further, silently driving while mentioning the enrollment reward, saying that as long as you take your student ID to the materials department, you can claim it. Soon, the special car stopped at the entrance of the Magic City Academy. The Magic City Academy has strict access control, and even a special car must verify the identities of the people inside. While waiting for the guard to verify, Gu Fan glanced at the school gate through the car window. Just like in the promotional video online, the gate was extraordinarily impressive, both noble and elegant, yet extremely grand, showcasing the immense effort put into its construction. After verifying Gu Fan's admission letter, the guard nodded and allowed entry, opening the gates of the Modu Academy. The vehicle smoothly entered the campus. "Gu Fan, all your enrollment procedures are complete. I have other matters to attend to. From here on, follow this student. His name is Rin Xiaopeng, and he is a senior 1 year ahead of you." At the reception entrance, Ji Minkwon said, "Hello, Junior Gu Fan. I'm Rin Xiaopeng, responsible for welcoming new students. Your dormitory is this way, follow me." Rin Xiaopeng spoke. Gu Fan nodded, then waved goodbye to Ji Minkwon. "Teacher Ji, you can go ahead and get busy. Goodbye." Subsequently, Gu Fan walked side by side with Rin Xiaopeng. Bang! Suddenly, Rin Xiaopeng seemed to notice something amiss and looked at Gu Fan in confusion, asking, "Junior Gu Fan, where is your luggage?" "Luggage? It's all in the spatial ring." Gu Fan revealed the spatial ring on his hand. "It's actually a spatial ring." Ren Xiaopeng was greatly shocked. Spatial rings are luxurious items of considerable value. Crack! He had looked into Gu Fan's background and knew he was the top scorer in Jiangbei province, but Gu Fan's hometown, Luyun City, was a remote and small place. He hadn't expected him to own such an expensive spatial ring. Before long, the two stopped in front of a unit building, where the large characters Building 3 were prominently displayed upstairs. "Junior Gu Fan, your dormitory is just ahead. You've already picked up the key, right? If not, you can register and get it at the dorm management office," Ren Xiaopeng said. "Gu Fan, I've already got it," Gu Fan replied. After everything was arranged, Ren Xiaopeng seemed eager to leave, but suddenly remembered something important and quickly said, "Gu Fan, you're probably not familiar with many details about the Magic City Academy yet. Open your phone and download the Magic City Academy app. Register and log in using your student ID. It contains course schedules, school rules and regulations, campus news, and various detailed information." "Alright, I got it. Then I won't disturb you any longer. See you next time." After saying this, Ren Xiaopeng turned and left. As a freshman receptionist, he still had to take care of other juniors. "See you next time." Gu Fan also waved goodbye. After seeing off the senior, Gu Fan took out his phone, downloaded, and installed the Modu Academy app. The homepage displayed scrolling campus news at the top, while the bottom was divided into several modules such as class schedule, class group, school rules and regulations, and personal information. He clicked on his personal information, and a profile popped up on the screen. Age, 18. Ability, 6 eyes. Department and class, Special Department, Class 1. Dormitory, Building 3, Room 307. Room 307, Gu Fan closed his phone and walked toward the dormitory building. The dormitory at Modu Academy was very similar to the one at his university before his death. In the middle was a long corridor, with rooms densely packed on both sides. The difference was that his university dormitory had 4 people per room, whereas here it was single occupancy. In other words, a dormitory originally meant for 4 people now housed only 1, and each room was equipped with a private bathroom, which was quite considerate. Before long, Gu Fan arrived at the door of room 307 and took out his key to open the door. At that moment, the door of room 306 next door was suddenly flung open, and an arrogant young man walked out. "Yo, isn't this the top scorer of Jiangbei province?" The two were very close, and the arrogant young man immediately recognized Gu Fan. His name was Yu Ping, the second-place scorer of Jiangbei province. "Looking for me about something?" Gu Fan faced Yu Ping, who was clearly trying to pick a fight, with an indifferent expression, not intending to show him any kindness. "Of course. Let me be honest with you, your martial arts college entrance exam results don't convince me at all. You just got lucky with a remote exam location. If you had taken the test in the provincial capital, there's no way you would have scored as high as you did." Disdain flashed in Yu Ping's eyes. "Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Don't take yourself too seriously, no one cares what you think." Gu Fan didn't want to deal with this guy anymore. He turned and walked toward his room, thinking to himself that there really are all kinds of people in this world, truly a display of species diversity. Yu Ping grabbed Gu Fan's clothes. Since they were at school, in the relatively safe dormitory, Gu Fan hadn't activated his Limitless technique, which gave Yu Ping an opportunity to act. "Let go and get lost," Gu Fan said coldly. "Oh, do you think you can scare me? I'm not letting go. What can you do to me? Yu Ping said arrogantly. Not letting go, huh? Gu Fan didn't say much, suddenly throwing a punch that struck Yu Ping's face, knocking him to the ground. The commotion immediately attracted the surrounding students, who opened their doors one after another, craning their necks to see what was happening outside. What they saw shocked them. Someone was actually fighting in the dormitory. This was explicitly forbidden by school rules, and in severe cases, expulsion was not uncommon. Damn, I know this guy, he's the top scorer from Jiangbei province, Gu Fan. Someone in the crowd recognized Gu Fan, and voices gradually rose. No wonder someone dared to fight in the dormitory. Turns out they have the top scorer from Jiangbei province backing them up. Who's the one on the ground? How did they end up in a conflict with Gu Fan? Even picking on someone weak requires some judgment. I am from Jiangbei province, and I know the one who fell too. He's the second ranked in Jiangbei province, Yu Ping. So it turns out the second place is dissatisfied with the first place. Looks like rankings are just like people, second place will always be second place. The students watched the scene in front of them with great interest, discussing animatedly and enjoying the drama. Gu Fan, ah! Yu Ping struggled to stand up, let out a furious roar, and his entire body ignited in blazing flames. The room's temperature suddenly soared, triggering the fire alarm. In Yu Ping's view, Gu Fan knocking him down with one punch was entirely the result of a sneak attack while he was unprepared. The rules of the Magic City Academy clearly prohibit private fights among students. If they want to determine a winner, they must go to the dueling arena. Precisely because of this, Yu Ping never expected Gu Fan to strike him directly. Let me make it clear, I already went easy on you just now. If you still want to continue, don't expect to stand here unscathed. Gu Fan said calmly, feeling a bit impatient as he saw Yu Ping trying to escalate the situation. Cut the crap. If you have the guts, come outside and fight me. Yu Ping shouted angrily. Alright, since you need a lesson, I'll teach you properly. It'll also serve as my rehabilitation exercise. Before the words had even finished, Gu Fan charged at Yu Ping, his right hand suddenly reaching forward in an attempt to grab his neck directly. Fool, can't you see the flames on me? These aren't ordinary flames, but S-class chaos flames. Yu Ping sneered mockingly, their temperature reaches up to 3,000 degrees, capable of easily melting rocks, let alone your fragile human body. The moment you touch my flames, you'll be reduced to ashes instantly. Oh my, how could Gu Fan be so reckless? He clearly knew that flames were burning on Yu Ping, yet he still dared to touch him with his hand. I think Gu Fan probably doesn't understand Yu Ping's abilities and mistakenly thought the flames were only a few hundred degrees, so he dared to rush forward without hesitation. That's right. Sigh, Gu Fan really suffered from a lack of information. Judging by his movements, his hand is already stuck and can't be pulled back. If Yu Ping were more ruthless, his entire arm could be destroyed. The students watching began discussing again, but this time they were no longer praising Gu Fan. Instead, they shook their heads inside. Yu Ping's eyes widened, just about to shout what, but his voice was abruptly cut off as Gu Fan grabbed him by the neck, rendering him unable to speak. Gu Fan didn't pause for a moment. He grabbed Yu Ping, strode into his own room, flipped over the window, and leaped down, slamming Yu Ping hard onto the concrete ground in front of the dormitory. This leap by Gu Fan was no ordinary jump. He had overlaid the gravitational pull with the effect of the technique Shun Zhuan Song, making his descent speed reach an extreme. A thunderous boom exploded, followed by the concrete ground cracking like a spider web. Ah, coughed. Yu Ping cried out in pain, then started coughing uncontrollably, finally unable to hold back as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sudden loud noise quickly drew the attention of other students. Not only from Building 3 where Gu Fan was, but even nearby dormitory buildings had people sticking their heads out of windows, curious about what was happening outside. Not too sure, it seems like two students are fighting. Fighting? This can't even be called a fight, it's clearly one-sided domination. The situation seems a bit serious. Should we inform the teacher? It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I think we should just stay out of it. The students were buzzing with discussion. It's human nature to enjoy a spectacle, and even the top students of the Magic Academy were no exception. Do you want to continue? Gu Fan asked condescendingly. Yu Ping wobbled as he got up from the ground, his whole body aching as if it were falling apart, and his head spinning. As a first-tier superior ability user, and a master of the S-class Chaos Flame, he was usually the one crushing others. He never expected to become the stepping stone under someone else's foot today. What shocked him even more was that the Gu Fan before him completely ignored his 3,000-degree Chaos Flame, which was simply impossible. What on earth is going on? Yu Ping asked instinctively. To put it simply, your flame didn't even touch me. Gu Fan answered carelessly. Impossible. My flames are right on the surface of my body. You clearly grabbed my neck just now, which means you definitely touched my flames. Yu Ping shouted excitedly. No, what you touched was the infinity between you and me. Gu Fan gestured with his fingertips as he spoke. Infinite? Yu Ping was instantly left completely baffled. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to know that all your attacks are useless against me. If you're smart, get lost while I'm still in a relatively good mood. Gu Fan put on a look of not wanting to play anymore. Facing such a pitiable pitifully weak Yu Ping, he couldn't muster any interest. Dealing with such a small fry posed no challenge. Ha, you said you can nullify all my attacks? That's impossible. You just used some little tricks I didn't notice. If you want to fool me, you're still too inexperienced. Bed residue. Yu Ping's right hand suddenly erupted with a massive amount of chaotic flames, spinning and expanding into a giant fireball, which he fiercely hurled at Gu Fan, who stood defenseless in place. Seeing Gu Fan carelessly fail to dodge, the fireball was smoothly swallowed by him in one gulp, causing Yu Ping's lips to curl into a cold smile. The remnants of the warm bed are not an ordinary skill, it is the exclusive ability attached to his S-level power, Chaos Flame. As the compatibility increases, the power of this move far surpasses that of typical S-level abilities. Although their brief exchange earlier made him clearly aware of the vast gap between himself and Gu Fan, he was confident that even Gu Fan could not withstand his proud warm bed remnants unscathed. This battle is far from over. Such terrifying flames, this strike is definitely not a power that a first-tier ability user could unleash. It clearly reaches the damage level of a second-tier ability user. Why isn't Gu Fan dodging? Could it be that he truly has the confidence to withstand this blast of scorching bed residue head-on? That's impossible to endure. This flame can easily tear through the armor of a second-tier ferocious beast. Gu Fan is just a first-tier ability user, how could his defense possibly be stronger than a second-tier beast? True, it seems Gu Fan is in danger. He only has himself to blame. After all, as the top scorer in Jiangbei province, he's become too arrogant. The students by the window witnessed this terrifying scene, holding their breath and silently worrying for Gu Fan. After engulfing Gu Fan, the scorching bed residue did not extinguish immediately but instead erupted into a series of explosions, sending up a massive cloud of smoke and dust. Didn't I already say it? None of your moves work on me. Let this be a lesson for you. Cough, cough, the dust is overwhelming. At that moment, Gu Fan's voice emerged from the cloud of dust. All eyes, including Yu Ping's, instantly focused on him. As the dust settled, Gu Fan stood there with his hands in his pockets, completely unscathed. Not even his hairstyle was disturbed, an eerie sight that was hard to believe. My goodness, Gu Fan is completely unharmed. Is his body made of iron? The person in front, how did you study your science classes? The melting point of iron is only a little over 1,500 degrees, and its boiling point is just over 2,700 degrees. Yu Ping's skill flame temperature reaches 3,000 degrees, which alone is enough to vaporize iron, not to mention this is the residue of an S-class exclusive hotbed. If that's the case, how exactly did Gu Fan manage it? How could a human body possibly withstand higher temperatures than iron? This temperature can vaporize iron, so vaporizing Gu Fan should be a piece of cake, right? I guess it's because Yu Ping's hotbed residue didn't actually hit Gu Fan directly, which is why he's completely unharmed. Gu Fan also said that the flame did not touch him. What truly made contact was the void between the flame and him. Faced with this abnormal scene, the students were dumbfounded. Only a very small number of them, based on Gu Fan's hint, managed to discern the secret within. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This is not an ordinary flame, this is Chaos Flame. And this is not an ordinary skill, this is an exclusive S-level skill. Yu Ping's face turned pale as he retreated repeatedly, looking at Gu Fan as if he were a monster. This feeling was something he hadn't even experienced when sparring with his 5th-tier ability user father. Even if his father were hit by this move, he would only end up with scorched clothes and smoke rising from his head. But Gu Fan was completely different. He was unscathed in the truest sense, as if the remnants of Yu Ping's attack hadn't touched him at all. Nothing is impossible. The reason you can't understand is entirely because you didn't study well in your cultural classes. It seems reasoning with you is too much trouble. It's easier to just take you out. Be a good boy and lie down to sleep, you underachieving classmate. The spatial coordinates compressed in an instant, and Gu Fan suddenly appeared in front of Yu Ping. Under Yu Ping's terrified gaze, Gu Fan swung his fist fiercely at his face. Splash! Yu Ping fell to the ground with a face full of bruises, his head spinning, and his eyes rolled back as he passed out. Finally quieted down, Gu Fan clapped his hands, casually put them back into his pockets, and walked toward the dormitory building as if nothing had happened. To be honest, fighting with a rookie like Yu Ping, he had always been cautious, fearing that if he wasn't careful and didn't control his strength, he might accidentally kill Yu Ping. Now that he was a first-tier advanced ability user, his boxing skills had also improved to advanced level boxing. With the enhancement of curse power, even the most ordinary punch could easily kill a second-tier, lower-level ferocious beast. Defeating Yu Ping, who was also a first-tier advanced ability user, was naturally no challenge at all. As for the possible punishment, Gu Fan didn't take it to heart at all. After all, he was a special recruit, and Yu Ping was the one who provoked him first. As long as he didn't go too far, like beating Yu Ping to death, the school generally wouldn't cause trouble. This world was completely different from the original one. Here, it was survival of the fittest. The concept of fairness was utterly irrelevant, and the choice between the strong and the weak was clear. Naturally, the school would choose the strong. Even if the Magic City Academy really wanted to punish or expel him, Gu Fan wouldn't be afraid. At most, he'd just switch to another school, Capital Academy or Imperial Academy would be eager to have him, or he could simply stop studying altogether. There was nothing wrong with that. After all, with the system in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted. This was the confidence and recklessness the system brought to Gu Fan. At this moment, Ren Xiaoping was leading a freshman, while another senior from the same grade was also guiding a freshman. They happened to witness the little episode that had just occurred here. Brotherly, your brother got beaten up and you're just going to stand there and watch? Ren Xiaoping said with a hint of mockery. Just a cousin, that's all. Li Xiaofeng responded coldly. Ah, how heartless you are. Ren Xiaoping laughed mockingly. What do you want me to do? Stand up for my cousin? I'm a junior. How can I lose face by bullying a junior? Li Xiaofeng's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Bullying? You saw it just now, didn't you? Using the word bullying doesn't seem quite appropriate. Ren Xiaoping's lips curved into a faint smile. What are you talking about? Although Gu Fan has some skills, at the end of the day, he's just a first-tier senior ability user. For me, a third-tier junior ability user, beating him is as easy as catching a little chick. What's wrong with using the word bully? Li Xiaofeng said disdainfully. You're right, the gap between levels is hard to bridge. Crossing one major level is already extremely rare, and crossing two major levels only exists in legends. Ren Xiaoping nodded in agreement. I can't help with what's next. No matter what, he's my cousin. Lying on the ground like this might lead to trouble, so I need to take him to the hospital. Li Xiaofeng turned and walked toward Yu Ping. You're quite concerned about your younger brother, aren't you? Ren Xiaoping watched Li Xiaofeng's figure gradually fade into the distance and smiled faintly. As soon as he reached the third-floor corridor, a group of students surrounded him. They were roughly divided into several categories, those from the room next to Gu Fan's, the room next to that, the room next to the next one, those from across the hall, those from both sides across the hall, and those from the rooms next to both sides across the hall. Gu Fan, this is a specialty I brought from my hometown. It tastes amazing. You must try it. Gu Fan, this is a fine wine brewed in my hometown with a unique recipe. It even contains spiritual energy, making it not only delicious but also capable of enhancing cultivation. This bottle is for you. After witnessing Gu Fan's formidable strength, these students naturally wanted to stay on good terms with him, or at least avoid offending him. Otherwise, Yu Ping's fate today could very well be their own tomorrow. No need, thank you. I have something to attend to. I'll talk to you all when I have time. Gu Fan politely declined. Seeing that he refused the gifts, the crowd didn't say much and sensibly made way for him. Just like that, Gu Fan smoothly returned to the dormitory. Closing the door, Gu Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ah, the enthusiasm of these people is really a bit overwhelming. Once it was quiet, Gu Fan began arranging the room. He first set up the bed properly, then hung his clothes in the wardrobe and neatly placed his toiletries. Flopping onto the bed, Gu Fan had to admit, this place was the most comfortable. Taking out his phone, Gu Fan began to seriously study the Magic City Academy's app. He had originally planned to look into it earlier, but Yu Ping had interrupted him. Thinking about it, giving him a beating was only fair. This guy really deserved it. The Magic City Academy app had numerous modules, and Gu Fan first clicked on the school introduction. After all, coming to a new school, one had to know how many teaching buildings there were, where they were located, how many cafeterias there were, and their locations. The school introduction was done quite well, divided into two parts. One was map-based, allowing a direct view of the specific locations of various facilities. The other was list-based, with pictures accompanied by facility names and brief descriptions. Clicking on them would reveal more detailed information. After spending a few minutes, Gu Fan memorized the locations of important facilities like the teaching buildings, cafeterias, and the supplies department. As for the rest, he didn't plan to remember them. After all, Magic City Academy was too large, with too many buildings and facilities to remember everything. The class group, I've already been automatically added? Opening the class group, Gu Fan found himself already in it. The group name was Class 1 of the 23rd Special Department, with not many members, around 30 people. The group wasn't very active. Gu Fan glanced through it briefly and then closed the group chat. After that, Gu Fan checked other information in the system. Spiritual power, 400. Skills, Cursed Energy Conversion, Divergent Fist, Black Flash, Force of Stopping, Technique Reversal, Blue, Technique Reversal, Red, Unavailable, Hollow Technique, Purple, Unavailable, Mastery of Martial Arts, Advanced. Points, 625. During these 10+ days of hospitalization, the upgrade button next to the level has finished cooling down, and the current 400 spiritual power has also met the standard. In other words, by spending 1000 points, he can advance from first rank upper level to second rank lower level, officially becoming a second rank ability user. Gu Fan closed the system, took out the student ID he had just received, and muttered to himself, I need to go to the supplies department later to claim the enrollment reward. He was eager to exchange the enrollment reward for points to upgrade. The earlier the upgrade, the faster the cooldown, staying ahead step by step. There was no room for delay. The supplies department isn't far. The navigation shows it's just over a 10-minute walk. Picking up his phone, Gu Fan stepped out of the dormitory. The material department of the Magic City Academy is vast in size, with an exterior resembling a shopping mall and a modern, stylish interior design. Although he had seen it on his phone before, Gu Fan was still amazed when he saw it in person. No wonder it's the Magic City Academy. He couldn't help but exclaim as he pushed the door open and walked in. The first floor of the supplies department is a spacious hall with only a reception desk, saving Gu Fan a lot of trouble. He walked up to the reception desk, took out his student ID, and said, "I am Gu Fan, here to claim my enrollment reward." The receptionist smiled and replied, "This way, please." Before long, Gu Fan was satisfied to receive his enrollment reward: 3,000 spirit stones, an SS level skill, a second-tier spiritual weapon, and a second-tier spiritual armor set. Due to the limitations of his superpower, the skills he could adapt to were very limited, and the options for SS level skills were even fewer. Just as he was feeling troubled, the system notification sounded. Ding! Skill transformation function activated. Skill transformation function? What is this? Gu Fan was stunned on the spot. Notification: skill transformation can convert current world skills into techniques from Jujutsu Kaisen. The transformation result is random, and the skill level will fluctuate between one level up or down. The system responded. So, you're saying I can randomly pick an SS level skill, use the skill transformation function, and it will randomly turn into a technique ranging from S level to SSS level? Gu Fan retorted. Correct answer. The system's voice sounded again. Alright, not bad, this feature is really great. Gu Fan was instantly intrigued, as he had been worrying about choosing a skill. The SS level skills of the Magic City Academy were not bad, but none of them suited him, leaving him clueless about which one to pick. Now, the system's newly introduced skill transformation feature seemed tailor-made for him. Not just this time, if he ever acquired skills he couldn't use in the future, he could also transform them into techniques that suited him through the skill transformation feature. Ding! Would you like to transform the skill? The system prompt window popped up. Gu Fan unhesitatingly invested the newly selected SS level skill into the system. After all, the SS level skill wasn't of much use to him. Getting the lowest guaranteed S level technique would already be a gain. If he drew an SS level technique, it would be a huge win, and if he drew an SSS level technique, it would be absolutely incredible. Ding! The skill is undergoing transformation. Please wait. Ding! Skill modification complete. The system displayed the final result. 10-stroke curse technique. Regardless of the target, this technique can forcibly create a weak point on them. The target's length is evenly divided, and a weak point is forcibly created at the 7:3 position. As long as the point is hit, a critical hit can be triggered. Even if the opponent is stronger than the caster, it can still inflict a certain amount of damage. It can also target any specific part as the attack's aim, and it is equally effective on non-living objects. 10 strokes curse technique? I remember this as Nanami Kento's technique. S rank. It's a guaranteed minimum. Although he didn't draw an SS rank or higher technique, Gu Fan was not disappointed at all. After all, the 10 strokes curse technique quite suits his style. The strength of a technique does not solely depend on its level. The same technique, when used by a strong person versus a weak person, can produce vastly different effects. It can be said that there are no useless techniques, only sorcerers who don't know how to use them. The king of curses, Sukuna, could dominate the world with just a simple slash. After resolving the issue of skills, second-tier spiritual weapons and second-tier spiritual armor were merely items for Gu Fan to casually choose from, as he had no use for them at all. Second-tier spiritual weapons and armor are similarly priced, each costing 500,000 xia coins. Together, they amount to 1 million xia coins, equivalent to 50 points. After collecting all the items, Gu Fan greeted the teacher at the front desk and left the supplies department. It was already afternoon, so Gu Fan stopped by the cafeteria on the way, planning to have dinner. As expected, the food here was still incredibly lavish, featuring not only common delicacies but also specially prepared ferocious beast feasts, especially the 3-meter-long giant crab, which left Gu Fan utterly stunned. In the cafeteria of the Magic City Academy, ordinary dishes are provided for free, while beast feasts require high fees. This system is quite interesting, as it essentially uses the high profits from beast feasts to subsidize ordinary dishes, ensuring that students with poor financial conditions can also eat for free. The expensive price of beast feasts is naturally justified, as the meat of beasts contains spiritual energy. Although the energy content in low-level beasts is not much, it is still better than not consuming it at all. Long-term consumption of beast meat can indeed effectively enhance one's spiritual energy. Gu Fan replied, "Choose ordinary dishes or a ferocious beast feast." Gu Fan pondered for a moment and ultimately chose the ordinary dishes. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the ferocious beast feast, but he felt that the ordinary dishes were more cost-effective. After getting his meal, Gu Fan casually found an empty spot to sit down. However, just after taking 2 bites, an abrupt voice came over. "The top scorer of Jianbei province can't even afford a decent meal? Oh, I just remembered, you seem to be born in in the county town. Sorry. Gu Fan frowned and looked up. He saw a lavishly dressed young man sitting across from him, with the most expensive ferocious beast meal from the cafeteria on his plate. The young man's face was full of smugness, and although he was saying sorry, there was clearly no sincerity in his words. Name, Gu Fan. Damn it, even eating a meal has to come with someone nagging. Gu Fan's anger surged instantly, pointing at the young man and cursing. Who the hell are you, you idiot? Got nothing better to do than stir up trouble? If you're tired of living, just say so. Ability level, S-class. This elegantly dressed young man was named Su Chaolong, a well-known playboy in the Magic City. His father was the chairman of the Su Group, wielding significant influence in the city. Gu Fan's sudden outburst left Su Chaolong stunned. He hadn't expected Gu Fan to have such a fiery temper. Usually, students from remote areas were timid and submissive, so why was this Gu Fan so defiant? Could it be that his title as the top scorer in Jianbei province had given him unparalleled confidence? Is this the quality of the top scorer in Jianbei province? Su Chaolong's face was gloomy. Talking about manners with an idiot? Gu Fan retorted bluntly. You. Su Chaolong stood up angrily, his whole body trembling, his face flushed red. He had been accustomed to being obeyed since childhood, but today was the first time he encountered someone daring to confront him like this. Gu Fan, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. How dare you anger young Master Su? Do you know who he is? If I told you, you'd be scared to death. He's the next heir to the Su Group. How about this? Kneel down and apologize to young Master Su. He has a magnanimous nature, so maybe he'll forgive you. At this moment, Su Chaolong's underling, Song Zhong, jumped out and stared at Gu Fan with an amused expression as he spoke. And who are you? Some little nobody. Your master hasn't even spoken, so why are you yapping here? Gu Fan retorted once again. Apologize? Not a chance. The fact that he hadn't demanded this so-called young Master Su to apologize first was already him showing restraint, and now they wanted him to back down first? What a joke. Even if the Su Group could truly call the shots in Shanghai, he would never bow his head. Standing his ground to the end was his choice. You'll regret this. Song Zhong's face turned as red as a pig's liver in anger. This Gu Fan was truly insensible. Others were kindly offering him a way out, yet he refused to appreciate it. Was it so hard to apologize? If he wouldn't listen to advice today, he shouldn't blame others for not warning him when he suffers later. Young Master Su is not someone to mess with. Regret? Are you kidding me? Gu Fan sneered. Su Xiao, take your dog and get out of here quickly. With you two around, it's such an eyesore that I can't even eat. Gu Fan, do you really think I can't deal with you? Su Chaolong stared at him coldly. If you have the ability, just show it. Go ahead and try. Wait, Gu Fan said indifferently. Gu Fan, just you wait. Seeing Gu Fan's fearless demeanor, Su Chaolong stomped his foot in anger. He threw the ferocious beast feast worth 100,000 xia coins heavily on the ground, left a harsh remark, and stormed out of the cafeteria without looking back. Song Chong was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing his elder brother Su Chaolong leave, he quickly followed him out. This scene instantly left the students in the cafeteria dumbfounded. Gu Fan is really tough. Facing Su Xiao, he didn't show any weakness at all. Ah, when will I ever be as strong as Gu Fan? Don't be silly. Being tough comes at a price. Don't be fooled by how satisfying it was for Gu Fan to curse today. The days ahead won't be easy for him. Why? The Su Group does indeed have significant influence in the Magic City, but this is the Magic City Academy after all, and Su Chaolong's influence hasn't reached here yet. Sai, thinking like that is too naive. Although the Su Group can't openly target Gu Fan, many students in the Magic City Academy want to build a good relationship with Su Chaolong, especially those senior students. Moreover, Gu Fan can't stay in school forever. He'll have to go to the wilderness zone for training. You can imagine what kind of situation Gu Fan will face next. Sai, Gu Fan is still too impulsive. The cafeteria was filled with waves of discussion. After several kind-hearted explanations, the onlooking students all shook their heads and sighed at Gu Fan. Gu Fan, however, quietly ate his meal as if nothing had happened. 10 minutes later, after finishing his food, he walked out of the cafeteria. Back in the dormitory, Gu Fan opened the system panel. Spiritual power, 400. Skills, Cursed Energy Conversion, 10 Shadows Technique, Divergent Fist, Black Flash, Stopping Power, Technique Reversal, Blue, Technique Reversal, Red, Unavailable, Hollow Technique, Purple, Unavailable, Martial Arts Mastery, Advanced, points, 625. He quickly scrolled to the bottom, clicked on the details next to the points, and with a ding, the item recovery window popped up. Second-tier spiritual power weapons and armor are useless to me, so I'll recycle these two first. Gu Fan took out the second-tier spiritual power weapons and armor from the space ring and directly placed them into the item recycling window. After clicking the agree button, points, 625 675. 50 points credited instantly. No need to convert all the spirit stones into points. Keep some as backup. Converting 1,000 spirit stones will be enough. After saying this, Gu Fan placed 1,000 spirit stones into the item recycling window. 1000 spirit stones, 500 points. Recycle? A new window window pops up. Gu Fan clicks agree again. Points, 67511175. Alright, the points are enough. System, spend 1000 points to help me level up. As soon as the words fell, there was a swishing sound, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth rapidly converged, surging wildly into Gu Fan's body. Several shackles within his body shattered with a thunderous roar, louder than any previous level up. At the same time, his aura underwent a complete transformation, becoming entirely different. Level, first tier advanced Esper, second tier beginner Esper. After the upgrade was completed, Gu Fan felt completely refreshed, with power within his body far surpassing before, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Spiritual power, 400-550. Not only did his level increase, but his spiritual power also surged by 150 points, an astonishing growth that could be called a qualitative leap. He checked the system panel again. Spiritual power, 550. Skills, curse power conversion, 10 shadows technique, divergent fist, black flash, stopping power, technique reversal blue, technique reversal red, unavailable, hollow technique purple, unavailable, fist mastery, advanced. Points, 175. Not bad, I've finally become a second tier ability user. If I encounter a third tier lower level ability user like Su Chang again, I'm confident I can crush him with ease. Gu Fan said excitedly. Su Chang had left a deep psychological scar on him since stepping into this world. It was his first time facing death directly, and also his first time being hospitalized, bedridden for more than 10 days. But now, that shadow had finally been completely shattered by him, because he had grown stronger and was no longer the Gu Fan of the past. Let's see the next level. Upgrading to tier 2 intermediate requires 750 spiritual power, and it also consumes 1500 points. Gu Fan's gaze fell on the condition description next to the upgrade button, and the joy in his heart was instantly doused with cold water. Increasing 1 point of spiritual power costs 5 points, so 200 spiritual power equals 1000 points, plus the 1500 points required for the upgrade itself. In other words, he would have to spend a total of 2500 points just to advance from tier 2 lower to tier 2 intermediate. You have to know, even upgrading the 6 eyes, from 6 eyes, initial awakening, to 6 eyes, partial awakening, only costs 3000 points. And now, advancing from tier 2 lower to tier 2 intermediate actually requires a terrifying 2500 points. This is outright daylight robbery. I'm running low on points. I need to figure out a way to earn more points. After all, I've now made an enemy of that so-called young Master Su, so I can't afford not to stock up on points. Gu Fan closed the system panel, calculating silently in his heart. The phone in his pocket vibrated twice. Gu Fan reached out to take it out and saw a message from the class group in the Modu Academy app. What? Tomorrow marks the official start of the semester. Please gather on the playground at 8 a.m. sharp. The school will hold a freshman assembly, during which the principal will deliver a speech. Attendance is mandatory. Gu Fan silently read the notification. Time moved to the next day, the first day of school, which was also the day of the freshman assembly. Boom! Gu Fan rarely got up early, and after a simple wash, he headed to the playground. There weren't many people on the playground yet, and only about half of the school leaders and teachers had arrived at the podium. The seat at the very front of the podium, reserved exclusively for the principal, was still empty at this moment. To make it easier for students to find their places, the playground thoughtfully set up signs representing each class. Thanks to this, Gu Fan easily found the area where his class was located. What is going on? Hello, my name is Zhao Ting. Are you also a new student in the special department? As soon as Gu Fan arrived at the location of his class, someone took the initiative to talk to him. What surprised him even more was that this person actually didn't recognize him. You don't know who I am? Gu Fan asked in confusion. Are you very famous? Zhao Ting was also puzzled. Not really, my name is Gu Fan. Gu Fan answered briefly. What? You are Gu Fan? When Zhao Ting heard this name, he immediately jumped up in shock. He had long heard of this name, top scorer in Jiangbei province, with a college entrance exam score of over 40,000 points, higher than the top scorers in other provinces, a top scorer among top scorers. As soon as his identity was revealed, Zhao Ting instantly turned into a curious child, bombarding Gu Fan with questions like an excavator. Gu Fan somewhat regretted revealing his real name back then. If he had known it would turn out like this, he might as well have made up a fake name to muddle through from the start. Quiet, the mentor is here. Gu Fan made a gesture for silence. The mentor? This. Zhao Ting immediately fell silent, not because of Gu Fan's reminder, but because he was stunned by the young and beautiful mentor before him. Next to the sign for class 1 of the special department stood a young woman with long hair draped over her shoulders, around 25 or 26 years old. Her appearance was stunning, and her loose clothing couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. This made it hard for Zhao Ting to look away, and Gu Fan was also surprised. The mentor was not only beautiful but also unusually young. Yesterday, he had read the introduction to the Magic City Academy. Unlike admissions officers, mentors must be 6th level ability users to qualify for the position. A 25 or 26-year-old 6th-level ability user, considered a genius among geniuses in the world. Serving as a mentor at a school seems somewhat underutilized. Gradually, more students gathered. Around 30 people had come to Gufan's class area, with an almost equal ratio of males to females. If nothing is wrong, their special class 1 should now be fully assembled. Is everyone here? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Tang Yun, a 6th-level ability user, and my ability is telekinesis. Starting today, I will be your mentor. Next, regarding questions about the Magic City Academy, the school leaders and the principal will provide answers. Please listen quietly. Tang Yun smiled slightly and, after counting the number of people, spoke. Looking at the beautiful mentor in front of them, all the students in special class 1 had their eyes light up. Whether male or female, they were all brimming with energy. Soon, all the seats on the podium were filled, and an elderly man took the frontmost seat reserved for the principal. Hello, students. With the opening remarks from the old principal, the freshman assembly officially began. At first, Gufan listened attentively, but the more he listened, the less interesting it became. The content spoken by the school leaders seemed useful but was actually meaningless. After listening for a while, Gufan only understood one thing. Before formal classes began, the Magic City Academy would hold a freshman competition, scheduled for today. The freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the Battle Royale mode, where the school will randomly divide 1,000 new students into 8 groups, each with 125 people. These 125 individuals will engage in a free-for-all on the school's special grounds, and only the last person standing can advance to the second stage. The second stage is the Top 8 Showdown, where contestants draw lots to determine their opponents and fight in the school's dueling arena until a champion is crowned. Out of these 1,000 new students, only the top 8 can receive rewards, which is why the prizes are exceptionally generous. First place, 5,000 spirit stones. Second place, 3,000 spirit stones. Third place, 2,000 spirit stones. The reward for first place is as high as 5,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 50 million dasha coins. This number is simply outrageous for freshmen who have just enrolled. You must know that a third-tier spiritual weapon is only worth 2.5 million dasha coins, and the first place prize is enough to buy 20 such weapons. The rewards for second and third place are also nothing to scoff at, with 3,000 and 2,000 spirit stones respectively. For most freshmen who are still at the first tier, this is already an almost inexhaustible fortune. Of course, these rewards hold limited significance for Gufan. After all, his system consumes a tremendous amount of resources, and 5,000 spirit stones are only enough for him to level up once. However, these generous rewards are just the ones on the surface. The higher the ranking, the more invisible benefits one can enjoy. After all, this competition selected 8 individuals out of 1,000 participants. The freshman assembly is now concluded. As the final words of the school leader fell, this freshman assembly came to a successful end. It's just that as soon as the freshman assembly ended, the freshman competition immediately began. The old principal, Fong Hanhua, stood up, his gaze focused and his hand clenched in the air. A rustling sound arose as clusters of plants sprouted from the ground at the back of the field, spreading and intertwining, eventually forming a massive arena in the center of the field. This is the plant element? Gufan was secretly amazed. He hadn't expected the principal of the Modu Academy to be a plant-based ability user. Moreover, these plants were far from ordinary. The density of spiritual energy they contained was astonishing, and their hardness was the strongest material Gufan had ever seen on Blue Star. Not only was Gufan surprised, but the other students were also dumbfounded. After all, it was their first time witnessing such a unique application of abilities. It turned out that abilities could not only be used to kill enemies but also serve many convenient purposes. I didn't expect the competition to start on the first day. I wasn't prepared at all, Zhao Ting said angrily. Didn't you know? As soon as the freshman assembly ends, the freshman competition starts immediately. It's a tradition at the Magic City Academy, a student replied. Yeah, didn't you look up any information before applying to the Magic City Academy? Another student added with a laugh. Am I the only one clueless? Zhao Ting looked around in confusion. Suddenly, he saw Gufan and quickly asked, Gufan, did you know? This question doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter what, I'm guaranteed to be the champion of the freshman competition, Gufan said calmly. Champion? Alright, then you've won. Zhao Ting was momentarily stunned, then suddenly remembered that Gufan was the top scorer in Jiangbei province, and immediately felt at ease. The first stage of the freshman competition is about to begin. Freshmen, please prepare in advance, Principal Fong Hanhua announced. As soon as the words fell, the previously noisy sounds on the playground instantly fell silent. Technique formula forward rotation, Azure. The freshmen's faces were both excited and nervous, as this was their first test since enrolling. The first phase consists of 8 rounds of battles. Now, let's draw the participants for the first round. Following the principal's words, students' names continuously appeared on the big screen. The selected students would receive a notification in the Magic City Academy app on their phones, informing them that they had been chosen chosen and should enter the venue promptly. The phone in Gufan's pocket vibrated twice. I got selected in the first round? Gufan muttered as he reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and looked closely. Sure enough, it was a message from the Magic City Academy app. He had been selected in the first round. Good thing I'm not in the first round. If I were in the same round as you, this game would be completely unplayable, Zhao Ting said with some relief. It doesn't really matter which round you're in, you're just going to be eliminated in the first round anyway. Do you think you can take down the other 124 people? That hurts. Zhao Ting let out a cry of anguish. Gufan ignored Zhao Ting and followed the crowd into the center of the giant arena assembled from plants. After all the participants had taken their places, Principal Fong Hanghua spoke again. Before the competition begins, let me emphasize a few points. This arena is constructed from my ability, and in a sense, it is alive. It will monitor the situation on the battlefield in real time. If any attack threatens a participant's life, it will automatically form a barrier for protection. As for the barrier's defensive strength, you have nothing to worry about. It's not something a low-level ability user can break. In other words, you can fight with all your might without worrying about accidentally causing serious injuries or fatalities. This feature is great, it saves me a lot of trouble. I just advanced to tier 2 lower level and haven't mastered the control of my strength yet. I was just wondering how to hold back, but now it's all resolved. The match will begin in 10 seconds. Please get ready. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, the match begins. The broadcast from the podium sounded. As the competition began, the contestants rushed toward their pre-selected targets, having already assessed the strength of the surrounding competitors before the match. At that moment, standing in the center of the arena with his hands in his pockets, Gufan suddenly spoke, "I'll give you all a chance, come at me together." These words caused an uproar. Whether on the arena, off the arena, or at the podium, no one was left unshaken by Gufan's statement. Gufan, you are just two. Zhao Ting was so shocked that he couldn't speak. My goodness, who is this person? How can he be so arrogant? He's Gufan, the top scorer in Jiangbei province. Even if he's the top scorer, he can't be this arrogant, right? 124 to 1. How could one person possibly defeat 124 others? Exactly, this Gufan is being way too conceited. The audience buzzed with discussion, almost all the students sneering at Gufan's actions. After all, no matter how strong a person is, there are limits. Everyone here is a peerless talent, and anyone who could get into the Magic City Academy is a top-notch expert. How could there possibly be a situation where one person defeats 124 others? Only one student's opinion stood out, and that was Mu Feishue, Gufan's high school classmate. Others didn't understand, but she was well aware of Gufan's abilities. Gufan was astonishingly strong. Even a third-tier ability user would be effortlessly defeated if Gufan decided to act, killing as easily as cutting grass. Dealing with a group of second-tier ability students would be a complete walkover. Is this student the specially recruited top scorer of Jiangbei province, Gufan? Principal Fong Hanghua said with a frown. That's right, it's him. He scored over 40,000 points in the martial arts college entrance exam, breaking the historical record. The admissions office director interjected. Gufan is indeed outstanding, but he's somewhat lacking in steadiness. The tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be blown down by the wind. Young people who don't know how to keep a low profile will suffer sooner or later. Fong Hanghua couldn't help but shake his head. On the stage, all the contestants suddenly froze, their eyes uniformly fixed on Gufan. Not everyone among them knew Gufan. Some, like Zhao Ting, had only heard the name but never met him in person. What are you all staring at? Not going to make a move? If you don't act soon, I'll have to step in myself. Gufan continued to mock. Let's go. This guy is mocking us right to our faces. If we don't make a move now, even I'd think we're saints. Exactly. Gufan is way too arrogant. Just because he's the top scorer in Jiangbei province, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. It's time to teach him a lesson. Everyone, attack together. Coordinate well and take Gufan down in one go. Let him see how strong we are. Being mocked to this extent, the players felt they couldn't call themselves human if they kept holding back. They astonishingly united, with close combat ability users actively charging forward to form the front line, lunging fiercely at Gufan. Long-range ability users spread out in various directions without clustering together. In this way, even if Gufan launched an attack, he could only hit one of them, avoiding the risk of a total wipeout. These long-range ability users fired fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes, and other ranged skills from tricky angles, taking turns to attack Gufan. Although there were few support-type ability users, their contribution to the team was remarkably significant. Initially, they would rather be eliminated than provide any buffs to their opponents, but under Gufan's provocation, they began cooperating closely with the others. It seems that to unite a group of people, the key is not wise leadership but a common enemy. Thus, the rules of the arena changed from a battle royale to a united effort to defeat the world boss. With the buffs from the support-type users, the speed of the close combat ability users increased significantly, and the skill casting speed of the long-range ability users also noticeably improved. All 124 ability users on the field sounded the charge against their sole target. In an instant, overwhelming fireballs, wind blades, electric chains, ice spikes, rock bullets, dark spears, light arrows, all elemental abilities bombarded Gu Fan simultaneously. At the same time, knives, swords, spears, axes, hammers, staffs, halberds, and various melee weapons also rushed toward him in unison. Not bad, not bad, this is how it should be played. Only this way is exciting enough. Gu Fan looked at the unprecedentedly united stance of the players before him, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Gu Fan began to move, weaving through the storm of bullets and blades with incredibly agile footwork. Opened the system panel. Host, Gu Fan. Level, first rank superior. Ability, 6 eyes, initial awakening. He did not choose to use the Limitless technique to withstand the attacks head-on, as that would be too boring. He set a rule for himself to defeat these 124 elite students from the Magic City Academy without using the Limitless technique and without taking any damage. If you're going to play spectacularly. With the 360-degree enhanced vision provided by the 6 eyes, Gu Fan could predict the trajectories of fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes, and other long-range abilities in advance. Coupled with the extreme mobility granted by the cursed technique reversal, Azure, almost all ranged attacks failed to hit his figure. How is this possible? Gu Fan is like he has eyes on his back. I clearly attacked from his blind spot, yet he dodged everything. We have 50 people providing ranged firepower, with attacks coming from scattered angles. How is he able to react to all of them? Front row, put in some effort, don't let him keep dodging. How are we supposed to fight him from a distance? Easy for you guys in the back to say, you have no idea how hard it is to catch Gu Fan. He's as slippery as an eel, completely ungrabbable. The crowd on the stage instantly erupted into commotion. These geniuses from various provinces were all stunned at this moment. The students off stage were also shocked by the scene before them, some envious, some jealous, and others in awe, especially the female students. Gu Fan, already striking in appearance, now stood alone against the crowd with an imposing aura, instantly becoming the heartthrob of countless girls, their eyes seemingly sparkling with starlight. It wasn't just the students, even the school leaders and teachers on the podium showed expressions of amazement. Gu Fan's speed is too fast, completely unlike the level a freshman should have. It feels like he doesn't take it seriously at all, treating this competition as just a game. Gu Fan's arrogance has its reasons. With such meticulous and subtle movements, he indeed has the confidence to take on 100 opponents. The school leaders and teachers sitting on the podium were all experienced high-level ability users. Their vision was far more profound, and they could clearly see that Gu Fan's reactions and speed were at least 2 levels above the students on site, not even in the same league as his opponents. Even Principal Fong Humua's impression of Gu Fan changed, as he smiled and praised, "Not bad, you do have some skill." The battle on the stage shifted accordingly. The close combat ability users roared one after another, determined to hold Gu Fan back at all costs, even if it meant being bombarded by the abilities from the back row, and charged at him fiercely. Seeing this, Gu Fan, who had kept his hands in his pockets and had not made a move, finally acted. He squinted slightly, and all the targets within his line of sight, including the abilities flying through the air, displayed a long, strip-shaped marker on them. This strip was divided into 10 scales, with the 7th scale prominently marked in red. Gu Fan's eyes narrowed, his hand burning with spell power as he punched directly at the broadsword slashing toward him, precisely striking the marked 7:3 point. Crack! The broadsword instantly broke into 2 halves. Isn't this a spiritual weapon? The owner of the broadsword wailed loudly. Stop shouting, you're next. Gu Fan's other hand wasn't idle either, as he suddenly threw a punch straight at his opponent's face. Seeing Gu Fan's fist coming straight at him, the student's heart almost stopped beating. It wasn't just a fist, it was clearly a massive death character smashing toward him. Instinctive fear kept warning him that if he were hit by Gu Fan's punch, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to keep him alive. At this moment, the surface of the arena suddenly changed, and a wooden hemispherical shield appeared in front of the student, forcibly blocking Gu Fan's punch. So hard. Just as imagined, this wood was the toughest material Gu Fan had ever seen. A punch landed on it, yet not even the surface showed the slightest movement. Immediately afterward, the wooden hemispherical shield transformed into a plant-like arm, which grabbed the student forcefully and directly threw him out of the arena. Hey, it's quite smart. Gu Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. It turns out that this arena can automatically monitor the intensity of attacks. As long as the attack exceeds the limit of what the target can endure, a wooden hemispherical protective shield will appear to block the attack. After neutralizing the attack, it transforms into plant-like arms that directly throw the protected person out of the arena, effectively eliminating them. Just at that moment, a long sword and an axe simultaneously lunged at Gu Fan, while fireballs and wind blades flew down from the sky. Gu Fan punched the long sword, followed by a swift kick to the axe. His agile movements shifted, and he delivered 2 consecutive punches to the fireballs and wind blades. Since the impact points were precisely at the 73 split positions, and with the enhancement of the 10-stroke curse technique, all. These attacks were effortlessly neutralized. The longsword and axe shattered, while the fireballs and wind blades exploded and scattered. What? Not only can he catch blades barehanded, but he can also fend off supernatural powers with his bare hands? Is Gu Fan even human? The students in the ring were dumbfounded. Gu Fan's fists were harder than spiritual weapons, capable of shattering them with a single punch. Moreover, not only could he tear spiritual weapons apart with his bare hands, but he could also directly rip apart supernatural abilities, leaving the opponent no chance at all. However, all of this was just the beginning, merely a warm-up for Gu Fan. What followed was even more outrageous, repeatedly challenging the psychological defenses of the students present. Yes, on the stage, Gu Fan was in full-on invincible mode, sometimes throwing punches, sometimes kicking, and even directly snatching weapons from other students to use. In short, he was like a god descending to earth, sweeping across the stage with no one able to stop him. Why? Clearly, the weapons are made of the same material, so why can his blade split mine in two? Why can his sword cut through my lightning chain? Isn't metal supposed to be conductive? This is completely unscientific. The students wailed incessantly, retreating step by step in the face of Gu Fan's onslaught. The fragile spiritual weapons in their hands, as weak as tofu, became indestructible divine weapons in Gu Fan's hands. Such a stark contrast made them feel as if they were in a dream. This scene also made the school leaders and teachers on the podium feel their blood boil with excitement. This is not just about powerful strength. I feel that Gu Fan's attacks contain a force at the level of rules. Gu Fan's cultivation is also extraordinary. Judging by the spiritual energy he emits, he is already a second-tier ability user. Speaking of which, Gu Fan comes from the remote small town of Luyun City, right? How exactly did he manage to cultivate faster than students from big cities? Could Gu Fan be the illegitimate child of some hidden master? If not, it's really hard to explain. Gu Fan laughed wildly, his weapon constantly changing, sometimes a knife, sometimes a sword, sometimes a spear, sometimes a staff. He was completely using whatever he grabbed, forcibly switching weapons after defeating an opponent, always keeping things fresh. Suddenly, Gu Fan noticed someone at the edge of the arena who looked extremely familiar. That person was hiding in the corner, secretly launching sneaky attacks at him. Gu Fan took a closer look and realized it was Su Chaolong, the one who had a conflict with him in the cafeteria yesterday. Well, isn't this young Master Su? Didn't you talk tough yesterday, telling me to wait and see? And now you're hiding in a corner, not daring to say a word? Enemies meet on a narrow path. Gu Fan directly activated the technique Shun Zhuan Song, compressing spatial coordinates and flashing in front of Su Chaolong, full of mockery. At that moment, various supernatural attacks like fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes came from the sky. Out of the way. Gu Fan roared, and the technique Shun Rotation Azure unleashed its pulling force. All the abilities flying through the air were forcibly redirected, swirling around him and scattering toward other parts of the arena. Seeing himself discovered by Gu Fan on the spot, Su Chaolong's face turned so dark and menacing it was almost suffocating. He was truly out of luck. Before he even had the chance to send someone to retaliate against Gu Fan, he ended up being drawn into the same round of competition as him. This Gu Fan was even harder to deal with than Su Chaolong had anticipated. His ability was guns and A-level ability in the weapon category, allowing him to freely switch between handguns, rifles, shotguns, and other firearms. From the start of the match until now, Su Chaolong had secretly fired numerous shots at Gu Fan, but Gu Fan was ridiculously agile, even dodging bullets. What was even more absurd was that later, Gu Fan started slicing bullets with a knife, which sent chills down Su Chaolong's spine. Now the situation was even worse, as not only had Gu Fan discovered him, but he had also caught him red-handed in front of everyone. Why is your face so gloomy? Weren't you shooting so happily just now? Go on, why did you stop? Gu Fan continued to mock. Gu Fan, do you have to offend me to the point of no return? Su Chaolong's face darkened as he threatened harshly. You've got it wrong. Haven't you been the one offending me all along? As soon as Gu Fan finished speaking, he threw a punch at Su Chaolong's face. To avoid the arena detecting an energy overload, he refrained from adding any spell power to his punch. Although Su Chaolong's ability was only at an A level, he was the only one in the arena who, like Gu Fan, was a second-tier lower-level ability user. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for Gu Fan's punch without spell power to directly knock Su Chaolong out. This made Gu Fan even more delighted. Simply eliminating Su Chaolong would be too easy on him. He planned to give him a proper lesson first. Bang! With Gu Fan's fist coming at him, Su Chaolong quickly pulled the trigger, aiming at Gu Fan's brow. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Gu Fan was incredibly fast, so Su Chaolong hadn't dared to fire recklessly before. But this moment was different. During the interval of Gu Fan's punch, it was nearly impossible for him to make any other moves. Besides, Su Chaolong's weapon wasn't an ordinary firearm, it was the king of close combat. As the saying goes, beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. No matter how fast Gu Fan's punches were, they couldn't possibly be faster than his gun. This time, victory victory was his. Gu Fan saw through the fleeting glimmer of glee in Su Chaolong's eyes and sneered mockingly. What kind of dream are you having? How is Gu Fan still able to speak? Su Chaolong's heart tightened. At the speed of a bullet, Gu Fan should either be on the ground or eliminated by the arena's protective barrier. In either case, Gu Fan shouldn't still be able to talk to him. Yet, something strange was happening right before his eyes. The bullet he had fired was suspended in midair, hovering just in front of Gu Fan's brow, unable to move forward even an inch. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Su Chaolong could hardly believe his eyes. He screamed desperately, trying to resist this established fact with his feeble words. The next second, Gu Fan's fist came at him again, smashing hard into his face. Ah! Su Chaolong let out a painful scream. Since childhood, not even his father had ever hit him. This was the first time someone had struck his face, and it burned with a stinging pain. He struggled to get up from the ground and frantically fled into the distance. The scene just now had completely shattered his illusions, although he and Gu Fan were both second-tier lower-level ability users. The gap in their strength was like heaven and earth. No matter how hard he tried, he could never break through Gu Fan's defense. That ability to stop bullets had utterly crushed all his hopes. Trying to escape? Gu Fan's lips curled into a smile as he suddenly thrust his right hand forward, activating the spell technique Azure in an instant. Under the immense pull of the traction force, Su Chaolong had only managed to take 2 steps before being abruptly yanked back by Gu Fan. Do you want to dance too? Gu Fan grabbed Su Chaolong by the neck, lifting him high and asking coldly. Immediately after, Gu Fan's figure moved so fast it was almost a blur, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Su Chaolong. Ah! Under Gu Fan's relentless and thorough beating, Su Chaolong let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Get down, you! After finishing his satisfying attack, Gu Fan grabbed Su Chaolong by the neck again and tossed him out of the ring as if throwing out trash. Alright, now it's your turn. Gu Fan quietly turned around, flashing a dangerous smile at the remaining students on the stage. This guy is Su Chaolong, the young master of the Su Corporation. With the financial backing of his family, he quickly advanced to a second-tier lower level, and is a second-tier ability user. No one knew which student shouted this first, but immediately, the students below the stage erupted into a frenzy. What? He's actually a second-tier ability user. Why does even a second-tier ability user seem like a toy being played with in Gu Fan's hands? You have to understand, Gu Fan didn't even use his full strength. If he were serious, I think this Su Chaolong wouldn't last 3 seconds. Is Gu Fan really a student? How can he be this strong? He's completely different from us. The students marveled at Gu Fan's strength, while the school leaders and teachers on the podium were astonished by the power of Gu Fan's abilities. Gu Fan's ability should be related to telekinesis, right? I saw him deflect supernatural energy in the air and even stop bullets in front of him. A senior school official asked curiously. This is an S-level ability, 6 eyes. Although it's rated as S-level, it is actually on par with SS level. Gu Fan himself mentioned that his ability is related to infinity. The admissions director replied, Infinite? Isn't it telekinesis? The school executive rubbed his temples in confusion. Are you going down on your own, or do you want me to send you down? Having played around long enough, Gu Fan no longer wanted to continue and directly turned to ask the remaining students on the stage. Hearing Gu Fan's words, these students looked left and right, then finally exchanged bitter smiles, raised their hands one after another, and shouted loudly, I surrender. They all saw Gu Fan's overwhelming strength. Rather than being knocked off the stage by Gu Fan or forcibly thrown off by the protective system, it was better to step down with dignity on their own. The match is over. After confirming that everyone had surrendered, the referee teacher blew the whistle sharply. I announced that the survivor of the first round of eliminations is Gu Fan from Class 1 of the Special Department. Please give him a round of applause. At the same time, Principal Fong Hanghua on the podium stood up and announced loudly, clap 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. In the deafening applause, Su Chaolong, supported by Song Zhong, cast a fierce and resentful glare at Gu Fan. Gu Fan, don't get cocky. You've offended me, Su Chaolong. Don't think your days will be easy from now on. Su Chaolong cursed under his breath through gritted teeth. When Gu Fan stepped down from the arena and returned to his class, he noticed that the way his classmates looked at him had changed. If their gazes were more curious before, now their faces clearly showed a bit more apprehension. Gu Fan, you're amazing. You've made our special class 1 famous throughout the school. Zhao Ting shouted excitedly. It's nothing, really. They're just too weak. Gu Fan casually responded. They are too weak? In my opinion, each one is more formidable than the last. At least half of them, I can't beat. Zhao Ting swallowed hard as he listened. As expected of Gu Fan, his perspective was indeed different from ordinary people. These students were not ordinary people. They were top students carefully selected from across the country. Such students can be called too weak? Then how many strong ones can be found nationwide? The second round of elimination is about to begin. Freshmen who have been selected, please prepare in advance. The voice of Principal Fong Hanghua rang out once again. The first round of elimination had just ended, and the second round began almost immediately without any interval. interval. Who is that girl? Long golden hair, tall figure, cold yet stunning face, she's so beautiful. You must be from another province. She's the top scorer of our magic city, Yi Qianying. During the freshman entrance, a particular girl stood out, drawing the attention of almost all the students and sparking heated discussions. Upon hearing that she was the top scorer of Magic City, the students from other provinces looked at her with even greater admiration. I didn't expect this blonde girl to be not only beautiful but also terrifyingly strong. The Magic City is different from other provinces. Apart from the capital, it is the second largest metropolis in the Great Xia Kingdom. Therefore, the top scorer in the Magic City cannot be compared to the top scorer in ordinary provinces. The competition will begin in 10 seconds. Contestants, please get ready. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The competition begins. The broadcast from the podium sounded. As soon as the competition started, Yi Qianying immediately revealed a confident smile. She raised the long sword in her hand high and swung it toward the sky. Holy Sword Formation. Host, Gu Fan. Level, first rank superior. Ability, 6 eyes, initial awakening. Thousands of light swords formed from holy light intertwined in the air, creating a spectacular sword formation. Descend. Yi Qianying swung her long sword downward, and the swords of holy light poured down like raindrops, as if divine punishment had descended upon the mortal world. The students, their eyes filled with shock, had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the swords of holy light fell from the sky, drawing closer and closer to their bodies. Fortunately, the protective mechanism of the arena was extremely sensitive. Before the swords could strike them, the ground swiftly extended a hemispherical wooden shield. But this also means that the students protected by this hemispherical wooden shield will be directly disqualified from the competition. Just like that, in an instant, all 124 students were eliminated. My goodness, what did I just witness? Are these even students? They're way too formidable. This range, this damage, what kind of skill is this? What kind of monster is Yi Qianying's ability? I've heard that Yi Qianying possesses an SS-level ability, Light Creation, which allows her to construct everything she imagines through holy light. An SS-level ability. There are barely 1 or 2 of those in the entire Great Xia Nation in a year. No wonder Yi Qianying is this powerful. Seeing the holy sword rain unleashed by Yi Qianying, the students below the arena were all in an uproar, their excitement far surpassing what they felt when watching Gu Fan's match earlier. This was entirely because the impact Yi Qianying brought was simply too overwhelming. After all, these 124 individuals were all outstanding freshmen from the Magic City Academy, yet within just a few seconds of the match starting, Yi Qianying sent them all off with a single move. Who wouldn't be shocked? Impressive. Even Gu Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yi Qianying's move, the Divine Sword Rain, not only covered a wide area, but each of the thousands of swords possessed power comparable to second-tier spiritual weapons, capable of piercing the defenses of second-tier fierce beasts. On the podium, the school leaders and teachers were also left in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Oldly, congratulations. With Yi Qianying, such a promising talent, your light department's streak of finishing last for several years is finally going to be broken this time. The fire department head, Shen Wuyin, smiled and offered his congratulations. Indeed, I've been laying low all these years, and this year I finally have a chance to turn things around. The light department head, Li Qingdong, couldn't stop grinning. This year, our Magic City Academy has quite a few promising talents. Gu Fan is already excellent, but Yi Qianying is even better. Principal Fong Hanghua remarked with emotion. Indeed, this year our Magic City Academy is particularly fortunate. In previous years, Gu Fan and Yi Qianying would have already been poached by the 2 academies in the capital. The admissions office director also said with a sigh. On the stage, after completing all this, Yi Qianying gracefully sheathed her sword, her gaze falling below the stage as she cast a provocative look at Gu Fan. Yes, it was as if she was telling Gu Fan that there is a world of difference between a complete victory and a complete victory. Just like the gap between her, the top scorer of the Magic City, and Gu Fan, the top scorer of Jiangbei Province, a sorrowful wall that cannot be crossed. The students' eyes remained fixed on Yi Qianying, and this scene was naturally captured by them. Ha, did you see that? Yi Qianying is actually provoking Gu Fan. Fight, fight. I love watching battles between the strong. Don't worry, both of them have advanced to the second stage. They'll definitely face each other in the arena. Ha, Gu Fan is in trouble now. Let him show off. This time someone will put him in his place. Yeah, I thought Gu Fan was already strong enough, but it seems I was too hasty. Compared to Yi Qianying, Gu Fan is just an ordinary person. The students' gazes toward Gu Fan changed once again, no longer carrying the previous wariness, and even showing a hint of pity. Crack, daring to provoke me, how interesting. Seeing the provocative look in Yi Qianying's eyes, Gu Fan's lips curled into a smile. Such a beautiful girl, if I were to punch her, she'd probably cry for a long time, wouldn't she? The third round of eliminations is about to begin. Freshmen who have been selected, please prepare in advance. The voice of Principal Fong Hanghua rang out once again. The third round, as well as the other 6 rounds following the second, returned to normalcy in the rounds where Gu Fan and Yi Qianying Qianying did not participate. The freshmen's abilities were not vastly different. Although strong individuals occasionally emerged, their strength was limited. Being able to take on 5 opponents alone was already enough to be considered a master. The feat of Gu Fan and Yi Qianying fighting against 124 opponents alone has almost become a historical event impossible to replicate. As a result, the average duration of the next few rounds of matches was significantly longer than before. Mu Feishue participated in the 5th round. Although she possessed S-level abilities, her strength was only at the lower intermediate level of the first tier, so she was unsurprisingly eliminated. Sigh, as expected, it still doesn't work. Mu Feishue sighed gloomily, feeling a faint sense of foreboding in her heart. After arriving at the Magic City Academy, not only could she not catch up to Gu Fan, but the distance between them seemed to grow even wider. A few hours later, the first phase of the freshman competition had concluded. Principal Fong Hanghua announced, "The first phase of the freshman competition has ended. The following 8 students will advance to the second phase of the competition." A prominent list appeared on the large screen on the podium, clearly displaying the names and classes of 8 students. Host, Gu Fan. Level, Tier 2 lower. Ability, 6 Eyes, Initial Awakening. Yi Qianying, Light Department Class 1. Gu Fan, Special Department Class 1. Wang Mengyi, Wind Department Class 2. Mengen, Thunder Class 2. Wei Changhu, Earth Class 1. Luo Nai, Enhancement Class 1. Dai Zuhue, Fire Class 2. Zhao Yanbing, Ice Department Class 1. Although the list does not explicitly rank the names, the order in which they are arranged seems to imply a certain sequence, which to some extent also represents a ranking. Yi Qianying is actually ahead of me? Gu Fan muttered silently in his heart. He speculated that the reason for this result was probably related to time. Since both he and Yi Qianying had eliminated 124 opponents on their own, in terms of numbers, he was not inferior to Yi Qianying. Therefore, Yi Qianying being ranked ahead of him was definitely not because she defeated more people. The only remaining possibility was speed. Yi Qianying had instantly defeated 124 people in one strike, while he had taken his time, defeating them one by one. It was likely that the school had taken this into account, which was why Yi Qianying's name was placed ahead of his. Next, the second phase of the freshman competition will be held in the school's #1 dueling arena. Students eliminated in the first phase will serve as spectators, sitting in the audience seats of the dueling arena to watch this highest-level battle among the freshmen. Buzz, old Zhang, it's up to you, Principal Fong Hanghua said. Spatial teleportation. The head of the space department, Zhang Yifeng, waved his hand, and the students on the field disappeared one after another. Even Gu Fan was no exception. He watched in astonishment as his body gradually faded away before his eyes. Soon, under Zhang Yifeng's spatial teleportation, all the students on the field were transferred to the first spectator stand of the dueling arena. Contestants like Gu Fan and Yi Qianying were transported to the first waiting area of the dueling arena. What is this? What happened? Who am I? Where am I? Isn't this the dueling arena? I was clearly still on the playground just now. How did I suddenly end up in the dueling arena? So this is spatial transfer? It's truly amazing. Why is my awakened ability not spatial, but instead Earth-based? It's really enviable. The sudden spatial transfer left the students in awe, and they couldn't help but express their amazement. Too bad I didn't unlock the Limitless technique, otherwise I'd really like to see what would happen. Gu Fan felt a bit regretful. The school leadership's spatial teleportation was too fast, and before he could react, he was already sent to the battle preparation zone. To be honest, he was quite curious to see the effect of the Limitless technique on spatial defenses. Theoretically, space also has directionality, and under the Limitless technique, spatial distance from oneself should slow down more and more. However, in the original work of Jujutsu Kaisen, Sukuna's spatial slash was able to bisect Satoru Gojo at the waist, indicating that the invulnerability of the Limitless technique cannot completely block attacks on the spatial level. There is an obvious contradiction between theory and reality, and he still feels curious about it. By drawing lots, the match list is as shown on the big screen. In 5 minutes, the first match of the semi-finals will begin. Principal Fong Hanghua announced. The big screen displayed. First match, Gu Fan vs Luo Nai. Second match, Yi Qianying vs Dai Zuhue. Third match, Wang Mengyi vs Zhao Yanbing. Fourth match, Mengen vs Wei Changhu. Is it the first match again? Gu Fan muttered to himself. He had watched Luo Nai's performance in the first stage of the competition. Luo Nai was an ordinary second-tier lower-level ability user, with enhancement-type abilities. As for himself, he had defeated Su Chang, a third-tier enhancement-type ability user, in a one-on-one fight back when he was still at the first tier. Now that he was a second-tier ability user, facing someone like Luo Nai of the same rank was as effortless as crushing a rookie. Both contestants, take your positions. The referee's voice rang out. 5 minutes later, Gu Fan walked to the designated spot following the referee's instructions. His opponent, Luo Nai, a muscular man with a sturdy build, was about the same height as Gu Fan and had a buzz cut. The referee announced again. Gu Fan acted swiftly and decisively. As soon as the referee's voice fell, he quickly quickly extended his arm, instantly activating the technique Shun rotation, Azure in his palm. Whoosh! A powerful pulling force erupted instantly. Before Luonai could react, he was yanked off balance, swaying in the air as he flew toward Gufan. Ordinary punch. Gufan simply delivered an ordinary punch to Luonai's chest. The punch carried only a trace of cursed energy, without employing any advanced techniques or the 10-stroke cursed method, just a simple punch. Yet, this ordinary punch was something Luonai could not withstand. With a loud boom, Luonai, who had been charging toward Gufan, was sent flying in the opposite direction. After skidding over 10 meters on the ground, Luonai's eyes rolled back and he passed out instantly. Gufan wins. The referee hesitated for a long time before finally announcing the result. One punch, knockout? It was less than 5 seconds. Too fast, it's simply unbelievable. As soon as the judge's verdict was announced, the students in the audience exclaimed in surprise. Everyone knew Gufan would win, but no one expected him to win so quickly. They had thought Gufan would have a few intense rounds with Luonai. After all, Luonai was also a second-tier ability user and a strong contender who had stood out among 125 people. Yet, in front of Gufan, he seemed so fragile. Not bad at all. In the resting area, Yi Qianying praised him, slightly surprised by Gufan's dominant performance. However, the surprise wasn't too great, as she knew she could achieve something similar herself. Defeating an opponent in one move was nothing more than a piece of cake for her. After Gufan's first match ended, the second match followed immediately, with Yi Qianying facing Dai Zuhui. Perhaps wanting to compete with Gufan, or maybe having planned it all along, Yi Qianying also swiftly eliminated Dai Zuhui the moment the judge announced the start of the match. After finishing all this, Yi Qianying once again cast a provocative glance at Gufan. Are you a child? Why do you like competing so much? Seeing Yi Qianying provoke him once again, Gufan couldn't help but laugh. Already a college student, yet still so childish. It seems he has no choice but to educate her properly. The audience erupted once again. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Gufan's instant kill was not the end. Yi Qianying was not to be outdone either, defeating her opponent in one move. At this moment, anyone with a brain could see that Gufan and Yi Qianying were in a league of their own, with an unbridgeable gap between them and the other students. Although the semi-finals had just begun, the students were already fantasizing about the ultimate showdown between Gufan and Yi Qianying in the finals. What do you think? Between Gufan and Yi Qianying, who will ultimately win the championship? Isn't it obvious? Of course, Yi Qianying. Her cultivation is higher, and her ability level is stronger. Just as there is an abyss-like gap between Gufan and Yi Qianying and the other students, in the eyes of these students, there is also an insurmountable chasm between Gufan and Yi Qianying. Yi Qianying's cultivation is at the intermediate second stage, ranking among the top of all freshmen, while Gufan's cultivation is only at the lower second stage, already lagging behind in terms of cultivation alone. Not to mention the disparity in ability levels. Although Gufan's ability is peculiar, it is merely S-level. Yi Qianying, on the other hand, possesses SS-level abilities. No matter how you look at it, two S-levels are always stronger than one S-level. With disadvantages in both cultivation and abilities, Gufan's chances of winning are destined to be extremely slim. There is also an undeniable factor. Yi Qianying comes from the prestigious Yi family, while Gufan is merely a poor child from a remote county. The gap between the two is equally daunting. The third match was a contest between two girls, with Wang Mingyi narrowly defeating Zhao Yanbing. The fourth match was a showdown between the earth element and the thunder element, with Meng'an facing Wei Changhu. Due to the earth element restraining the thunder element, Wei Changhu of the earth element ultimately won. According to the draw results, the matchup list has been displayed on the big screen. The first semi-final match will begin in 5 minutes. Principal Fong Hanghua announced. The big screen displays. First match, Gufan vs Wei Changhu. Second match, Yi Qianying vs Wang Mingyi. First match again. Gufan helplessly complained. 5 minutes passed quickly. Both contestants, take your positions. The referee's voice sounded, and Gufan and Wei Changhu stood in their designated areas, facing each other. Although they were semi-final opponents, the two displayed completely different mental states. Gufan appeared relaxed, with his hands even tucked in his pockets, looking nonchalant. Wei Changhu, on the other hand, cautiously stared at Gufan, his muscles tense as if he were facing a life-and-death duel. Seeing the two contestants enter, the students in the audience began to discuss heatedly. The gap between the two is too obvious. Wei Changhu is clearly nervous. Yeah, Wei Changhu is up against Gufan. If it were you, you'd be drenched in sweat before the match even started. Humph, Gufan's moment of pride won't last long this time. When it comes to the finals, Yi Qianying will naturally take care of him. The match begins. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. Sharp stone attack. Wei Changhu knew very well that if he didn't make the first move, Gufan would undoubtedly attack him without hesitation. Therefore, he had to strike first, forcing Gufan into a defensive position. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. The ground cracked open, and sharp spikes of stone shot toward Gufan at an astonishing speed. Technique sequence, Azure. Gufan reached out his hand, simultaneously compressing the spatial coordinates. With a clang, he instantly appeared in front of Wei Changhu. Spatial ability? Wei Changhu's eyes widened. He couldn't understand at all how Gu Fan, who had been dozens of meters away just moments ago, could suddenly appear right in front of him. No, my ability isn't spatial, Gu Fan said. My power is more like a convergent infinite series. Strictly speaking, it's negative natural numbers, like creating something fictional such as -1 apple. That's why I can fly straight over. Does this explanation make sense to you? What do you mean? Wei Changhu looked puzzled. Still don't understand? It seems the concept of infinity is still too difficult for you. Gu Fan sneered coldly and suddenly threw a punch. Rock wall. Wei Changhu hurriedly built a wall of rocks in front of him, preparing to block the attack. Useless. Gu Fan's fist, carrying the explosive power of the 10 strokes curse, effortlessly shattered the rock wall, breaking apart as if smashing tofu. Wei Changhu hadn't even reacted when Gu Fan's fist landed squarely on his face. Wei Changhu was knocked to the ground with a single punch, his head tilted sharply, and he passed out. Gu Fan wins, the referee announced. The situation changed in an instant. In this match, Gu Fan once again demonstrated his terrifying strength, instantly eliminating Wei Changhu and advancing to the finals. The audience on site couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What exactly is Gu Fan's ability? In the last match, he used a grabbing force similar to telekinesis, but in this one, he could teleport like someone with spatial powers? Didn't Gu Fan just explain it? He said his ability is like a convergent infinite series, but what exactly is an infinite series? I don't get it either. Isn't that a mathematical concept? If I had known, I would have studied harder in high school. Dueling arena, resting area. What a strange ability. Yi Qianying clicked his tongue in amazement. Gu Fan could both capture people and teleport. In a sense, his ability could even rival his own SS level ability. After Gu Fan left the field, the venue was quickly cleaned up, and the second semi-final match proceeded smoothly. Buzz buzz. As expected, Yi Qianying won easily and advanced to the finals. The big screen displayed. Final, Gu Fan vs Yi Qianying. The final match will begin in 5 minutes. Both contestants, please prepare in advance. Once the match starts, it will not be paused. Principal Fong Hanghua announced. The final match is finally here. The ultimate battle is about to begin. Will it be Gu Fan, the humble student from a remote county, who triumphs, or Yi Qianying, the descendant of a century-old family from the magical metropolis? When you put it that way, where's the suspense? How could children from humble families possibly compare to those from noble families? That's true. Then let's put it another way. Will it be Gu Fan, the top scorer from Jiangbei province, or Yi Qianying, the top scorer from the Magic City, who wins? I'm betting here, Yi Qianying will definitely win. During the 5-minute wait, the students in the audience were all extremely excited, full of anticipation for this ultimate showdown. The vast majority of students were supporters of Yi Qianying, with only a handful supporting Gu Fan, creating a one-sided situation. Gu Fan responded coldly. This situation was the same among the school leaders and teachers. In the same era, the Magic City Academy can only have one number one. The extra one can only be suppressed. What a pity. If Gu Fan had come a year earlier or later, he would have had a real chance. A humble background remains a humble background. Gu Fan, coming from a small place like Luyun City, how could he possibly compare to Yi Qianying, the daughter of a century-old prestigious family? At the Magic City Academy, only the first place can enjoy the best resources, and the gap between first and second place is irreparable. Yi Qianying already possesses the abundant resources of the Yi family, and with the advantage of being the school's top student, wealth and resources become even more concentrated. Meanwhile, Gu Fan, already lacking in resources, has his school-provided resources further diminished due to Yi Qianying's presence. The gap between the two will only continue to widen. Both contestants, take your positions. The referee's voice rang out. Gu Fan and Yi Qianying stood facing each other. Gu Fan had his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed and nonchalant, while Yi Qianying gracefully held her sword, assuming a combat stance. From the front, their temperaments were completely different. Yi Qianying's beauty was in no way inferior to Mu Feishue's, and her chest was noticeably fuller than Mu Feishue's, giving Gu Fan a moment of visual indulgence. Gu Fan, don't you want to change that careless attitude of yours? Or have you already given up before the match even starts? Yi Qianying sneered. It's fine, because you're too weak. Gu Fan retorted with a playful grin. Yi Qianying seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gu Fan said with a smile. Not only her, but the students in the audience also burst into laughter, mocking Gu Fan one after another. Gu Fan is so funny, actually pretending to act cool in front of Yi Qianying. I'm dying of laughter. Look at Gu Fan with that smirking face. He probably even fooled himself into thinking he's better than Yi Qianying. Classic average guy with no self-awareness. If this keeps up, once Yi Qianying puts him in his place, he'll realize his mistake. The laughter faded, and Yi Qianying stared at Gu Fan with a look as if she were looking at an idiot, coldly saying, "You think I'm weak?" Yi Qianying had been a genius since childhood, possessing possessing an extraordinary talent for spiritual power even before her awakening. She had always been a standout among her peers, especially after successfully awakening the SS-level ability, Creation of Light. She had garnered countless praises from others. How could someone like her be considered weak? I'm not wrong. With your current level, you can't even touch my clothes. Gu Fan responded disdainfully. Utter nonsense. Yi Qianying's face was full of contempt. She was well aware of her own offensive power. As a mid-level tier 2 ability user, possessing the SS level ability Light Creation, she regarded Gu Fan, merely a lower-level tier 2 ability user, as far inferior to herself. Dealing with him would be effortless. He wouldn't even be able to touch her clothes, yet Gu Fan dared to think otherwise? If she went all out, she could summon thousands of tier 2 upper-level destructive light swords. With 1,000 swords attacking simultaneously, it would be enough to kill Gu Fan 1,000 times. Ha, this Gu Fan is getting more and more ridiculous. He's not here to compete, he's clearly here to be a joke. Exactly, I'm laughing myself silly. He actually said no one could touch his clothes. What a forced show-off. I'm dying of laughter. Don't be fooled by how Gu Fan is spouting nonsense now. Once the match starts, Yi Qianying will take him down in one move. In the audience, the students burst into laughter. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Gu Fan said indifferently. Facing the students' ridicule, he could only endure it helplessly. After all, he couldn't control what others said. Laugh all you want, laugh now, but once the match begins, let's see how you keep laughing. The reason he's being mocked now is simply because they have no idea how powerful he truly is. When the match officially starts and they witness his strength, those who laugh the hardest will feel the sharpest sting of their own mockery. The referee's voice rang out again. Creation of Light. Yi Qianying took a deep breath, her expression solemn. Countless golden holy lights converged behind her, transforming into swords of holy light. Gu Fan, didn't you say my ability couldn't touch your clothes? How about this? Fire! Yi Qianying pointed her sword at Gu Fan and commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the fully formed holy light swords, trailing golden arcs, shot wildly at Gu Fan like a machine gun. The flying swords stirred up a cloud of dust, and in an instant, Gu Fan was engulfed by the swirling sand, disappearing without a trace. What terrifying flying swords! Each one must have the power of a second-tier upper level. Gu Fan is doomed this time. With so many flying swords attacking at once, he's probably going to be riddled like a sieve. You all saw it just now. Gu Fan stood there motionless. Clearly, he's been scared stiff. Ha ha ha, well done. He deserves a lesson like this to stop him from showing off here. In the audience, the students marveled at Yi Qianying's flying sword attack, while gleefully watching Gu Fan surrounded by dust and sand. They could already imagine the miserable sight of Gu Fan's body pierced through by the holy light sword once the dust settled. As the final holy light sword shot into the smoke and dust, Yi Qianying revealed a relaxed and contented smile. Is this all you've got? She chuckled softly, feeling a hint of disappointment in her heart. I thought Gu Fan would be a competent opponent, but it turns out he's just a mediocre person who only knows how to talk and can't even dodge my first skill. Weak, truly too weak. It seems I took this too seriously, actually considering Gu Fan as an opponent, not realizing he doesn't have the capability at all. Gu Fan, that's all there is to you. After all, although Gu Fan is the top scholar of Jianbei province, he is merely an S-level second-tier lower-ranked ability user. How could someone like that possibly compare to me, an SS-level second-tier mid-ranked ability user? The gap between the two is truly astonishing. However, this is fine as well. Just taking advantage of Gu Fan's lightning-fast defeat to proclaim my invincible reputation as the #1 in the Magic City Academy. Thinking of this, Yi Qianying's smile became even brighter. Ha, you're laughing quite happily. You don't really think this kind of attack can hurt me, do you? Didn't I just say? Your little skills can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Remember that. Cough, cough, the dust is overwhelming. At this moment, Gu Fan's voice came from the smoke and dust. He coughed while waving his hand to brush away the dust. As the smoke and dust cleared, everyone on and off the stage, including the teachers, gasped in shock. Unexpectedly, Gu Fan was standing there unharmed, just as he had said. Yi Qianying's attack hadn't even touched the hem of his clothes. My goodness, this is incredible. This act deserves a perfect score. The students in the audience instantly erupted in excitement. In their imagination, Gu Fan should have been pierced all over by the holy light sword and left the stage in a miserable state. I never expected that none of this actually happened. Not only that, Gu Fan was standing there unharmed, without even a scratch on his clothes. It was simply unbelievably surreal. Did any of you see how Gu Fan managed to do it? With so many flying swords, how did he block them all without a single injury? A teacher asked a colleague next to them. I saw it. Gu Fan didn't do anything at all, just stood there, and those flying holy light swords couldn't even get close to him. Another teacher replied. What? How is that even possible? The teacher asking the question was utterly shocked. This student Gu Fan is no ordinary one. Old Wu, your special department has really struck gold this time. Principal Fong Hanghua stroked his beard as he spoke. As the most powerful ability user present, he saw the scene with perfect clarity. Gu Fan remained remained completely still, with his hands even kept in his pockets, yet Yi Qianying's flying sword attacks didn't even graze him. Fan Henghua keenly noticed that the closer the flying swords got to Gu Fan, the slower their flight became, though the exact reason was unclear. Such a bizarre sight was something the old principal of the Magic City Academy had witnessed for the first time in decades. It could be said that Gu Fan's performance just now had remarkably broadened his horizons. Thank you, Principal, for your guidance. The head of the special department, Wu Shikong, couldn't stop grinning. Their special department, like the light department, hadn't been in the spotlight for many years. With Gu Fan's outstanding performance, the special department is bound to shine brightly, reaching the pinnacle of the Magic City Academy, and he, as the department head, is sure to rise to great prominence because of it. Gu Fan, what exactly did you do? Yi Qianying's eyes were filled with shock. No one present understood the power of her flying sword attack better than she did. Her flying sword was by no means an ordinary sword, it was a holy light sword condensed from the SS level ability Light Creation. She is now at the second tier intermediate level, and these holy light swords have at least the destructive power of second tier advanced level. But Gu Fan is only at the second tier beginner level, and logically speaking, he absolutely cannot withstand her attack. I didn't do anything, you saw it yourself, my hands had been in my pockets the whole time. Gu Fan replied non-committally. Playing tricks. Yi Qianying clenched her silver teeth, a holy light spear over 3 meters long forming in her hand. With an unstoppable momentum, she thrust it fiercely toward Gu Fan's chest. Holy light spear. As for Gu Fan's words, Yi Qianying wouldn't believe them at all. He hadn't even moved, so how could he stand unharmed amidst her swarm of flying swords? He was clearly treating her like a fool. Gu Fan, don't get too cocky. If multi-frequency attacks are ineffective, then what about this powerful single-target skill? The Holy Light Spear is her most prized single-target ultimate move, and in terms of sheer power, it is no less than the full-force strike of a third-tier lower-level ability user. This match has only just begun. You really don't learn your lesson. Gu Fan revealed a contemptuous smile, showing no intention of dodging, allowing Yi Qianying's Holy Light Spear to pierce his chest. This scene was clearly witnessed by the students in the audience, immediately causing a wave of exclamations. Look, Gu Fan isn't even dodging, he's just standing there letting Yi Qianying attack. How confident is he? Not only did he not dodge, he didn't even block. Yi Qianying's Holy Light Spear clearly has the output level of a tier 3 ability user, yet Gu Fan actually took it head-on with his body. I bet this time Gu Fan is definitely going to fail. He's overdoing it. A human body is no match for a fierce beast. Taking an ability head-on is impossible. I bet Gu Fan can take this spear unscathed. I don't believe this top scorer of Jianbei province would do something he's not confident about. Fool, daring to recklessly withstand my Holy Light Spear. I really don't know where you get your courage from. Seeing Gu Fan not avoiding, Yi Qianying sneered mockingly. I actually think that when you use this plastic toy to deal with me, courage is indeed your greatest asset. Gu Fan retorted disdainfully. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Yi Qianying's eyes widened, her full chest heaving slightly, as if unable to accept everything that had just happened. She had accepted that her flying sword attack was ineffective earlier. Although she didn't understand how Gu Fan had managed it, her attack indeed had no effect. But this time was different. The Holy Light Spear clearly possessed the power of a third-tier ability user, and logically, Gu Fan shouldn't have been able to withstand it. But why? Why did this happen? No matter how hard Yi Qianying thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. The Holy Light Spear not only failed to harm Gu Fan, it didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. No matter how much force was used, the Holy Light Spear simply couldn't pierce Gu Fan's body. It seemed so close, yet it was as distant as the stars and the sea. What on earth is going on? Yi Qianying's Holy Light Spear actually stopped in front of Gu Fan's chest. Could she be holding back? You in the front, didn't you see Yi Qianying's expression just now? She's clearly using all her strength to stab forward. But, I know what you want to say, I feel the same way. Gu Fan's superpower is so bizarre that it's incomprehensible. Is there any expert who can explain this to us? Gu Fan mentioned before that his superpower is related to infinity in mathematics. This must be an application of infinity. Seeing this scene, the students in the audience erupted once again, all shocked and amazed by Gu Fan's supernatural ability. Next, it's my turn, right? Gu Fan stared at Yi Qianying with a dangerous look, causing her to involuntarily take 2 steps back as he spoke. At the same time, Gu Fan's earlier words kept echoing in her mind. She hadn't expected them to be true. With her current strength, she couldn't even touch the hem of Gu Fan's clothes. Gu Fan did not hesitate, stretched out his hand, and the technique Shun Rotation Sun quietly activated. Yi Qianying was instantly startled, feeling a powerful pulling force dragging her toward Gu Fan. This force was so overwhelming that even she, a second-tier intermediate ability user, found it hard to resist. Yi Qianying, whose body had lost balance, was pulled and flew toward him. However, she was unwilling to give up so easily. 6 light wings unfolded behind her, forcibly altering her flight trajectory. Stop struggling. Gu Fan clenched his fist, and the pull of Tsong grew even stronger, forcibly drawing Yi Qianying's body closer closer to him. Hammer of Holy Light. Seeing that escape was impossible, Yi Qianying simply gave up resisting, conjuring a massive hammer of holy light in midair and using Gufan's pull to fiercely smash it toward him. Jingting Fist. Gufan met the hammer with his fist, raising his fist to collide head-on with the hammer of holy light. The forces of both sides were evenly matched, and both Yi Qianying and Gufan were forced back 2 steps. Yi Qianying was secretly shocked. This Gufan was indeed extraordinary. Although his cultivation level was slightly lower than hers, the power of his fist was in no way inferior to her hammer of holy light. Just as Yi Qianying raised the hammer of holy light, preparing to continue pursuing Gufan, she was astonished to discover that the hammer of holy light in her hand had already shattered into pieces, scattering as fragments of holy light across the ground. It had been perfectly intact just moments ago. How could it suddenly end up like this? Is this hidden force? Yi Qianying was greatly shocked, not expecting Gufan's fist to conceal such a mysterious power. On the surface, her holy light hammer seemed evenly matched with Gufan's Jingtian fist, but deep down, she knew she had lost. Her holy light hammer was no match for Gufan's Jingtian fist. It's not over yet. Gufan, utilizing the swift movement technique of the art sequence Shun Zhuan Song, furiously launched punches at Yi Qianying, forcing her to retreat step by step. Despite Yi Qianying constantly switching between sword, blade, spear, and hammer, she still couldn't rival Gufan, who fought with just a single fist. Gufan, you're really persistent. It seems I have to use my ultimate skill. Colossus of Light. Yi Qianying formed a seal with her hands, and the aura within her surged wildly. Countless rays of holy light converged on the surface of her body, gradually forming a golden rib-like shell. As the rib-like shell expanded continuously, it eventually transformed into a massive golden skeleton, covered with heavy armor. A golden giant nearly 20 meters tall appeared in the dueling arena. The giant had no legs, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Gufan, the battle has just begun. Yi Qianying stood leisurely inside the Colossus of Light, arms crossed, her expression incomparably proud. The Colossus of Light was her ultimate skill, and the most powerful move that her SS-level ability, Light Creation, could currently unleash. Once activated, her strength soared as if leaping to new heights, with both her offensive and defensive capabilities elevated to an entirely new level. As a mid-level second-tier ability user, after activating the Colossus of Light, her offensive and defensive powers were in no way inferior to those of a mid-level third-tier ferocious beast, truly living up to the name of an ultimate skill. The moment this move was unleashed, the entire audience erupted in astonishment. What kind of skill is this? It's way too cool. While others are still throwing fireballs and ice spikes, Yi Qianying directly summons a Gundam. This aura is definitely not that of a second-tier ability user. 3. The aura of a third tier. It's over. Yi Qianying isn't holding back anymore. She's laying it all out. Gufan is doomed this time. He's definitely going to get thoroughly beaten. The students in the audience exclaimed in unison, witnessing such an awe-inspiring and stylish skill for the first time. Compared to Yi Qianying's Light Colossus, other skills seemed utterly weak, completely on a different level. This 20-meter-tall giant made Gufan look like a tiny shrimp, with an overwhelmingly obvious advantage in size. Amazing. I never expected Yi Qianying's mastery of the SS-level ability Light Creation to reach such a level. To think that a skill of this caliber could actually be performed. Li Qingdong, the head of the light department, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In the vast competition venue, only he truly understood Yi Qianying's extraordinary talent. Shaping light through light creation is extremely difficult. Being able to form weapons already demonstrates great aptitude. But this 20-meter-tall giant is even rarer. Shaping living forms is far more complex than inanimate objects, especially at such a massive scale, which is a testament to Yi Qianying's exceptional control over light. From my observation, Yi Qianying's Light Colossus cannot be sustained for a long time. At her current level, it can last for a maximum of 3 minutes. Principal Fong Hanghua pointed out skillfully. That's right, the more powerful the skill, the greater the consumption. Yi Qianying's Light Colossus is indeed difficult to maintain for an extended period. Special Department Head Wu Shirkan nodded in agreement. The short duration doesn't matter. There's no need to last that long. Gufan can't possibly endure these 3 minutes. The head of the Light Department, Li Qingdong, said in a deep voice. That's true. Too weak, too weak. The teachers spoke in unison. Their vision is far sharper than that of the students, allowing them to clearly perceive the formidable power of the Colossus of Light. Although it only lasts for 3 minutes, the aura emitted by the Colossus of Light is no less than that of a mid-tier third-level ferocious beast. A mid-tier third-level ferocious beast, what does that mean? It is a terrifying existence that even third-year students of the Magic City Academy find difficult to handle, and it is by no means something that Gufan, a freshman, can easily defeat. The outcome of this match is almost certain, with Yi Qianying clearly holding the upper hand. They actually summoned a Gundam? Gufan was stunned with fright. He never expected Yi Qianying to be so unscrupulous, summoning an entire 20-meter-tall Gundam. How was he supposed to play now? In the vast dueling arena, Gufan faced off against the Colossus of Light. In comparison, Gufan Fan was like a tiny insect at the foot of a giant dragon. What a terrifying aura. Cold sweat seeped from Gu Fan's forehead as he grew secretly nervous. Judging solely from its aura, the towering 20-meter colossus of light before me exudes the terrifying power of a mid-level third tier. This oppressive feeling reminds me of the time I faced Su Chang in his explosive mode. The difference is that back then, I was a high-level first tier, whereas now I've advanced to a low-level second tier, and the pressure I feel is noticeably lighter. Gu Fan, I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to surrender now. Yi Qianying seemed to see through my thoughts. She crossed her arms over her chest and spoke proudly. Surrender? That's impossible, I answered firmly. How annoying. There's no choice. The reward for first place is simply too tempting. 5,000 spirit stones, a full 2,000 more than the 3,000 for second place. Those 2,000 spirit stones convert to 1,000 points, which are crucial for me to enhance my strength. If I lose those 1,000 points, who can say when I'll earn them back in the future or advance to the intermediate second tier? Moreover, my strength is no longer what it used to be. Even without relying on Black Flash, I am capable of battling intermediate third tier ability users. The newly learned technique 10-stroke curse can evenly divide the target's length and create a weak point at the critical 7-to-3 ratio. Even when facing an enemy stronger than the caster, it can forcibly inflict damage. It's simply perfect for dealing with the Colossus of Light. Humph, just a futile struggle. Yi Qianying gave the order. The Colossus of Light immediately launched an attack. It raised its 40-meter long greatsword high and slashed down at me with tremendous force. I dared not be careless. I quickly activated the technique Shun Rotation Azure, compressing spatial coordinates to instantly dodge to the side. If I were hit by that strike, the consequences would be unimaginable. The force of the blade was no less than the full-on charge of a mid-tier third-level ferocious beast. My current limitless technique would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Even the slightest contact would forcibly interrupt the technique, and I myself would be smashed into a bloody pulp like a mosquito swatted in an instant. A 40-meter giant blade struck the ground, emitting a piercing roar, shaking the entire dueling arena. Yi Qianying pressed the attack, controlling the giant figure of light to slash at me again, a mocking smile on her lips. What's wrong? Running so eagerly? Didn't you say my attacks couldn't even touch the hem of your clothes? If you've got guts, stop dodging. If I don't dodge, you'll cut me down, right? I responded helplessly. This Yi Qianying, driving the Gundam, was so smug and relentless, chasing me down without giving me a single chance to escape. Don't think you're safe hiding here. I will definitely drag you out and teach you a harsh lesson, I warned. Go ahead and try. Yi Qianying showed no fear, brandishing a 40-meter long blade straight toward my face. Can't you just stop? My anger was ignited as well. I aimed at the 7:3 weak point of the golden blade and delivered a fierce punch. Fool! How dare you take on the holy light blade of my light colossus head-on? A trace of contempt flashed in Yi Qianying's eyes. She knew in her heart that my punch was utterly insignificant. Her slash could easily cleave through the body of a mid-tier, third-level ferocious beast. My punch was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree, completely overestimating my own strength. Gu Fan must be crazy, trying to block the 40-meter long blade of the Colossus of Light with his fist. Is he tired of living? Yeah, there's no way such an attack can be stopped with a fist. I think Gu Fan was also forced into a corner. Constantly hiding isn't a solution, so he decided to start fighting back. The students in the audience saw this scene and couldn't help but feel nervous for me. In their eyes, my actions were undoubtedly somewhat reckless. Yi Qianying was piloting a Gundam, and I should have been stalling for time rather than engaging in a direct confrontation. It seems this battle is about to end soon. The Light Department head, Li Qingdong, said. Yes, it's time to end it. The head of the Fire Department, Chen Wuyin, agreed. Gu Fan has already done his best. Yi Qianying is too strong. This skill is completely beyond the scope of a freshman level. The head of the Special Department, Wu Shikong, shook his head repeatedly. No, this match has only just begun. Principal Fong Hanghua stroked his beard and said with a smile. The perspective shifts back to the dueling arena. The 40-meter long blade of the Colossus of Light collided head-on with my fist. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, an unparalleled shockwave swept across the entire dueling arena. Gu Fan staggered back several steps, his breath in utter disarray, and the air in his lungs was almost completely expelled. Fortunately, with the support of spell power, he managed not to cough up blood. This direct clash with the 40-meter long greatsword of the Colossus of Light had inflicted significant damage on him. The holy light slash of the Colossus of Light was far more terrifying than he had imagined. With just one strike, it forced his limitless technique to abruptly cease. It seemed his strength was still too weak. He could barely withstand attacks from a lower-tier third-level opponent, but when faced with a mid-tier third-level attack, the limitless technique could no longer hold. Ha, serves you right, this is. Yi Qianying watched Gu Fan coughing uncontrollably and retreating step by step, the smug smile on her face growing even more pronounced. Just as she was about to continue mocking him, the smile on her face suddenly froze. She had witnessed a shocking scene. She saw the 40 40-meter-long blade of her light colossus actually cracking. It was truly cracked, shattered by a single punch from Gu Fan. This blade of the light colossus was no ordinary weapon. It was the holy light blade forged by the SS-level ability light creation. In terms of hardness, it is no less than a third-tier spiritual weapon and even harder than the claws and fangs of third-tier fierce beasts. As for Gu Fan, he is merely a second-tier lower-level ability user, and his punches are just ordinary punches. Logically speaking, such an attack should never be able to damage her 40-meter-long blade. Why did this happen? Yi Qianying was utterly puzzled and completely at a loss. Am I seeing things? Gu Fan actually cracked the 40-meter-long blade of the Giant of Light. This is as absurd as an ant gnawing through a dam. This blade is clearly tougher than a third-tier spiritual weapon. How on earth did Gu Fan manage it? The match is getting more and more exciting. I originally thought it would be a one-sided victory for Yi Qianying, but it seems the outcome won't be decided so quickly. The students in the audience erupted in exclamations once again, completely unprepared for Gu Fan to shatter the 40-meter-long blade of the Giant of Light head-on. Gu Fan, stop struggling and surrender. With your current strength, you simply can't defeat me. Yi Qianying repaired the cracks on the 40-meter-long blade with holy light while trying to persuade Gu Fan. Indeed, Gu Fan's fists had damaged his weapon, the Giant Light Construct. This fact was undeniable. But so what? When directly confronting her Colossus of Light, Gu Fan also suffered significant internal injuries. She saw with her own eyes that he couldn't stop coughing and was retreating step by step. In other words, as long as she kept up the pressure, Gu Fan would have little chance to counterattack. Before her 40-meter-long blade completely shattered, the one to fall would definitely be Gu Fan. Not necessarily. This time, Gu Fan took the initiative, using the high-speed movement of the technique Shunzhuan Song to charge at Yi Qianying. He attempted to shatter the giant light figure with a punch and forcibly pull Yi Qianying out from inside. Gu Fan, it's useless. Yi Qianying noticed his intention, raised the golden broadsword, and mercilessly slashed it toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan squinted his eyes, divided the incoming broadsword into 10 sections, and then punched at point number 7. Failed? No, this is a great success. Gu Fan's punch missed its mark. It was supposed to hit 7 o'clock but slipped and landed at 6 o'clock. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented, wondrous sensation, as if everything revolved around him, and he possessed omnipotent power. He realized that the discrepancy between the strike and the cursed energies clash was less than 0.000001 seconds. In other words, black flash. Gu Fan roared, and the black cursed energy shone like lightning. ZZZ crack. The sound was both like the hiss of electric currents and the roar of thunder, as the terrifying sound effect of black flash twisting space exploded loudly. Yi Qianying's eyes widened in shock. She saw her 40-meter-long giant blade of light shattered by Gu Fan's punch, turning into countless fragments of holy light scattered across the sky. At the same time, the massive 20-meter body of the Giant of Light also trembled violently from the punch, involuntarily leaning backward. Just moments ago, it was only cracking, but now it was completely shattered. In just a few seconds, had Gu Fan's attack power risen to a level she could hardly comprehend? Able to shatter this 40-meter-long blade, he can naturally also shatter the body of the Giant of Light. Perhaps Gu Fan can really do it. He will destroy the body of the Giant of Light and forcibly pull Yi Qianying out from inside. My heavens, what is this black light? And this terrifying sound? Quick, tell me this isn't a dream. I feel like the entire space is distorted. Did Gu Fan's punch actually twist space? If this is true, it's too terrifying. Broken? Just like that? Broken with one punch? Did I see that correctly? You just said the 40-meter-long blade of the Giant of Light was comparable to a third-tier spiritual weapon, and now it's shattered like glass. Doesn't that mean Gu Fan's punch? The students in the audience were utterly speechless with shock. Gu Fan's astonishing punch completely overturned their understanding. That dazzling black light would be etched deeply into their memories, resurfacing countless times in the future as a scene worthy of being recorded in history. This is the power of space. Gu Fan's punch carries the laws of space, distorting the entire space with that single strike. Director Zhang Yifeng of the Space Department shouted loudly, losing his composure. Others might not understand, but as a high-level ability user of the Space Department, he was all too clear about it. Gu Fan's fist was no ordinary one. For some reason, it had actually distorted the entire space. The terrifying light and eerie sounds that accompanied it were abnormal phenomena caused by the spatial distortion. What? You're saying Gu Fan's fist distorted space? But Gu Fan isn't even from the Space Department. Director Wu Shikong of the Special Department looked utterly puzzled. I don't know why either. All I know is that Gu Fan's fist did distort space. Otherwise, how do you think that Tier 3 Holy Light Blade got shattered? Director of the Space Department, Zhang Yifeng, replied, one force breaks 10,000 techniques. I didn't expect Gu Fan to possess such skill. The power of this punch is enough to sweep through the third-tier domain. Director of the Fire Department, Chen Wuyin, sighed. It seems the tide of this match has turned. Gu Fan is no longer at a disadvantage. Now, the one who should be worried is likely Yi Qianying. Director of the Department of Light, Li Qingdong, sighed. It's getting getting more and more exciting. Principal Fong Hunghua smiled as he spoke. Black Flash. Gu Fan threw another punch. After releasing the Black Flash, he would briefly enter a state similar to an athlete's zone. At this moment, the cursed energy that usually required deliberate control became as natural as breathing, and the probability of executing a Black Flash increased significantly, far surpassing any other time. Seeing Gu Fan's fist coming at her again, Yi Qianying dared not be careless and hurriedly raised her shield to block. Although Gu Fan had shattered the 40-meter-long greatsword of the Light Colossus with one punch, that did not mean he could do the same to its shield. After all, swords are for attacking, while shields are for defense, and the Light Colossus's shield was naturally much sturdier than its sword. However, her defense ultimately proved futile, as the black lightning of cursed energy burst forth once again. Sizzle crack! The sound of black lightning twisting the space exploded once again, and the shield of the Colossus of Light shattered like glass with a single punch. How is this possible? Yi Qianying was utterly shocked. She never thought the shield would be broken, as it was a shield comparable to a third-tier spiritual power armor, an invincible defense that even the full-force bite of a mid-level third-tier ferocious beast couldn't penetrate. But Gu Fan's Black Flash mercilessly shattered her dream. This domineering Black Flash disregarded everything, forcibly twisting space and turning the shield into fragments. Nothing is impossible. Taking advantage of the moment when the weapon of the Giant of Light was rendered useless, Gu Fan swiftly dove beneath the body of the Giant of Light, directly in front of Yi Qianying. Black Flash! He swung his fist again, striking the body of the Colossus of Light with force, unleashing a series of continuously flickering black flashes. ZZZ crack! Space distorted, and the armor on the Colossus of Light shattered instantly, followed by its bones, which fractured as if suffering from osteoporosis. The fractures spread relentlessly until everything was completely destroyed. Just like that, the towering 20-meter Colossus collapsed with a thunderous crash. Inside the Colossus of Light, Yi Qianying stood in a daze, completely unprepared. Haha, I finally caught you. Technique reversal, Azure. Gu Fan reached out his palm forward, the spell Shun Zhuan Sung quietly activated, and the powerful pulling force forcibly dragged Yi Qianying out of the collapsing giant statue of light. The sound of the fist wind roared past her ears, and Yi Qianying, who had just regained her vision, appeared utterly bewildered. She could only see Gu Fan's iron fist, as overwhelming as a tidal wave, mercilessly charging straight at her. I'm going to die. This was the first thought that surged in Yi Qianying's mind. She was filled with regret, utterly remorseful for provoking Gu Fan in the first place. Now, she was completely doomed. Gu Fan's fist stopped abruptly in front of Yi Qianying, halting midair, bringing a fierce gust of wind that sent her golden hair flying in disarray. Due to the sudden stop of the fist, the force of the wind exploded in front of Yi Qianying, forcing her to retreat repeatedly until she finally collapsed onto the ground. Yi Qianying froze for a moment, then burst into loud sobs while sitting on the ground. Whoa! She had truly thought her life was over just now. Witnessing this scene, the previously noisy audience instantly fell into a suffocating silence. The entire dueling arena was left with only Yi Qianying's cries echoing. The onlookers were all stunned. No one had expected that the usually aloof and proud Yi Qianying would cry like this in front of Gu Fan. Just cried like that? Gu Fan was also surprised. He had deliberately held back earlier, intending to properly teach Yi Qianying a lesson next. However, before the match had even truly begun, it ended so abruptly. The duel is over. Gu Fan wins. The referee was the first to react, announcing the end of the match. This declaration immediately ignited the entire dueling arena, especially in the audience stands, where the students' screams and cheers rose and fell, deafeningly loud. Gu Fan actually won this duel. Clearly, whether in cultivation or abilities, Yi Qianying was superior. When Yi Qianying summoned the Gundam, I couldn't imagine her losing. I never thought she would actually lose. Yi Qianying lost more than just the match. She was beaten to tears by Gu Fan in front of 1,000 students and the entire school leadership and faculty. This isn't Yi Qianying's fault, it's that Gu Fan is too strong. He dismantled the Gundam with his bare hands. This is simply beyond what a human can do. On the other side, the school leaders and teachers on the podium were also full of shock. Who would have thought that Yi Qianying would lose? That was a light colossus comparable to a mid-tier third-level fierce beast. Just how strong is Gu Fan's fist? Li Qingdong, the head of the light department, was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Director Wu, congratulations. Seeing Gu Fan win the championship in this competition and become the top freshman of this year, the other department heads all extended their congratulations to Wu Shikong, the head of the special department. Thank you, thank you. Wu Shikong was grinning from ear to ear. This victory was somewhat lucky. He had never expected Gu Fan to take first place, especially with the light department having a top-tier contestant like Yi Qianying. But Gu Fan was truly outstanding, sweeping through all opponents and turning all impossibilities into possibilities. It is said that Gu Fan is just a student from a remote county in Jiangbei province. No one knows how he grew up in such an environment. It's simply a miracle. This year, our Shanghai Academy has finally risen. Not only do we have the SS-ranked Yi Qianying, but also Gu Fan, who surpasses her in strength. With these two treasure-level students, we have a good chance of of achieving excellent results in the next National 8 Schools League, a school leader said with a smile. Crack! If it were in previous years, our Magic City Academy indeed had a good chance of winning the championship, but this year the situation is not very optimistic. This year, for some reason, there has been a concentrated emergence of outstanding talents with abilities above SS level, far surpassing last year in scale. From what I understand, Kyoto Academy has produced an SSS level student, and Imperial City Academy also has 2 SS level students. The situation is quite dire. Principal Fong Hanghua sighed. The 2 SS level students from the Imperial Capital Academy are evenly matched with Gu Fan and Yi Qianying from the Magic Capital Academy, so there's not much of an issue. But the SSS level student from the Kyoto Academy is different. SSS level abilities are the highest tier, rare and powerful, completely unmatched by other levels. Just the awakening effect alone, SSS level abilities resemble a rainbow containing all colors, taking the lead right from the start. So that's how it is. The school leader instantly became disheartened. The SSS level abilities of Kyoto Academy are unmatched, but we still have a chance against the SS level ones of the Imperial Academy. There's no need to insist on first place, getting second is not bad either. At least it's better than always being stuck in third place like before. The vice principal, however, seemed indifferent. It should be noted that for more than a decade, although the Magic City Academy has been ranked alongside the Kyoto Academy and the Imperial Academy as the top 3 elite institutions, it has always been at the bottom in terms of resource allocation and student recruitment. But now, thanks to Gu Fan and Yi Qianying, the Magic City Academy finally has the leverage to challenge the Imperial Academy. Food must be eaten bite by bite, and the road must be walked step by step. There's no need to rush to the top. Stepping on the Imperial Academy first is already a good start. Let's not talk about this for now. The competition is over, and next is the award ceremony. We don't have time to continue chatting. Lao Zhang, I'm counting on you. Principal Fong Hanghua said solemnly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Director of the Space Department, Zhang Yifeng, responded promptly, then stood up from the table and chair on the podium, a silver gleam flashing in his eyes as he waved his hand. Swish! The students in the audience seats of the dueling arena disappeared one after another. When they reappeared, they were back on the original playground, returning to the positions of their respective classes. Gu Fan and Yi Qianying, who were in the dueling arena, were also transferred back to the playground by Director Zhang Yifeng's spatial abilities. Seeing all the students return to their places, Zhang Yifeng silently lowered his hand, returned to his seat, and gave the foremost position on the podium back to Principal Fong Hanghua. I hereby announce that the freshman competition has officially concluded. Now, we will begin the award ceremony. May the top 8 contestants come forward to receive their awards in order. Principal Fong Hanghua solemnly announced. 8th place, Luo Nai. Principal Fong Hanghua's voice rang out, and the large screen on the podium immediately displayed the words Luo Nai, 8th place. Thanks to the efficiency of the medical team at the Magic City Academy, Luo Nai, who had just been knocked out by Gu Fan's punch, was now full of energy, walking up to the podium with a big smile and expressing his gratitude warmly. The award ceremony was simple and straightforward. The contestants whose names were called went up one by one to receive their awards, with the principal personally presenting them, while the school leaders applauded from the side. The freshmen below the stage also applauded enthusiastically, especially those classmates in the same class as the top 8 contestants. Their applause was particularly loud, as if they themselves were the ones receiving the awards. The acceptance speech is not mandatory. Those who wish to speak may do so, and those who don't are free to abstain. The school respects the choices of these elite students. 2nd place, Yi Qianying. The award ceremony proceeded quickly, and it was soon Yi Qianying's turn to take the stage. Principal Fong Hanghua smiled lightly and took out a small gift box from his spatial ring, which contained 3,000 spirit stones. Yi Qianying, congratulations. The principal congratulated her while handing the gift box to Yi Qianying. Thank you. Yi Qianying's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the gift box. Just now, she had completely lost her composure, actually breaking into loud sobs in front of the entire school. At this moment, she had no desire to accept the award. She just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. As the daughter of the Yi family, these few thousand spirit stones were nothing more than pocket money to her. All of this was Gu Fan's fault. Though she thought this way, Yi Qianying couldn't truly bring herself to hate Gu Fan. After all, he hadn't used any underhanded tricks but had defeated her fair and square, making her admit defeat wholeheartedly. 1st place, Gu Fan. Principal Fong Hanghua solemnly announced. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gaze instantly focused in the same direction. Gu Fan, under the gaze of countless eyes, leisurely walked toward the podium, as if these stares from others were nothing but fleeting clouds. This time, it was pure luck. Gu Fan muttered softly to himself. To be honest, he had almost stumbled in an unexpected way. Yi Qianying was much stronger than he had anticipated. Although she only had the cultivation of a 2nd-tier intermediate level, she could, like him, directly leap over 3 minor levels, or even an entire major level, advancing to the 3rd-tier intermediate level. It was truly terrifying. The match begins. Fortunately, his skills were superior, and at the critical moment, he successfully executed the Black Flash. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would not have been so easily decided. Technique formula: forward rotation, Azure. It must be admitted that Yi Qianying, this prodigy from the big city of the magic capital, was indeed extraordinary. The legendary SS-level ability was truly astonishing in power and lived up to its reputation. It seems my strength is still far from sufficient. Gu Fan sighed again. This was already the countless time he had felt this way. Every time he faced off against a strong opponent, he deeply felt the inadequacy of his own strength. What he pursued was by no means a lucky victory, but the kind of absolute invincibility that could crush everything just by standing there, rather than his current half-baked state. Principal Fong Hanghua congratulated him while handing the gift box to Gu Fan. This gift box is different from the others, with more luxurious packaging, and is a special gift box exclusively for the first place. The number of spirit stones inside is also the highest, a total of 5,000, equivalent to the combined total of the second and third places. Thank you. Gu Fan responded earnestly for once, expressing gratitude while receiving the gift box containing 5,000 spirit stones from the principal. Principal Fong Hanghua nodded in satisfaction. As for Gu Fan, the top student among the 1,000 freshmen at the Magic Metropolis Academy, he was naturally very pleased, even exceeding his expectations. Gu Fan was neither born into a great family nor came from a powerful faction. He hailed from an obscure small town, Luyun City. In this era where the path of extraordinary abilities is monopolized by power and influence, such a background is particularly precious. Those who can truly change the landscape of the Great Xia are not the prodigies nurtured by great families or powerful factions, but grassroots heroes like Gu Fan, who rise from humble beginnings. Great, 5,000 spirit stones in the bag. Gu Fan stored the spirit stones in his spatial ring, a faint smile playing on his lips. Adding the 2,000 spirit stones he had previously accumulated, he now had a total of 7,000 spirit stones in his possession, which converted to 3,500 points. This amount of points could be used for many things, such as directly leveling up from Tier 2 lower stage to Tier 2 intermediate stage. As the saying goes, a higher level of ability can crush someone to death. Don't underestimate this seemingly small level difference. The improvement it brings is extremely significant. If he were not at Tier 2 lower stage but at Tier 2 intermediate stage, then Yi Qianying's light colossus would be completely useless. Against him, no matter how she attacked, he wouldn't suffer the slightest harm. This is the vast disparity brought about by levels. Of course, Gu Fan also had another option, awakening his 6 eyes. It only takes 3,000 points to upgrade the 6 eyes from initial awakening to partial awakening. Since the initially awakened 6 eyes is already S rank, the partially awakened 6 eyes will undoubtedly reach SS rank, standing on par with Yi Qianying's Light of Creation. Awakening the 6 eyes not only enhances the ability level but, more importantly, unlocks a new capability of the Limitless technique, Reversed Cursed technique, Red. It's worth noting that the minimum power of Reversed Cursed technique, Red, is twice that of the Forward Cursed technique, Blue. Mastering it will undoubtedly bring a significant leap in strength. While leveling up is certainly important, upgrading right now is impossible. Having just leveled up recently, the cooldown period is still in effect. However, awakening the 6 eyes has no time restrictions and can be done at any moment. The conclusion is clear. I absolutely cannot sit idly by and let the points go to waste unnoticed. So, Gu Fan made a decision. After the award ceremony, he would awaken the 6 eyes. Clap, 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 clap. As the principal took the lead, applause erupted on the stage. This time, the applause was even more enthusiastic than before. Not only on the stage, but the applause from the audience below was also continuous and deafening. The school leaders and teachers wore gratified smiles on their faces, while the students' expressions were much more varied. There was envy, jealousy, and even resentment. Gu Fan, no matter where you are, you will always be number one. Mu Feishue stared blankly at the scene before her. She knew that before Gu Fan's awakening, even in the small city of Luyun, he was nothing more than an ordinary student. But ever since his awakening, everything had changed. From this moment on, the words Gu Fan and number one were tightly bound together, becoming an existence she could never hope to reach. How can he be this strong? Su Chaolong gritted his teeth, his hatred making his gums ache. He simply couldn't understand how someone like Gu Fan, coming from a small county, could be this powerful. Even Yi Qianying, the top scholar of the Magic City, was no match for him. It was utterly unreasonable. Gu Fan, I won't let you have first place next time. I will become stronger, and next time, I will defeat you fair and square. Yi Qianying clenched her fists tightly, her gaze resolute. Amid the applause, Gu Fan bowed deeply, then silently stepped off the stage and returned to his classes area. I hereby announce that the award ceremony has concluded. Principal Fong Hanghua announced. Indeed, as the final segment of the freshman competition, the award ceremony marked the successful conclusion of the freshman assembly. The formations on the field began to disperse, and the students headed off in their respective directions. The day day after the freshman assembly, formal classes will commence as scheduled. These students, who have gone through intense competition, have only tonight to catch their breath. Starting tomorrow, courses such as combat techniques, fierce beast practical training, and others will follow one after another. This year's freshmen are really strong. With my current grades, I would only rank third if I were in this year's class, and I'm already a junior. Exactly, the other freshmen are still within the normal range, but starting with Yi Qianying, the stats began to skyrocket. Gufan is even more exaggerated, it's really triggering my strength anxiety. We're doomed. We upperclassmen are going to be crushed. I feel like, at most within a year, Gufan will dominate the entire Magic City Academy. After the freshman assembly ended, the senior students around the field also gradually dispersed, unable to help but feel a myriad of emotions about today's events. As seniors, they were well aware of the fierce competition and relentless pressure at the Magic City Academy. Once a student rises strongly, others of the same era will undoubtedly have their survival space greatly squeezed, ultimately becoming pitiful sacrifices. The dormitory was bathed in sunlight, with the morning rays streaming through the windows and spreading across the floor. Not good, I'm going to be late. Gufan suddenly sat up in bed. He reached out to the bedside, glanced at his phone, and saw that it was already close to 8 o'clock. The first class started right at 8, and he absolutely couldn't be late on the first day of school. After a quick wash, Gufan hurriedly rushed out of the dormitory. Gufan, you're here? Just as he entered through the back door of the classroom, Zhao Ting, who was sitting in the last row, greeted Gufan. Gufan ignored it and casually found an empty seat in the back row to sit down. As the bell rang, Gufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I made it in time. If he had been late, the mentor's impression of him would have been greatly diminished. Normally, he would never have trouble getting out of bed. But he was injured yesterday, and although he received treatment from the school, his body still felt fatigued. He slept unusually deeply, and even the alarm clock failed to wake him, leading to today's predicament. Blame it all on Yi Qianying. Gufan secretly blamed himself in his heart. After the bell rang, the mentor Tang Yun walked into the classroom. Good morning, everyone. We met yesterday, so shall we skip the self-introductions today? Tang Yun smiled as she walked onto the podium. Hello, mentor. Seeing the beautiful mentor, the youthful students couldn't take their eyes off her and quickly responded. This morning, I will mainly introduce the relevant regulations of the Magic City Academy, as well as the rules of our special department Class 1. How about this? I'll call roll first. When your name is called, please introduce yourself so everyone can get to know each other. Tang Yun smiled gently, picked up the roster, and began calling names in order. Seeing the first name on the list, Tang Yun glanced around the classroom, her gaze locking onto the figure sitting in the back row. Tang Yun called out in a roll call tone. As the words fell, Gufan stood up and calmly said, "My name is Gufan. I believe my name is not unfamiliar to everyone, so I won't introduce myself further. I'll leave the time for the next classmate." Tang Yun nodded. As the first place in the freshman assembly, Gufan's performance had already earned everyone's recognition, and his heroic deeds from yesterday were well known. Since Gufan was unwilling to say more, everyone accepted it. Su Ziyuan. Tang Yun continued calling names. A thin young man stood up and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Su Ziyuan. I possess an S-level ability, contract summoning, which allows me to sign contracts with ferocious beasts and make them my summon creatures. I am Zhao Ting, with an A-level ability called prohibition, which can temporarily prevent others from using their abilities within a certain range. Zhao Ting, who was sitting in the last row, also stood up. Soon, all 32 students of Class 1 of the Special Abilities Department, including Gufan, Su Ziyuan, and Zhao Ting, had completed their self-introductions. No wonder it's the special ability class, the students' abilities are diverse and eye-opening. Gufan also fully experienced the variety of abilities. Zhao Ting, your ability is quite interesting. You can actually temporarily disable others' abilities within a certain range. Gufan called out to Zhao Ting, who was not far away. Unfortunately, my ability is only at grade A, so its effect on abilities above grade S is limited, and it's almost ineffective against ability users of a higher level than me. Zhao Ting shook his head. Is that so? Gufan seemed lost in thought. Unlike the multiple classes in the elemental department, the special department has only one class. These 32 students are all the freshmen in the special department at the Magic City Academy. After listening to everyone's introductions, although these abilities each have their own characteristics, none of them truly pose a threat to him. Crack, crack, crack. Perhaps this also explains why, among the top 8 contestants in yesterday's freshman competition, no one from the class was selected except for him. Next, I will introduce the school's task system to everyone. Please open the Magic City Academy app on your phones. Tang Yun lightly clicked the mouse on the podium, and the PPT on the blackboard synchronized its display. A message popped up on the blackboard. First level task: collect 20 crimson stingers from the tails of first level intermediate ferocious beasts, the red fire ants. Reward: 10 spirit stones. Second level task: collect 40 crab claws from second level lower grade ferocious beasts, the giant claw crabs. Reward: 40 spirit stones. Third level task, assist the military in participating in the campaign to exterminate ferocious beasts, requires a level of third level lower grade or above. The greater the contribution, the greater the reward. Reward, participate and receive 500 spirit stones. Fourth tier task, this is the task system of our school. Everyone can post tasks on it, as well as take on tasks. Tasks are divided according to the level of the ability user, categorized into first tier, second tier, third tier, and fourth tier tasks. The danger level of tasks varies by tier, and the rewards differ significantly as well. The higher the tier, the more generous the rewards upon completion. It should be noted that you can only take on tasks that match your level. For example, if you are a tier 2 ability user, then you can only accept tier 2 tasks. Tang Yun explained in detail. So the Magic City Academy app has this feature too. It seems that apart from classes, our school's extracurricular life is quite rich. In the task system of the Magic City Academy app, he saw a variety of tasks with diverse types. Some collect materials from ferocious beasts, some gather rare treasures of heaven and earth, and there are even tasks to assist the military in eliminating ferocious beasts. In other words, students at the Magic City Academy can freely choose the tasks they want. Compared to a unified task allocation, this personalized training model is more suitable for the student's growth. Those young masters and ladies from wealthy families with abundant spirit stones can completely opt out of taking tasks and can even issue their own tasks for other students to complete. Students from poor backgrounds or in urgent need of resources can use the task system to obtain resources and enhance their abilities. I'm currently a second-tier junior, so I can only take on second-tier tasks. There are too many tasks, let me filter them first. Gufan tapped on the filter function on his phone, selected second-tier tasks, and filtered out tasks of other levels. Gufan found the rule of only being able to take on tasks of the same level very reasonable. This is both to ensure the safety of students and to guarantee the smooth completion of tasks, avoiding the risks associated with taking on tasks beyond one's level. As for not being allowed to take on lower-level tasks, it is more about protecting the rights of lower-tier ability users. If a third-tier ability user were to take on a second-tier task, it would inevitably squeeze the survival space of second-tier ability users. Such a regulation is quite reasonable. After the explanation, the session moved into the Q&A segment. On stage, Mentor Tang Yin asked the students, the task functions of our school are roughly like this. Does everyone understand? If there's anything unclear, feel free to raise your hand and ask. Mentor, I don't quite understand this part. Mentor, me too. And me, count me in. The students flocked to the podium. Some of the students genuinely didn't understand, while more of them pretended not to, just to take the opportunity to get closer to the beautiful teacher. I'm not taking any tasks today. After all, the course schedule isn't clear yet, and one day won't make a difference. Gufan browsed the second-tier task list for a long time but ultimately chose not to accept any tasks. Come on, you guys are being way too dramatic. Looking up at the podium already surrounded by students, Gufan shook his head helplessly. As a transmigrator, Gufan naturally saw through it clearly. He would never participate in such a defiant act. No classes this afternoon or tomorrow. Walking out of the classroom, Gufan looked at the schedule on his phone and muttered to himself. The Magic City Academy is different from ordinary schools. Classes are not scheduled for the entire day, and often there are only half-day classes. For example, there might be classes in the morning, but the afternoon is free, or there might even be no classes for the whole day. The Magic City Academy adopts this teaching model clearly to give students more free time. During the time without classes, students can arrange their schedules freely, whether for cultivation or completing tasks. After all, the path of supernatural abilities is highly personal, relying more on the student's own cultivation and understanding, with teachers only able to play a supporting role. By the way, I almost forgot about awakening the 6 eyes, but I'll eat first. After eating, I'll return to the dormitory to awaken the 6 eyes. Having skipped breakfast and with it already noon, Gufan was famished. Taking a detour, he entered the school cafeteria, indulged in a free meal to his heart's content, and returned to the dormitory fully satisfied. Spiritual power, 550. Skills, Curse Energy Conversion, 10 Shadows Technique, Divergent Fist, Black Flash, Stopping Power, Technique Reversal, Blue, Technique Reversal, Red, Unavailable, Hollow Technique, Purple, Unavailable, Martial Arts Mastery, Advanced, points, 175. Quickly scroll to the bottom, click on the details next to the points, and with a ding sound, the item recovery window popped up. Awakening the 6 eyes requires 3,000 points. I currently have 7,000 spirit stones, so I don't need to recycle them all. Recycling 6,000 will be enough. After saying that, Gufan placed 6,000 spirit stones into the item recycling window. 6000 spirit stones, 3,000 points. A new confirmation window immediately popped up. Click agree. Points, 1753175. 3,000 points credited instantly. Gufan shouted loudly. 6 eyes requires 3,000 points to progress from initial awakening to partial awakening. Does the host confirm the consumption of 3,000 points for partial awakening? Gu Fan answered without hesitation. Points, 3,175 175. After spending all the points in one go, an incredibly terrifying power erupted from Gu Fan's eyes. Then, his azure heaven eye became even more profound, like the unattainable firmament. Everything changed, as if the passage of time had slowed down. Never before had he seen so clearly as he did at this moment. Ding! Partial awakening of the six eyes successful. Hearing the system notification, Gu Fan checked his system panel again. Ability, 6 eyes, partially awakened. Ability level, SS level. Limitless technique, power of stopping, technique forward rotation azure, technique reverse rotation crimson, hollow technique violet, unavailable. Technique reverse rotation crimson, unlocked. Gu Fan laughed excitedly. The partial awakening of the 6 eyes not only elevated his ability level from S-class to SS class but also unlocked a new limitless technique, reversed cursed technique, red. More importantly, the power of his cursed technique, blue, was enhanced, and the stability of the force of stoppage was significantly improved. If it were his current self, Gu Fan was confident he could withstand the slashes of Yi Qianying's light colossus without a scratch. In other words, the range of his stopping power has already been upgraded from the lower level of Tier 3 to the intermediate level of Tier 3. We can't delay any longer. I need to hurry to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and properly test the power of technique reversal. He, along with other skills, Gu Fan decisively walked out of the dormitory. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall is a professional institution specially established by the Great Xia Nation, with one in every city. Large cities like the Magic City even have multiple halls. The Magic City Academy is no exception. As one of the top 3 prestigious academies in the country, it has its own dedicated Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Over 10 minutes later, Gu Fan arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It was evident that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall of the Magic City Academy was far more luxurious than that of Luyun City. The scale alone was on a completely different level, and the decor was simply incomparable. Welcome! As Gu Fan stepped into the first floor lobby, a female attendant in uniform warmly approached him. I need a level 3 testing room, Gu Fan said straightforwardly. The student handbook of the Magic City Academy states that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall on campus is free for students. Please show your student ID, the female attendant said with a smile. Gu Fan took out his student ID from the spatial ring and handed it to her. Your student ID shows that you are a freshman. Are you sure you want to choose the 3rd level test room? The female attendant looked puzzled. Clearly just a freshman, yet choosing a test room that doesn't match their actual ability. Alright, I have no choice. The 2nd level test room is completely inadequate. Miss, you wouldn't want me to damage the expensive equipment in the 2nd level test room, would you? Gu Fan smiled with a hint of mockery. Alright, the 3rd level testing room is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. The female attendant no longer insisted. She didn't dare take the risk. If Gu Fan really broke the combat power testing machine, she would definitely be severely punished. Soon, Gu Fan arrived at the 3rd level testing room, pushed the door open, and entered, closing the door behind him. He stood in the center of the room, facing the 3rd level combat power testing machine. Gu Fan extended 2 fingers, forming a gun shape, and aimed at the combat power testing machine ahead. That's not right. It seems that reverse cursed technique, red, has prerequisites. Can I use it just because I unlocked it? Just as Gu Fan was about to perform reverse cursed technique, red, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The reverse cursed technique seemed to be a necessary condition. For reverse cursed technique, red, Gojo Satoru in the Huayu arc was a living example. He confidently unleashed reverse cursed technique, red, only to fail without suspense. But this isn't the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. This is Blue Star, and reverse cursed technique, red, wasn't something I learned myself. It was unlocked by the system. Besides, just because Gojo Satoru couldn't do it, does that mean I can't either? Gu Fan thought stubbornly. After all, those points were spent with real money. If he unlocked it but couldn't use it, wouldn't that be a real tragedy? Theory is one thing, practice is another. To know if it works, you have to try it yourself. Reverse technique, ha! Gu Fan unhesitatingly extended 2 fingers again, forming a gun shape, aiming at the combat power testing machine in front of him. Soon, a rapidly spinning red light appeared at his fingertips. The red light gradually spread, eventually illuminating the entire room. Could it be that I guessed right? I can actually use it. I've actually surpassed Satoru Gojo. Gu Fan could hardly believe his eyes. But just as the dazzling red light triggered by the reverse technique, he filled the entire room. The light suddenly vanished without a trace, as if nothing had happened. Oh, no, damn it, I messed up. Gu Fan shouted in despair. Reverse technique. He is a completely new technique formed by injecting positive energy into the limitless technique. Specifically, it manifests as repulsive force centered on He, with a theoretical maximum power reaching positive infinity, comparable to a supernova explosion. The reason for the failure just now was due to an issue with the positive energy injected into the Limitless technique, which is precisely the consequence of not mastering the reverse technique. The so-called reverse technique is an advanced manipulation of cursed energy. The essence of cursed energy is negative energy. Even though it can strengthen the body, it cannot achieve physical regeneration. The reverse technique involves multiplying negative energy, where two negatives make a positive, thereby generating positive energy. Since the problem is understood, a solution must naturally be sought. Gu Fan then asked the system, how can I unlock the reverse technique? Hint, the reversal technique requires the host to comprehend it independently, or it can be forcibly unlocked for 5,000 points. The system's notification sound rang out. 5,000? Why don't you just go rob someone? Gu Fan couldn't help but roar in anger. The reverse curse technique sounds simple, but in practice, it's incredibly difficult to execute. In the entire Jujutsu Kaisen series, there are only a handful of people who can use the reverse curse technique, and even the so-called genius Gojo Satoru only managed to master it when he was on the brink of death. Relying on oneself to comprehend the reverse curse technique seems extremely challenging. Does that mean he has to face a near-death experience too? System, can I get a refund? I'll return the reverse curse technique, read to you, and you give me back 3,000 points. A few seconds later, Gu Fan suddenly asked, forget it, I won't refund it. Before the system could respond, Gu Fan dismissed the idea himself. The 5,000 points sounded intimidating at first, but if it was to unlock the reversal technique, it wasn't actually expensive. After all, the reversal technique is not only a prerequisite for the technique reversal, but its healing ability is astonishing. It can regenerate severed limbs and instantly revive someone on the brink of death. If placed within the supernatural system of Blue Star, the reverse curse technique might even surpass the legendary SSS level healing abilities. Not to mention, the positive energy generated by the reverse curse technique can also be infused into the limitless curse technique, forming the immensely powerful curse technique reversal, red. Overall, mastering the reverse curse technique is a must, with a priority even higher than leveling up. With the reverse curse technique, there would be no need to visit hospitals anymore, no reliance on healing teammates, and an instant transformation into the ultimate support dad. These 5,000 points are nothing. I'm much stronger now than I was during the martial arts entrance exam. A trip to the wilderness zone, and I can gather them in 1 or 2 days. Besides, it's not necessarily required to spend points. If luck is on my side, I might suddenly gain insight while fighting fierce beasts. It's not impossible. After saying this, Gu Fan once again looked at the third-tier combat power testing machine in front of him. Since he was here, he might as well test his other techniques. Soon, Gu Fan tried out all his techniques one by one, starting from the most basic cursed force punch to various skills, including technique reversal, Azure. The damage of the ordinary cursed energy punch has not significantly increased, remaining at the normal level of mid-tier stage 2. Gu Fan is a lower-tier stage 2 ability user, and his ordinary cursed energy punch has only improved by a small level. The damage of technique reversal, Azure, has also been enhanced, with the damage range falling between lower-tier stage 3 and mid-tier stage 3. As an upgraded version, Divergent Fist integrates the power of Azure, with its potency far surpassing the ordinary technique reversal, Azure, reaching the damage level of mid-tier stage 3. The 10 Shadows technique appears less powerful on the surface compared to the technique reversal, Azure, but once it lands a critical hit, it will inflict unavoidable damage. Gu Fan's current strongest move is the maximum powered technique reversal, Azure, with damage almost reaching the third-tier upper level. Of course, there's also the unignorable Black Flash. With my current strength, even without using Black Flash, I can easily secure the top spot among the freshmen. Gu Fan withdrew his fist, his gaze falling on the combat power testing machine riddled with cracks at the bullseye, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To be honest, he was not satisfied with his strength. Merely being the top freshman was far from enough to put his mind at ease. What he pursued was by no means such a cheap first place. Being the top among freshmen was just the starting point. Next was becoming the top at the Magic City Academy, and then surpassing his mentors, department heads, and even the principal, until he became the strongest in the world. To achieve this goal, earning points was a matter of urgency. Target 5,000 points. Gu Fan's eyes sparkled with the fiery flames of desire. To become the strongest, reverse curse technique is indispensable. Since his maximum power with the forward technique Azure can reach the output level of a third-tier upper rank, then the reverse technique Crimson must go even further, perhaps even breaking through the threshold of the 4th tier. This afternoon and tomorrow there are no classes, and the courses aren't mandatory. As long as I earn enough credits in a semester, it's fine. Then let's set off today to the wilderness area to hunt fierce beasts and take on a few tasks along the way. Gu Fan made the decision immediately. Doing tasks was just incidental. To be honest, the rewards for second-tier tasks were merely small, insignificant benefits, better than nothing. His real goal was hunting fierce beasts, as this was the fastest way to earn points. Open the Magic Metropolis Academy app, go to the Ferocious Beast Materials category, category, and Gu Fan selected and accepted the 3 tasks with the highest rewards. As for why 3 tasks, it's because the system allows a maximum of 3 tasks to be accepted simultaneously. Tier 2 Task 1 Collect 50 years of the Tier 2 Advanced Ferocious Beast, the Four-Armed Ape. Reward, 150 Spirit Stones. Tier 2 Task 2 Collect 30 horns of the Tier 2 Advanced Ferocious Beast, the One-Horned Demon Wolf. Reward, 150 Spirit Stones. Second Level Task 3 Collect 50 Venomous Fangs from the Second Level Intermediate Feral Beast, the Corrupt Venomous Rat. Reward, 100 Spirit Stones. After accepting the task, Gu Fan walked out of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. His destination was Tianyang City, near the magic capital. There happened to be a low-level wilderness area there, which was perfect for him to go for training at this stage. Supernatural beings are generally divided into 3 major levels: low level, intermediate level, and high level. Among them, first tier, second tier, and third tier belong to low-level ability users, fourth tier, fifth tier, and sixth tier are mid-level ability users, while seventh tier, eighth tier, and ninth tier are high-level ability users. The wilderness zones are also divided into 3 levels: low level, mid-level, and high level. Low-level wilderness zones only feature first tier, second tier, and third tier ferocious beasts, making them very suitable for novice students to train. After a brief preparation, Gu Fan boarded the train to Tianyang City, which takes only 1 hour to reach. Tianyang City is a gathering place for low-level ability users, attracting university students and beast hunters from surrounding cities with its uniquely advantageous low-level wilderness area. This has also driven the booming development of the ability user economy, with spiritual weapons, spiritual armor, and various potions emerging one after another. A large number of weapon shops, armor shops, and drugstores related to ability users have opened one after another. Not far from the wilderness area, a small town specifically serving university students and beast hunters who are low-level ability users has also been established. Here, not only are various supernatural tools sold, but materials from ferocious beasts are also uniformly recycled, and services such as food and accommodation are provided. Of course, as it caters to low-level superhumans, only first tier, second tier, and third tier supernatural tools are supplied here. Next stop, low-level superhuman town. Passengers who need to disembark, please prepare in advance. The train's broadcast sounded. The train door slowly opened, and many young people stepped out with anticipation. Most of them were students from nearby cities coming to gain experience, while some were seasoned beast hunters already immersed in society. Finally, I'm here. Reverse technique, here I come. Gu Fan stepped off the train with the crowd, his inner desire for slaughter burning like fireworks. Although I arrived a bit late today, according to my plan, even if I couldn't reach 5,000 points today, I will definitely meet the target tomorrow. In other words, the reverse technique is within reach. It's not just Gu Fan. The entire atmosphere of the high-speed rail station is like this, a group of young people with dreams charging fearlessly into the wilderness. As Gu Fan stepped out of the high-speed rail station and strolled through the small town of low-level ability users, a uniquely designed and imposing building caught his eye. Beast Hunting Association. Gu Fan silently read these words. Seeing this name, he suddenly remembered that not just anyone could enter the wilderness zone. To enter, one must have an official identity. Simply being a university student wasn't enough, as the wilderness zone was a high-risk area with an extremely high mortality rate. The only way to gain access was to register at the Beast Hunting Association and become a beast hunter. Becoming a ferocious beast hunter isn't bad either. Gu Fan did not resist. Rules were rules, and the title of ferocious beast hunter sounded quite fitting, perfectly describing someone like him who used ferocious beasts as sustenance. Moreover, the Ferocious Beast Hunting Association was a global organization. With just one registration, once officially becoming a ferocious beast hunter, all the associations worldwide would recognize it, making it universally applicable. After speaking, Gu Fan stepped into the grand doors of the Ferocious Beast Hunting Association. Ding dong, ding dong. It had to be said, the Ferocious Beast Hunting Association in this small town of low-level ability users was impressively large in scale, and its interior was extremely luxurious. The spacious and bright first-floor lobby had marble flooring, and a magnificent chandelier made of gemstones hung in the center of the hall. Hello, I would like to register as a ferocious beast hunter. Could you please tell me what I need to do? Gu Fan walked to the front desk and inquired with the receptionist. Please first present your ID card. If you are a student, you will also need to provide a student ID. Then, fill out this agreement. The receptionist spoke while placing an agreement on the front desk and handing it to Gu Fan. Gu Fan took out his ID card and student ID from the spatial ring and handed them to the attendant. Modu Academy? Upon receiving Gu Fan's student ID, the attendant's expression subtly changed, showing both respect and a hint of envy in his eyes. Modu Academy was one of the 3 top-tier academies in the Great Xia Kingdom, with most of the nation's high-level ability users graduating from these elite institutions. It was rumored that the graduation threshold for the 3 top-tier academies was much higher than that of other schools. Without being a 4th-tier ability ability user, one couldn't even obtain a diploma. In other words, students who managed to get into Modu Academy and graduated successfully were at least 4th tier ability users. This handsome young man in front of him was truly remarkable. I've completed the agreement. This agreement is highly templated. After a quick glance, Gu Fan filled in the information and signed his name. The receptionist took the agreement, grabbed a device resembling a crystal ball from the side, placed it on the table, and said, "Next is the ability test. Please place your hand on this device and release your spiritual energy. The device will read and identify your level." Gu Fan silently placed his hand on the crystal ball-like device, slowly releasing his spiritual energy. Ding! Detection complete, level 2 lower rank. The instrument reported a sound. Just starting your freshman year and already possessing the strength of a level 2 lower rank ability user, you must be considered quite outstanding at the Magic City Academy. The receptionist couldn't help but praise. As a receptionist for the Beast Hunting Association, she had encountered many students, and students from the Magic City Academy were not uncommon. However, someone like Gu Fan, who had reached level 2 lower rank strength right after enrollment, was indeed rare. "It's okay, just a so-so," Gu Fan casually responded perfunctorily. This time, the receptionist didn't say much more and started filling out the information to process Gu Fan's hunter license. Not long after, a few minutes passed. The receptionist successfully processed Gu Fan's hunter license and handed the document to him. "Mr. Gu Fan, this is your hunter license. Please keep it safe," the receptionist said respectfully. Gu Fan took the hunter license with an expressionless face, but inwardly cheered. "Great, the hunter license is in hand. I can enter the wilderness area soon." He walked away while carefully examining the information on the hunter's license. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he turned around abruptly. "One-star hunter?" Gu Fan muttered to himself in confusion. "Let me give you a brief introduction. In our Ferocious Beast Hunting Association, a hunter's rank is comprehensively evaluated based on strength and achievements. The ranks are divided into 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, all the way up to 7-star, with 7-star hunters being the highest level publicly recognized." "All right." The receptionist appeared very skilled, and she had encountered Gu Fan's confusion more than a few times. If it were an ordinary hunter, she might not have been so patient, but facing Gu Fan from the Magic City Academy, her attitude was noticeably more enthusiastic. Gu Fan nodded. At the Beast Hunting Association, newly registered hunters are defaulted to 1-star. To upgrade, certain conditions must be met. Compared to the level of ability users, the achievements in hunting beasts carry more weight. To become a 2-star hunter, one must not only possess the basic strength of a 2nd-tier ability user but also hunt a certain number of 2nd-tier beasts. The higher the hunter's star level, the more privileges they enjoy, and the greater their influence across various sectors of society. High-star hunters are sought after and courted by all factions. But none of this has anything to do with Gu Fan at the moment. He is currently just a lowly 1-star hunter, with no special privileges other than being able to freely enter and exit the wilderness zone. In any case, being able to enter the wilderness zone is enough. Gu Fan doesn't dwell on the matter of star level advancement. He prefers to go with the flow. If he can advance, he will, and if not, it doesn't matter. Walking out of the Ferocious Beast Hunting Association, Gu Fan once again strolled through the low-level ability user town. At the end of the town lay the low-level wilderness area. The entrance to the wilderness area resembled a tourist attraction during peak season, bustling with people and a long, winding queue. Even have to queue up. All right. Looking at the sea of people before him, Gu Fan couldn't help but complain. Half an hour later, phew, finally got in. The entrance to the wilderness area was a vast barren land, and not far away was a massive forest. That forest was the habitat of ferocious beasts and the destination of Gu Fan's journey. This place gathered hunters from all over the world. Some were students here for training, some were individuals collecting materials from ferocious beasts, and others were treasure hunters seeking fortune. Without exception, they were all dressed in battle gear, armed with weapons, fully equipped. Only Gu Fan appeared particularly out of place. Not only did he not carry any weapons, but he was also dressed in casual attire, wearing ordinary sneakers instead of combat boots. Rather than saying he came to hunt ferocious beasts, it seemed more like he was here for sightseeing. What's with this young man? He didn't even bring a weapon. Is he here to kill beasts or to go on a vacation? This one looks like a student. Definitely the impulsive type without a plan. Exactly, this young man is clearly a rookie. He just ran over here wearing sneakers. When fighting fiercely with ferocious beasts, regular sneakers can't hold up at all. They'd be ruined in less than a day. For prolonged combat, you need boots reinforced with spiritual energy. Gu Fan once again became the center of everyone's attention. The discussions around him rose and fell, with voices of doubt, curiosity, ridicule, and all sorts of opinions pouring in. Should have disguised myself earlier. Gu Fan felt a bit of a headache. Standing out too much was definitely not a good thing. He clearly just wanted to hunt quietly, accumulate 5,000 points. Why was it so difficult? He could understand those who were curious, and didn't mind the onlookers, but what was with the mockery? Were their mouths just that foul? Wow, did they really love ridiculing others that much? Just as Gu Fan was silently complaining to himself, a female voice rang out. Hey, you're still a student, right? Your gear is totally inadequate. I suggest you go back, get properly prepared, and then come back. Gu Fan looked closely and saw a standard 5-person team standing in front of him, 3 men and 2 women. The one speaking was a girl in the team who looked just over 20. She was dressed in a cyan battlesuit and held a lightweight, slender sword. Her name was Son Yakian, a mid-level tier 2 ability user with sea-level wind-based powers. Her hunter team is called the Breeze Squad, and as the name suggests, all 5 members are wind element ability users. It's fine, it's not a big deal. Seeing someone strike up a conversation, Gu Fan was slightly surprised and responded casually. You, this. Song Yakian was momentarily stunned, then furrowed her brows tightly and sternly reprimanded. Classmate, hunting ferocious beasts is no child's play. A slight mistake could cost you your life. The way you are now, how is it any different from courting death? Thanks for the reminder, but I'm really fine. Gu Fan responded calmly. He understood that this girl was acting out of goodwill, not wanting to see a rookie like him throw his life away, and was kindly offering advice. But in reality, he had no need for that equipment. With the protection of the Limitless technique, ferocious beasts couldn't even touch him. There was no need to wear battle boots either, as the Limitless power under his feet ensured that his sneakers wouldn't suffer the slightest wear during movement. So, this girl's good intentions were nothing more than a nuisance to him. Why won't you listen to advice? Seeing that Gu Fan was stubborn and unwilling to change, Son Yakian became a little anxious, and her tone grew urgent. Yakian, why bother with him? If he wants to court death, let him. Or could it be that you've taken a liking to this little guy? Another girl in the Breeze team said with a playful laugh. Xiaomeng, don't talk nonsense. Son Yakian's pretty face turned slightly red. Although this young man in front of her was indeed handsome, she absolutely wasn't acting on impulse because of his looks. She simply didn't want him to lose his life. That's all. There was absolutely no romantic interest involved. I'm just joking. Xu Meng replied playfully. Yakian, Xiaomeng, stop messing around. We still have a task to complete and no time to waste here. At this moment, the leader of the Breeze group, Luoao, spoke. Got it, leader. I see. Xu Meng agreed immediately. Song Yakian glanced at Gu Fan, then looked at Luoao, and finally nodded helplessly. Young man, I am Luoao, the leader of the Qingfeng group. We still have tasks to complete, so we'll take our leave now. One last reminder, Yakian is right, ferocious beasts are no joke. It's best to be fully prepared before going into battle. Farewell, young man. As he left, Luoao waved his hand. A group of kind-hearted people. Watching the 5 members of the Gentle Breeze squad gradually walk away, Gu Fan felt deeply moved. In today's world, good people are truly rare. In this vast wilderness, with tens of thousands of all kinds of people, most either watch idly or gloat. Those who genuinely offer a reminder are likely limited to Song Yakian. However, people like Song Yakian must have a hard time living and have suffered many losses. Gentle and righteous individuals always struggle to survive, as this world is neither gentle nor righteous. Magic City, a luxurious KTV private room in the city center. Su Chaolong lounged lazily on the sofa, holding a girl on each side, singing a pop song off-key. That was amazing. Young Master Su sings so well. Hearing the girl's flattery, the corners of Su Chaolong's mouth couldn't help but lift, and he sang even more like a wailing ghost. Gu Fan let out a long sigh. At this moment, the door of the luxurious private room was suddenly pushed open, and Song Zhong excitedly ran in. Young Master Su, there's good news, Song Zhong said excitedly. Because Song Zhong pushed the door open so quickly and forcefully, it directly interrupted Su Chaolong's singing. Su Chaolong frowned and said coldly, your good news had better satisfy me. Young Master Su, don't be angry. I promise my news will satisfy you. Just listen to me first. Song spoke incessantly. Cut the nonsense and get to the point. Su Chaolong urged sternly. Alright, I'll say it right away. Young Master Su, according to the latest information I have, Gu Fan is not at the Moto Academy today. He has already boarded the train heading to Tianyang City. Song Zhong revealed everything he knew without holding back. What? Gu Fan went to Tianyang City. Su Chaolong was greatly shocked. Upon hearing the name Gu Fan, how could Su Chaolong have any mood to continue singing? He waved his hand and coldly said, alright, you two can leave now. The 2 young girls were very sensible. Upon hearing his words, they tactfully left the luxurious KTV private room. Soon, only Su Chaolong and Song Chong were left in the room. Song Chong, please continue speaking. Su Chaolong ordered. Alright, young Master Su, I will continue. Gu Fan is currently in the low-level ability user town of Tianyang City. At the same time, he has taken on 3 tasks to collect materials from ferocious beasts in the campus task system. From this, it can be seen that his target is the low-level wilderness area of Tianyang. Song Zhong quickly reported. Low-level Esper town? Low-level wilderness zone? Ha, Gu Fan is bold enough. He just offended me, young Master Su, and now dares to wander outside the school. Does he really think I can't do anything to him? Su Chaolong sneered coldly and said gloomily. Young Master Su, should we send send someone to deal with Gu Fan? He may act like a king at school, but in society, he's nothing more than a little boy. Seeing the dark thoughts arise in Su Chaolong's mind, Song Zhong immediately fanned the flames from the side. Like Su Chaolong, Song Zhong had long been displeased with Gu Fan. If Gu Fan wasn't taught a lesson, he would feel a lingering frustration in his heart. Arrangements definitely need to be made, but this matter must not be known to the family. My dad is just a timid and cautious person. Even though our family has the capability, he always tirelessly reminds me to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. How ridiculous. Su Chaolong's face darkened, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. His father's actions made him extremely displeased. In his view, having strength meant acting boldly and making everyone bow before him. If the family doesn't dare to take action, then what? Are we just going to let Gu Fan roam free? Su Chaolong fell into deep thought. Song Zhong, have you? Just as he was asking his subordinate, a familiar figure and a long-lost name suddenly flashed through his mind. That's right, Brother Zhou. Su Chaolong was instantly overjoyed. He quickly picked up his phone, scrolled to the latter part of his contact list, and saw the name marked as Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou, whose full name is Zhou Zhangming, is the leader of the Blood Wolf Squad, a renowned mercenary team in Tianyang City. Zhou Zhangming is a 4th-tier ability user. The Blood Wolf Squad he founded has a recruitment threshold of Tier 3, and all its members are Tier 3 ability users or above. Got it. If he could enlist Brother Zhou's help, he would surely come up with a way to teach Gu Fan a lesson. However, there was no need to actually kill Gu Fan. Crippling an arm or a leg to give him a taste of suffering would suffice. After all, young Master Su wasn't so cruel as to go to such extremes. Hello, is this young Master Su? Did the sun rise from the west today? You're actually calling me first? A man's teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Zhou, I'm calling this time to ask for your help with something. Su Chaolong spoke. If there's something, just say it. As long as I can help, I won't refuse. Zhou Zhengming's voice was hearty. There's a student named Gu Fan who insists on opposing me. He's currently in the low-level wilderness area of the low-level ability user town in Tianyang City. Brother Zhou, isn't your Blood Wolf group based in Tianyang City? I'd like to ask for your help. Don't kill him, just break one leg and one arm. Su Chaolong's tone was full of anger. Student? A student from your school? If it's a student from the Magic City Academy, I wouldn't dare to act rashly. Zhou Zhangming sounded somewhat cautious on the phone. Clang. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. Gu Fan is just an ordinary student from a county in Jiangbei province, with no connections or backing. As long as it's not about killing him, the Magic City Academy won't meddle in such matters. Su Chaolong explained. Oh, is that so? Then there's no problem. I can help with this, but... A hinting tone came from Zhou Zhangming on the other end of the phone. Brother Zhou, rest assured, I won't let you work for nothing. As long as the matter is settled, money is absolutely not an issue. Su Chaolong said boldly. Ha, young Master Su is truly straightforward. Zhou Zhangming laughed heartily, then shifted the topic. However, the low-level wilderness area of the low-level ability users town has restrictions. Ability users above the 3rd level are not allowed to enter. How strong is this Gu Fan you mentioned? Brother Zhou, Gu Fan is a bit strange. Although he's a 2nd-tier lower-level ability user, his strength has reached 3rd-tier intermediate level. Su Chaolong reminded. 3rd-tier intermediate level. Zhou Zhangming pondered for a moment on the phone, then said, how about this? I'll send Chou Guangqin, an elite from our Blood Wolf group, to take action. He's a 3rd-tier upper-level ability user. Young Master Su, is that okay? Can't you send a 4th-tier ability user? Gu Fan is quite troublesome. Su Chaolong appeared somewhat worried. Young Master Su, I just mentioned that the low-level wilderness area of the low-level ability users town has level restrictions. 4th-level ability users can't enter. Zhou Zhangming explained. So that's really the case. Su Chaolong frowned in anger. Young Master Su, rest assured, my subordinate is not only an A-level lightning ability user who has been at the upper 3rd tier for many years, but also has over 20 years of combat experience. His combat strength can be considered at the peak of the 3rd tier. Unless it's a 4th tier powerhouse, ordinary upper 3rd tier opponents are no match for him. Dealing with Gu Fan, who is at the mid-3rd tier, is more than enough. Just wait for my good news. Zhou Zhangming said confidently. Click, the call ended. Brother Zhou's words completely put Su Chaolong at ease. A 3rd tier advanced ability user, an A-level expert in the lightning system, has remained at the 3rd tier advanced level for many years, possessing over 20 years of rich combat experience. The lightning system is renowned for its formidable violent output, and in battles of the same level, its destructive power far surpasses that of other ability users. Moreover, this subordinate of Brother Zhou has stayed at the 3rd tier advanced level for many years, with extensive combat experience, making him incomparable to a student like Gu Fan. It can be said that in front of this subordinate of Brother Zhou, Gu Fan has absolutely no chance of resistance. Gu Fan, you're really miserable this time. Missing an arm and a leg, do you still dare to go against me? This is the fate of those who dare to oppose me, young Master Su. Su Chaolong burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Tianyang City, a small town of low-tier ability users, on the outskirts of the low-tier wilderness zone. Gufan sprinted rapidly across the wilderness, effortlessly slaying the ferocious beasts within his line of sight. Ding, successfully killed red fire ant, points +6. Ding, successfully killed red claw tiger, points +12. Ding, successfully killed evil horned bull, points +8. The system notification sound rang out from time to time. They're all first-tier ferocious beasts, not even a shadow of a second-tier ferocious beast has been seen. After punching and killing a horned bull, Gufan stopped and stood in place to rest for a while. At this moment, it had been a full hour since Gufan entered the low-tier wilderness area. During this time, he had been wandering around the outskirts of the area. This low-tier wilderness area was vast and could not be compared to the abandoned town at the Luyun City exam site for the martial arts college entrance exam. Here, not only are ferocious beasts rare, but they are almost all first-tier beasts, making the efficiency of earning points even lower than during the martial arts entrance exam. In this 1 hour, Gufan had only hunted down more than 20 ferocious beasts, all of which were first-tier beasts. As a result, the points earned were very few, only 163 points. According to the map, there are 2 core areas in this low-tier wilderness zone, and the giant wood forest is one of them, where a large number of ferocious beasts reside. Gufan opened the map on his phone, his gaze sweeping into the distance, faintly making out the outline of the giant wood forest. The giant wood forest has almost no tier 1 ferocious beasts. The beasts in the forest are mainly tier 2, and although tier 3 beasts are rare, they usually only appear deep within the forest. Gufan silently recited the notes on the map. He happened to need a place with a large number of ferocious beasts, and the giant wood forest perfectly met his requirements. The distance isn't far either, just over 30 kilometers. At my average speed, I can get there in half an hour. Gufan analyzed while looking at the map. Great Wood Forest, it's decided to be you. His gaze slightly sharpened. After confirming the alignment between the map and reality, he dashed out swiftly like a sports car with the aid of the spell Shun Rotation, Azure. Half an hour later. Great Wood Forest, we've arrived. As expected, half an hour later, Gufan successfully reached his destination, the Great Wood Forest. Although this is a dangerous wilderness area, unlike the freedom of movement in the city, Gufan's speed remained unaffected. This was naturally thanks to the protection of his Limitless technique, which not only shielded him from beast attacks but also rendered him immune to terrain obstacles. What unfolds before the eyes is a mysterious and unpredictable forest. The trees here are clearly extraordinary, each towering and upright, with giant trees over 100 meters tall everywhere. The dense foliage blocks out the sunlight, shrouding the entire forest in a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. So this is the era of spiritual energy revival? Gufan couldn't help but marvel. It was the first time he had seen such a sight. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy 500 years ago, not only have ferocious beasts run rampant and humans awaken supernatural abilities, but even plants have grown abnormally large. The giant wood forest is not only abundant in trees but also hosts a considerable number of ferocious beasts. Shortly after entering the forest, a ferocious beast resembling a four-armed ape leapt down from the branches of a giant tree, lunging fiercely at Gufan in an attempt to grab him tightly and devour his head in one bite. Is this a four-armed ape? Gufan glanced over and immediately recognized this ferocious beast. This four-armed ape was precisely the target of his mission, a tier 2 advanced ferocious beast. It had to be said, the quality of ferocious beasts in the giant wood forest far surpassed those in the outer wilderness. Just upon reaching the forest's outskirts, he encountered the appearance of a tier 2 advanced ferocious beast. Faced with a second-tier upper-level ferocious beast, ordinary second-tier upper-level ability users can only barely cope. Usually, it requires a team led by a second-tier upper-level ability user, forming a squad of ability users, to calmly deal with such formidable enemies. Under normal circumstances, it is simply impossible for a second-tier lower-level ability user to defeat a second-tier upper-level ferocious beast. But Gufan was clearly not an ordinary second-tier lower-level ability user. He silently activated the Limitless technique, pretending to be unaware, allowing the four-armed ape to pounce on him. Chirp, chirp. The four-armed ape let out an excited cry, its face becoming even more ferocious. In its view, the human before it had already fallen into its grasp and was about to become its dinner for the night. However, something strange happened. The four-armed ape's body eerily froze in mid-air, and no matter how desperately it struggled, it couldn't move forward even an inch. Its ferocious expression stiffened on its face, and its pupils involuntarily began to tremble. The beast's instincts told it that the human it had attacked was not prey at all, but a terrifying existence higher up the food chain than itself. It was the one about to become the hunted prey. The four-armed ape instinctively wanted to flee, but at this moment, it was already trapped with no way to escape. I remember the mission said to take out the ears, but if not the head, hitting the heart works just as well. Gufan thought for a moment, then casually threw a punch, striking precisely at the 7:3 node of the four-armed ape, which was exactly where its heart was located. The chest of the four-armed ape instantly exploded, forming a massive cavity, and its once intact heart was shattered to pieces. Thud! The Limitless technique technique was dispelled, and the four-armed ape's eyes were filled with terror as it collapsed heavily to the ground, showing no signs of life. Ding! Successfully killed the four-armed ape. Points plus 48. 48 points? Huh? A second-tier superior beast is truly extraordinary. Seeing the sudden appearance of the huge number, Gufan excitedly shouted. Previously, when he killed second-tier inferior beasts, the points fluctuated between 6 and 8, and he had painstakingly accumulated only 163 points in an hour. And this time, it added a full 48 points. How could he not be excited? No, that's not right. I just remembered, during the martial arts entrance exam, killing a second-tier lower-level beast earned 24 points. Gufan suddenly recalled. By this calculation, earning 48 points for killing a second-tier upper-level beast is actually quite reasonable. I need 5,000 points now. Killing a second-tier high-level fierce beast gives 48 points, so I'll need to take down over 100 of them. The number isn't small, but it's not too much either. I wonder how many points killing a third-tier low-level fierce beast would give. I remember first-tier high-level fierce beasts give 12 points, and second-tier low-level fierce beasts give 24 points. Logically, the points for third-tier low-level fierce beasts should also double, probably 96 points. The points for third-tier mid-level fierce beasts would be even higher, though that's not certain. Gufan began to analyze carefully. In fact, given the density of fierce beasts in the giant wood forest and his efficient hunting speed, obtaining 5,000 points wouldn't be too difficult and could probably be achieved within a day. However, it's not going to happen today. He only set out at noon, arriving too late, and now the sky is already starting to darken. He must retreat before nightfall, at the very least leaving the giant wood forest area. The beasts at night are even more ferocious, and there are tier 3 beasts in the giant wood forest whose activity range is not necessarily limited to the depths of the forest. More importantly, his limitless technique is not a passive skill. It requires active activation and cannot be maintained for long periods. This is undoubtedly fatal during the perilous nights in the giant wood forest. Acting cautiously has always been Gufan's principle. He cannot take risks. After all, life is only given once, and once lost, there is no second chance. Before night falls, try to hunt as many fierce beasts as possible. No matter what, the more points, the better. After a moment of contemplation, Gufan continued to move forward. Tianyang City, a small town for low-level ability users. Low-level wilderness area, giant wood forest. A team of 5 superhumans, 3 men and 2 women, was slowly advancing toward the outskirts of the forest. It was the Breeze squad that Gufan had seen at the entrance of the wilderness zone. They had completed their mission and were preparing to return to the low-tier superhuman town. Feels so quiet, we've hardly seen any ferocious beasts along the way. It's so different from the depths of the forest. One member of the Breeze squad remarked with emotion. His name was Wang Lade, but everyone called him Lade. Yeah, I guess the ferocious beasts are all hiding deeper in the forest, replied Captain Luo Ao. But that doesn't matter anymore, Wang Lade said with a smile. Lade, you're in a good mood, huh? Regimental Commander Luo Ao said in surprise. Of course, the mission was successfully completed. Everyone worked very hard. I performed the worst. I need to step up my game. How about this? To show my determination, I'll treat everyone to drinks when we get back. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk, Wang Lade announced excitedly. Yeah, that's true. Since its establishment, the Gentle Breeze Guild has weathered countless storms and accumulated a wealth of valuable experience. Fortunately, none of it has been in vain. In the future as well, as long as we don't stop moving forward, the road will keep extending. Leader Luo Ao was deeply moved. Suddenly, the road ahead suddenly cracked open. A sinister flower-shaped monster emerged from the ground, its head resembling a bizarre flower, with vines extending from its body like airy arms. Not good. It's a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, the monster handflower. Let's run! Song Yakian's face turned pale as she shouted in terror. Song Yakian was only a mid-level tier 2 wind ability user. Facing a tier 3 lower-level ferocious beast, the monster handflower, she could only run for her life. Isn't this the forest outskirts? Why would a tier 3 ferocious beast, the monster handflower, appear here? Captain Luo Ao's face was grim. As the strongest member of the Breeze squad, he was only a high-level tier 2 ability user, completely no match for the tier 3 lower-level ferocious beast, the monster handflower. Bang! 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 The monstrous flower extended its strange arms, wildly firing seed bullets like a machine gun. Click! Another male member of the Gentle Breeze squad was hit in the shoulder by a seed bullet, blood splattering as he fell to the ground. Wang Lade stood frozen in place, his mind blank from the sudden scene. Wind shield! Captain Luo Ao immediately rushed forward, grabbing Wang Lade while summoning a wind shield to block in front of himself. But how could a second-tier advanced wind shield withstand a third-tier lower-level seed bullet? The seed bullet pierced through the wind shield, striking Captain Luo Ao's body, causing blood to gush out. Captain! What are you doing, Captain? The embraced Wang Lade shouted with a sobbing tone. Ugh, ah! Captain Luo Ao roared furiously, unleashing countless wind blades to forcibly sever the monstrous hands of the strange flower, stopping it from firing seed bullets. What the? Captain Luo took a deep breath and said with with a smile, I have pretty good aim, don't I? Although his body was riddled with seed bullets like a sieve, he still wore a smile. Captain, Wang Lade looked flustered, his face covered in cold sweat, his pupils flickering constantly, his voice trembling, and he was on the verge of collapse. Lade, what's wrong with you? Captain Luo Ao asked discontentedly. Because. Wang Lade was almost in tears. I am Luo Ao, the leader of the Breeze Squad. What are a few bullets worth? Leader Luo Ao stood up and smiled confidently. How could it be? You actually did this for someone like me. Wang Lade's eyes were misty with tears as he shook his head and spoke. Protecting the members is my duty. Captain Luo Ao stepped forward, facing the Tier 3 lower-level ferocious beast, the monster handflower, shielding everyone. But, looking at Captain Luo Ao's back, Wang Lade hesitated to speak. Enough, leave now. Captain Luo Ao, covered in wounds, resolutely walked toward the monstrous clodflower. At this moment, he finally understood. Nothing else mattered. As long as he kept moving forward, as long as he didn't stop, the road would continue to stretch on. Splash! After walking a few steps, Captain Luo Ao ran out of strength and collapsed to the ground. He stretched out his left hand forward, blood flowing from his fingertips, resembling a flower of hope. Don't stop. This was the last sound made by Captain Luo Ao. Seeing Captain Luo Ao's tragic death, the two girls, Song Yaqian and Xu Meng, covered their mouths, tears streaming uncontrollably, while Wang Lade and another male member fell to their knees, crying their hearts out. At that moment, the Tier 3 lower-level ferocious beast, the monster handflower, regained vitality, and the severed monstrous hand regrew. The flower of the monster handflower bloomed into a ghostly face, its monstrous hand pointing at the members of the Light Breeze group, with seed bullets ready to fire. How could this happen? Wang Lade's heart was filled with despair. It seemed he had let down the captain's expectations. He would die, his teammates would die, and all the captain's efforts just now would be in vain. Song Yaqian thought to herself. Although the clawflower cannot move, its claws fire seed bullets like a machine gun, leaving them with absolutely no escape. Unexpectedly, the regeneration speed of the clawflower was astonishing. It grew back within less than a minute after being cut off. There's no way, no one can save us now. Song Yaqian gave a bitter smile. At this moment, the sky had already darkened, and there were already few ability users passing by, let alone the fact that the monster handflower was a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, which ordinary ability users were no match for. Moreover, other ability users had no obligation to save them. Compared to rescuing others, standing by and watching was actually the wiser choice, waiting for them to be killed by the monster handflower, then scavenging their belongings and cleaning up the monster handflower in the process, killing two birds with one stone. Just then, a young man dressed in casual clothes, wearing sneakers, with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his lips, suddenly appeared without warning in front of everyone. Yo, long time no see. Gu Fan leaned unsuspectingly against the body of the monstrous flower, smiling as he greeted Song Yaqian. Song Yaqian froze, staring straight at Gu Fan, momentarily forgetting that she was in danger. She recognized the young man in front of her. He was the student she had encountered not long ago at the entrance to the wilderness area. At that time, the student still looked like a novice, and she had even specifically reminded him. But shouldn't this student have already returned to the low-level ability users' town? How could they appear in this dangerous giant wood forest? Wait a minute. Now is not the time to think about this. Behind this student is a third-tier ferocious beast, the monster handflower. It's extremely dangerous. Song Yaqian shouted at Gu Fan in panic. Hey, run quickly. What's behind you isn't an ordinary plant. It's a third-tier ferocious beast, the monster handflower. It'll eat you. Yaqian, it's already too late. Xu Meng shook her head in utter despair. The monstrous flower had already begun to move. Its ghostly face-like blossom opened wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Reflected in Xu Meng's trembling pupils was a heart-stopping scene. The monstrous flower extended its gaping maw from its coiled body toward the defenseless young man leaning against it. Xu Meng had already anticipated this. The monstrous flower would undoubtedly bite off his head in one gulp, turning him into a headless corpse. This was only the beginning. After devouring the young man's head, the monstrous flower would become even more bloodthirsty and savage, wildly shooting seed bullets until it killed them all. In other words, not just that young man, but everyone present will find it impossible to escape death. No! Bang! Hearing Xu Meng's words and seeing the monstrous flower open its bloody maw to bite Gu Fan's head, Song Yaqian screamed and closed her eyes in despair. She didn't want to look, didn't dare to look. The captain was already dead, and now someone else was about to die before her eyes. This cruel reality was something she couldn't accept, leaving her with no choice but to escape from it. What does this mean? Wang Lade and another team member, who had been shot in the shoulder, stared at the scene before them in utter confusion. They couldn't figure out how Gu Fan had managed to run over, nor did they want to delve into the reasons. The only thing they knew was that this young man was finished. The monstrous flower was clearly about to swallow him whole. The system notification sound rang out. The monstrous flower let out a cruel, eerie laugh. Faced with a delicious meal delivered right to its door, it naturally wanted to savor it immediately. However, something strange happened. The monstrous monstrous flower was horrified to discover that no matter how hard it tried, its giant, thorn-covered mouth simply couldn't bite down on Gufan's head. Mingming Gufan's head was right in front of it, but the strange clawflower just couldn't bite down. Some mysterious force was blocking it, making its movements unusually slow. This scene happened to be witnessed by Xu Meng. How is this possible? Xu Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, her face full of shock. The scene before her completely overturned her understanding. This is no ordinary ferocious beast, but a tier 3 lower level ferocious beast, the monster handflower. Even someone as strong as the captain is utterly powerless before it, yet this young man can completely ignore the attacks of the monster handflower. This is something even tier 3 lower level ability users, or even tier 3 mid-level ability users, find difficult to achieve. Who on earth is this young man? Wang Lade and another team member, who had been shot in the shoulder, were so shocked they could hardly speak. The scene before them was truly breathtaking. The young man was standing completely unscathed, and not only was he unharmed, but the monstrous clawflower couldn't even get close to him. No matter how the clawflower tried to bite, it couldn't touch the young man. Though the two were mere inches apart, it was as if an entire universe separated them. Hearing her teammates' exclamations, Son Yekian instinctively opened her eyes and took in everything before her. He isn't dead? A flash of surprise crossed Son Yekian's eyes, quickly replaced by joy. She had thought this young man would be mercilessly slaughtered by the monstrous handflower, reduced to a headless corpse. After all, the handflower was a third-tier lower-level beast, while this young man appeared to be just a student, exuding an extremely faint aura, even weaker than her own as a second-tier mid-level ability user. Yet the turn of events completely defied her expectations. This young man was astonishingly powerful. His hands remained in his pockets, motionless, as if he didn't take the attacks of the third-tier lower-level beast handflower seriously at all. Gufan pulled his hand out of his pocket and extended 2 fingers, giving a gentle wave. With a whoosh, a cerulean sphere suddenly appeared above the head of the monstrous flower. The tsang spun continuously, generating a powerful gravitational pull. The soil on the ground, the surrounding trees, and the monstrous flower at the center were all drawn toward the spinning sphere. The tsang was like a miniature black hole, from which nothing in its vicinity could escape. Ka-ka! The monstrous clawflower let out a painful screech as it was uprooted from the ground by tsang, its roots forcibly torn apart by immense traction, and its ghostly face-like blossom twisted into a mangled mass by tsang. As tsang reached its rotational speed limit, the terrifying traction force erupted instantaneously. The entire body of the monstrous clawflower was blasted to pieces, its twisted ghostly face-like blossom shredded, losing all signs of life in an instant. Xu Meng was completely stunned. This monstrous clawflower was a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, so how could it be killed so easily? Doesn't this mean that the young man in front of her is far stronger than a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast? But this young man clearly looks younger than her, and his aura is not as strong as hers. What on earth is going on? Xu Meng was utterly baffled. It's dead just like that? Wang Lade and the male team member with a bullet wound in his shoulder exchanged glances, dumbfounded. They never expected that the usually arrogant monster handflower would be so fragile in front of this young man, so powerful. The strength of this young man before them was simply astonishing. The overwhelming disparity was visible to the naked eye. He is actually this strong. Son Yekian murmured softly. She recalled the scene of meeting him at the entrance to the wilderness area, where she had earnestly tried to persuade him and even directly criticized him for lacking a sense of crisis. What was I even doing back then? Clearly just a rookie, yet she had the audacity to speak so boldly to someone so formidable. Thinking of this, Son Yekian's face suddenly turned red. Ding! Successfully killed the monster handflower. Points plus 96. Got it right. It really is 96 points. Gufan silently recited in his heart. As he had expected, the points of a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast are twice that of a second-tier upper-level ferocious beast. A second-tier upper-level ferocious beast is 48 points, so naturally, a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast is 96 points. These points are neither too many nor too few, quite average, and fairly reasonable. Are you all okay? After dealing with the monster clawflower and confirming the points were credited, Gufan turned around and asked the 4 members of the Breeze team. We're fine, but Son Yekian showed a slightly bitter smile and said, the regiment commander is dead. He died to save me. Wang Lade fell to his knees, with no trace of joy for surviving on his face, and tears welled up in his eyes once again. Xu Meng lowered her head in silence, her expression complicated. Ah, it hurts so much. Another male member with a shoulder injury clutched his shoulder, letting out a pained groan. He hadn't felt it earlier, but after escaping danger, the intense pain suddenly struck. Not far away on the ground lay a person showing no signs of life. It was none other than the leader of the Breeze group, Luo Ao. Looks like I arrived a bit too late. Seeing the person who had just been talking to him now pass away, Gufan couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. No, you're not late. If it weren't for you, we would have been killed by the monster flower long ago. Thank you, truly, for saving us. Son Yekian forced a smile, her voice filled with gratitude. No need to thank me, it was just a small effort. Gufan said indifferently, unconcerned. A mere lift of a finger. The previously silent Zhu Meng became even more silent, as did Wang Lade. Even the male member with the injured shoulder stopped groaning. They were also disheartened by Gu Fan's words that they seemed to lose their spirits. Those monstrous clawed flowers, which they had no chance of defeating, were nothing more than a trivial matter to Gu Fan. Alright, didn't the captain say? As long as we keep moving forward, he will definitely be on the road ahead. We need to pull ourselves together. Song Yekian shouted to her teammates, "You're right, we must pull ourselves together and not let the captain down." Upon hearing her words, Wang Lade, who had been kneeling, suddenly stood up. He walked over to the male team member with the injured shoulder and asked, "Can you still walk? If you can't, let Yekian and Xiaoming help support you. Leave the captain's matter to me. I won't let him just lie here, I will carry him out." "I'm fine, I can still walk," the male team member with the injured shoulder replied through gritted teeth. Wang Lade resolutely carried Captain Luoao on his back, while Song Yekian and Xu Mang held back their tears. The male team member with a shoulder injury gritted his teeth and stood to the side. Just like that, the Breeze squad regained their spirit. "Well, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Goodbye, everyone." Gu Fan waved as he bid farewell. Seeing Gu Fan about to leave, Song Yekian finally reacted and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, we still don't know your name." "My name is Gu Fan." He did not turn around, his voice calm. "Gu Fan, thank you. Gu Fan, thank you for saving us. Gu Fan, if we meet again next time, we will definitely find a way to repay your kindness." Amid the voices of gratitude from the crowd, Gu Fan walked alone toward the distance. After bidding farewell to the members of the Light Breeze group, Gu Fan entered the giant wood forest, activated slaughter mode, and began a massive hunt of the fierce beasts within his sight. Apart from the strange cloudflower he encountered earlier, he only came across second-tier fierce beasts and did not encounter any third-tier ones again. Ding, successfully killed a jumping bug, points plus 24. Ding, successfully killed a one-horned demon wolf, points plus 48. Ding, successfully killed a corrupt poison frenzy rat, points plus 36. Ding, successfully killed the four-armed ape, points plus 48. The system notification sound kept ringing. The one-horned demon wolf has only one horn, and the task is to collect 30 horns, which means killing 30 one-horned demon wolves. He broke off the horn from the corpse of the one-horned demon wolf and muttered to himself. Now he has taken on 3 tasks, collecting 50 ears from Tier 2 superior fierce beasts, the four-armed apes, collecting 50 fangs from Tier 2 intermediate fierce beasts, the venomous rats, and collecting 30 horns from Tier 2 superior fierce beasts, the unicorn demon wolves. Each four-armed ape has 2 ears, and each venomous rat has 2 fangs. So to collect 50 ears and 50 fangs, he needs to kill 25 four-armed apes and 25 venomous rats respectively. Ironically, the task with the seemingly smallest quantity, the horns, requires killing the most, 30 unicorn demon wolves. "It's getting late, we should go," Gu Fan said. It was dusk at the moment, and the afterglow of the setting sun had dyed the sky golden. If they didn't leave soon, it would quickly grow dark. He opened the system panel. Skills, Cursed Energy Conversion, 10 Shadows Technique, Divergent Fist, Black Flash, Stop Power, Technique Reversal, Blue, Technique Reversal, Red, Hollow Technique, Purple, Unavailable, Martial Arts Mastery, Advanced, points, 3623. Today's harvest is quite good, the points increased by more than 3,000. I'll come earlier tomorrow and aim to hit 10,000 points before heading back to school, Gu Fan muttered to himself in a good mood. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, he strode forward. Exiting the giant wood forest, Gu Fan wandered alone across the wilderness of the wild zone. At this time, the other ability users had already finished their work and gone to the tavern to drink, leaving the streets almost empty. However, Gu Fan noticed something unusual. A middle-aged man in the distant wilderness, holding a large knife, was heading deeper into the wild area. As nightfall approached, heading into the depths of the wilderness at this hour to hunt was clearly out of the ordinary. So late, what's he up to? Hunting fierce beasts? But that's none of my business. He can do whatever he wants. I'd better head back and get some sleep. Although Gu Fan felt curious, he didn't think much of it. He wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs. As the distance gradually shortened, Gu Fan clearly saw the appearance of the middle-aged man, about 1.8 meters tall, a scar on his face, and a cold, unfriendly expression. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, with obvious arm muscles, holding a large knife exuding a dangerous aura, which was clearly extraordinary at first glance. Suddenly, Gu Fan saw the middle-aged man flash a slight smile at him. His heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "Not good, he's coming for me." Seeing the scar-faced middle-aged man smile at him, Gu Fan's heart not only raced, but cold sweat also broke out on his back. He quickly analyzed in his mind, "I can't discern his cultivation level, but the spiritual energy emanating from him is even stronger than Su Cheng in his explosive state. Without a doubt, he must be a Tier 3 advanced ability user. An opponent of this level is absolutely beyond what I can handle right now." Suddenly, electric sparks flickered around the scar-faced middle-aged man, and his figure moved abruptly, pouncing like a leopard on its prey. An ability user of the lightning element? Gu Fan's heart trembled. The speed of this scar-faced scar-faced man was incredibly fast, even surpassing Su Chang in his explosive state. If not for his partially awakened 6 eyes, it would have been nearly impossible to track the man's movements. You must be Gu Fan, right? The scar-faced man stopped a few steps away from Gu Fan, resting the large blade on his shoulder, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. That's right, this man was a thug sent by Zhou Zhangming, an elite member of the Blood Wolf Group, a third-tier advanced lightning ability user, Zhou Guangqin. How do you know my name? We've never met before, have we? Gu Fan forced himself to suppress his fear and asked. I've known your name for a long time, but that's not important. What's important is what's about to happen next. It's clearly after work hours, yet you made me come all this way. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Zhou Guangqin's face was grim, his tone menacing. Known for a long time? What do you mean? Gu Fan was puzzled. He didn't know the other person at all, so why did the other person already know his name? However, he didn't dwell on it and continued to ask, who exactly are you? I don't think I have any grudges with you. I indeed have no grudge against you, but someone else does. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. As for who I am, I'll generously tell you. I am an elite member of the Blood Wolf Group, a third-tier advanced lightning ability user, Zhou Guangqin. Zhou Guangqin said disdainfully. I don't think I've offended anyone, have I? Wait, there seems to be someone called Su Chao. He said quite a few harsh words to me back then. Hearing this, Gu Fan began to carefully recall and analyze. Apart from Su Chaolong, the young master of the Su group, it seemed no one else would have the guts to send someone to teach him a lesson. Did Su Chaolong send you here? Gu Fan asked. Su Chaolong? Zhou Guangqin showed confusion and shook his head, saying, I don't know him, but it could be him. He entrusted Brother Zhou, and Brother Zhou passed it on to me. By the way, Brother Zhou is the leader of our Blood Wolf Group. Zhou Guangqin casually added. How did your leader entrust you? To have me killed and take my head as proof? No. Brother Zhou instructed me to go easy on you, not to beat you to death. Just crippling one of your arms and breaking one of your legs will suffice. Zhou Guangqin shook his head and said, but on second thought, that's a bit too boring. Killing you would make things more interesting. As he spoke, Zhou Guangqin once again revealed that bright, white smile. Hearing this, Gu Fan could only smile bitterly. After all this roundabout talk, it turned out they still wanted to kill him in the end. The situation was quite tricky now. He only had 3,623 points in hand, with just 1,000 spirit stones left. Even if he threw away everything in his spatial ring and recycled the ring for 500 points, it would still add up to less than 5,000 points, far from enough to exchange for the reverse technique. Without the reverse technique, he couldn't use technique reversal. Without it, with his current strength, defeating the third-tier advanced ability user Zhou Guangqin was almost impossible. Leveling up was also not an option. The level up button was still grayed out and on cooldown, making it completely impossible to advance. Are you not going to follow the leader's orders? Gu Fan asked somewhat helplessly. What's the point of following the rules? I'm quite curious to see how the Magic City Academy would react after a genius like you is killed. Would they pretend nothing happened or go on a rampage for revenge? Zhou Guangqin's face revealed an excited expression. It's over. What good does this do for you? I don't need any benefits. If everything must have a reward to be done, then how are we any different from slaves? Zhou Guangqin assumed an air of superiority, as if you simply didn't understand, and said firmly, true happiness is unconditional. It comes from the heart. Do whatever you want to do. In other words, we are free. You're absolutely crazy. Hearing Zhou Guangqin's words, Gu Fan couldn't help but picture the image of a mischievous troublemaker in his mind. This guy had all the potential to become a member of the pranksters. Thanks for the compliment. Zhou Guangqin revealed a smile that was almost sickly. Gu Fan, you might not know this, but you're quite famous within our prankster group. After all, your performance is truly captivating. You're merely a first-tier upper-level ability user, yet you managed to leap across 2 major levels and perfectly take down one of our prankster group's junior members, Su Chang, a third-tier lower-level ability user. Gu Fan, you're now a second-tier junior ability user, right? I really want to know if you can still create a miracle like you did back then. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Guangqin's lips curved slightly, and with a swift movement, his broadsword, crackling with electricity, slashed toward Gu Fan. Hearing this, Gu Fan's heart trembled. The information in Zhou Guangqin's words was immense. Clearly, he wasn't just a potential troublemaker member but a true member of the troublemakers. Not only that, but Gu Fan himself had also been targeted by the troublemakers. It seemed there were indeed other troublemaker members in Luyun City back then. However, none of that was the main point. The main point was that Zhou Guangqin had already made his move and was now swinging his blade toward him. With his current limitless technique, he couldn't possibly withstand Zhou Guangqin's attacks. He also lacked an advantage in speed. Even with the support of the technique reversal, Azure, it was still difficult to surpass Zhou Guangqin, a third-tier advanced lightning ability user. I can only grit my teeth and charge forward. Gu Fan clenched his teeth, activated the technique reversal, Azure, and with a sudden burst of speed, rolled to the side, barely dodging the large blade swung down by Zhou Guangqin. The electrified blade struck the ground with a resounding explosion, sending sand and stones flying as dust filled the air. What terrifying power! Gu Fan barely dodged the attack, his heart racing with amazement. What? He could tell that Qiu Guangqin's move was just a regular attack infused with lightning abilities, not a skill. However, its immense power was inseparable from Qiu Guangqin's own strength, as well as the enhancement provided by that large blade. This large blade was by no means an ordinary weapon. It was a third-tier spiritual weapon, greatly boosting Qiu Guangqin's capabilities. Qiu Guangqin's normal attack already has such power. If he uses a skill, Gu Fan might be killed in one move. Gu Fan did not hesitate and quickly called up the system, opening his system panel. Skills: Cursed Energy Conversion, 10 Shadows Technique, Divergent Fist, Black Flash, Stopping Power, Technique Reversal, Blue, Technique Reversal, Red, Hollow Technique, Purple, Unavailable, Martial Arts Mastery, Advanced. Points: 3623. The accumulated points must be used. Although they are not enough to exchange for the Reverse Curse Technique or to level up, increasing spiritual power can also enhance various attributes. This is a matter of life and death. There's no time to hesitate. Surviving the immediate crisis comes first, and only then can the future be considered. System: allocate points for me. Spend 3,000 points to increase spiritual power. As the words fell, an indescribable force erupted within, and spiritual power surged wildly. Spiritual power: 550150. The exchange ratio between points and spiritual power is 5 to 1. Spending 3,000 points causes a surge of 600 in spiritual power, more than doubling it. Spiritual power skyrocketed from 550 to 1150, with an obvious improvement in all attributes. Gu Fan's current aura is now comparable to that of a mid-level second-tier ability user, a boost almost equivalent to a direct level up. The partial awakening of the 6 eyes has made my Limitless technique more stable, and the surge in spiritual power is the same. Although currently just a second-tier lower-level ability user, it's more than enough to block the attacks of a third-tier upper-level ability user. Setting aside skill-based attacks, at least ordinary attacks can be defended against. That electrified thunder blade from earlier, I should now be able to take it without injury, with a significantly higher margin for error. Once his spiritual power increased, Gu Fan's confidence grew as well. He silently analyzed the situation in his heart. It was dusk at this moment, yet the sky was unusually abnormal. Even though nightfall was approaching, the sky grew increasingly bright instead, with golden rays piercing through the clouds and spilling onto the land of the wilderness area. At this moment, members of the Gentle Breeze group came walking from afar and happened to pass by this place. Since Wang Lade was carrying the group leader, Luo Ao on his back, and another male member had an injured shoulder, the only ones truly capable of fighting were the two girls, Son Yaqian and Xu Meng. As a result, the Gentle Breeze group's return journey was extremely slow, even slower than Gu Fan, who had spent a long time hunting fierce beasts in the giant wood forest. Be careful, something's happening up ahead. Son Yaqian stood at the front of the team and was the first to notice the anomaly ahead. Although this was a barren wilderness with sparse vegetation, the rising dust in the distance was clearly unusual. She immediately signaled everyone to stop. Given that the Breeze squad now had one dead and one injured, they had to be extra cautious. The dust gradually dispersed, and two figures came into Son Yaqian's view. That person, it's Gu Fan. Son Yaqian took a closer look and saw that one of the two people before her was their savior, Gu Fan, and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What? It's really Gu Fan. Wang Lade was equally shocked. He never expected to encounter Gu Fan again at this time and place. Who's the other person? Do you know him? Son Yaqian turned to the members of the Breeze group to ask. I've seen this person once. He seems to be Qiu Guangqin, an elite member of the Blood Wolf group, a third-tier advanced lightning ability user. The injured male member replied. Blood Wolf group? How could members of the Blood Wolf group appear here? Son Yaqian's expression changed drastically. The Blood Wolf group was renowned in Tianyang City, a mercenary squad. The leader was a fourth-tier ability user, and all members were above the third tier, far surpassing the strength of the Breeze group. Qiu Guangqin, a third-tier advanced ability user? Such a powerful figure actually appeared here? Wang Lade was also quite surprised. This low-tier wilderness area is mainly inhabited by first-tier and second-tier beasts, with third-tier beasts being rare, and third-tier advanced beasts even rarer. As a third-tier advanced ability user, Qiu Guangqin logically shouldn't appear in this low-tier wilderness area. The smoke gradually dispersed, and the figures of Gu Fan and Qiu Guangqin reappeared. The two stood several meters apart, with golden light shining on them, making the atmosphere at the scene even more subtle. Your speed is impressive, able to dodge my attack, but so what? Qiu Guangqin suddenly erupted, lightning coursing along his arm as he swung his blade downward in one fluid motion. This strike was a sweeping attack, and if it hit, Qiu Guangqin was confident he could cleave Gu Fan into two. Seeing this, Gu Fan clenched his right fist tightly, his body slightly bent, his entire body burning with spell power. His iron fist was ready to strike, prepared for a head-on clash with Qiu Guangqin. A few minutes ago, Gu Fan would never have acted so recklessly, but with his spiritual power surging, he now had had the confidence to face Chiu Guangqin head-on. In an instant, Gu Fan shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, his fist colliding directly with Chiu Guangqin's thunder blade. Something's not right. Gu Fan, he's actually fighting Chiu Guangqin. Xu Meng's expression turned complicated, her tone full of uncertainty. What did you say? Gu Fan is actually going up against a third-tier advanced ability user? Song Yekian immediately grew anxious and quickly looked into the distance, just in time to witness the moment Gu Fan's fist collided with Chiu Guangqin's thunder blade. This idiot. Song Yekian stomped her foot anxiously. She never expected that Gu Fan would choose to confront the third-tier ability user Chiu Guangqin head-on. She had witnessed Gu Fan's strength as he had instantly killed a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, the monster Handflower, with a single punch. However, the gap between third-tier lower-level and third-tier upper-level was like heaven and earth. Although both belong to the third tier, the disparity in strength is enormous. Even if Gu Fan could easily defeat a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, Song Yekian still didn't believe he could overcome the third-tier upper-level Chiu Guangqin. This is the end. Wang Late smiled bitterly, feeling that Gu Fan chose to fight head-on purely out of desperation. Chiu Guangqin's thunder blade was incredibly fast, so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Gu Fan's fist. Gu Fan was clearly unable to dodge in time and had no choice but to withstand it with his fist. There is no doubt that Gu Fan is very likely to be defeated. Seeing Gu Fan swing his fist to collide with his thunder blade, Chiu Guangqin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Chiu Guangqin secretly became vigilant. Just now, when Gu Fan faced his thunder blade, he was still frantically dodging, but in less than a minute, Gu Fan unexpectedly gave up evasion and chose to swing his fist to meet the thunder blade head-on. Chiu Guangqin knew that this kid Gu Fan was definitely not a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart and would never do something he wasn't confident about. In other words, does Gu Fan have the confidence to take this strike? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chiu Guangqin came to this conclusion. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, and his blade-wielding speed increased by a few notches, eager to see how Gu Fan would respond. Boom, boom, boom. The blade and fist collided fiercely, erupting with three thunderous roars. A powerful shockwave spread outward from the point of impact like a tsunami. Aren't you tired of biting all the time? After the brief clash, the two figures involuntarily retreated. Gu Fan stepped back 3 paces, while Chiu Guangqin retreated 5. Technique formula forward rotation, Azure. Obviously, Gu Fan had the upper hand in this contest. Staring at the astonishing scene before them, the members of the Breeze group instantly fell into silence. Moments later, pairs of eyes, as if looking at a monster, all turned toward Gu Fan in the distance. Am I seeing things? Gu Fan actually has the upper hand. Song Yekian's eyes narrowed, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. The sense of mystery surrounding Gu Fan in her heart instantly grew even stronger. What? Gu Fan has the upper hand? That's impossible. Chiu Guangqin is a third-tier advanced ability user. Wang Lade roared in astonishment. To be honest, he hadn't seen the battle clearly just now. With his current strength, it was difficult to discern. Although he wasn't sure what exactly had happened, he did see with his own eyes that Chiu Guangqin had taken more steps back than Gu Fan. It must be noted that Chiu Guangqin was not only a third-tier advanced ability user but also a lightning-type expert renowned for his violent attacks. To force him to retreat in a head-on confrontation, just how terrifying was Gu Fan's strength? Boom! After steadying himself, Chiu Guangqin asked with a smile, "Kid, what exactly did you do?" This encounter made him clearly feel the change in Gu Fan's aura, completely different from before. The power of that punch was equally astonishing, even faintly surpassing him, a third-tier advanced ability user. And all these changes happened in less than a minute. I told you, you wouldn't understand. Ha! Gu Fan replied indifferently. Despite saying so, he had no way to explain. It wasn't like he could say he had a system that could directly modify data, right? Chiu Guangqin sneered, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his figure pouncing like a fierce beast as he swung his blade down once more. Thunderstorm blade. This time, he showed no mercy. Lightning surged wildly around the broadsword, sparks danced across the ground, leaving it scorched and blackened. How about this strike? Chiu Guangqin raised the thunderous broadsword high and slashed down at Gu Fan with overwhelming force. Terrifying. Gu Fan murmured softly. After all, skills are different from ordinary ability releases. The power of this move far exceeded the previous attack. If struck directly by the thunder blade, even with his current surge in spiritual energy, his limitless technique would be instantly interrupted. However, this is not unsolvable. He not only possesses the limitless technique but also the cursed technique reversal, Azure. With the powerful pull of the cursed technique reversal, Azure, Chiu Guangqin is completely unable to approach him. Gu Fan raised his hand, and a blue sphere suddenly appeared behind Chiu Guangqin. Under Chiu Guangqin's shocked gaze, the pull of Azure erupted violently, forcibly dragging Chiu Guangqin away and carving a 30-meter-long deep groove into the ground. Your attack is strong, but if it can't hit me, no matter how strong it is, it's meaningless. Gu Fan walked closer at a steady pace, looking firmly at Chiu Guangqin, whose face was full of shock. The system notification sound rang out. Interesting, Truly interesting. Kid, you've really got some skills. Xiao Guangqin steadied himself and burst into hearty laughter. To be honest, Gu Fan's performance far exceeded his expectations. Gu Fan was merely a second-tier lower-level ability user, yet he could fight evenly with him, a third-tier upper-level ability user. It was simply unbelievable. Kid, you said I can't touch you? Are you being overconfident? Can you still see clearly when I go all out? 3000 thunder movement. Electric currents frantically leaped across Xiao Guangqin's body. As his foot landed, the ground exploded with a deafening roar. Xiao Guangqin moved, his speed astonishingly fast, leaving behind only afterimages. Too fast. Even with 6 eyes, I can barely make out what kind of movement technique this is. Gu Fan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He watched as Xiao Guangqin's figure repeatedly flashed around him, sometimes leaping beside the bushes, sometimes jumping onto the treetops, and other times sprinting across the wilderness. With his speed gradually reaching its limit, Xiao Guangqin shot out of the bushes like a cannonball, racing along the ground at high velocity. Go to hell, Gu Fan! Thunder light stab. While charging forward, Xiao Guangqin swiftly put away the thunder blade and switched to a dagger. Holding the dagger in a reverse grip, he stabbed toward Gu Fan's neck with unparalleled speed. That's right, Xiao Guangqin was not only skilled in blade techniques but also proficient with various weapons. Naturally, daggers were no exception. As for why he switched to a dagger, it was because daggers are more suitable for assassination. This particular dagger was also no ordinary weapon, it was a third-tier spiritual weapon. Gu Fan lowered his head and turned sideways, extending one hand forward. Boom! A torrent-like pulling force erupted. The ground in front of Gu Fan was ruthlessly torn apart, dirt flew into the air, and sparse shrubs were uprooted. Xiao Guangqin, who was originally about to strike Gu Fan, was instantly pulled by this force, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Do you really think I can't see you? What is going on? Gu Fan's heart tightened. Gu Fan suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze directly meeting Xiao Guangqin's. At the moment when Xiao Guangqin was moving at high speed, Gu Fan had actually been gathering power all along. Instant casting and power accumulation are entirely different levels. The technique he unleashed at this moment, Shanzhuan Song, was almost at maximum power, far surpassing the might of the instant cast technique from earlier. Even though Xiao Guangqin was a third-tier advanced ability user, it was impossible for him to withstand it. Not only would his attack be forcibly interrupted, but his body would also suffer severe damage from this terrifying pulling force. How is this possible? My 3000 thunder movement is an S-level movement skill. How did this kid even see it? Xiao Guangqin was utterly shocked. With the enhancement of 3000 thunder movement, his speed was almost comparable to that of a 4th-tier ability user. Gu Fan was merely a 2nd-tier lower-level ability user. How on earth did he manage to see through it? But where does this strange force pulling me away come from? Stronger than before, completely irresistible, helplessly flailing in the air, unable to stop at all. My god, what on earth is happening? Xu Meng widened her eyes, desperately trying to see the battle ahead, but couldn't make out anything. Even with all their might, they could only vaguely see Gu Fan standing motionless in place, surrounded by flickering afterimages. Stop looking, you can't see clearly. Battles of this level are completely beyond us rookies. Wang Lade sighed as he spoke. Sigh, Gu Fan is in danger again. Song Yaqian also sighed helplessly. No way, Xiao Guangqin is, after all, a third-tier senior ability user. If he goes all out, how could Gu Fan have any chance of winning? Wang Lade kept shaking his head. No, wait, someone was thrown out. At the scene, there were only Gu Fan and Xiao Guangqin. Gu Fan was still standing in place, so the one who was thrown out could only be. It's Xiao Guangqin. Xu Meng roared in disbelief. What? Gu Fan won again? Upon hearing Xu Meng's words, Song Yaqian was shocked and immediately focused her attention forward, just in time to witness Xiao Guangqin's figure flying through the air. Gu Fan, I knew you could do it. Song Yaqian was overjoyed, so excited that she almost jumped up. This slap in the face came way too fast. I just said Gu Fan wasn't capable, and the next second he proved me wrong with his actions, slapping me hard in the face. Wang Lade was filled with emotion. It seems Gu Fan is far beyond what ordinary people like them can easily judge. Better to sit back and watch the show without jumping to conclusions. Boom, 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 boom. Due to the nearly full-powered technique of reverse rotation, Azure, Xiao Guangqin was flung far away, tumbling all the way, destroying countless rocks, shrubs, and trees. He fell face-first into the dirt, his face pressed against the barren soil, his entire body feeling as if it had fallen apart, unable to move for the moment. What a monster! Xiao Guangqin struggled to stand up, supporting his trembling body, spitting out blood-stained dirt from his mouth. Gu Fan's strength once again exceeded his expectations. This level of attack already possessed the power of a third-tier advanced level. If not for wearing third-tier spiritual power armor, taking this blow might have left him unable to get up. Fortunately, no bones are broken. Xiao Guangqin put away the dagger, clasped his hands behind his back, and began doing warm-up exercises like an athlete, hoping to quickly restore his body to a normal state. As expected, this move still can't deal with you. A third-tier advanced ability user really is is different. At this moment, Gu Fan lowered his head, hands in his pockets, and slowly walked over. Clap 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 clap. Xiao Guangqin burst into applause. Kid, well done. If it were an ordinary level 3 advanced ability user, they would have been defeated long ago. Unfortunately, you ran into me. 3000 thunder movement. Xiao Guangqin's figure disappeared once again, leaving only his voice echoing in the wilderness. Didn't I already say? I can see you. This kind of speed-based tactic is useless against me. Gu Fan reminded. Not necessarily. Xiao Guangqin's voice came through again. His speed was astonishing, with the surrounding rocks, trees, and shrubs becoming his springboards. He kept flashing, moving faster and faster, to the point where even afterimages were no longer visible. Do you think you can avoid my attacks just by jumping back and forth? Technique reversal, maximum output, Azure. Gu Fan moved, lowering his head and circling his body, his hands slowly dancing as if performing Tai Chi. A pale blue sphere gradually coalesced into shape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A surging gravitational force suddenly erupted, forming a violent hurricane that, centered on Gu Fan, pulled all targets within a 50-meter radius into it. Gu Fan raised his hand and gently clenched it. Boom. Host, Gu Fan. Level, Tier 2 lower. Ability, 6 eyes, partially awakened. Spiritual power, 550. The surging airwaves dissipated, and the dust stirred up by the hurricane was blown away. When the dust settled, the soil, rocks, shrubs, and trees were all completely destroyed. Under Gu Fan's feet, a massive crater spanning 50 meters in diameter had formed. Where is he? Did I miss? Gu Fan said in surprise. At that moment, countless small birds formed from lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, numbering over 1,000. They swooped toward Gu Fan from all directions. Not good. There are too many lightning birds. My current limitless technique can't withstand it. Gu Fan secretly lamented. These lightning birds were not ordinary birds. Each one possessed the destructive power of a third-tier advanced level. Dozens, hundreds might still be manageable, but if 1,000 of them collided all at once, Gu Fan would undoubtedly perish. Technique reversal, Azure. Gu Fan activated the limitless technique while using the acceleration brought by technique reversal, Azure, to evade the attacks. Gradually, all 1,000 of the small lightning birds were silently neutralized by Gu Fan. The last one. After fending off the last lightning bird, Gu Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not good. Suddenly, Gu Fan realized something was wrong. Since earlier, Xiao Guangqin had not shown up. At that moment, a sudden surge of information was captured by Gu Fan's 6 eyes. He instinctively turned his head, cold sweat dripping down his cheek. He saw Xiao Guangqin silently and stealthily appear behind him, the dagger in his hand gleaming with lightning as it stabbed toward Gu Fan at an incredible speed. Gu Fan, you're quite perceptive to be able to see through the speed of my 3,000 thunder movement. Xiao Guangqin sneered coldly. But you overlooked it, focusing on resolving the immediate crisis while ignoring the real danger. Ting ting. Gu Fan's bottomless spell was mercilessly shattered by Xiao Guangqin's dagger. Amid Gu Fan's astonished gaze, Xiao Guangqin ruthlessly plunged the dagger deep into his neck. Ka, pa, blood splattered, and Gu Fan's lips also oozed blood. Cough, cough. Gu Fan endured the intense pain, trying to grasp the dagger with his hand to stop it from going deeper. Xiao Guangqin didn't give him a chance at all, revealing a set of white teeth as he slid the dagger down Gu Fan's neck, directly slicing open his abdomen. Ka, put. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Gu Fan's ribs and internal organs were clearly visible through the wound. Ka, 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 ka. Xiao Guangqin moved fluidly, simultaneously drawing his dagger and slashing Gu Fan's thigh 4 times. Gu Fan, whose thigh was injured, struggled to stand and suddenly fell backward. As he fell to the ground, he raised his hand and unleashed the Tsong attack on Xiao Guangqin. However, Xiao Guangqin swiftly sidestepped to evade, his body spinning like a top, and tripped Gu Fan with a kick. At the moment Gu Fan fell to the ground, Xiao Guangqin suddenly pounced, raising the dagger and stabbing it fiercely into Gu Fan's neck, pinning him to the ground. Boom! The earth cracked open, and Gu Fan lay motionless on the ground, his entire body soaked in blood, pupils dilated, as if showing no signs of life. At last, regain some form, I guess. Xiao Guangqin casually flicked off the blood on the dagger and once again revealed his sharp white teeth. On the other side of the wilderness, the members of the Breeze Squad were staring intently at the ever-changing situation on the battlefield ahead. To be honest, Song Yaqian hadn't really seen the details of the fight just now. She only knew that Xiao Guang was darting through the wilderness as swiftly as lightning, while Gu Fan, in order to force Xiao Guang, who was fleeing in all directions, to retreat, unleashed a terrifying hurricane that destroyed everything around them. But before Song Yaqian could cheer for Gu Fan's immense power, Xiao Guang's terrifying lightning-based technique immediately extinguished her enthusiasm. She happened to have heard of this lightning-based skill. Extreme Lightning 1000 Birds, an S-level skill, can summon 1,000 small lightning birds simultaneously to attack the enemy from all directions without any blind spots. It is an extremely terrifying lightning-based ultimate technique. Just as Song Yaqian was once again worried about Gu Fan's safety, Gu Fan once again exceeded her expectations and successfully resolved the crisis. Seeing this scene, Song Yaqian's heart reignited with hope, secretly thinking thinking, if it's Gu Fan, maybe he really can defeat Shou Guangqin, after all. Gu Fan is dead? Just as Song Yeqian was pondering this, Wang Laid's exclamation rang out like a bolt from the blue, making her almost unable to believe her ears. Song Yeqian hurriedly pulled her thoughts back, her gaze returning to the battlefield. Gu Fan. Looking at Gu Fan lying in a pool of blood, Song Yeqian appeared bewildered and helpless, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Wang Laid beside her was no better, his vacant eyes revealing disbelief. It all happened so fast that Wang Laid had no time to react. He never expected that Gu Fan, who had just held the upper hand, would be killed by Shou Guangqin like this. Not good. Shou Guangqin is coming over, and he's heading in our direction. His target is us. Suddenly, Zhu Meng shouted urgently. Gu Fan continued to ask, what, Shou Guangqin is coming over? Why? We don't have any grudge against him, do we? Hearing Zhu Meng's anxious voice, Wang Laid and another male member with a shoulder injury snapped back to their senses, speaking in shock and doubt. How would I know? Anyway, he's already coming. At his speed, we can't possibly escape. Zhu Meng's pupils trembled violently. In her line of sight, Shou Guangqin's figure abruptly took a large step forward every second. At this speed, Shou Guangqin would appear before them within 5 seconds. Little bugs, watching the show here all this time, did you really think I wouldn't notice you? At that moment, a dark shadow flashed, and Shou Guangqin suddenly appeared in front of the members of the Breeze Squad. It is worth mentioning that Shou Guangqin had already put away the dagger and replaced it with the large blade he once used, resting it on his shoulder. Shou Guangqin came here specifically to silence them. Letting these little bugs go back might cause trouble, so killing them would be more reassuring. Of course, there was another reason that couldn't be ignored. Gu Fan was too lonely by himself and needed some company. These people seemed to know Gu Fan, so wouldn't it be nice to let them keep him company? Seeing Shou Guangqin approaching, the members of the Gentle Breeze group were as if facing a great enemy, sweating profusely, their weapons trembling uncontrollably in their hands. Hey, what's with that reaction? Are you planning to fight me? You all saw it just now, right? Even Gu Fan died at my hands. I advise you little bugs to save your strength and wait for death obediently. Shou Guangqin sneered mockingly. Hey, I'm not dead yet. At this moment, a voice that shouldn't have appeared reached Shou Guangqin's ears. He turned pale with shock, completely ignoring the group of Qingfeng members in front of him, and hurriedly turned around to look behind him. The sky gradually brightened, sunlight pierced through the clouds, not only dazzling but also making his vision blurry. Gu Fan asked. Shou Guangqin frowned and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight. In that blurred vision, a figure that should not have been able to stand appeared. It was Gu Fan. Gu Fan actually stood up again. So it turns out I didn't hear wrong just now. That voice was indeed from Gu Fan, who was supposed to be dead. Not only did he stand up, but he also walked toward them step by step. Is this for real? Shou Guangqin was momentarily dazed, his tone full of uncertainty. But it was so real, lively, and jumping around. The current Gu Fan had a hint of madness, shouting excitedly. Shou Guangqin was first startled, then almost roared. I've been a mercenary for over 20 years, seen countless dead bodies, and killed quite a few myself. I know exactly what a dead person looks like. Just now, you were undoubtedly dead. As a mercenary with over 20 years of combat experience, Shou Guangqin would never make such a rookie mistake. He only refrained from delivering the final blow after confirming that Gu Fan was completely dead. No breathing, no heartbeat, a stiff facial expression, dilated pupils, all the characteristics of a deceased person were present in Gu Fan. This was absolutely not something that could be faked. No. Although you've been a mercenary for over 20 years, your common sense is still somewhat lacking, less than that of some clever elementary school students. Do you know the concept of brain death? Just now, although my breathing stopped, my heart ceased beating, and my pupils dilated, my brain did not die. In other words, I wasn't actually dead, just in a near-death state. Surely you can understand that, right? Gu Fan explained considerately. At the moment Shou Guangqin's dagger pierced his neck, he had already given up everything and devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the reverse technique. The system had once said that there were two ways to acquire the reverse technique. One was through personal comprehension, and the other was by spending 5,000 points to forcibly unlock it. But at this moment, he lacked sufficient points and could only rely on his own understanding. Cursed energy is negative energy. Even though it can strengthen the body, it cannot promote physical regeneration. Therefore, by multiplying negative energy, negative times negative equals positive, positive energy is generated, which is the reverse curse technique. It sounds simple, but in reality, it is extremely difficult to master. However, he succeeded. At the brink of death, he grasped the core of cursed energy. Under the effect of the reverse technique, the wounds on his body healed rapidly, and he quickly recovered from a near-death state. Although his clothes were now tattered and he was covered in blood, his wounds had completely healed, and he was brimming with vitality. Technique formula forward rotation, Azure. Even if what you said is true, and your brain didn't die immediately, once your body functions fail, your brain won't survive for long either. Shou Guangqin roared. That's true, but I'm different from ordinary people. I have the ability to repair my body. The reason you failed is that you didn't chop off my head or pierce my skull with a dagger," Gu Fan said with a somewhat fanatical expression. "The reason for failure? The battle has just begun, hasn't it?" Xiao Guanqin took the blade off his shoulder, assumed a combat stance, and said confidently. Through this conversation, Xiao Guanqin roughly understood the situation. Gu Fan, that kid, possesses an extremely strong physical recovery ability. As long as he isn't completely killed, he can fully recover after a period of time. But this is no big deal. Since Gu Fan has been resurrected, just kill him again, right? This time, he will never give Gu Fan any chance. Gu Fan has been resurrected? Song Yeqian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had just seen Gu Fan fall with her own eyes. His injuries were severe, and the amount of blood loss was astonishing. For an ordinary person, they would have already stopped breathing. Host, Gu Fan. Level, Tier 2 lower. Ability, 6 eyes, partially awakened. Spiritual power, 550. But now Gu Fan not only stood up, but the wounds on his body had also healed. It was completely unimaginable that such a lively and vigorous Gu Fan had his pupils dilated and was lying in a pool of blood just a minute ago. Is this even possible? Wang Lade was so shocked that he could barely speak. The act of coming back to life is something that even a 9th tier healing ability user cannot achieve. Only the legendary gods possess such power. Wang Lade was utterly baffled as to how Gu Fan managed to stand up, and even more so that his wounds had healed. Could this be a blessing from the gods? He simply couldn't figure it out. So what if Gu Fan is resurrected? He will still be killed by Qiu Guangqin. After Qiu Guangqin kills Gu Fan, his next target will be us, and we will all die. Xu Meng said pessimistically. That's true. Hearing Xu Meng's words, Wang Lade sighed helplessly. Since Qiu Guangqin could kill Gu Fan once, he could naturally kill him a second time. In the face of such a disparity in strength, no matter how many times Gu Fan is resurrected, his fate is still to be slaughtered. I believe in Gu Fan, Song Yeqian said firmly. If Gu Fan is killed by Qiu Guangqin again after his resurrection, wouldn't his revival be utterly meaningless? Song Yeqian firmly believed that Gu Fan's resurrection must have its significance. If he had no chance of winning, he would never stand up again. Above the wilderness, Gu Fan and Qiu Guangqin stood facing each other. The reason for failure? Hasn't the battle just begun? Qiu Guangqin took the blade off his shoulder, assumed a combat stance, and said confidently, "Really? Yeah, maybe." Gu Fan looked up at the sky, raised his hands, spread his arms, and laughed wildly. Extreme Lightning Chidori. Qiu Guangqin used his old move, once again unleashing the S-rank skill, Extreme Lightning Chidori. He was well aware that Gu Fan's eyes were extremely sharp, capable of easily catching sight of him when he activated the 3000 Thunder movement. Without interference, he wouldn't be able to get close to Gu Fan at all. The Extreme Lightning 1000 Bird skill consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy, and even though Qiu Guangqin was a 3rd tier advanced ability user, he could only use it twice a day at most. After using it this time, he wouldn't be able to perform it again today and would have to wait until tomorrow. However, this wasn't a problem. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. This time, he planned to completely eliminate Gu Fan under the cover of 1000 lightning birds. You really think the same trick will work on me a second time? Technique sequence reversal, maximum power, Azure. Gu Fan gently raised his hand, and a pale blue sphere named Song appeared more than 10 meters above his head. His conversation with Qiu Guangqin was far from simple words. He was silently chanting in his heart, and now was the perfect moment to release it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A surging gravitational force erupted, beginning to pull in all surrounding targets, and the lightning birds were naturally unable to escape its influence. One by one, the lightning birds were captured by the gravitational pull, veering off their original paths and flying toward the Tsung above Gu Fan's head. In just a moment, a total of 1000 lightning birds were completely devoured by Tsung, transforming it into a massive lightning sphere densely packed with thunderbolts. Go, Song. Gu Fan let go and hurled the thunder-charged Song fiercely at Qiu Guangqin. At this moment, Song was at maximum power, combined with the enhancement of Extreme Electric Chidori. Even as a 3rd tier advanced lightning ability user, Qiu Guangqin would find it hard to escape unscathed from this strike. What? There's such a way to use it? Qiu Guangqin was utterly shocked. His S-rank skill, Extreme Electric Chidori, had been effortlessly neutralized by Gu Fan. Not only that, but Gu Fan had also reversed the Extreme Electric Chidori to his advantage, turning it back to attack him. 3000 Thunder movement. Qiu Guangqin dared not be careless and immediately executed the 3000 Thunder movement, speeding swiftly across the wilderness in an attempt to evade Gu Fan's thunder-laden song. The power of Tsang scattered, with the force of thunder erupting in a deafening explosion, blasting a sizable crater in the wilderness and raising a massive mushroom cloud. Unfortunately, with the aid of the 3000 Thunder movement, Qiu Guangqin's speed was incredibly fast, avoiding a direct hit from the thunder. However, he was still struck by the ensuing wind pressure. But as a 3rd tier advanced ability user equipped with 3rd tier spiritual power armor, this wind pressure was completely harmless to him. He merely swayed slightly and did not even fall to the ground. Qiu Guangqin forcibly steadied himself, his gaze warily fixed ahead, while exhaling a deep breath. Whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind Guanqin dispersed the dust. How is it? Sweating profusely, aren't you? At this moment, Gu Fan walked over leisurely. Gu Fan, don't get cocky. Even without the extreme electric 1,000 birds, killing you is still a piece of cake. 3,000 thunder movement. Xiao Guanqin stomped the ground fiercely, his figure shooting forward like a speeding train, closing in on Gu Fan in an instant. Thunderstorm blade. Rampaging lightning danced wildly on the broadsword. With one slash, it cut through like a hot knife through butter, aiming straight for Gu Fan's face. Jingting fist. Gu Fan sidestepped nimbly, effortlessly evading the attack. Not done yet. Xiao Guanqin refused to give up, spinning his body and swinging his blade again in an attempt to cut Gu Fan in half. Whoosh whoosh. Xiao Guanqin's blade sliced through empty air. Gu Fan's figure had already vanished without a trace. Do you know? Infinity is everywhere, and my technique can bring it into reality. Convergence. Divergence. Guess what will happen after you touch this void? Gu Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing the voice, Xiao Guanqin turned around abruptly, drenched in cold sweat, and was shocked to see Gu Fan had appeared behind him without a sound, eerily hanging upside down in midair. All of this was not the main point. The key was the small red orb at Gu Fan's fingertips, spinning continuously. The power emanating from it was so immense that even Xiao Guanqin, a third-tier advanced lightning ability user, was astonished. What on earth is this thing? Xiao Guanqin's heart surged with shock and fear, fully aware that if struck by this skill, even with the protection of third-tier spiritual armor, death would be inevitable, leaving no remains. Technique reversal. Gu Fan's lips curved slightly, and dazzling red light erupted from his fingertips, rapidly spreading forward and instantly engulfing Xiao Guanqin. Something's wrong. Ting boom. An unstoppable force erupted from Gu Fan's fingertips, blasting Xiao Guanqin away on the spot and destroying everything in front of him with overwhelming power. Xiao Guanqin was flung at least 500 meters, the wilderness torn apart, raising clouds of dust into the sky. When the dust settled, Xiao Guanqin lay motionless, sprawled on the ground. His body was mercilessly shattered by the shockwave of he, just as he had anticipated, dying in pieces with no chance of survival. The deafening roar gradually faded, and the entire wilderness instantly plunged into a deathly silence. One by one, shocked gazes turned forward. The members of the Breeze Squad were horrified to discover that the once rocky and shrub-filled wilderness now bore a slender scar stretching 500 meters. At the end of the scar lay a mutilated corpse. It was none other than Xiao Guanqin, a third-tier advanced lightning ability user. Gu Fan actually won, just like that? Song Yaqian slightly opened her mouth, staring in disbelief at Xiao Guanqin, who lay motionless on the ground. She had expected Gu Fan to win, but she hadn't anticipated him winning so effortlessly, with a merciless and crushing blow. In such a short time, Gu Fan's strength had skyrocketed, and that blinding red light was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. It seems so. Half of Xiao Guanqin's body is gone. There's no doubt he's already dead. Wang Lade looked at Xiao Guanqin's tragic corpse and couldn't help but swallow hard. Gu Fan's attack just now was truly terrifying. Such destructive power was likely the limit of a third-tier ability user. No wonder Xiao Guanqin had died so miserably. Is this the power of technique reversal? Gu Fan gazed at the torn earth ahead, then looked at the mutilated body of Xiao Guanqin lying on the ground, feeling a surge of emotion. The reverse technique was indeed extraordinary. Its output power far surpassed the forward technique, killing Xiao Guanqin, a level 3 advanced ability user, in just one strike. He walked over to Xiao Guanqin's corpse and saw a dagger tightly gripped in Xiao Guanqin's hand. He secretly felt relieved. Luckily, he didn't have time to use this dagger to block, otherwise this tier 3 spiritual weapon would have been damaged by me. Tier 3 spiritual weapons were quite valuable, with a market price of about 250 spirit stones. If he had accidentally damaged it, it would have been a huge loss. Gu Fan crouched down gently, moved Xiao Guanqin's right hand aside, and carefully took the dagger. I remembered Xiao Guanqin switched weapons, which means he also has a spatial ring. Speaking, Gu Fan's gaze shifted and he noticed a silver ring on Xiao Guanqin's left finger, which was undoubtedly a spatial ring. He opened the spatial ring, and the space inside was larger than his own, a full 5 cubic meters. There weren't many items inside, just a large knife, a long sword, and an axe, with nothing else. Adding the dagger in my hand, there are a total of 4 weapons. All of these are third-tier spiritual weapons, each worth 250 spirit stones. 4 of them make 1,000 spirit stones, which is quite a lot. Gu Fan felt a slight joy in his heart. Unlike the penniless Su Chang from last time, Xiao Guanqin was clearly much wealthier. For spiritual weapons are worth 1,000 spirit stones, plus this 5 cubic meter spatial ring, making this harvest quite substantial. Is that so? A 3 cubic meter spatial ring costs 1,000 spirit stones, so the price of a 5 cubic meter one certainly won't be less than 2,000 spirit stones. Moreover, these are just the visible gains. His greatest gain is actually the reversal technique. This item is valued at 5,000 points, which converts to 10,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 1 billion Great Xia currency. This figure is truly astonishing. The 5 cubic meter spatial ring is better than my original 3 cubic meter one. I'll switch to it and recycle the old spatial ring through the system system to exchange it for points. Well, I'll recycle these third-tier spiritual power weapons as well. I either use my fists or techniques, so I really have no use for these weapons. After saying this, Gu Fan removed his original 3 cubic meter spatial ring and transferred its contents into the 5 cubic meter spatial ring. After completing these tasks, he opened the system panel. Spiritual power, 1150. Skills, Cursed Energy Conversion, 10 strokes Curse Technique, Divergent Fist, Black Flash, Reverse Curse Technique, Power of Stopping, Technique Forward Rotation Blue, Technique Reverse Rotation Red, Hollow Technique Purple, Unavailable, Martial Arts Mastery, Advanced. Points, 623. He quickly scrolled to the bottom, clicked on the details next to the points, and with a ding, the item recycling window popped up. Gu Fan didn't hesitate and directly threw the 3 cubic meter space ring into the system recycling window. Technique Formula Forward Rotation, Azure, 3M3 Space Ring, 500 points. A new confirmation window popped up, but Gu Fan ignored it and continued to throw the 4 third-tier spiritual power weapons in one by one. Third-tier spiritual power weapon, 125 points. For such windows popped up. Gu Fan clicked agree 5 times in a row, and soon, 1,000 points were credited. Points, 6231,623. Returning to reality, Gu Fan carefully examined Shou Guangqin's corpse again. After confirming there was nothing left to loot, he shifted his gaze. At this moment, the members of the Breeze group walked over. Seeing Shou Guangqin's corpse on the ground, everyone showed expressions of regret. None of you are hurt, right? Seeing the group approaching, Gu Fan asked with a smile. Yes, we're all fine. Song Yekian nodded gently in response. It's good that everything's fine. The sky will darken soon, and this place isn't suitable for staying long. Let's leave quickly. Song Yekian nodded again in agreement. After a simple response, Song Yekian suddenly became emotional. Gu Fan, we agreed before that if we met you, we would definitely repay you. I never expected that when we met again, you would save us once more. This time, we truly have no way to repay you. Actually, it doesn't really count as saving you. Shou Guangqin was originally coming for me. You were just caught up in it. There's no need to thank me specifically. That's not true. You really saved us. If you hadn't stood up just now, we would have already been killed by Shou Guangqin. Song Yekian shook her head. Gu Fan didn't argue further, silently accepting her words. Since she insisted on thanking him, he could only quietly accept it. Just like that, Gu Fan and his group left the wilderness area and returned to the low-level ability users town. The low-level ability users town was exceptionally lively at night, with all kinds of shops brightly lit. Technique Formula Forward Rotation, Azure. Under Song Yekian's recommendation, Gu Fan arrived at a high-end hotel. Now, with his tattered clothes and body covered in blood and dirt, he indeed needed a thorough cleaning. Swish swish swish. After a thorough rinse, Gu Fan walked out of the bathroom, clean and tidy, and after changing into new clothes, he looked completely refreshed. Lying on the bed, Gu Fan began to think about his next plans. Without a doubt, the news of Shou Guangqin's murder would spread throughout the low-level ability users town by tomorrow. The conversation with the members of the Light Breeze group on the way back gave Gu Fan a clearer understanding of the organization known as the Blood Wolf Group. The Blood Wolf Group is a renowned mercenary team in Tianyang City. The leader, Zhou Zhangming, is a mid-level 4th-tier ability user, and all members of the Blood Wolf Group are at least 3rd-tier ability users. It seems I can't stay here for too long. I'll head to the wilderness area tomorrow morning and take the train back to the Magic City Academy in the afternoon. I still need to be extra cautious. With Shou Guangqin, an elite member, dead, who knows if the Blood Wolf Gang will go crazy and come after me for revenge. If the Blood Wolf Gang really comes knocking, with my current strength, I might not be able to handle it. After all, Zhou Zhangming is a mid-level 4th-tier ability user, and I definitely can't beat him. Gu Fan lay on the bed, analyzing the situation in his mind. Time came to the second day. Ah, so comfortable. Gu Fan sat up from the bed and stretched lazily. It was now 7 in the morning. Having gone to bed early yesterday, he naturally woke up before the alarm went off. He had slept exceptionally well, completely shaking off the fatigue of the previous day, and felt full of energy. After washing up, Gu Fan put on the black battlesuit he had specially bought yesterday, aiming to make himself less conspicuous. He also swapped his shoes for a pair of black combat boots, replacing his previous sneakers. Both the battlesuit and combat boots were the cheapest first-tier spiritual power armor, costing Gu Fan 20 spirit stones. Moreover, all this equipment could be recycled through the system. As long as it wasn't seriously damaged, it could be exchanged for points at the original price, essentially making it free. At this time, there weren't many hunters heading to the wilderness area, so there was no need to queue. Gu Fan smoothly arrived at the wilderness area. This time, his target was still the giant wood forest. Since he was familiar with the route, it could save a lot of time, and the quality of the fierce beasts there was also decent. Let's lower today's target a bit, harvest 5,000 points and call it a day, and also gather all the task materials for the Magic City Academy while I'm at it. After setting his goal, Gu Fan suddenly dashed out. Soon, it was noon. In the morning, Shou Guangqin Guangqing's corpse had already been discovered, showing no changes from yesterday, not even its position had shifted. Because Qiu Guangqing was a third-tier advanced ability user, the spiritual energy within his body had not completely dissipated after his death. The aura of leaking spiritual energy made the first and second-tier ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the wilderness dare not approach at all. Before long, the news of Qiu Guangqing's death spread throughout the streets and alleys of the low-level ability users' town. Strangely, Gu Fan was identified as the murderer, and this news quickly circulated. Qiu Guangqing was killed by Gu Fan? Who is Gu Fan? Gu Fan is that young man from yesterday, the one wearing casual clothes and sneakers. You must remember him. Ha, he's Gu Fan? I think I even mocked him yesterday, saying he was a rookie. Sigh, our vision is too narrow, we simply can't comprehend the demeanor of the strong. Gu Fan doesn't wear battle armor or boots because he simply doesn't need them. For a time, the small town of low-level ability users was abuzz with heated discussions, and no one was left unshocked. Everyone was astonished to discover that the so-called clown they mocked yesterday was actually a master who single-handedly killed a third-tier advanced ability user. The clown in their eyes was not truly a clown, the real joke turned out to be themselves. In Tianyang City, within a luxurious mansion, this was the headquarters of the Blood Wolf Group. At this moment, the leader, Zhou Zhangming, was leisurely sipping tea while seated on a redwood chair. Suddenly, a member of the Blood Wolf Group rushed in, covered in dust, and said in a panic, "Brother Zhou, something's wrong, something big has happened. If there's something, just say it. Why are you so flustered? When has our Blood Wolf Group ever been afraid of trouble?" Having his peace disturbed, Zhou Zhangming's face showed a hint of displeasure. "Qiu Guangqing is dead," the member said anxiously. "What did you say? Qiu Guangqing is dead?" Zhou Zhangming suddenly stood up, the teacup in his hand falling to the ground, spilling tea everywhere. "That's impossible. Qiu Guangqing is a third-tier high-level ability user, one of the top existences in the low-tier ability users' town." His face was full of disbelief. "Brother Zhou, I can't believe it either, but it's true. It's crystal clear in the photo," the member said eagerly. "Photo? Let me see." Zhou Zhangming gave an order. A member handed over the phone. After Zhou Zhangming looked at it, his expression kept changing. Finally, he sighed and asked, "Who killed Qiu Guangqing?" "Apparently, it was Gu Fan," the member stammered. "What kind of joke is this? Gu Fan is just a second-tier lower-level ability user. How could he possibly kill Qiu Guangqing, a third-tier upper-level ability user?" Zhou Zhangming roared, and the pressure of a fourth-tier ability user instantly enveloped the entire room. This is indeed true. There were eyewitnesses at the scene, and this matter has already spread throughout the lower-tier ability user town, a member explained. Hearing this, Zhou Zhangming calmed down and remembered that Su Chaolong had once told him that Gu Fan was a very peculiar guy, with strength comparable to a mid-level third-tier ability user. Since he had already surpassed several levels, it seemed not entirely impossible for him to surpass one more level. "You can leave now." He sent the member out, sat back in his chair alone, and fell into deep thought. "Damn Su Chaolong, he's really screwed me over this time," he cursed. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but Su Chaolong came to him, asking him to teach Gu Fan a lesson. Yet now, not only had Gu Fan not been taught a lesson, but he had also killed his subordinate. What's worse, Qiu Guangqing was sent by him, which meant he had completely offended Gu Fan. This kid Gu Fan was terrifying. A second-tier lower rank could actually kill a third-tier upper rank like Qiu Guangqing. If he continued to grow in the future, it would be unimaginable. At the moment, there were only two paths to take. The first option is to strike first before Gu Fan truly grows, killing him to eliminate future troubles. But this path is completely unfeasible. Gu Fan is a student of the Modu Academy. How could he be easily targeted? Moreover, Gu Fan's current performance is astonishing. A second-tier lower-level ability user single-handedly defeating a third-tier upper-level opponent is an extraordinary talent, rarely seen in a century. If he were truly killed, not only would Modu Academy retaliate, but the entire Great Xia might be enraged, and the consequences would be unbearable. Thus, only the other path remains. He must personally go to Gu Fan to apologize. Even if he has to kneel, he must make Gu Fan forgive him. Tianyang City, a small town for low-level ability users. Low-level wilderness area, giant wood forest. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Alright, 5,000 points secured. All the mission materials have been collected. Heading back now, just in time to catch the evening train. Gu Fan withdrew his fist, his figure flickered, and he quickly left. At the same time, at the exit of the low-level wilderness area. Look quickly, it's the Blood Wolf Group, and there are quite a few of them, at least dozens. What are they here for? What else could it be? They're definitely here to take revenge on Gu Fan. Gu Fan killed their Blood Wolf Group's elite, so of course they won't let it go easily. That person is terrifying. His aura is so overwhelming it makes it hard to breathe. Who is he, and why is he here? You don't even know Brother Zhou? He's the leader of the Blood Wolf Group, a mid-level 4th-tier ability user. Gu Fan is done for this time. A mid-level 4th-tier ability user leading dozens of 3rd-tier ability users to block the door, there's no way he can escape. The already lively highly low-tier ability user town became even more bustling at this moment, as people eagerly found good spots to watch the drama about to unfold. Today's low-tier ability users town seemed particularly different. Crowds gathered around the exit of the low-tier wilderness area, but a sizable open space was left at the exit. At the exit of the low-tier wilderness area, more than 30 members of the Blood Wolf group stood in uniform battle attire, neatly arranged in 2 rows, split left and right, leaving a straight passage in the middle. At the end of the passage stood a moderately built middle-aged man, none other than Zhou Zhangming, the leader of the Blood Wolf group, whom everyone affectionately called Brother Zhou. At this moment, Gu Fan had just returned from the giant wood forest and was about to step out of the wilderness area when he was captivated by the stunning scene before him. What's going on? Why such a big scene? Gu Fan's heart tightened, and his steps involuntarily came to a halt. This is the Blood Wolf group. He took a closer look and saw that the combat uniforms of those ability users were all emblazoned with a wolf head logo, its eyes fierce and menacing, clearly marking them as members of the Blood Wolf group. Didn't expect the Blood Wolf group to act so quickly. Gu Fan felt troubled. These 30-plus ability users were all at the 3rd tier, and among them were even upper 3rd-tier ability users. But what concerned him more was the powerful aura emanating from the man at the end of the passage. If his guess was correct, that man was none other than Zhou Zhangming, the leader of the Blood Wolf group and a mid-4th-tier ability user. No choice, since they're here, I can only brace myself and face them. Gu Fan took a deep breath and stepped out. Seeing Gu Fan appear, Zhou Zhangming also took a deep breath and walked up to him. The two met in the middle of the corridor. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Brother Zhou, right? What brings you here today? Could it be that you're here to kill me too? Gu Fan was the first to speak. Not. Zhou Zhangming shook his head in panic. Brother Gu, don't scare me. I'm timid and can't handle being frightened. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to kill you, Zhou Zhangming said flatteringly. Seeing Zhou Zhangming's reaction, Gu Fan was somewhat surprised. It seemed that this Brother Zhou was not here to kill him but probably to seek reconciliation. Thinking of this, he revealed a slight smile and pretended to inquire, "You're not here to kill me, so what exactly are you here for?" Brother Gu, I'm here to apologize to you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have sent Xiao Guangqin to deal with you. Now that Xiao Guangqin is dead, please be merciful and spare me. Zhou Zhangming's attitude was sincere. Brother Zhou, isn't this request a bit unreasonable? You sent someone to kill me, and now you want me to forgive you? Gu Fan asked with a smile. Brother Gu, it's not like that. I told Xiao Guangqin to teach you a lesson, not to kill you. I even specifically told him to go easy. It was his own decision. It has nothing to do with me. Zhou Zhangming anxiously defended himself. Oh, really? Then tell me, how exactly did you instruct Xiao Guangqin? How did you tell him to teach me a lesson? Gu Fan asked with a grin. Zhou Zhangming was momentarily speechless. He couldn't possibly say that he had Xiao Guangqin break Gu Fan's leg and cripple his arm, could he? If he said that, how could Gu Fan ever forgive him? Are you planning to break one of my legs and cripple one of my arms? Gu Fan spoke. Brother Gu, you can't blame me for this. It was Su Chaolong who made me do it. Su Chaolong is the young master of the Su group, wealthy and powerful. As the small leader of the Blood Wolf gang, I can't afford to offend him. I had no choice but to do as he asked. Brother Gu, you're magnanimous. Please forgive me this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhangming suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud in front of Gu Fan. This sudden scene caused an uproar in the audience. Zhou, Brother Zhou? More than 30 members of the Blood Wolf group were all stunned. They knew Brother Zhou would apologize to Gu Fan, but they never expected him to apologize on his knees. Who is Brother Zhou? The leader of the Blood Wolf group, a mid-level 4th-tier ability user, and someone who walks with dominance in Tianyang City. But such a glorious Brother Zhou actually knelt before Gu Fan, a junior, today, leaving the 30-plus members of the Blood Wolf group utterly incredulous. This script doesn't make sense. Logically, Zhou Zhangming should have beaten Gu Fan up first and then taken him away. How did it end up with Zhou Zhangming kneeling and apologizing to Gu Fan instead? How is this possible? Zhou Zhangming is clearly a dignified 4th-tier ability user, yet he's apologizing to Gu Fan, a junior. Someone, hit me, and let me confirm this isn't a dream. Everyone, who can explain this? Gu Fan killed members of the Blood Wolf gang, yet instead of seeking revenge, even their leader knelt down to beg for Gu Fan's forgiveness. The onlookers around were in an uproar, shocked to discover that the situation was completely different from what they had expected. The Blood Wolf gang hadn't come to retaliate against Gu Fan. On the contrary, they had come to apologize to him, with even their leader kneeling down to plead for forgiveness. Sure enough, it's Su Chaolong. Gu Fan remained silent for a moment, confirming it in his heart. It seemed his guess was correct. The true mastermind behind this incident was indeed Su Chaolong, who had threatened him that day. To be honest, people like Zhou Zhangming were not uncommon in the Blue Star Society. Perhaps he had been coerced or bribed. In any case, he was acting under Su Chaolong's orders to target him, and there had been no personal grudge between them beforehand. For Zhou Zhangming, Gu Fan actually doesn't harbor much resentment. The one who truly needs to be avenged is not him, but the root of all this, Su Chaolong. Chaolong. However, this doesn't mean Gu Fan will let Zhou Zhengming off the hook. Since he provoked him, he must show some sincerity. Simply kneeling and apologizing is far from enough. Spare you? I don't know whether you took benefits from Su Chaolong or were coerced by him, but either way, neither is a reason for you to send people to teach me a lesson. Gu Fan stood tall, his tone cold and stern. It's my fault, I deserve to die 1,000 times. I beg Brother Gu for forgiveness, this will never happen again. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengming looked terrified and quickly apologized to Gu Fan, almost kneeling to admit his mistake. I know you're just the middleman, I won't make it hard for you. Compensate me with 5,000 spirit stones, and this matter will be settled. Gu Fan extended 5 fingers and said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted. The 30 or so members of the Blood Wolf group standing in 2 rows around Gu Fan all had drastic changes in their expressions, and the aura of third-tier ability users unconsciously emanated from their bodies. In their eyes, Gu Fan was simply being disrespectful. Brother Zhou had already knelt down to apologize, yet he remained relentless, even making an outrageous demand for 5,000 spirit stones. This was completely treating the Blood Wolf group as if they were nothing. 5,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 50 million Great Xia currency, such an unreasonable demand would surely make even Brother Zhou fly into a rage. They were all waiting for Brother Zhou's command. With just one word, they would immediately execute Gu Fan on the spot. 5,000 spirit stones? Zhou Zhengming's face looked worse than a dead man's. To keep the peace, he had originally planned to compensate Gu Fan with 1,000 spirit stones. But unexpectedly, Gu Fan spoke first and directly demanded 5,000 spirit stones, 5 times what he had anticipated. 5,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 50 million Great Xia currency, was by no means a small amount. Even though he was the leader of the Blood Wolf group and a mid-level 4th-tier ability user, it still pained him greatly to take out this sum of money. You must know that a 4th-tier spiritual weapon is only worth 1,250 spirit stones, and these 5,000 spirit stones are enough to buy 4 of them. Damn Su Chaolong! Zhou Zhengming felt as if his heart was being cut with a knife. Knowing he couldn't fall out with Gu Fan, he can only grit his teeth and fork over the money. Gu Fan, backed by the prestigious Magic City Academy, has limitless potential. He cannot be killed nor ignored. With Gu Fan's talent, his strength could very likely surpass mine within a year. If he seeks revenge, then I will surely be destroyed. All of this is entirely due to that phone call from Su Chaolong back then. If I had known it would lead to today's outcome, I would rather not have answered. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Zhou Zhengming can only curse Su Chaolong repeatedly in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Zhengming stood up with a grim expression. Seeing this, the more than 30 members of the Blood Wolf group all breathed a sigh of relief. With their leader standing up, their dignity was somewhat restored. However, Zhou Zhengming still wore a somber expression. It seemed he had reached his limit and decided to teach Gu Fan a lesson. The more than 30 members of the Blood Wolf group drew their weapons with a clang, focusing intently on Gu Fan. As soon as Brother Zhou gave the order, they would launch an attack immediately. This Gu Fan really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. He has no idea how to leave some room for maneuver. Well, now it's good, huh? The next drama will be worth watching. Exactly, Zhou Zhengming has already lowered his stance to this extent, yet Gu Fan still refuses to comply and even makes outrageous demands. Even a saint like Zhou Zhengming wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Sigh, this is the consequence of insatiable greed, failing to quit while ahead and insisting on pushing too far. Now, with over 30 third-tier ability users eager to act, Gu Fan probably won't be able to escape. This scene was naturally witnessed clearly by the onlooking crowd, who were completely enjoying the spectacle without caring about the seriousness of the matter, engaging in heated discussions one after another. What are you doing? Put down your weapons. Zhou Zhengming scanned the surroundings and shouted angrily. Hearing Brother Zhou's roar, the more than 30 members of the Blood Wolf group looked bewildered, glancing around, doubting if they had misheard. Didn't you hear me? Put down your weapons. Seeing his subordinates hesitate, Zhou Zhengming roared again. Only then did the members of the Blood Wolf group react, hurriedly putting away their weapons. Their eyes were full of confusion. It turned out they hadn't misheard earlier. Brother Zhou had indeed ordered them to put down their weapons. Brother Gu, these young ones are ignorant and have embarrassed themselves in front of you. Here are 5,000 spirit stones. Please accept them with a smile. Zhou Zhengming forced a smile and took out 5,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring, handing them to Gu Fan. Gu Fan accepted the spirit stones, verified their count, and then transferred them to his own spatial ring. Well, not bad. I'll forgive you this time. I have to catch a train, so I'll be off now. With that, Gu Fan waved goodbye and walked off into the distance. Thank you, Brother Gu. Take care, Brother Gu. I won't see you off. Zhou Zhengming responded with a wave. And so, Gu Fan gradually walked away under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, eventually disappearing at the edge of their sight. These 30-plus members of the Blood Wolf group were all stunned. They never expected that Brother Zhou, who usually held a lofty position in front of them, would humble himself so much in front of Gu Fan. This stark contrast left them momentarily dazed, and they couldn't help help but rub their eyes, afraid they were seeing things wrong. Who would believe it? Zhou Jiangming actually held back again, not only stopping his men but also obediently apologizing to Gu Fan. I remember Brother Zhou always had a fiery temper. Did he take the wrong medicine today? How is he so submissive to Gu Fan, more obedient than a dog? Is this still the infamous Blood Wolf group known for its brutality? One of their own members was killed, and the leader is happily giving money to the murderer. Not only were the more than 30 members stunned, but the onlookers nearby were also dumbfounded, not expecting the plot to deviate completely from the script. Zhou Jiangming actually obediently compensated Gu Fan with 5,000 spirit stones. This abnormal behavior left the onlookers with their jaws almost dropping. Brother Zhou, you're just letting him go like that? A member of the Blood Wolf group couldn't help but ask. What else can we do? Zhou Jiangming retorted with a sigh. We can't afford to mess with this kid. Let's go back. And so, this farce officially came to an end. On the speeding train, the bored Gu Fan began to take stock of the gains from this journey. Although the time was less than 2 days, the gains far exceeded his expectations. Spiritual power, 1150. Skills, Cursed Energy Conversion, 10 Shadows Technique, Divergent Fist, Black Flash, Reversed Cursed Technique, Power of Stopping, Technique Forward Rotation, Blue, Technique Reverse Rotation, Red, Hollow Technique, Purple, Unavailable, Mastery of Martial Arts, Advanced. Points, 6,634. First is Spiritual Energy. The current spiritual energy has reached 1150 points, far exceeding the previous 550 points. Logically, this amount of spiritual energy is sufficient to support up to the second upper rank. In other words, before leveling up to the third rank, there's no need to allocate more points to spiritual energy for now. Next is the Reverse Curse Technique, which I have now mastered and learned for free. With the Reverse Curse Technique, ordinary wounds can heal in minutes, and even fatal injuries can fully recover with just a bit of time. It can be said that my defensive capabilities have been upgraded to another level, making me much harder to kill. Because I have comprehended the Reverse Curse Technique, Curse Technique Reversal, Red can now be used normally, and my attack power has also increased. There are still points, currently as high as 6634, enough for me to level up twice in a row. Finally, there are Spirit Stones, now approximately 6,000 pieces, which can be exchanged for 3,000 points. This is quite a considerable fortune. After tallying up all the gains, Gu Fan was so happy that he almost couldn't resist shouting out loud. Next stop, Magic City Station. Passengers who need to disembark, please prepare in advance. The train broadcast sounded. The train doors slowly opened, and Gu Fan's lips curved into a dangerous smile as he silently followed the crowd off the train. Next, Su Chaolong. Daring to send someone to teach me a lesson, aren't you afraid of my retaliation? Su Chaolong, you'd better not let me catch you. As he stepped off the train, Gu Fan's mind was filled with thoughts. The matter with the Blood Wolf group had been resolved, and next in line was naturally Su Chaolong. As the instigator of this turmoil, Gu Fan would never let him off easily. An eye for an eye, and payback doubled. That was his principle. It was still early, and if he took a taxi, he could return to the Magic City Academy by around 5 o'clock. If he managed to catch the last class and Su Chaolong happened to be there, then he shouldn't blame Gu Fan for being merciless. Walking out of Moto Station, he arrived outside the station. There were quite a few taxis nearby. Gu Fan lightly waved his hand and quickly hailed a cab. After getting out of the car, he walked to the entrance of Moto Academy, took out his student ID to verify his identity, and smoothly entered the campus. While walking around the campus, he effortlessly found out Su Chaolong's class and classroom. Weaponry Department, Class 1, Teaching Building Number 5, Classroom 203. Su Chaolong was usually high profile, and almost all the students knew him, so asking around was effortless. After thanking the passerby, Gu Fan slowly walked toward Teaching Building Number 5, Classroom 203. Teaching Building Number 5, Classroom 203. The instructor is playing a PPT in class, and the students in the front row are listening attentively, while those in the back row appear much more relaxed. Su Chaolong is sitting in the last row, playing on his phone with a silly smile on his face, clearly encountering something amusing. Suddenly, the class bell rings. Alright, today's lesson is over. The mentor finished speaking and left the classroom. At this moment, the classroom suddenly became lively, and the students got up one after another and walked toward the door. Su Chaolong was still engrossed in his phone and didn't leave immediately. By the time he put his phone back into his pocket, most of the classmates had already left the classroom. We had so many classes today, it was utterly boring. I need to relax properly tonight. By the way, it's been a day already. The thugs Brother Zhou sent have probably set out. I should go ask Brother Zhou tonight to see how Gu Fan is doing. Su Chaolong stood up while muttering to himself. At that moment, he caught sight of the back door of the classroom. Surprisingly, during dismissal time, a student walked in unusually, and no matter how he looked, the student seemed very familiar. His heart tightened as Su Chaolong recognized that it was none other than the Gu Fan he couldn't stop thinking about. What on earth is going on? Wasn't Gu Fan supposed to be in that low-level ability user town in Tianyang City? Brother Zhou clearly said he had already sent thugs over, so how could Gu Gu Fan return unscathed? Su Chaolong exclaimed in shock. Why can't I be here? Gu Fan asked with a smile. You are not. Halfway through the sentence, Su Chaolong immediately covered his mouth, realizing he had let something slip. What's wrong? Don't want to continue. Gu Fan strode over. What are you here for? Su Chaolong instinctively stepped back. How is this possible? Playing dumb. Gu Fan suddenly exerted force, grabbed Su Chaolong's head, and slammed him hard onto the classroom floor. A loud bang was heard, and the entire classroom shook. This scene left the students who hadn't left yet dumbfounded. Daring to hit someone in the classroom, Gu Fan was simply lawless, treating school rules as if they were nothing. The classroom was equipped with surveillance cameras, so even if the students didn't report it, Gu Fan would still face punishment from the school. Su Chaolong collapsed to the ground from Gu Fan's strike, feeling dizzy and unable to stand. His head was injured, and bright red blood slowly trickled out. Didn't you want to break one of my legs and cripple one of my arms? Why are you lying on the ground now, unable to get up? Gu Fan sneered coldly from above. Su Chaolong was filled with confusion. What on earth is going on? How does Gu Fan know what I was thinking? Even if he found out, he should have been missing an arm or a leg. Could it be that all the thugs sent by Brother Joe failed? Not talking? Then I'll make you speak. Gu Fan stomped hard on Su Chaolong's arm. With a crisp crack, Su Chaolong's arm was forcibly broken. Su Chaolong screamed in agony, the excruciating pain from his broken arm causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his facial expression so twisted it was almost unrecognizable. Next, the calf. Gu Fan coldly announced. Gu Fan, wait, it was my fault, please spare me, I beg you to let me go. Seeing that Gu Fan was about to continue breaking his calf, Su Chaolong hurriedly shouted for mercy. Let you go? Dream on. Gu Fan mercilessly stomped on Su Chaolong's calf, accompanied by a crack, breaking the calf. Ah! This time, Su Chaolong's screams were even more deafening, echoing throughout the entire classroom. The students were terrified at the sight, some screamed and ran away, some shouted loudly for the teacher, and others hurriedly called the instructor. They all knew that if the situation continued to escalate, Su Chaolong might be tortured to death by Gu Fan. Next, the calf. Gu Fan coldly announced once again. Gu Fan, wait, don't do this, that's enough, it's already enough. I originally just wanted to cripple one of your hands and one of your legs, but now you've crippled one of my hands and one of my legs. Let's call it even, please let me go. Seeing that Gu Fan was about to continue, Su Chaolong panicked completely and desperately begged him to stop, but Gu Fan wouldn't listen to him at all. He revealed a cruel smile and said, an eye for an eye, but it must be repaid double. How could it not be doubled? As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped on Su Chaolong's other leg. With a crack, the bone broke again. Ah! Su Chaolong let out an earth-shattering, blood-curdling scream, the sound alone enough to send chills down one's spine. Next, the arm. Gu Fan mercilessly announced. No, Gu Fan, no! Su Chaolong shouted in terror. Gu Fan paid no attention and fiercely stomped on Su Chaolong's last arm. With a crack, both his hands and feet were completely crippled. Ah-ha! Su Chaolong let out the most miserable scream to date, his voice even echoing throughout the entire teaching building. Su Chaolong, you're very lucky. Since you didn't send anyone to kill me, I'll stop here this time and let you off the hook. However, you won't be so lucky next time. As long as I'm alive, no matter where you run, if you dare to seek revenge, I will find you and kill you. Gu Fan cast a kind glance, then left the classroom without looking back. Magic City Academy, Principal's office. Gu Fan, tell me what happened. Principal Fong Hanghua said solemnly, this is how it is. Gu Fan explained everything in detail. Right after Gu Fan finished reprimanding Su Chaolong and walked out of the classroom, a group of teachers surrounded him. Due to Su Chaolong's severe injuries, he was immediately sent to the school infirmary. In the end, the matter escalated significantly, even alarming the principal. Gu Fan was also brought to the principal's office, where the punishment would be decided by the principal. I see. Principal Fong Hanghua suddenly understood. He had initially thought there was deep hatred between Gu Fan and Su Chaolong, which led to such a harsh action. After listening to Gu Fan's explanation, he understood the entire reason. Since Su Chaolong was at fault first, we at the Magic City Academy will not pursue the matter further. As one of the outstanding freshmen of the Magic City Academy, it is indeed difficult for the principal to easily impose a punishment on Gu Fan. Moreover, this matter was indeed instigated by Su Chaolong, who first sent people to attack Gu Fan. Gu Fan's counterattack is understandable. All things considered, not pursuing the matter is the most appropriate course of action. Thank you, Principal Fong, for your understanding. Hearing that the principal would not pursue the matter, Gu Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. This outcome surprised him greatly. He had thought that with such a big commotion, he would at least face some punishment. Unexpectedly, the principal let him off the hook directly. Gu Fan, you were also at fault in this matter. You shouldn't have acted out in a public place like the classroom. As a student of the Magic City Academy, you must abide by the school rules. Don't let this happen again. Principal Fong Hanhua's tone was stern. It won't happen again. Gu Fan readily agreed, though agreeing was one thing, actually doing it was another. The principal nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, You may leave now. Magic City Academy, Infirmary. Su Chaolong lay on the hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, unable to move his hands, feet, or head. The longer he lay there, the angrier he became. He picked up his phone and used AI to dial Brother Zhou's number. Brother Zhou, what exactly happened? How did Gu Fan come back without a scratch? This is completely different from what you promised. Didn't you tell me to rest assured and just wait for your good news? As soon as the call connected, Su Chaolong anxiously questioned. Young Master Su, you can't put all the blame on Brother Zhou. It was the wrong intel you provided that got him into such a mess. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Zhengming's voice came through. Intelligence error? Su Chaolong looked completely puzzled. Young Master Su, you probably don't know yet, but that Gu Fan is ridiculously strong. He directly took out the third-tier senior esper I sent. On the phone, Zhou Zhengming's voice was still heavy. Su Chaolong was so shocked that he almost couldn't speak. That was a third-tier senior ability user, a top expert among lower-tier ability users. Gu Fan was clearly only a second-tier junior. This was simply impossible. Young Master Su, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up first. The phone abruptly disconnected with a snap. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Staring at the phone screen gradually dimming, Su Chaolong let out an incredulous roar of anger. Time quietly passed and a month went by. Gu Fan, having plenty of points, hardly went out this month. Apart from attending classes, he spent most of his time on training to adapt to and stabilize his spiritual power, aiming to shorten the cooldown time for leveling up. My body has almost fully adapted. At this rate, I should be able to level up again this week and become a Tier 2 advanced ability user. Boom! Indeed, after a month of accumulation, Gu Fan had already advanced to a Tier 2 intermediate ability user, just one step away from Tier 2 advanced. He opened the system panel to check. Level, 2nd rank intermediate. Spiritual power, 1350. Skills, curse power conversion, 10-stroke curse technique, divergent fist, black flash, reverse technique, force of halt, technique. Forward rotation azure, technique reverse rotation crimson, hollow technique purple, unavailable, advanced martial arts mastery. Points, 5,134. To advance from intermediate level 2 to advanced level 2, two conditions must be met. Spiritual power reaching 1200 and spending 2,500 points. Phew! Coincidentally, Gu Fan met both requirements. When he advanced to intermediate level 2, his spiritual power increased by 200 points, reaching 1350. Now, as long as the cooldown period ends, he can upgrade again. The cooldown period was almost over, just around the corner. Suddenly, the phone in Gu Fan's pocket vibrated. He took it out. It was a call from Principal Fong Hanghua. Press the answer button, and the voice of Principal Fong Hanghua came through the phone. Gu Fan, come to my office. Just as Gu Fan was about to respond, the principal's call had already ended. What on earth is going on? Forget it, I'd better go to the principal's office. Although feeling a bit puzzled, Gu Fan still decided to go to the principal's office. After all, the principal didn't hold him accountable last time, so he should show some respect. Magic City Academy, principal's office. Gu Fan, here's the thing, the 8th school freshman tournament is about to begin, in just 2 days. Principal Fong Hanghua got straight to the point. The 8th school freshman tournament? All the participants are top institutions of Daxia, including our arch rivals, Kyoto Academy and Imperial Academy. The 8th school freshman league is a team competition. Each institution sends a squad of 5 students, and the contest is divided into 2 segments, hunting fierce beasts and ability duels. Principal Fong Hanghua explained. Did the principal call me here to ask me to participate? That's right, Gu Fan. I hope you can take on the role of team captain and represent the Moto Academy in the competition. Principal Fong Hanghua nodded firmly. Gu Fan remained silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The rewards for the 8th school freshman league are extremely generous, especially the champion's prize, which far surpasses what the school competitions can offer. Since the competition is divided into 2 parts, hunting fierce beasts and ability duels, there will be 2 champions, meaning there are 2 sets of champion rewards. Seeing that Gu Fan was still hesitant, Principal Fong Hanghua further tempted him. What exactly are the rewards? Each member of the champion team for hunting fierce beasts will receive 10,000 spirit stones, and the team leader will get an additional 5,000 spirit stones, making it 15,000 spirit stones. The rewards for the ability showdown are even more generous. Each member of the champion team can choose one SS level skill from the skill library of the top 8 schools. Principal Fong Hanghua replied. Alright, I agree. Gu Fan accepted the principal's invitation. The reasoning was simple, there was no reason to refuse. Participating in the 8 schools freshman league would undoubtedly make him stronger. Hunting fierce beasts meant earning points, and with the additional bonus of 15,000 spirit stones for the championship, it was a win-win situation. The championship reward for the ability showdown was equally unmissable. An SS level skill was like gaining a chance to draw a rare technique. In Jujutsu Kaisen, there was always a probability of drawing various techniques. If he happened to draw Sukuna's technique, wouldn't he become invincible instantly? A single spatial slash could annihilate annihilate all enemies. Since the freshman league of the 8 schools is a 5-person team format, how are the other 4 team members arranged? Will Principal Fong assign them directly, or will my opinion as the captain be considered? Gu Fan asked. As the saying goes, it's not the godlike opponents you fear, but the pig-like teammates. This time, it's not a solo fight but a 5-person team battle. If the teammates drag him down, he would be doomed. I've been thinking about this too. Yi Qianying will definitely participate, but as for the other 3, Principal Fong Hanghua shook his head helplessly. For the prestigious Magic City Academy, only Gu Fan and Yi Qianying were up to par. The other students were far too lacking. Gu Fan, what do you think? Fong Hanghua asked. If it were me, I would choose from the top 8 of the freshman competition, pick the tallest among the short ones, and select the 2 I've beaten up. People who've been beaten up should be more obedient, Gu Fan said casually. Alright, then let's choose Luo Nai and Wei Changhu. Principal Fong Hanghua adopted Gu Fan's suggestion. Among the top 8, apart from Gu Fan and Yi Qianying, the strength of the other 6 was not much different, so it didn't matter who was chosen. It was better to go with Gu Fan's recommendation. Now the team has 4 people, but we're still short of the last one. Who do you plan to choose? Fong Hanghua continued to ask. Let me think. Gu Fan fell into thought. Luo Nai was of the enhancement type, Wei Changhu was of the earth type, and Yi Qianying was of the light type. The team still lacked a control or support member. For control types, the ice type was a good choice. Ice, Sodi no Shirayuki? Right, Mu Feishue could be included. Actually, the current Gu Fan didn't see much difference between second-tier and first-tier ability users. He wasn't truly looking for teammates, just picking a few obedient and agreeable slackers, as long as they didn't get in the way. Now that he was already a mid-level second-tier ability user, his strength was completely different from a month ago. Even when facing 4th-tier fierce beasts, he wouldn't necessarily lose, and he could easily crush students of the same level. Even if he encountered someone with an SSS-level ability, he didn't think he would lose. For the last person, I recommend Mu Feishue. Alright, I'll go with your suggestion. Fong Hanghua agreed without hesitation. To some extent, Fong Hanghua and Gu Fan's thoughts were quite similar. For Fong Hanghua, apart from Gu Fan and Yi Qianying, the others were not much different. And so, the team was arranged properly. 2 days later, at a square in the Magic City Academy, 7 o'clock in the morning. It was August, summer, and by this time, the sky was already bright. On the empty square, the figures of 5 students and 2 teachers appeared. The 5 students are led by Gu Fan as the team captain, with team members Yi Qianying, Luo Nai, Wei Changhu, and Mu Feishue. One of the teachers is Gu Fan's mentor, Tang Yun, who will serve as the accompanying teacher and travel with Gu Fan's group to the venue of the 8-school freshman league. The other is Zhang Yifeng, the head of the space department, who is responsible for activating the teleportation array at the center of the square to directly transport the teachers and students to the competition site. The 8-school freshman league is divided into 2 parts. One is hunting fierce beasts, and the other is ability duels. The first part, hunting fierce beasts, is about to begin. The hunting fierce beasts competition site is located more than 100 kilometers from Kyoto, in a wilderness area called Canyon Forest. The fierce beasts here are mainly second tier, with few third-tier beasts, and beasts above the third tier haven't appeared in several years. The rules for the beast hunting competition are similar to the martial arts entrance exam. Participants wear smart wristbands to enter the field, earning points by hunting beasts. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. Within the allotted time, the academy with the highest score will be crowned the champion of this competition. Is everyone ready? Mentor Tang Yun asked the group. Ready. Everyone responded in unison. Alright, let's set off. Director Zhang, thank you for your help, Tang Yun said. No trouble, good luck with your competition. The head of the space department, Zhang Yifeng, had a silver gleam flash in his eyes and waved his hand forward. The crowd in the square instantly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already at the competition venue for the 8 schools freshman league, the Canyon Forest. Gu Fan looked around and was surprised to find that this was also a square, but it was surrounded by high walls, located within the city walls. Ahead was a large gate, and unsurprisingly, beyond the gate lay the Canyon Forest. Behind the square stood a row of buildings, somewhat resembling service areas on highways, offering food and accommodation. The hunting competition for fierce beasts was scheduled for 8 a.m., and it was just past 7 a.m. now, so there weren't many people in the square yet. Gu Fan observed carefully and discovered that apart from their Magic City Academy, only 3 other institutions had arrived: Kyoto Academy, Imperial City Academy, and Ancient City Academy. The reason he could recognize them was that each academy had distinct battle uniforms, with unique emblems embroidered on the back. As long as one saw the emblem, they could identify the respective academy. Yo, isn't this Magic City Academy? So weak, yet you managed to arrive so early. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a piercingly mocking voice rang out. Gu Fan looked over and saw that it was spoken by a member of the Kyoto Academy team. Try saying one more word and see what happens. Before Gu Fan could respond, Yi Qianying couldn't hold back and angrily shouted first. Am I wrong? Our Kyoto Academy was the double champion last year. And what champion championships has your Modu Academy ever won? To even mention your academy alongside our Kyoto Academy as one of the top 3 elite academies is simply an insult. This member of Kyoto Academy showed no restraint, becoming increasingly arrogant, completely disregarding Yi Qianying or, for that matter, the Modu Academy team. His name is Hu Hongyuan, and even in the prestigious Kyoto Academy, where experts abound, he is among the top-ranked. Last year was last year, and this year is this year. Don't think that just because you beat us last year, you'll win again this year. The reason Modu Academy lost last year was that Gu Fan and I weren't there. This year is different, it's still uncertain who will come out on top. Yi Qianying retorted without showing any weakness. Haha, this year? This year your Magic City Academy has even less of a chance. Why? Because this year young Master Lin has come to our school. Hu Hongyuan said with a loud laugh. Is that so? That's not necessarily the case. Gu Fan responded. Heh, you have no idea how terrifying young Master Lin is, that's why you're saying such things. Hu Hongyuan chuckled lightly and then continued. You seem to be called Gu Fan, right? I've heard of you, the top scorer in Jiangbei province, ranked first nationwide in the college entrance exam. I also know the person next to you, Yi Qianying, the daughter of the Yi family, the top scorer in Magic City. His tone shifted, carrying a hint of disdain. But what does this even count for? In front of our Lin Xiao, Lin Yuanqing, your little achievements are not worth mentioning. Lin Xiao is not only the top scholar of the capital but also a rare SSS level ability user in years. In front of him, even a fierce tiger would have to tuck its tail and behave. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. What? SSS level ability? Luo Nai couldn't help but exclaim. An SSS level ability, which appears nationwide only once every few years, or sometimes not even in a decade. Unexpectedly, this year Kyoto Academy has recruited such a top-tier ability user, leaving them momentarily unsure of how to respond. Yi Qianying gritted her teeth angrily. The Yi family is one of the ancient families in the Magic City, while the Lin family is a prestigious clan in the capital. The two families have always had connections. The name Lin Yuanqing was already familiar to Yi Qianying. Even before awakening his supernatural ability, he was highly renowned and regarded as a genius of the Lin family. After awakening an SSS level ability, he soared to great heights, being considered a once-in-a-century genius of the Lin family and the sole candidate for the next family head. Yi Qianying almost forgot that Lin Yuanqing was actually her classmate, and coincidentally, they both enrolled in the Kyoto Academy. Hu Hongyuan, restrain yourself a bit. Don't let our Kyoto Academy lose its grace. Lin Yuanqing spoke gracefully. Alright, young Master Lin. Upon hearing this, Hu Hongyuan immediately restrained his arrogance and became very obedient. Host, Gu Fan. Level, Tier 2 lower. Ability, 6 eyes, partially awakened. Hu Hongyuan held back, but Gu Fan had no intention of doing so. He casually said, SSS level ability? Is it really that impressive? Seeing Gu Fan's attitude, Hu Hongyuan couldn't hold back and was about to speak, but Lin Yuanqing stopped him. SSS level ability is just that. It's only slightly stronger than SS level and S level abilities. Lin Yuanqing also looked completely indifferent. Oh, is that so? Gu Fan responded nonchalantly. Isn't it? Recycle? Lin Yuanqing responded ambiguously. That's not necessarily true. There's no rule that says an SSS level ability must be stronger than an SS level or S level ability. Take my ability as an example. It's clearly stronger than your SSS level ability. Gu Fan said provocatively. Recycle? You say your superpower is stronger than mine? Lin Yuanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly upon hearing this. Ever since awakening his SSS level superpower, Gu Fan was the first person daring enough to act so arrogant. Gu Fan responded decisively and straightforwardly. Ha, Gu Fan, do you even know what our young Master Lin's superpower is? Clearly, you know nothing, yet you're boasting there. Your pathetic ability isn't even worthy of carrying shoes for our young Master Lin. Hu Hongyuan burst into laughter. He had thought that Gu Fan, as the top scorer in Jiangbei province, would have some self-awareness. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be nothing more than an arrogant and conceited person, nothing else. Do you even have the right to speak? Your master hasn't said a word, and here you are barking like a dog. Facing Hu Hongyuan, Lin Yuanqing's lackey, Gu Fan naturally wouldn't be polite. Gu Fan said, okay, you. Hu Hongyuan shouted furiously. Hu Hongyuan, stop talking. Gu Fan said. Just as Hu Hongyuan was about to counterattack, he was stopped by Lin Yuanqing. Alright, young Master Lin. It must be said, Hu Hongyuan's ability to change expressions was faster than flipping a page in a book. One moment he was furious, and the next he immediately showed a flattering smile. Your name is Gu Fan, right? Interesting. You're the first to dare to challenge me, Lin Yuanqing, in abilities. However, the strength of abilities isn't determined by you, it depends on the results. For example, if you can beat me in the next match. So, how about it? Want to make a bet? The wager is 5,000 spirit stones. If your Magic City Academy scores higher in the next round, these 5,000 spirit stones are yours. On the other hand, if our Kyoto Academy scores higher, fair, you have to give me 5,000 spirit stones, Lin Yuanqing said enthusiastically. You want to bet with me? Gu Fan asked with some surprise, not expecting Lin Yuanqing to come up with so many ways to give him money. Gu Fan, are you afraid? Lin Yuanqing said provocatively. Before the words had even fallen, Hu Hongyuan jumped out again, grinning as he said, Young Master Lin, you might not know, but this Gu Fan is not one of our aristocratic descendants. He comes from a remote county in Jiangbei province. Gu Fan isn't afraid to bet, he simply doesn't have the ability. For him, 5,000 spirit stones would be life-threatening. Hearing this, Lin Yuanqing showed a bored expression. I see, I was too hasty. Gu Fan, since you have no money, let's call off the bet. Wait, I never said I wouldn't agree. Gu Fan spoke, secretly delighted. It was rare to encounter such a fool eager to give away money. How could he not agree? Ha, Gu Fan, do you even have 5,000 spirit stones? Don't try to act tough and end up unable to pay when you lose. Hu Hongyuan laughed loudly. Why do you love barking like a dog so much? This is a 5 cubic meter spatial ring. Shut up now, will you? After speaking, Gu Fan revealed the spatial ring on his hand. What? A 5 cubic meter spatial ring worth 2,000 spirit stones? How can someone from such a small county afford something so valuable? Hu Hongyuan shouted in shock. For ability users, especially low-level ones, cultivation resources are of utmost importance. No ability user would buy such an expensive spatial ring when resources are scarce. Even Hu Hongyuan, a scion of a prestigious family, uses the same 5 cubic meter spatial ring as Gu Fan. Why do you always look down on people? Gu Fan, as the top freshman of our Magic City Academy, received 5,000 spirit stones as a reward from the academy. He can afford this. Yi Qianying couldn't stand it and spoke up for Gu Fan. Alright, stop arguing. Both our Kyoto Academy and Magic City Academy are among the top 3 prestigious academies. It's not good to escalate things. Seeing that the two sides were about to argue again, Lin Yuanqing stepped forward to mediate. As soon as Lin Yuanqing spoke, Hu Hongyuan immediately shut his mouth and Yi Qianying let out a cold snort, turning her head away without saying another word. The scene quieted down, and Lin Yuanqing turned to Gu Fan, changing the subject, and asked, Are you saying the bet is still on? Gu Fan, don't rush to answer. I see your family background is modest, so let me give you a reminder. My superpower is the highest SSS level, called Elemental Mastery, which allows me to freely control earth, wind, water, and fire. Moreover, my rank is second tier upper level. You'd better think twice, or don't blame me for bullying you. Before the words had even fallen, and before Gu Fan could respond, Lin Yuanqing continued speaking. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present appeared uneasy. The 5 members of the Ancient Capital Academy team all stared at Lin Yuanqing with peculiar expressions, as if they were looking at a monster. The Imperial Capital Academy team also put away their casual attitude, their expressions turning serious. They understood in their hearts that the championship of this year's 8th school freshman tournament was completely out of reach for the Imperial Capital Academy. The 4 mentors exchanging pleasantries nearby also turned their heads one after another, and even the 8 principals sitting on the podium couldn't help but gasp. Elemental mastery? Wei Changhu trembled in shock. His superpower is S-Class Earth Element, which already puts him far ahead of other students at the Magic City Academy, making him one of the top 4 freshmen. But Lin Yuanqing not only possesses an SSS-class superpower, he also single-handedly commands the earth, wind, water, and fire elements, completely overwhelming others with a dimensional advantage. Second tier advanced? Yi Qianying also slightly opened her mouth, appearing incredulous. Unlike Wei Changhu, who was shocked by Lin Yuanqing's superpower, Yi Qianying was more surprised by Lin Yuanqing's upgrade speed. The stronger the superpower, the more extraordinary its depth and breadth. Just like her own SS-level superpower, light creation, the ability to manipulate light far surpasses other superpowers. Lin Yuanqing's situation is similar, but he excels more in breadth rather than depth. Since it's SSS level, being able to freely control 4 elements should be normal. But his upgrade speed is astonishing. Her own upgrade speed was already fast enough, stabilizing at mid-level tier 2 just over a month after school started. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuanqing's improvement speed was even faster than hers, reaching an astonishing high-level tier 2. Already at high-level tier 2, even higher than my level. What kind of spiritual medicine do these aristocratic kids take to be faster than me, even though I'm using cheats? Gu Fan silently sighed in his heart. He was also somewhat surprised, originally thinking that Lin Yuanqing and Yi Qianying were similar, both at mid-level second-tier cultivation, with slightly stronger abilities. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuanqing was dominant in all aspects. Not only were his abilities SSS level, but his cultivation was also a terrifying upper-level second tier. No wonder he was so confident. However, despite the surprise, Gu Fan didn't take it to heart. In a few days, he himself would also advance to upper-level second tier, indicating that the gap in their levels wasn't significant. What's more, his ability to fight across levels is as natural as eating and drinking. Even the third-tier superior Qiu Guangqing died at his hands. Although Lin Yuanqing is an SSS-level ability user, he is only one small level higher than himself, so how could the fight be considered easy? Thinking of this, Gu Fan said to Lin Yuanqing indifferently, "No need to think about it, I agree." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. The members of the Imperial Capital Academy team and the Ancient Capital Academy team were all puzzled. They thought that with Lin Yuanqing's words reaching this point, Gu Fan would never agree. "Gu Fan, don't be impulsive. Lin Yuanqing's strength is too overwhelming. We simply can't handle him right now. You're only a second-tier lower rank, but he's a second-tier upper rank. The level gap is too wide. You have no chance of winning," Yi Qianying advised. In her opinion, although Gu Fan was strong, he wasn't much stronger than her. Lin Yuanqing surpassed her in both level and abilities, and was by no means someone Gu Fan could easily defeat at the moment. "Huh, Gu Fan, even your teammate is advising you. Don't overestimate yourself. Young Master Lin is magnanimous. You still have time to back out now." After hearing Yi Qianying's words, Hu Hongyuan burst into laughter again, laughing even more arrogantly. "I'm already at the second intermediate level." Gu Fan responded calmly, his gaze fixed on Yi Qianying. This time, he ignored Hu Hongyuan, fully aware that mere words couldn't shut him up. Only the scores after the competition could silence him. "What? So fast?" Yi Qianying was startled upon hearing Gu Fan's words. In just 1 month's time, Gu Fan had unexpectedly risen another level, advancing from Tier 2 lower to Tier 2 intermediate, now at the same level as her. It must be noted that Gu Fan had the backing of the powerful Yi family, which enabled him to upgrade so quickly. What did Gu Fan have? He had nothing at all, so how could he also advance so rapidly? Tier 2 intermediate. Mu Feishue shook her head with a bitter smile. Ever since the martial arts college entrance exam ended, she had been training diligently every day without a moment of relaxation. Yet, even so, she was still only at the first tier upper level. Gu Fan was clearly from the same place as her, both from Luyun City, so why did he seem so extraordinary? This guy's leveling speed is just too fast. Hu Hongyuan was equally astonished. He was currently only at the second tier intermediate level, which happened to be the same level as Gu Fan. "Gu Fan, I have to admit, as the top scorer in Jiangbei province, you do have some skills. But so what? Our young Master Lin is a tier 2 superior. I advise you to stop harboring illusions and obediently apologize to young Master Lin, and this matter will be settled." However, Hu Hongyuan's surprise lasted only a moment before he couldn't help but mock Gu Fan again. Hu Hongyuan's words were met with approval from most of the people present. Even Luo Nai and Wei Changhu, the two teammates, felt that Gu Fan's bet with Lin Yuanqing was practically giving away money. Yi Qianying hesitated a little, unsure of how far Gu Fan, whose strength had greatly improved, could reach now, so she refrained from persuading him further. Mu Feishue, on the other hand, uncharacteristically chose to believe in Gu Fan. She knew that Gu Fan wouldn't do something he wasn't confident about. Since he insisted on betting with Lin Yuanqing, he must have his own confidence. "Gu Fan, you better think it through. Once you agree, don't regret it," Lin Yuanqing reminded one last time. "I said I agree, so naturally, I agree." "Alright, it's settled then," Lin Yuanqing said. After the small interlude, the pre-match preparations for the freshman league of the 8 schools proceeded in an orderly manner. Gradually, all the team members from the 8 institutions arrived, and the time reached exactly 8 o'clock. At this moment, the 8 principals on the podium stood up in unison. Principal Kong Xiaoshan of Kyoto Academy stood at the forefront, delivering a speech as the league representative to the many freshmen and introducing the competition rules. The roaring sound of celebratory fireworks, the stirring music, and the powerful speeches together signaled that the competition was about to begin. "I announced that the first act of the 8-school freshman league officially begins." After concluding his speech and introducing the competition rules, the principal of Kyoto Academy, Kong Xiaoshan, solemnly announced the official start of the competition.